In his previous life, Lin Ran was betrayed and killed by his girlfriend in collusion with her family, yet the Yandere heiress who had always treated him as a mere plaything avenged him by eliminating his enemies. Only as they lay together in the same coffin, choosing to perish together, did Lin Ran realize how grievously mistaken he had been. Reborn, he forsakes the treacherous campus beauty and instead turns wholeheartedly to the embrace of the Yandere heiress. Aran, if I were to gouge out your eyes and preserve them as specimens, you would see only me. Lin Ran replies, Darling, a kiss for you. Aran, if I were to break your legs, would you then cease to run? Lin Ran, Darling, hold me tight. Aran, if Lin Ran interrupts, no more words. Let us share our love. Luo Yao, upon seeing his treacherous father, cut him down. Upon seeing his stepmother, cut her down. Upon seeing his brother, cut it down. Upon seeing his first love, sent it off to Southeast Asia. Chapter 1. Must a title be given? You surpass poison 1,000-fold, injuring the body while addicting the soul. My love is fervent yet perilous, impossible to cease. Luo Yao. Lin Ran has been reborn, awakening at the very moment he was confessing to Lu Rushue, but there is not a trace of joy within him. For he knows that soon Luo Yao will arrive, and this time, if she drags him back, he will be confined to his bed without respite. The thought sends a shiver through his entire being. He must save himself. In this new life, he desires only to love Luo Yao, but never to be coerced into love. Lu Rushue, cheeks flushed with innocent anticipation, awaits Lin Ran's confession. Brother Lin Ran, what do you wish to say to me? She fully expects his declaration and intends to accept him this time, implementing the plan devised by Brother Lin Jian. Brother Lin Ran, are you unwell? Noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead, Lu Rushue's expression clouds with confusion. The screech of brakes shatters the tender moment as a luxury vehicle appears behind Lin Ran. He knows she has arrived. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to publicly berate Lu Rushue and give her a stern reprimand. But before he can, the car door swings open abruptly. Luo Yao descends with a darkened visage and without a word delivers a sharp chop to Lin Ran's hand. Before losing consciousness, only 3 words linger in Lin Ran's mind. Startled, Lu Rushue stares dumbfounded at the stunning woman who has suddenly appeared. Luo Yao's beauty is of such a nature that a single glance renders it unforgettable, a beauty so formidable that it leaves others bereft of courage to compare. Before Luo Yao, Lu Rushue, the campus belle of Kyoto University, seems but a speck in the vast ocean, utterly humbled. Yet this very woman instills in Lu Rushue a near-death sensation, making even eye contact a test of bravery. Who are you? For reasons unknown, Lu Rushue feels a chill envelop her, as if she has been touched by death itself. Luo Yao suppresses her murderous intent and, without looking back, carries Lin Ran into the car. Had Lu Rushue not been someone Lin Ran cared for, she would have perished already. The convoy of luxury vehicles speeds away, and only then does Lu Rushue notice the escort of numerous bodyguards surrounding that woman. Lin Ran has been abducted by this woman. Lu Rushue pulls out her phone to call the police, but hesitates. If Lin Ran dies, won't his family automatically inherit all his shares? After pondering, Lu Rushue dials Lin Jian's number. In a dimly lit room at night. Aran, I want to gouge out your eyes and preserve them, so that you see only me. Lin Ran feels a cold touch slowly moving from his cheek to the corner of his eye. The woman's icy yet familiar voice sends chills coursing through him. If I break your legs, then you won't be able to run away, will you? Suddenly, his eyes snap open to behold that familiar, breathtaking visage and crimson gaze. Luo Yao lies naked upon him, one hand caressing his cheek while the other wields a chilling dagger, slowly tracing his chest. She intends to possess Lin Ran utterly. If she fails, she contemplates extracting his heart to place within her own body. This familiar beauty, this familiar scent, this tender touch, this familiar grand bed. Lin Ran confirms he is not dreaming. Indeed, he has been captured once more, his limbs bound by iron chains. A torrent of conflicting emotions overwhelms Lin Ran's heart, painful yet grateful, and a single tear escapes. In the darkness, a faint glimmer appears, and Luo Yao pauses. Aran, are you afraid? Why can't you behave? Suddenly, Lin Ran opens his arms, yearning to embrace the woman before him. Clang, clang. The clatter of chains fails to deter Lin Ran's movement. He holds tightly to the woman who loves him to the depths of her soul. Luo Yao is visibly startled, then slowly speaks. What trick do you wish to play, Aran? Don't delude yourself. Tonight, you belong to me alone. Though her words are cold, Lin Ran's embrace brings her immense satisfaction. This is the first time Lin Ran has willingly embraced Luo Yao, and the sensation is as addictive as a potent drug. Lin Ran nods fervently. Yes, I will forever belong to you alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's brow furrows slightly. To think he would embrace her to escape and utter such insincere words? Had he not said that any contact with her would only provoke disgust? Luo Yao smiles bitterly, but chooses not to expose Lin Ran. If that is so, prove it to me. With these words, she slowly leans closer. Lin Ran just begins to speak. All right, I promise I will. The sensation on his lips is both familiar and commanding. As his breath grows shallow, he realizes Luo Yao is testing his sincerity. Reason quickly succumbs to desire as he feels the warm, forceful intrusion of her mouth. For the first time, Lin Ran actively reciprocates Luo Yao's passionate kiss. His hands gently rest on her waist, a gesture that brings Luo Yao great pleasure. She believes Lin Ran is feigning compliance, but she does not care. Even if it is a pretense, she is willing to sink into it, desperate to possess her, Ran, completely. Luo Yao's heart is stirred. Lin Ran's proactive response leaves her mildly astonished. She did not expect him to be so obedient. Applying a gentle pressure, Luo Yao tastes the coppery tang of blood in her mouth, while Lin Ran endures the pain at his lips without reproach. Several minutes later, Luo Yao finally allows Lin Ran to breathe freely again. Luo Yao, I want you. She freezes, the dagger in her hand clatters to the floor, and stars glimmer in her eyes. She wonders if she is hallucinating or losing her mind. Lin Ran no longer calls her devil or demoness. He still wants her? Ran wants me. Desire shines in Lin Ran's eyes. He is willing to forsake everything to possess the woman before him. Lin Ran nods. Give me. Both adults understand the meaning behind this phrase. Very well. Knowing full well Lin Ran's submission is not genuine, Luo Yao chooses to believe him simply because she craves the authenticity of this moment. The two plunge into madness. Previously, Lin Ran regarded Luo Yao as a twisted, deranged Yandere demon, paranoid, ruthless, and merciless. Thus he always feared her and sought only to escape. Now he truly experiences the essence of this demon, accompanied by enchanting music. The mind is but a trivial thing, just discard it then. Chapter 2. Unsure what title to give. After a night of reckless abandon, as the first light of dawn filters through the curtains and touches his face, Lin Ran slowly opens his eyes. The person beside him coils sinuously like a water snake, gazing intently at him, while a crimson stain mars the pristine white sheets. In his previous life, that night was one of coercion. Luo Yao's demeanor then seemed intent on tearing him apart, leaving him terrified. Thus, he paid no heed afterward. Now he understands that it was also Luo Yao's first time. Awake, Luo Yao's face is expressionless, yet beneath her calm exterior lies a well of fear. She feared that all that transpired last night was but a fleeting illusion. She dreaded that her errand would continue to elude her ceaselessly. Gazing upon the incomparable beauty cradled in her arms, Lin Ran was overwhelmed with profound emotion. He was acutely aware that this seemingly delicate and harmless woman was, in truth, a demon, radiant in appearance yet merciless in heart, with a cruel, pathological, and obsessive nature, poised on the brink of madness at any moment. In his previous life, he relentlessly sought to escape her dominion, yet never succeeded until his final breath. He recalled how Luo Yao suddenly appeared during Lin Ran's first year at university, her opening demand insisting that Lin Ran marry her. Upon his refusal, events swiftly veered into an unsettling and bizarre trajectory. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, day after day, and Lin Ran realized he could never break free from Luo Yao's grasp. The more he resisted, the tighter her pursuit became. Ultimately, after Lin Ran repeatedly confessed his feelings to the campus belle, Luo Yao descended into madness. She became consumed by a frenzied desire to bind Lin Ran to her side, forcibly possessing, controlling, and even tormenting him. Thus, Lin Ran and Luo Yao enacted a relentless drama of his flight and her pursuit for another 3 years. Finally, during one of Luo Yao's business trips, an unforeseen incident occurred. On that occasion, Lin Ran was deceived by his secret girlfriend, Luo in assigning a share transfer agreement, only to be subsequently betrayed and pushed from a rooftop by Luo in collusion with his stepmother and younger brother. The wind howled fiercely, and the sensation of weightlessness mingled with terror etched itself indelibly into Lin Ran's memory. As the sound of his body striking the ground echoed sharply in his ears, a fleeting pain enveloped him before he succumbed to death. Meanwhile, his own father, clutching Lin Ran's suicide note, successfully inherited all of Lin Ran's shares in the Su Ran Group. Combined with his own holdings, he ascended to become the undisputed head of the conglomerate. As for Lin Ran, he was reduced to a mere wisp of a soul, silently witnessing his despicable father, stepmother, worthless brother, and treacherous woman celebrate his demise. To save trouble, the treacherous father hastily buried Lin Ran in a desolate mountain the very next day. Shortly after the burial, Luo Yao appeared, frenziedly demanding that Lin Ran's grave be unearthed. Laughably, there was neither a coffin nor any cremation. She clutched her disfigured lover's corpse, weeping with heart-wrenching agony for an interminable time before resolutely pressing her lips to his. Even as a spectral entity, Lin Ran widened his eyes in disbelief. He could not fathom how Luo Yao could bring herself to kiss him in such a state. He himself was repulsed by his own current form. Aaron, why won't you obey me? Why refuse to remain by my side? Forgive me. I failed to protect you. Wait for me. Soon, I will come to be with you. Luo Yao must have been deeply disappointed in herself. She instructed that Lin Ran's remains be returned to the Dongtian manor, and then waited in silence. Before long, the despicable father Lin Tianba, stepmother Lu Yuanmei, half-brother Lin Jian, and Lin Jian's cousin and lover Lu Rushue were dragged before her. When they were seized, they had been at home, enjoying hot pot and singing. Yet upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in this manner. Witnessing this feared female tycoon, renowned worldwide for her ruthlessness, the group trembled like leaves in a storm. You killed Aaron and deserve the severest punishment. The terror-stricken expressions on their faces betrayed no doubt about the truth of Luo Yao's words. The world knew this woman was mad and terrifying. Wasn't Lin Ran merely her plaything? Why, then, did this madwoman seek retribution from them after his death? Lin Tianba stammered. Madame Luo, this is all a misunderstanding. I am Lin Ran's biological father. How could I have harmed him? Lin Jian, Lu Yuanmei, and Lu Rushue appeared even more panicked, for they had conspired together to bring about Lin Ran's demise. Lin Jian pleaded, Miss Luo, this has nothing to do with us. Lu Yuanmei insisted. As his mother, I loved Aaron most dearly. I would never harm him. Lu Rushue sobbed. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was Lin Ran's beloved. Observing this scene as a spectral presence, Lin Ran shook his head with a bitter smile. Though Lin Tianba had not directly participated, he was undoubtedly among those most desiring Lin Ran's death. Unfortunately, blinded in life, only after death did he perceive his true nature. Or perhaps only in death did he dare accept the family's true visage. As the world's wealthiest and most powerful woman, uncovering the truth was effortlessly within Luo Yao's grasp. Her voice, icy and piercing, slowly resonated. None of you shall meet a peaceful end. Luo Yao's words carried boundless chill and murderous intent. Lin Jian was the first to falter, turning over and pounding his forehead violently against the ground. Miss Luo, I was wrong. I was wrong. It was the scheming of these two vile women. He then pointed accusingly at his mother and Lu Rushue, both of whom stared in disbelief. Was this truly their beloved son and brother? Lu Yuanmei spoke. Son, do not be afraid. This woman dares not harm us. We live in a society ruled by law. Lin Jian was tempted to curse. How could one invoke law before the maddest and most powerful woman alive? Was he or she mad? Even if laws existed, did that negate their guilt and murder? Laws govern ordinary people, not the privileged elite. Still trembling, Lu Rushue gazed at the bone-cutting steel knife suddenly appearing in Luo Yao's hand. You cannot kill me. I am Lin Ran's dearest woman. Should you kill me, he will never rest in peace. Luo Yao hesitated briefly before her eyes gleamed with madness. Indeed, if not for this woman before her, her Aaron would never have died. What was it about Lu Rushue that Lin Ran loved? Was it merely her visage? Lin Ran, silently observing the spectacle, chuckled bitterly at the absurdity. Brandishing the steel knife, Luo Yao advanced coldly, declaring, I shall turn you into a living corpse. In your face, once your pride. I shall make it a spectacle for all to behold daily. Accompanied by agonized screams, the four found themselves trapped between the desire to live and the inability to die. Lin Tianba was mercilessly dismembered by Luo Yao, his remains discarded in a cesspit, his final resting place. Lin Jian had his genitals severed by Luo Yao and was thrown into the manor's fish pond to be devoured by crocodiles. Lu Yuanmei was turned into a sumptuous feast to which the entire Lu family was invited, resulting in their swift annihilation. As for Lu Rushue, Luo Yao spared her life but transformed her into a beauty bottle and sent her to Southeast Asia. Chapter 3. In a grim tableau, Lu Rugu lay mutilated, her limbs severed and her tongue excised, confined within a vase that displayed only her head. Each day, she was compelled to perform on a stage in Southeast Asia, emitting pained groans for the amusement of countless men who applauded her as a grotesque form of art. Witnessing the tragic fates of several individuals, Lin Ran did not perceive Luo Yao as cruel. Rather, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. He had always believed himself to be nothing more than a mere plaything for Luo Yao's obsessive desires. Yet he was astonished to realize that she had avenged him with her own hands. After carrying out these dark deeds, Luo Yao returned to the manor, donned a wedding gown, and gently reclined in a crystal coffin, where Lin Ran lay dressed in a groom's attire. Helpless to intervene, Lin Ran's heart ached with profound sorrow. Ran, I have come to accompany you. I promise that regardless of life or death, you would always belong to me. We are married now. Do you see how beautiful I am in this gown? Lin Ran replied, "You are stunning, truly lovely. To die alongside you is a blessing. Once we descend below, can you glance at me one more time?" Lin Ran vowed, "If there is any possibility, I will remain by your side forever. In life, we shall share the same bed. In death, we shall share the same grave." At that moment, Lin Ran fully comprehended the depth of Luo Yao's love for him. But alas, it was too late. Nothing could be reversed. Uncertain of how long he wandered the mortal realm, Lin Ran glimpsed many things he yearned to see. Yet he could no longer behold the enchanting figure of Luo Yao, nor could he hear her voice laced with menace. Only upon witnessing Lu Rugju's demise in Southeast Asia did Lin Ran experience rebirth. "Why do you remain silent?" Noticing Lin Ran lost in thought, Luo Yao furrowed her brow. Lin Ran snapped back to reality, the softness in his arms reminding him that there was still hope. This time, he vowed to make amends for all the love he had forsaken, bestowing it upon the woman before him. Luo Yao. What? Luo Yao, apprehensive of Lin Ran's next words, feared he might utter something despairing and thus sought to deny him the opportunity. A fervent kiss ensued, and Lin Ran felt as though Luo Yao wished to consume him whole, prompting him to reciprocate. Satisfied with Lin Ran's response, Luo Yao desired to leave her mark upon him. Accompanied by a soft gasp from Lin Ran, blood trickled from the bite on his shoulder. "If your words from last night were deceitful, I shall sever your tongue." Lin Ran trembled. He understood the extent of Luo Yao's madness. "Rest assured from now on, I belong solely to you." Luo Yao was pleased with Lin Ran's current state. Even if he was deceiving her, it left her in a blissful daze. "What were you seeking from Lu Rugju yesterday?" Lin Ran paused, then fell silent. He had intended to confess his feelings to Lu Rugju, though he could not recall how many times he had done so. However, he knew that after that particular confession, Luo Yao had grown increasingly deranged, ultimately claiming him as her own. Luo Yao desired him exclusively. What wrong had she committed? If she wanted him, then he would give himself to her. "Luo Yao, yesterday, I sought Lu Rugju to establish a boundary. I did not harbor any affection for her." Luo Yao scoffed. "Do you think I would believe such a base lie?" Lin Ran conceded, "All right. I admit that in the past, I was blind to my infatuation with Lu Rugju, but I have now seen the light. You are my one true desire." Luo Yao seemed to see through Lin Ran's ruse. "Do you believe that this will lead to my release? Should you dare to seek Lu Rugju again, I will not hesitate to turn her into a specimen displayed here, forcing her to witness how I claim you night after night." Lin Ran understood Luo Yao was capable of such horrors in his past life. Lu Rugju had suffered even worse fates. He was acutely aware of the deep wounds he had inflicted upon Luo Yao, yet now, reborn, he was determined to prove his sincerity over a lifetime. With this thought, Lin Ran held her tighter, and Luo Yao reveled in the sensation of their bare bodies entwined. "Hey Ran, call my name. Luo Yao, kiss me." Lin Ran complied, and after what felt like an eternity, he sensed his very essence being drained, and soon fell into a heavy slumber. When he awoke, it was already midday, and Luo Yao was no longer by his side. The iron chains that once bound his wrists had mysteriously vanished. Fortunately, there was still time before school commenced. Otherwise, he would surely be late. Glancing at a small vial of ointment on the table, Lin Ran smiled. He recognized it as an exceptionally effective scar cream, a unique concoction of Luo Yao's, which he had utilized many times in his previous life. As he entered the bathroom, he discovered that the wound at the corner of his mouth had healed. Yet the bite mark on his shoulder remained starkly visible, as did the scratches on his arms and back. Each mark served as a reminder of the woman's fervent madness. However, compared to his previous life, this was a significant improvement. She merely wished to imprint him with her mark. What wrong had she committed? If she desired it, he would willingly oblige. It was not an impossible request. With this thought, Lin Ran did not even bother to apply ointment to the wound on his shoulder. That mark belonged solely to Luo Yao. The door to the villa's bedroom swung open, and the butler, Fu Bo, hurried in. "Young Master Lin, is it time for a meal?" Lin Ran held a favorable impression of Fu Bo. In his past life, the butler had often advised him wisely. "Where is Luo Yao?" "Miss has gone to the company." Lin Ran nodded and seated himself at the modest dining table. He recalled that in the past, he always chose the furthest seat from Luo Yao, prompting her to replace the lavish dining table with a smaller one. Even then, he preferred to sit opposite her, or sometimes not at all. Shaking his head at the memory, Lin Ran watched as the servants brought in bowls of soup. "What is this?" Fu Bo wore a knowing smile. "When Miss instructed me to prepare more of this nourishing soup this morning, I was quite taken aback. Who would have thought that young Master Lin had finally blossomed?" Lin Ran fell silent. As a grown man, he had been deemed delicate by his own wife. Well, perhaps he was a bit, but that was primarily Luo Yao's fault. What good man could withstand such torment? "I want tea, drink it. I, Lin Ran, would rather jump into this than sip a drop of that soup. Lin Ran leisurely began to eat, pointedly ignoring the nourishing concoction. His phone rang, and upon seeing his father's name on the caller ID, Lin Ran's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. The irate voice of Lin Tianba erupted. You little wretch, where are you? I heard you were kidnapped. Do you have any idea how worried your mother and brother are? After waiting a day and a night without hearing from the kidnappers, what are you doing? Lin Ran recognized that this was Luo Yao's doing in his previous life. He had also received such a call and had informed his father of Luo Yao's abduction, recounting his ordeal. To his disbelief, after confirming that Luo Yao was indeed the one who had taken him, his father hung up without a second thought, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Did they intend for him to perish then? Great. Now it seemed he needed to think more carefully. Chapter 4. Old Deng. You are no longer permitted to speak to me in such a manner. Old Deng? Your father? The astonishment was palpable in Lin Tianba's voice. Unable to believe that Lin Ran had uttered such words. Beside him, Lin Jian whispered, Father, perhaps brother truly has been kidnapped and is feigning a poor relationship with you to avoid implicating you. The kidnappers might be near. Lin Tianba suddenly grasped the situation. It must be true. Otherwise, how could his usually submissive son dare to speak so insolently? Feeling a touch of sentiment, he thought, Son, rest assured, after you are gone, I will ensure a grand memorial for you. Xiao Ran, your father was merely too anxious. Although I cannot redeem you at present, you can inquire what the kidnappers want. As long as it is feasible, I will do everything in my power, just hoping they will leave you intact. Lin Ran was infuriated, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Who said I was kidnapped? I simply returned home with my wife. You listen to rumors like a fool. Your brain is like a watermelon gone rotten, filled with nothing but nonsense. Encountering such a scoundrel as my father, I must say, it truly opened my eyes. Lin Tianba was instantly consumed by rage. You little wretch, what did you say? I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lin Ran retorted, in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, go ask around who the real father is. Call me a little wretch. Do you have a mouth full of excrement? Is that all you can spew? With a name like Lin Tianba, perhaps you should be called Lin Turtle instead. After delivering his scathing remarks, Lin Ran hung up the phone and promptly blacklisted all the Lin family members. Lin family, just you wait. Lin Tianba, in a couple of days, you will learn who the true father is. Beside him, Uncle Fu was astonished. He never imagined that young Master Lin would have such a falling out with the Lin family. Furthermore, what had Lin Ran just mentioned? Go home with my wife. Uncle Fu was nearly moved to tears and personally prepared another bowl of soup for Lin Ran. Lin Ran, I refused to drink it. The Dantian manor was vast. Yet Lin Ran, afflicted by debilitating laziness, rarely ventured beyond the gates of Villa No. 1. He lay within the villa, wallowing in idleness while contemplating Luo Yao. How he longed to be close to the wife of the domineering CEO. Lost in thought, Lin Ran picked up his phone, seeking out a chat history filled with transfers he had never received. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, Lin Tianba furiously hurled his phone, striking Lin Jian on the forehead. Ah, damn it! Luo Yao gasped, rushing to assess her son's injury. Lin Tianba was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Jian's forehead, which was now oozing blood. Luo Yao shot Lin Tianba an annoyed glance. Son, are you alright? Lin Tianba, feeling guilty, replied, I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to. Lin Jian, enduring the pain but maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, It's fine, Dad. You should focus on rescuing my brother. At the very least, let the kidnappers leave him whole. Lin Tianba dismissed his son's concerns. Forget that ungrateful brat. If he dies, it's his own fault. Luo Yao then handed her phone to Lin Tianba, saying, Yes, darling. Just now, Xiao Ran must have been threatened. As his mother, I'm deeply worried. Please call him again and ensure that the kidnappers spare his life. Lin Tianba, moved to tears, lamented, You are too kind. If only Lin Ran had half the sense of Lin Jian, I wouldn't have had to make him sleep in the utility room. Lin Tianba took the phone, asking, What is that ungrateful brat's number? After posing the question, a silence fell upon the three of them. It seemed none of them had Lin Ran's number. The last call had been made to ask Luo Yao for the contact. Reluctantly, Lin Tianba dialed Luo Yao once more. Xiaoxiu, was Lin Ran's phone number. My uncle's phone fell and broke, and I can't find a call history. Upon receiving the number, Lin Tianba attempted to call Lin Ran again. However, no matter how he tried, the call would not go through. Even switching to Lin Jian's phone yielded the same result. Forget that ungrateful brat. Let us just take Lin Jian to the hospital. Look at that wound. It's at least a centimeter deep. Lin Jian smiled obediently. Thank you, Dad. At the Luo Corporation, in the senior executives meeting room, all the high-ranking officials were silent as mice. Each meeting felt akin to a trip to the gallows. Had it not been for the generous compensation offered by the Luo Corporation, many would have long since departed. Today, however, President Luo's expression was as frigid as ice. Luo Yao toyed with a pen in her hand, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Earlier that day, her assistant reported that Luo Rugju sought to obtain an internship certificate. Luo Rugju was an intern at one of the subsidiaries of the Luo Corporation, a move orchestrated by Luo Yao herself. She had long since kept tabs on everyone connected to Lin Ran, particularly Luo Rugju. Lin Ran had sought out Luo Rugju yesterday and had received her message today. Moreover, the request for an internship certificate indicated that the new school term was approaching. Luo Yao was already contemplating whether to make her disappear permanently. If Luo Rugju were to vanish, would Lin Ran crumble or remain by her side? She was unwilling to gamble, especially with such high stakes. Ding! A particularly awaited WeChat notification chimed, causing Luo Yao to pause and pick up her phone. The high-ranking officials observed in astonishment as the previously icy Luo Yao's lips began to curl into a smile. What on earth could elicit such a reaction from President Luo? They wondered, bewildered. This meeting is adjourned. Each of you will receive an additional 100,000 in this month's bonus. With that proclamation, Luo Yao rose and departed, leaving behind a gaggle of dumbfounded executives. Their boss was suddenly satisfied with their performance and bestowed bonuses? Such a development was simply unfathomable. As Luo Yao strolled back to her office, her gaze was fixated on her phone screen, while her assistant, Lu Meng, trailed behind in shock. Could it be that the one who stirred President Luo's emotions was none other than young Master Lin? Settling into her office, Luo Yao gazed at the words in the message, her mind unable to find peace. Ran, I miss you. When are you coming back? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yao replied, soon. Luo Yao declared, I am leaving now. You can finish the remaining work. Lu Meng was astonished. All right. The president was actually leaving early. How astonishing. On her way home, Luo Yao received a message from Butler Fu, who detailed the conversation records between Lin Ran and the Lin family. Upon reading it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If her employees were to witness this scene, their pupils would likely dilate in shock. Ran mentioned the wife's family? Chapter 5. Within the private villa of the estate, upon receiving the news, Lin Ran sprang into action and headed to the kitchen. He intended to prepare dinner for Luo Yao, which was the only form of contribution he could currently afford. He was uncertain if the estate permitted him to leave, nor did he inquire. In his past life, during this time, he was confined to his bed. Now, at the very least, he was unchained, and he did not wish for anything more. He would take it slow. Moreover, with such a comfortable villa, a life of ease, and a beautiful, alluring wife, wasn't this already the pinnacle of existence? Why would he yearn for his previous life? To speak of his childhood, Lin Ran had lived quite well. But everything changed after his mother passed away. With a stepmother came a stepfather and a younger brother who plotted his demise. In a Lin family, he held no standing whatsoever, and no one had ever invested in him, not even for his college tuition, which he had earned through labor. In comparison to his brother Lin Jian's life, his own was akin to heaven and hell. Did he not find satisfaction in having a wealthy wife? Upon seeing Lin Ran head to the kitchen, both the chefs and servants were taken aback. The kitchen was considered a perilous domain. Should Lin Ran suffer even the slightest mishap, they would all face dire consequences. The young lady's attitude towards Lin Ran was evident to all. Even if Lin Ran were to blow the estate to smithereens, the blame would fall on the bomb and the estate, not on him. Yet, despite the chefs' and servants' entreaties, Lin Ran remained resolute. It's fine. I simply wish to prepare dinner for Luo Yao, not to usurp your positions. The head chef was on the verge of tears. Young Master Lin, this is not merely a matter of work. It's a question of life and death. If you were to suffer any harm, I would not survive either. Lin Ran made a concession. How about this? You can stand by and watch. If I falter, then you can step in. Will that suffice? The head chef pondered for a moment and reluctantly agreed, recognizing this as a compromise from Lin Ran. As Lin Ran expertly wielded his knife and ignited the stove, the chef was slightly astonished. This young master, accustomed to a life of luxury, could actually cook? They were unaware that in the Lin household, it was Lin Ran who prepared the meals, not the maid. After crafting a sumptuous spread of 8 dishes and a soup, Lin Ran was ready just as Luo Yao returned. Noticing the absence of anyone in the hall, she immediately ascended the stairs toward the bedroom, only to find it empty. Her expression instantly turned cold. No one was here, no one at all. Last time, Lin Ran had fled, leading Uncle Fu to take all the bodyguards and servants out in search of him. This time, however, there was no one. Could it be? Ran. Why must he be so unruly? Luo Yao took out her phone and opened an unfamiliar app, glancing at the location. Right here in the villa? Puzzled, Luo Yao was interrupted as Uncle Fu hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Miss, you're back. Where's Aaron? Young Master Lin is in the kitchen. He insists on personally preparing a meal for you. Luo Yao was momentarily stunned before her expression gradually returned to normal. Uncle Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, silently grateful that he had spoken quickly enough, lest his life be at risk. Miss, young Master Lin is almost done. Please come downstairs. Luo Yao nodded coldly, changed her clothes in the bedroom, and proceeded towards the dining room. Lin Ran instructed the servants to bring the dishes into the dining room and followed out of the kitchen, where he caught sight of Luo Yao. For reasons unknown, the moment he saw her, Lin Ran was overwhelmed with unparalleled joy, as if beholding the most exquisite sight imaginable, an emotion he had never experienced before. He spread his arms and approached Luo Yao, who stood there, dazed, as he embraced her and kissed her gently on the forehead. A homecoming kiss. I prepared a meal. Let us eat together. All right. Stars shimmered in Luo Yao's eyes. Is this what having Aaron around feels like? Could it be that he is not pretending? Yet upon reflection, it seemed unlikely, and her expression once more turned frosty. Lin Ran was utterly perplexed. Are you sure you're not a master of disguise? Before cooking, Lin Ran had consulted the butler about Luo Yao's dietary restrictions. He was determined not to be like the foolish male leads in novels who inadvertently cause allergic reactions in the heroine. Upon learning that Luo Yao had no particular preferences, he relaxed completely. No demands meant she wouldn't be upset, even if he served her something unpalatable, though his culinary skills were quite commendable. Luo Yao, dressed in casual home attire, stirred vivid imaginations in Lin Ran's mind. Memories of the previous night flashed through his thoughts, coloring his face with a faint blush. After Luo Yao took her seat, Lin Ran sat beside her and lit the candles he had prepared earlier, instructing the servants to turn off the lights. This gesture left Uncle Fu and the other servants utterly astonished. Previously, Lin Ran always sat as far from Luo Yao as possible. So much so that Luo Yao had replaced the grand dining table with a smaller one, seating Lin Ran opposite her. Now, however, he sat right beside her, having ignited romantic candlelight, a transformation of no small magnitude. Luo Yao found this change immensely pleasing. She thought it quite acceptable if Lin Ran could continue this act indefinitely. Lin Ran ladled a bowl of nourishing soup for Luo Yao, then served himself the same. My wife needs to maintain her beauty, and I do too. Otherwise, what if she abandons me when I grow old and decrepit? Uncle Fu hastily interrupted. Miss, this soup looks delicious. How about letting me have a taste first? He was genuinely worried that Lin Ran might have poisoned the food. Luo Yao shot Uncle Fu a cold glance. He immediately realized his misstep. He had no right to question Lin Ran. No one did in this household. Uncle Fu even suspected that Lin Ran's status might surpass that of the young lady herself. Luo Yao declared icily, no need. This is Aaron's cooking. I trust him implicitly. Even if it were a lethal poison, if Lin Ran asked her to drink it, she would do so without hesitation. Uncle Fu felt embarrassed, but Lin Ran smiled serenely. He bore no resentment, understanding that such concerns were only natural. I'll try it first. Without waiting for a response, he quickly sipped the soup and sampled a bit from each dish, finding the flavors quite agreeable, surely to Luo Yao's liking. Uncle Fu awkwardly smiled and apologized. My suspicions were unfounded. Forgive me. Lin Ran gestured that it was no matter, while Luo Yao coldly remarked, your bonus is revoked this month. Uncle Fu's pupils constricted, a punishment more painful than death. Lin Ran generously intervened. Luo Yao, Uncle Fu only has your safety in mind. Let us forget about the bonus deduction. Try this soup. Lin Ran's magnanimity was not born of arrogance, but of recognizing Uncle Fu's genuine care for Luo Yao. Luo Yao nodded, and Uncle Fu, grateful, wished to thank Lin Ran, but fell silent upon noticing Luo Yao's furrowed brow. Miss, how can I speak during your meal? Thereafter, Lin Ran quietly watched Luo Yao elegantly scoop a spoonful of the nourishing soup he had personally prepared and raise it to her lips. The soft, romantic candlelight rendered Luo Yao even more enchanting. Her peerless beauty seemed endlessly captivating. What are you looking at? Luo Yao asked. At your beauty, Lin Ran replied. Who is more beautiful, you or Lu Ruoxiu? She inquired, frowning. Lin Ran answered with affection. I must have been a Shakespeare without the S in a past life. For such a beautiful woman was invisible to me. Now that my sight is restored, I intend to gaze upon you endlessly, for a lifetime. Yet I regret so deeply. His words stirred Luo Yao's heart, though the final phrase left her anxious. Regret what? That she had surrendered herself to him the previous night? Lin Ran sensed the sudden chill in the air and was startled. Why the sudden anger? Could it be? I regret not recognizing your beauty sooner. I am truly damned. As anticipated, Luo Yao's icy demeanor softened, and a smile blossomed on her lips. Uncle Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was young Master Lin speaking sweet nothings? It had been ages since Miss Luo smiled so radiantly. Lin Ran's words made Luo Yao tremble. A drop of soup trickled from her mouth, and she instinctively reached out to wipe it away, inadvertently touching Lin Ran's hand. Despite their previous intimacy, both were momentarily stunned, hearts pounding wildly as the soup droplet descended, evoking countless fanciful thoughts. Lin Ran withdrew his hand awkwardly. Sorry, I only wanted to help you wipe it off. Pay me, Luo Yao exclaimed. Lin Ran responded. Feed me, she insisted. Lin Ran swallowed hard, captivated by her delicate, rosy lips. All right, he said, scooping a spoonful of soup from his own bowl and gently offering it to her mouth. Uncle Fu's heart leapt in alarm. Knowing Miss Luo's germophobia and aversion to men, how could young Master Lin feed her with a spoon? He quietly retrieved his phone and sent a message. Prepare a crystal coffin. Then he witnessed Miss Luo open her mouth to drink, even licking the spoon. Surely this is a hallucination, he thought. Luo Yao's languid voice echoed. Uncle Fu, do you wish to join our candlelit dinner? A chill ran down Uncle Fu's spine. He shook his head vigorously, signaling everyone to leave, and retreated himself, sending another message. Cancel coffin order. Observing Luo Yao's luscious lips, Lin Ran tenderly fed her, and this sensation brought her immense satisfaction, gradually becoming an addiction. Aaron, are you truly not deceiving me? Even if you are, I accept it. Luo Yao had no appetite for food, but since Lin Ran prepared it, she endeavored to taste everything, eating as much as possible, a remarkable first for someone who was usually so averse to eating. Their meal lasted a considerable time, spanning from the dining room to the bedroom. Just as Luo Yao straddled Lin Ran, his phone rang. Glancing at the contact, it read, Goddess. Damn, he had forgotten to block this wretch. Luo Yao noticed as well. The atmosphere instantly dropped by 8 degrees. Lin Ran naturally ended the call and moved to kiss Luo Yao, but the phone rang again. As he prepared to hang up and power off the phone, a voice urged, Answer it. 1,000 curses surged through Lin Ran's mind. Lu Ruoxiu, you'd better behave and not say anything to upset my wife. He answered, Brother Lin, where are you? Before he could speak, Luo Yao's domineering presence filled the air. I'm here. Brother Lin? Lu Ruoxiu sounded puzzled. Brother Lin, speak. Are you all right? Who is the woman that took you away that day? Lin Ran was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he was met with Luo Yao's provocatively laced inquiry. Aran, who is the woman you cherish most? I love only you. Following this, a symphony of distinct moans echoed, a sound that Lu Ruoxiu was all too familiar with, and she grew anxious. Lin Ran, what on earth are you doing? Why is there a woman's voice beside you? The two rabbits entangled in their antics rendered Lin Ran almost breathless. He longed to curse. Thus he pushed Luo Yao away, an act that nearly ignited her wrath. I'm with my wife. Get lost if you have nothing better to do, and if you have something, then just die. After uttering those words, Lin Ran found himself once again ensnared by Luo Yao, and soon, even more piercing sounds filled the air. They were sounds of pleasure, taunting, and disdain. Lu Ruoxiu could no longer tolerate it. Lin Ran, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. You have disappointed me beyond measure. With that, she hung up the phone. Luo Yao laughed, a smile Lin Ran had never witnessed before. Was it ghostly? Sarcastic? A bitter smile? As time passed, Lin Ran began to comprehend the truest essence of Luo Yao. He inwardly scolded himself for being a blind fool in the past. So what exactly did he desire? Luo Yao, one day, I fear I might perish right here. Can we exercise some restraint? In his previous life, Luo Yao always held the reins. Who could have foreseen that this life would be no different? After all, he was the man, wasn't he? Luo Yao was thoroughly pleased with Lin Ran's attitude towards Lu Ruoxiu today. Madness? Yet, how could I possibly restrain myself? It was as if only by merging completely could he truly belong to her. If you were to die beneath me, I would unhesitatingly follow you into the afterlife. Even in the underworld, you would still be mine. Lin Ran fell silent, fully aware that Luo Yao would indeed go to such lengths. What was it about him that captivated her so? Aran, I'm so afraid. I fear you might turn away from me tomorrow. Thus, even if you are deceiving me, can you continue this charade indefinitely? A pang struck Lin Ran's heart. Even if Luo Yao believed he was deceiving her, she was willing to endure it. What kind of twisted love was this? Even if your affections were but a facade, I would cherish them like a precious gem. Yet, Lin Ran gradually found himself enamored with this feeling, even to the point of obsession, after merely 2 nights since his rebirth. Luo Yao, whether you believe it or not, I shall always stand by your side, cherishing you. We will persist in this manner. Will you trust me? Luo Yao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet she understood that she could not cry. In this world, everyone could weep, except for her. For tears would signify her weakness, and once one is weak, they are trampled upon. She had to be the strongest Luo Yao. Only then could she protect her Aran. If Aran were to lose affection for her, if he were to forsake her, she would preserve him as a specimen or turn him to ashes to consume. This would be her eternity. Absurdity enveloped them, and Lin Ran felt numb. Chapter 7. As dawn broke, Lin Ran awoke to find Luo Yao once again absent. Did this little lady not require sleep? After finishing breakfast, he made his way to the wardrobe he had never before entered. It was filled with luxurious garments, which he had previously chosen to ignore, for he had no desire to accept anything from Luo Yao. But now, things had changed. He belonged entirely to Luo Yao, and thus he must partake in this soft life. Each piece of clothing resembled a work of art, and he selected an outfit that he found quite pleasing. Upon gazing into the mirror, he realized that indeed, attire does enhance one's appearance, the only flaw being his disheveled hair. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message to Luo Yao. Now, whatever he did, he felt compelled to report to Luo Yao, not out of fear, but to tend to her delicate emotions. To the outside world, she was ruthless and cold-hearted, but Lin Ran understood the sensitivity that lay within her heart. Wife, I wish to go out for a haircut and then swing by the Lin family to retrieve some belongings. Before long, Luo Yao replied, shall I send a stylist to the manor? Lin Ran, okay. Meanwhile, on the other end, Luo Yao stared at the message, momentarily lost in thought. Wife. She adored that title. After some contemplation, she changed Aran's contact name to husband. Shortly thereafter, the stylist arrived at the manor and promptly crafted a billion-dollar hairstyle per Lin Ran's request. Fubo, may I borrow a car? There are no taxis available at the manor. Fubo chuckled. Young Master Lin, you jest. Feel free to choose any car from the garage. They are all gifts from the young lady to you. Lin Ran suddenly recalled the many gifts Luo Yao had bestowed upon him, which he had never even glanced at. In the storage compartment of the wardrobe lay numerous properties, a plethora of car titles, and a black card with an unknown credit limit. All right, please have a few bodyguards accompany me while I attend to some matters. Certainly, young Master Lin. As he stepped into the garage, Lin Ran was taken aback. It was more extravagant than any luxury car exhibition he had ever witnessed. He selected a Koenigsegg one, a car so opulent he had never even laid eyes on it before, yet here he was preparing to drive it in a battle. Soon, a convoy of ultra-luxurious vehicles traversed the streets of Kyoto, with other cars hastily steering clear. Following closely behind was Fu Bo's vehicle, determined not to let Lin Ran escape, especially after witnessing the importance Lin Ran held for his young lady. This was a man who could elicit a smile from her, and he must not be lost. Before long, Lin Ran parked the car steadily outside the Lin family villa, storming in with 10 bodyguards in tow. Inside the villa, Lin Jian had just been returned from the hospital by the Lin family, and the trio was engaged in light-hearted banter. Dad, are you really not going to reach out to brother? Perhaps we should contact him. If he is still alive, we can at least ask the kidnappers to leave him intact. After all, he is my beloved brother. Indeed, dear, what Xiaojian said holds true. Xiaoran is my son as well. You should speak to the kidnappers, so they leave him whole for a proper burial, right? Lin Tianba furrowed his brows. The mere thought of that rebellious son causing him a headache. Lin Ran had always been an obedient son. Why had he scolded him last time? Had he not done so, perhaps there would have been a chance to rescue him, but now. Forget about that rebellious son. I am his father. Even if he returns, he must kneel and apologize before I will allow him back into the Lin family. At that moment, Lu Yuebe wore a worried expression. Yet internally she felt a sense of joy. Lin Tianba's attitude towards Lin Ran had reached a point of no return. Suddenly, the villa's grand door was forcefully flung open. You ungrateful wretch! Your real father has come to find you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the three inside were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Lin Tianba's fury erupted, and he rose to brandish a 7-wolves knife. You little wretch dare to return? If you don't kneel and apologize today, I will beat you to death. However, before Lin Tianba could make a move, several bodyguards surged forth from behind Lin Ran, pinning Lin Tianba to the ground. Shocking Lin Jian and his mother. Brother is back. I missed you so much. I heard you were kidnapped, and I couldn't eat or sleep, thinking of how to rescue you. But why did you bring outsiders to bully Dad the moment you returned? You must let my dear father go. Lu Yuebe chimed in. Xiaoran is back. You must release your father. He has been frantic these past 2 days, constantly reaching out to the kidnappers to save you. Lin Ran, utterly speechless. Lin Ran shot a glance, and Lin Jian and his mother were swiftly subdued as well. Just then, a maid rushed out from the servant quarters, halting immediately upon seeing Lin Ran. "Young master." "Hello, Wang Ma." Wang Ma was the only person in this household whom Lin Ran did not despise. She had once aided him significantly. Lin Tianba was seething with rage. "You little beast, release me at once. I am your father." Lin Ran slowly crouched down, snatched the 7 wolves from his hand, and with a swift motion of the belt, struck him fiercely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, and Lin Tianba's head was soon drenched in blood. "Old Deng, remember, do not ever claim to be my father again when we meet, and each time we encounter one another, you must kneel and bow to me. Otherwise, I will treat you to this kind of punishment again." The cries of Lin Tianba filled the air, and both Lin Jian and his mother stood in stunned silence. After venting his frustration, Lin Ran stretched his limbs and turned his gaze towards Lin Jian and his mother, finding them utterly disgusting. Their eyes met, and rather than fear, Lin Jian and his mother exhibited a mix of resentment tinged with excitement. "Yes, excitement." Lin Ran spoke slowly. "Lawyer Su, the next steps are in your capable hands." With that, he ascended the stairs, returning to his cluttered room. Behind him, the formidable lawyer Su Kai emerged, presenting a document before the still wailing Lin Tianba. "What is this?" Lin Tianba inquired. "This is the document severing your relationship with Mr. Lin Ran. Please sign it." Lin Tianba was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. When Lin Ran descended the stairs once more, Lin Tianba had yet to sign. Observing the suitcase Lin Ran held, he repressed his fury and questioned, "Unfilial son, are you serious?" Lin Ran nodded. "What other choice do I have?" Lin Tianba laughed, albeit in anger. "Ha! Fine. Remember this, ungrateful child. You shall never return to the Lin family. Even if you kneel and beg, I will never acknowledge you as my son again." Lin Ran replied with a smirk. "A promise is a promise." In a fit of rage, Lin Tianba signed the document. Lin Jian and his mother exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Ran collected the document, amused by the bittersweet expressions of Lin Jian and his mother. "Oh, and I'll also take my shares with me. The shares of Su Ran Group were left to me by my mother, and you shall not take a single cent from me." This statement left several people in shock, as if they had just recalled an important matter. "Unfilial son, what do you intend to do with all those shares?" "Quickly transfer them to me unconditionally. Once you graduate from university, I will return them to you," Lin Jian insisted. "Yes, brother. Father is the chairman. Having the shares under his name will give him more authority in the company," Lin Jian's mother added. Lin Ran nearly retched. How had he not realized how repugnant this family was before? Shaking the severance document, he declared, "We are nothing but strangers now. You insulted me, which angered me. As a means of self-defense, I had to hit you to relieve my frustration." This statement left lawyer Su Kai momentarily speechless. "Take it easy, don't kill him." Before long, the group had faces bruised and swollen, and the usual grace of Lin Jian and his mother was nowhere to be found as they began to hurl insults at Lin Ran. "You ingrate. I am your mother. I raised you for so many years, and yet you have someone beat me. You are nothing but a heartless wretch." Lin Ran retorted, "My mother is Su Yinyan, not Lu Yuebai. Brother, please, don't let them hit me anymore. It hurts so much." Lin Jian wailed. Lin Ran shot back, "You're not even my brother." "I have no brother." Lin Tianba, now in a pitiful state, began to plead, "Little Ran, please make them stop. I was wrong. Don't hit your father anymore." Lacking any dignity, Lin Ran felt a pang of embarrassment. In his previous life, he had endured torment from Luo Yao without begging for mercy. Yet Lin Tianba was already pleading after just a few blows. "Who is the father here?" In agony, Lin Tianba gritted his teeth and conceded, You are my father." Lin Ran smiled. "Since we have severed ties, I must clarify some matters. When I was 13, my mother passed away and left me 30% of the shares in Su Ran Group. I am now 23, so you owe me 10 years of dividends. According to the company's financial reports, you need to pay me 3 billion. After hitting you today, I will compensate you 10,000 according to the highest treatment standards of a pet hospital. Over the past 10 years in the Lin family, I have spent a total of 18,000, so you still owe me 2,997,200,000. Make sure to transfer it to my account." Lin Tianba was left in utter shock. What? Where am I supposed to get that much money? He was not lying. He truly could not produce such a sum in cash. Although Su Ran Group's market value had reached 30 billion, it was impossible to withdraw 3 billion in liquid assets. Many companies face similar challenges. Even with a market valuation in the hundreds of billions, coming up with 3 billion in a short time is exceedingly difficult. Even if it were possible, he could not access it, as it was company money, and his stake in the company was only 21. less than Lin Ran's. Factually speaking, even if Lin Tianba had 3 billion, he could not give it to Lin Ran. That is not my concern. All my money has been spent by you. My lawyer will be in touch, and if you cannot produce the funds, I will ensure you face the consequences. You ungrateful son. Did I not raise you for all these years without any sacrifice? Lin Ran chuckled. Didn't we just clarify everything? The day after my mother's death, you brought your mistress home. You started giving me 300 a month, and by the time I turned 18, you had given me a total of 18,000, after which you never spent another cent on me. Lin Tianba was taken aback. He had not realized that Lin Ran had only spent a pittance of the family's resources. As he reflected, a hint of guilt began to surface in his heart. But you spent quite a bit on food and clothing over the years. Lin Tianba insisted, trying to justify himself. Lin Ran responded, well, I ate at school. Even at home, I prepare my own meals, often more cheaply than a maid would charge, and I was frequently punished by being denied food. I wore a school uniform and had not purchased a single piece of clothing before I turned 18. After that, my clothes were bought with my own earnings from working. Given that, you might as well call it child abuse. Lin Tianba was utterly stunned. Perhaps he had indeed been excessively harsh on his son. Stop dawdling. The dividends cannot be lessened by even a fraction. If they are, my lawyer will ensure you face consequences, and I might even add charges of child abuse. With that, Lin Ran turned to leave, leaving behind a cacophony of anguished cries from those in the villa. Unfilial son, unfilial son, Lin Ran exclaimed with satisfaction. Upon exiting the villa, he spotted a pink bicycle parked at the entrance. This was once Lin Ran's mode of transportation, purchased with his own earnings from working, while Lin Jian drove a luxury vehicle worth millions. As for why the bicycle was pink, it was because Luo Yao adored the color. However, Luo Yao had never ridden this bicycle, smashing it. Back in the car, Lin Ran drove towards Huaishan Plaza, the most renowned luxury goods mall in Kyoto. Upon entering the mall, Lin Ran was taken aback. 18,000 for a shabby bag? 38,000 for a trivial perfume? Are they trying to sell a pile of dog excrement for 800? Despite being born into the Lin family, Lin Ran had never shopped here, as the family had never provided him with funds. Before he turned 18, he received 300 a month, and after that, not a single cent. They euphemistically termed it raising a child in poverty, yet they never extended the same treatment to Lin Jian. Even so, Lin Ran still endeavored to maintain a semblance of familial affection that simply did not exist. How pathetic I was in the past. Glancing at his phone, which displayed a balance of only 13,000, Lin Ran fell silent. This was the result of an entire summer's labor and various part-time jobs. He initially intended to buy a bag for Luo Yao, but now planned to purchase a gift for Luo Yao. He had not anticipated such exorbitant prices. Nonetheless, Lin Ran was determined not to use the black card Luo Yao had given him. It was not out of pride, but rather, he wished to buy a gift for Luo Yao using his own hard-earned money. As if sensing Lin Ran's predicament, the store clerks began to ignore him. Just then, Uncle Fu approached. Young Master Lin, have you found something you like? Should I arrange to buy out the entire store for you? Lin Ran shook his head, saying, no need. I wish to purchase a gift for Luo Yao with my own earnings. Lin Ran ultimately chose a bracelet priced precisely at 13,000. After completing the transaction, the sales assistant bestowed upon him a courteous smile. As he accepted the bracelet, Lin Ran envisioned how Luo Yao would appear while adorning it. Luo Yao, this is my first gift to you. Although it may not be extravagant, it represents all that I possess. Once I earn more, I shall bestow upon you the finest treasures this world has to offer. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt an unsettling discomfort enveloping him. According to the narrative, was it not the moment for some unforeseen event to transpire? Lin Ran, upon hearing the familiar voice of Luo Yao, he felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. Damn it! What bad luck! If Luo Yao sees this, I'll surely face her wrath again. Little did he know, Luo Yao had just received the news and was hastily making her way over. Luo Yao and her best friend, Huaini, materialized next to Lin Ran. Upon encountering Luo Yao once more, Lin Ran realized he felt an unexpected indifference towards her, devoid of any fond memories. His mind was instead haunted by the image of her previous incarnation as a decorative beauty in Southeast Asia, causing him to shudder. Luo Yao is indeed formidable. Yet, even with her ferocity, she remained, in his heart, the most exquisite Luo Yao. Lin Ran, it truly is you. Who was the woman that took you away that day? And why have you severed all means of communication with me? Do you not realize that uncle and aunt are quite worried about you? Huaini's gaze fell upon the beautiful gift box in Lin Ran's hands. Lin Ran, is this for our Rugyu? She exclaimed, reaching to snatch it away. Lin Ran quickly retracted the item, for it was a gift meant for his beloved wife, and he intended to safeguard it. Huaini, now irate, retorted Lin Ran. What do you mean by this? Do you even know who I am? I am Rugyu's dearest friend. With such an attitude, how do you expect to win her over? Lu Rugju bit her lip, eagerly awaiting Lin Ran's response, her demeanor radiating a pitiful innocence that was all too transparent. She noted that Lin Ran appeared exceptionally handsome today. His previous bangs had been trimmed, and he had adopted a new hairstyle that suited him remarkably well. The woman from that day was far more beautiful than she, and even as the belle of Kyoto University, she found herself feeling inferior. Moreover, that phone call from last night. No. She must secure a relationship with Lin Ran, for that would enable her to assist her brother Lin Jian in obtaining the shares he desired from Lin Ran. Even if she ultimately failed, being with Lin Ran, given his affection for her, would not be a misfortune. Lin Ran was undeniably handsome. Taking him out would bring her no shame. Our Rugyu is so beautiful. Even a little charm on your part won't suffice. In this society, sincerity is paramount when pursuing a woman. Do you even comprehend that? Now, if you're willing to gift both Rugyu and me a handbag, I will persuade Rugyu to grant you an opportunity to get closer to her. Lu Rugyu gently tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve. Lin Ran, dear brother, I merely care for you so deeply that I had to ask. Even if that woman has affections for you, or if something has transpired between you, I still believe you were coerced. Can we return to how things used to be? This scene was witnessed by the arriving Luo Yao, her eyes sharp as daggers as she observed the unfolding drama. Lin Ran swiftly maneuvered away from Lu Rugyu's grasp. Lu Rugyu, if you have a screw loose, don't drag me down with you. Keep your distance. Lu Rugyu froze, while Huahaney fumed. Lin Ran, who do you think you are? Our Rugyu is so beautiful. And while she forgives you, you show no gratitude and resort to insults. Lin Ran, amused by her words, replied, Beautiful? My wife surpasses her in beauty, both in appearance and wealth, and she treats me with utmost kindness. I adore her above all. What confidence do you possess to engage me in dialogue based on beauty? Lu Rugyu stumbled back in disbelief, unable to fathom that these words had come from Lin Ran's lips. She longed for the gentle, attentive Lin Ran of the past, who had once cherished her above all others. Lin Ran, who is that woman you speak of? The malevolence radiating from Luo Yao dissipated in an instant, and she halted, quietly observing. This transformation left her assistant, Lu Ming, in shock. Mr. Lin, you have finally recognized our President Luo's true feelings. Heaven has truly opened its eyes. Lin Ran scoffed. Lu Rugyu, do not be disheartened. You know well my wife is more beautiful than you, and even if she were to possess the most hideous visage, my heart would remain steadfastly devoted to her alone. Lu Rugyu, incredulous, questioned why. Lin Ran's eyes softened with warmth as he reminisced. For no matter how deeply I love her, it pales in comparison to the love she harbors for me. Lu Rugyu pressed. Then what do I signify? What does your pursuit of me equate to? Lin Ran quipped. What do you signify? In a deck of cards, you are merely a joker. In a circus, you are the busiest performer. In Gotham City, you are the most audacious. Stationed before McDonald's, you are a guardian. You are merely a significant client of Batman and a cornerstone in Joker's act. Lu Rugyu and Huahaney. Suddenly, Fubo stepped forward with a cutting remark, a clown among clowns. Lu Rugyu was momentarily taken aback, her anger boiling over. Lin Ran's words stung more than any infidelity. Lin Ran, how dare you call me a clown? As if for calling something, Lin Ran added, well, not entirely. You could be considered a beauty. The room fell silent at this proclamation. Luo Yao transformed back into an icy figure, while Lu Ming held her forehead in silent mourning for Lin Ran's fate. My wife could transform you into a human pig and ship you off to Southeast Asia as a beauty. Have you seen the disappearing her? That kind of beauty. Observing all this, Luo Yao's lips curved into a subtle smile. Ah, Ran's ideas are rather intriguing. Lu Ming's heart raced, her pupils trembling repeatedly. How could this young master evoke such intense emotions in President Luo? It made sense, for otherwise, she would not be reporting Lin Ran's every move. Lin Ran's words startled Lu Rugyu. She understood he was merely attempting to intimidate her, yet a chill coursed through her veins. All right, I must return home to accompany my wife. Please do not linger around me. I fear my wife might misconstrue our association. Furthermore, I have never harbored any feelings for you. There was none in the past, nor will there ever be in the future. As for the gifts I previously bestowed upon you, consider them as offerings to the dogs. Had it not been for the absence of shopping records, Lin Ran would have certainly reclaimed them. Tears welled in Lu Rugyu's eyes, resembling a fragile flower wounded by a rogue lover, which made Lin Ran feel repulsed by her theatrics. In truth, he contemplated eliminating Lu Rugyu, yet murder was against the law. Besides, was it not more entertaining to subject her to prolonged torment? Lin Ran was startled by his own thoughts. When had he adopted such a mindset? Alas, birds of a feather flocked together. As Lin Ran turned, he felt a sudden tension in the air. When had Luo Yao arrived? Oh no! Would she misinterpret his association with Lu Rugju? Family, who understands? It was merely a coincidence. Wife, I swear I have no relationship with Lu Rugju. Should I lie? May my entire family suffer ill fate. The air crackled with latent hostility as Lu Meng had already instructed the bodyguards to clear the area. While Luo Yao slowly approached, Lu Rugju. Smack! Smack! Two sharp sounds echoed. Get lost. Stay away from Ran. Or I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Lu Rugyu and Hua Haney were both intimidated by Luo Yao's formidable presence, rendered speechless. Their legs trembling as they clumsily covered their faces and fled. The woman before them, with her stunning beauty, exuded an aura of death, stripping them of any courage to speak. It was as if her threats to cast people into the sea were promises she would undoubtedly fulfill. The store employees trembled in fear. The entire Hua Tian Plaza belonged to the Luo group, and the woman before them was none other than its formidable leader. The young man they had just seen had connections with the esteemed President Luo. Had they offended him in any way? Luo Yao's gaze landed on the gift Lin Ran held. Is this for Lu Rugju? Lin Ran immediately clarified. It is not for Lu Rugju. This is a gift for you. I'm sorry, but my abilities are limited. This bracelet is all I could afford for you. If I lie, my entire family will perish. With that, Lin Ran began to unwrap the gift. Indeed, all the malevolence surrounding Luo Yao dissipated instantly as she lowered her gaze upon the exquisite bracelet, which appeared to be the most beautiful piece of art in the world. Did Aaron mean that he had sacrificed all his assets to select a gift for her? Slowly extending her hand, she requested, "Put on for me." Lin Ran complied without hesitation, carefully adorning her delicate wrist with the seemingly modest bracelet, which left Luo Yao immensely satisfied. Transfer this square to Aaron's name. Lu Meng's pupils widened in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. Understood, President Luo. Lin Ran was not particularly eager for this, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fully aware that rejecting anything given by Luo Yao would only invite severe repercussions. The countless assets within the cloakroom had already proven this point. It's beautiful, I adore it. To be honest, witnessing Lu Rugyu with Lin Ran had nearly sent her into a rage moments ago. Lin Ran himself was taken aback by how easily Luo Yao could be appeased. A few words and a small gift had calmed her, revealing her almost childlike nature. Should others learn of Lin Ran's thoughts, they would likely be left astounded. The ruthless and decisive Luo Yao was, in fact, akin to a little girl. Surely this is a jest. Aaron, kiss me. Lin Ran froze, scanning the surroundings. Where's everyone? Where's Uncle Fu? The bodyguards? The assistants? The staff? Naturally, Lin Ran leaned down to kiss her, and Luo Yao tightly embraced him. Aaron, why? Why did you deceive me? Allow me to relish this moment. If you abandon me later, I would truly go mad. After a long while, Luo Yao's gaze grew somewhat hazy. Aaron, I want. Lin Ran was startled. Here? Shall we go home? Luo Yao nodded. The two proceeded to the parking lot, where Luo Yao guided Lin Ran into a customized Maybach, leaving the car he had driven to others to manage. As the vehicle roared to life, the convoy exited the parking area. Despite the bustling traffic, the Maybach and Koenigsegg were granted passage. A private car driver scoffed. What's so great about luxury cars? Our modest vehicle is far more stable. His wife beside him wore an amused smile. Is it not possible that the occupants are engaged in conversation? The driver exclaimed. How did you know? The woman replied, I often read tomato novels. The driver remarked, my wife is truly well-versed. Upon arriving at the estate, both the driver and Lu Meng discreetly exited the vehicle, as no one wished to disturb those inside for fear of their own demise. The occupants remained seated within. Aaron, call me. Luo Yao. Not that. Wife. Call again. Darling. Luo Yao found Lin Ran in this moment to be utterly endearing. The car was enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. Luo Yao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Ran. Why? What do you mean by why? Why are you suddenly so kind to me? Because I love you. Luo Yao was skeptical, yet she did not wish to pursue the matter further, fearing she might uncover a truth that would plunge her into despair. If Aaron were to leave her, she would truly lose her sanity and her life. How many gifts have you given Lu Rugyu? Lin Ran felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't comprehend why Luo Yao's thoughts shifted so rapidly. What a dead-end question. I've given countless gifts throughout my life to many, including my brothers, good friends, and classmates, but only the gifts for you are from the depths of my heart. Meant for a beloved. This answer was deemed satisfactory by Luo Yao. Remember, from now on, you may only gift one woman. Lin Ran replied, as you command. Once they exited the car, Uncle Fu promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner. Lin Ran took it upon himself to feed Luo Yao, spooning and chopsticking food into her mouth before he began to eat. Late at night, after a day of diligent labor, Lin Ran fell into slumber, while Luo Yao quietly entwined herself around him, as if wishing to merge with him entirely. Aaron, is it because of her physique that you chose to stay? If that were the case, it would be so much better. After a lengthy contemplation, Luo Yao shook her head. Could it be that her constant surveillance of him led to the day as events being orchestrated? Had he severed ties with the Lin family and distanced himself from Lu Rugu, all to protect them? Did Aaron know that she might use them as leverage to keep him by her side? No, Aaron, you cannot treat me this way. The more she contemplated, the more fear enveloped her. Cold sweat trickled down her body as she slowly rose, casting one last glance at Lin Ran before she left the room. She quietly made her way towards the secret chamber. At some point in her days, Lin Ran thought he saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman applying something. In the morning, as Lin Ran descended the stairs, he encountered Uncle Fu and awkwardly inquired, "Uncle Fu, about that nourishing soup?" Uncle Fu beamed with a motherly smile. It has already been prepared for the young master. Lin Ran felt slightly embarrassed, as if he were incapable. But it was indeed the fault of the young lady for being insatiable. Although he found it enjoyable, such indulgence could only lead to trouble in the long run. Upon entering the dining room, he was surprised to find Luo Yao present as well. "Aren't you working today?" Luo Yao nodded. "It's the weekend. I just have some urgent matters to handle at home." For reasons unknown, Lin Ran sensed something unusual about Luo Yao. Feeding the little demon had become a habit for him, and with each act of feeding, a sense of profound satisfaction surged from within. His wife looked so elegant while eating. She appeared both beautiful and alluring while drinking soup. The way she gazed at him was simply enchanting. Everything about her was delightful. The weekend was filled with warmth and beauty, and Lin Ran relished every moment until the following evening. "Would you like a drink?" Luo Yao inquired. Lin Ran responded, "Sure." If his wife desired to drink, he would accompany her, despite his limited tolerance for alcohol and his lack of understanding as to why they were drinking. Luo Yao rose and retrieved a bottle of mutai. "Wait, is it white liquor?" "Never mind, as long as she was happy." On the path back to the dining table, Luo Yao suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg, and losing her balance, the mutai flew from her grasp. Lin Ran, quick wit, spun around 360 degrees, supporting Luo Yao's waist with one hand while catching the falling bottle with the other. "Careful, you silly girl." The intimate gesture sent Luo Yao's heart racing, a sensation only Lin Ran could evoke. "You dog of a man, steady yourself." "Dog of a man? Fair enough. I was indeed quite dog-like in my past life." After a few sips of alcohol, Lin Ran began to feel lightheaded, with a plethora of words yearning to escape. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She knew Lin Ran's alcohol tolerance was quite poor. One glass after another, until the entire bottle was consumed, Lin Ran was now dizzy. "Wife, do you have something on your mind? Why are you flying in the sky?" Luo Yao stood up and effortlessly scooped him into a princess carry, and he nestled into her embrace. "Hee, wife, you're so strong. Are you going to compete in the Olympics? Why do I see two rabbits hopping in front of me?" She laid Lin Ran gently upon the bed. He shivered. "Wife, I admit I can't take it anymore. You've completely drained me. How could anyone withstand such fervor?" Listening to Lin Ran's wild claims, Luo Yao paused for a moment. However, hearing him call her wife repeatedly brought her a sense of comfort. It seemed she could indulge him with alcohol more often. "Aaron, do you still like Lu Ruxiu?" Lin Ran jolted upright. "Lu Ruxiu? Is she a person or a ghost? Are you Lu Ruxiu?" Lin Ran's gaze towards Luo Yao grew increasingly dazed. Luo Yao's expression turned colder as she contemplated before speaking in a strained voice. "It's me, Lin Ran. Don't you like me anymore?" As she spoke, she reached out to steady him, fearing he might topple. To her surprise, Lin Ran recoiled as if he had encountered something repugnant. "Don't touch me. I'm afraid it LL dirty you. And then Yao Yao one T like me anymore." Yao Yao. This appellation is one that Luo Yao cherishes. Or perhaps it is accurate to say that she delights in all the titles bestowed upon her by Lin Ran. "Who is Yao Yao?" "Lin Ran. I told you not to touch me. Don't touch me. I still have to wash later." Of course, Yao Yao is my beloved wife. She is my master, my universe, the person I adore the most. And she is also the one who loves me the most in this world. Luo Yao was taken aback, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from Lin Ran's lips. If he truly loves her so, why had he never expressed it before? Instead, exhibiting only disdain and fear. Observing Lin Ran's current state, Leo narrowed her eyes. Could it be that he is not intoxicated? Or perhaps he is merely 7 parts drunk, performing a scene that could bring tears to one's eyes? "Hey Ran, I'm like snow. Do you truly not love me anymore?" "Lin Ran, I love you, but loving a dog is better. With those words, Lin Ran collapsed onto the bed. Watching Lin Ran peacefully asleep, Luo Yao gently undressed him and tucked him in. Whether it was sheer exhaustion or genuine intoxication, Lin Ran seemed to glimpse into a past life, seeing the woman who had once gone mad for him. Hey Ran, I have found you. I wish to marry you, so why won't you listen? Why do you refuse to wed me? If Aran is unwilling to be with me, then let us descend together into hell. Aran, be obedient just a bit more, and you shall not suffer. If you continue to flee, I shall take your heart and place it within my own body. Aran, please do not leave me. You are all I have. We are wed now. Look, I have donned a wedding gown for you. Do I not look beautiful? It would be so wonderful to die together. When we reach the afterlife, will you spare me a glance? The final scene lingered on the two figures within an ice crystal coffin. So beautiful, so beautiful. Amidst the myriad lights of the city, there truly was one waiting for me. This is our grave, yet it is also our home. Though it feels as if my body is in discomfort, like it might explode. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Ran felt a throbbing pain in his head, and his bladder was about to burst. In the dim moonlight, he saw the enchanting silhouette of Luo Yao repeatedly applying something. Why repeatedly? As Lin Ran let out a soft groan, Luo Yao's actions paused. Regardless of whether Lin Ran's words were truthful or merely a performance, they undeniably calmed her tumultuous emotions significantly. Otherwise, she might have found herself repeatedly retreating to that secret chamber, a place where she could only find solace through self-harm. All her wounds had been treated. None could be overlooked, for if scars were left, Aran would no longer favor her. She wished to conceal these truths from Lin Ran, even more so, to keep her scars hidden from him. She longed to embody the version of herself that Lin Ran would adore. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not. Are you thirsty? Lin Ran, Luo Yao, what are you doing? A chilling breath enveloped him, causing Lin Ran to shiver. Could it be? Wife, what are you doing? The breath vanished in an instant, and Lin Ran silently praised its efficacy, far superior to an air conditioner. Luo Yao, nothing. I can't sleep. Lin Ran rose to head to the bathroom, while Luo Yao poured a glass of water for him. Upon his return, Lin Ran still felt a splitting headache and collapsed onto the bed, parched. Luo Yao, drink some water. Let your wife feed you. Lin Ran's audacious statement momentarily stunned Luo Yao. Yet, without hesitation, she took a large sip, held it in her mouth, and then kissed him. As the refreshing liquid flowed into Lin Ran's throat, he felt his atoms apple-bobbing as he slowly opened his eyes. Is that enough? Not enough. Do you want more? Yes. The entire glass was shared with Lin Ran, who finally seemed satisfied. Had the lights been turned on at that moment, Lin Ran would have been amazed to discover Luo as slightly flushed cheeks. However, it was often in such dim and hazy moments that one could truly appreciate the beauty of the person before them. Wife, you are truly beautiful. A moment of silence ensued. After uttering this, Lin Ran once again drifted into the realm of dreams. Lying beside Lin Ran, Luo Yao too began to succumb to slumber. A woman who struggled profoundly with sleep could only find repose in Lin Ran's presence, as only he could provide that fleeting sense of comfort. If possible, Luo Yao wished to employ every means to keep Lin Ran by her side, even if it required a touch of cruelty. Hey Ran, when will you return to me? The following day, Lin Ran awoke languidly, transformed back into a sprightly young man. This could be counted among the rare moments of rejuvenation following his rebirth. Today, Luo Yao still did not go to the office, choosing to handle work at the estate. She felt content to live with Lin Ran here until old age. Yet, she understood that she could not, which is why she now sought to seize every moment spent with Lin Ran. If she failed to advance, countless others would trample over her corpse to ascend. In such a scenario, Lin Ran would surely meet a grim fate as well. Thus, she must cultivate a fierce determination, channeling all her authentic ruthlessness against her adversaries, until no one could impede her progress. Only then would she reserve all her tenderness for Lin Ran. Chapter 12 today. Lawyer Sukai finally delivered Lin Ran's newly opened household register. Mr. Lin Tianba has no intention of relinquishing the dividends. I have already prepared to file a lawsuit. However, I would like to confirm with you first, as you are biologically related. Lin Ran scoffed. He had contributed nothing beyond a mere sperm and bore no responsibilities. Go ahead, let old Dang see reality. It would be best to send him away. With Lin Ran's affirmation, Sukai took his leave. Upon receiving the household register, Lin Ran's first thought was to find Luo Yao to obtain a marriage certificate, a notion that startled even him. Though in his past life Luo Yao had donned a wedding gown for him, he sometimes found it difficult to discern whether Luo Yao truly wished to possess him or was simply harboring some other obsession. He was also uncertain if Luo Yao had any intentions of making their relationship public. Entering the study, Lin Ran found Luo Yao staring at her computer with a blank expression. He approached with utmost care, making not a sound, until he quietly leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Good morning, kiss." Startled by Lin Ran's sudden appearance, Luo Yao froze, only to hear her own heartbeat quickening, and her lips curled into a lovely smile. Turning to face him, she bestowed upon Lin Ran a passionate French kiss. "Now, that is a good morning kiss." Lin Ran scratched his head, thinking to himself that his wife was truly fierce. "How do you feel?" "Lin Ran, I feel great. If only the kiss could last a bit longer." "Luo Yao, I meant, how does your body feel?" "Lin Ran, my head is still a bit foggy, but my body is absolutely fine. We could battle for another 300 rounds. Luo Yao squinted her eyes. "Didn't you say you would restrain yourself?" Lin Ran patted his chest. "That was after a night's rest, wasn't it? Besides, I wanted to discuss something with you." As he spoke, he turned to glance at Luo Yao's computer, only to see a series of astonished faces. Jaws dropped in disbelief. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, swallowing back his words about obtaining a marriage certificate. He had merely intended to see what Luo Yao was up to, only to discover she was engaged in a video conference. "Not you, sister. You, a CEO, are holding a meeting at home?" Luo Yao exhibited no signs of embarrassment, simply closing her laptop gently. As the boss's video link faded to black, the executives could no longer contain themselves. "Did I see that correctly? Who was that handsome young man just now? Our boss actually likes men? I thought she despised them? That boy is truly handsome. He and CEO Luo seem like a perfect match." "I doubt it. He might just be CEO Luo's brother." "Does your brother play with you like that?" "In that case, I can only say 2 words. Impressive. He could also be the little puppy that CEO Luo keeps. But I think this is the first time I've seen her smile. She actually smiles. Why not keep me? I could be a dog too. You're too ugly." Regardless of the circumstances, it suffices to know that President Luo has a preference for men. At times, I genuinely fear that she might turn her attention toward me. My sexual orientation is quite conventional. Although President Luo does align with my aesthetic preferences, I must assert that I am attracted to men and not to my own kind. Even if President Luo favors women, she could never harbor feelings for you. After all, you lack the qualities of a little pet. I find myself curious about who takes the dominant role when President Luo is with that charming young man. Surely it must be President Luo. What more is there to discuss? Perhaps this is for the best. I hope that this man can nurture President Luo's heart and render her a tad gentler. For encountering her daily feels akin to facing a gallows. It's utterly terrifying. "Lu Meng, you all are discussing the boss during a meeting? If you wish to jeopardize your jobs, do not drag me into it. I'm logging off first. Everyone, the meeting is over." Lu, the assistant, has logged off. So we should too. After all, if the sky falls, Lu will be there to catch it. In the villa, Lin Ran felt somewhat bewildered, not due to embarrassment, but rather out of shyness, and a concern that she might have caused trouble for Luo Yao. "Luo Yao, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Lin Ran, at a loss for words, stammered, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Luo Yao found Lin Ran's flustered demeanor amusing and shook her head. "Not at all. I have agreed." "Agreed? To what? Could it be that she realized she had obtained her household registration and now wished to marry her? How extraordinary. I permit you free access to the estate, provided you do not run away. You must report to me at all times, return home each night to accompany me, and absolutely refrain from seeking out Lu Rugju. Should you fail to adhere to these conditions, I will imprison and torment both Lu Rugju and your family." Lin Ran, is there such a benefit? In truth, that was not what she intended to discuss. She wanted to convey that she had received her household registration and wished to marry her. Luo Yao regarded Lin Ran earnestly, remaining silent for a long while. For Luo Yao, the act of marriage held little significance. What mattered most was whether Lin Ran stood by her side, as long as she could remain close to her. Even a lifetime without marriage would suffice. However, she understood the importance of marriage to an ordinary person. Did Lin Ran wish to make their relationship public? Or was it a means to reassure herself, only to escape later? Would Lin Ran acknowledge her as his wife once they wed? As Luo Yao's thoughts spiraled, Lin Ran felt a sense of disappointment at her silence. Perhaps she was reluctant, or perhaps she simply did not wish to make their relationship public. "If you are unwilling, that is fine. I mean no offense, Before she could finish, Lin Ran was abruptly pulled by Luo Yao, her collar grasped firmly, and she was dragged outside, utterly bewildered by Luo Yao's unexpected strength. Wait, how does someone who appears so frail possess such strength? In her previous life, Lin Ran had trained extensively to resist Luo Yao, yet she had ultimately remained under Luo Yao's control, attributing it to the formidable individuals surrounding her. Now, it seemed Luo Yao was astonishingly powerful in her own right. Once they reached the car, Luo Yao unceremoniously tossed Lin Ran inside and climbed in herself. Without uttering a word, she drove straight to their destination. Luo Yao, I have no intention of marrying you. Upon their return, both held a certificate in hand. Luo Yao, this was merely to fulfill a small request of yours. Is that it? It feels almost dreamlike. Luo Yao, I owe you a wedding and a ring. Luo Yao, I have no desire for your ring. I merely wish for you to be at my mercy. Choose whichever ring you fancy. Lin Ran, once I earn some money, I will certainly buy you the most exquisite ring. Luo Yao shook her head. What is mine is yours. The black card I provided you has a limit of 1 billion. If that is insufficient, simply inform me, for all my wealth is at your disposal. You may purchase whatever ring you desire. Lin Ran, how much is the limit? Chapter 13. The black card. Lin Ran was aware of that card, tucked away in the villa's cloakroom, though he had never used it. It contained numerous perks, luxury cars, real estate, gold bars, and bank cards. With a wife who is both wealthy and beautiful, who is willing to spend on him, where could one find such a remarkable partner? Had he been blind to his wife's virtues in his previous life? He cursed himself. No, I must earn my own money. Sensing Luo Yao's demeanor cooling, Lin Ran gently cupped her face. Luo Yao, look at me. I am your man. This household cannot bear the burden of your contributions alone. I too must earn my keep. If I were to spend my own money, I would indulge. Spending my wife's money feels undignified. However, for what is meant for you, I wish to earn it myself. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's expression softened once more. Understood, but from now on, do not call my name. What should I call you then? Wife. Yao Yao. Sweet little treasure. Call me whatever you wish, as long as you remain unchanged. Then I shall alternate my terms of endearment, as long as you stay the same. In truth, Luo Yao wanted to convey to Lin Ran that he need not toil so hard, for her wealth could sustain him for several lifetimes, even if he were to venture into entrepreneurship. Yet, she refrained from discouraging him, suppressing her thoughts. If Lin Ran desired to earn money, then let him. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of a man's pride. Lin Ran's willingness to accept and attempt to spend his own money indicated a gradual acceptance of himself, a sign of progress. Gazing at the modest bracelet on her wrist, Luo Yao felt that happiness was found in such simplicity. May I post on social media? Lin Ran asked. Luo Yao frowned, and Lin Ran mentally scolded himself for being foolish. Yao Yao, wife, darling, may I post on social media? Luo Yao nodded. Of course, Aaron can do whatever he wishes. Lin Ran snapped a couple of photos of their marriage certificate, then edited a post. In a relationship, loving my wife. Once this post was shared, it sent ripples through their social circles. First came the classmates, then the instructors, followed by many who had once toiled alongside him, and finally his close friend, Wu Zhizhang. All the comments were filled with confusion. Only Wu Zhizhang inquired, is it with Lu Rugju? As for Lu Rugju and Lin Ran's family, they remained oblivious to the post due to being blocked. Shortly thereafter, Wu Zhizhang called, and as soon as the line connected, he began questioning. Dude, what's going on? Did you marry Lu Rugju? Lin Ran clarified, no, it's not Lu Rugju. I've severed all ties with her. Then who is it? Lin, we cannot simply marry someone because we cannot pursue Lu Rug. It's not arbitrary. It's true love. She is beautiful and has a sweet voice. And she is a little wealthy. Wu Zhizhang was taken aback. After a long pause, holy crap. Lin Ran, enough. Stop being jealous. Let us meet tomorrow. Wu Zhizhang X. Lin Ran, let us meet in the dorm tomorrow. We'll discuss something significant. Wu Zhizhang X. Lin Ran, the gaming account is yours. Wu Zhizhang. All right, brother. That night, Lin Ran's mark became even more pronounced. Upon seeing the clear bite mark on his shoulder, Luo Yao furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. What is this mark? I do not wish to use scar cream. This is a reminder from Yao Yao, and I intend to keep it forever. It declares to the world that I am yours. Luo Yao gazed into Lin Ran's eyes, shimmering with starlight. Is that truly how you feel? Lin Ran nodded. Only in this way can I always feel your presence. He chuckled inwardly, wondering if speaking to her in her own tone would render her speechless. The following day, Lin Ran felt the mark had deepened further. Was this girl a dog or a wolf? During breakfast, he suddenly glanced at the wall clock and smiled, causing the butler, Fu Bo, to startle. Lin Ran continued eating, saying, Fu Bo, you needn't accompany me when I go out. I'm not quite accustomed to it. Before Fu Bo could respond, Lin Ran added, you may seek Luo Yao's approval. Rest assured, I will not run away again. Uncle Fu shook his head and proceeded to call Luo Yao. After a brief interval, he returned. The young lady had given her approval. Lin Ran did not harbor any aversion towards being monitored by Luo Yao. He merely contemplated the impracticality of having a retinue of bodyguards trailing him everywhere as he prepared to resume his studies. Following breakfast, Lin Ran drove his Koenigsegg out of the estate, and through the rearview mirror, he indeed noticed a business vehicle maintaining a discreet distance behind him. This confirmed his suspicion that the pretense of not allowing Uncle Fu to follow was merely superficial. He had now acquired considerable freedom to exit the estate at will. Yet he was acutely aware that surveillance was an inescapable reality, regardless of his location. After all, Luo Yao's affection for him was imbued with a potent possessiveness. Strangely, he found himself not entirely disliking this sensation. His previous disdain stemmed from his aversion to Luo Yao's domineering nature, but now he felt at ease embracing her, and consequently, he accepted certain aspects of her character, including her morbid possessiveness. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as the scrutiny remained inconspicuous, he had no objections. This would also afford Luo Yao some reassurance, and Lin Ran had no intention of dismantling that comfort. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who had already arrived at her office, was lost in thought as she gazed at her phone screen. She had just witnessed Lin Ran's smile directed at the camera, sending a chill coursing through her. Yet, it seemed Lin Ran remained oblivious to her unease, which slightly assuaged her worries. At Kyoto University, although the semester had yet to commence, many students, including Lin Ran's friend Wu Zhizhang, were still residing on campus. Lin Ran parked in the outdoor lot and returned to his former dormitory, seeking out his close companion Wu Zhizhang. In his previous life, upon learning of Lin Ran's demise, this friend had wept inconsolably, as though mourning a grandfather. Often, it is only in the face of death that one can discern who truly cares for you. With that in mind, Lin Ran was determined to ensure his own prosperity and to rescue his friend, vowing never to allow him to tread the same tragic path as before. Lin Ran vividly remembered the calamities that would soon befall Wu Zhizhang. The first would be the flight of his father's company chairman, who absconded with funds, leaving Wu's father, a member of the management, to bear the blame. Consequently, Wu Zhizhang's father would face imprisonment. His mother, tirelessly tending to their shattered family, would age a year in mere months, her hair turning white overnight. Following this upheaval, Wu Zhizhang would suffer further heartache at the hands of a deceitful woman, ultimately succumbing to melancholy. All the while, Lin Ran was entangled in a game of pursuit with Luo Yao, utterly preoccupied and neglectful of his loyal friend. Chapter 14. It was only the day after his death that Wu Zhizhang, inebriated and driving, met with a tragic accident that left him with broken legs, confining him to a wheelchair henceforth. Such a fate is undoubtedly tragic in any narrative. At this moment, Wu Zhizhang found himself perched on a toilet when, in a critical moment, his phone slipped from his grasp. After some contemplation, he disgustedly resorted to retrieving it with a pair of chopsticks. It was not the phone itself that held such importance, but rather the data contained within. Old Wu, are you harboring some secrets? Why resort to such indignities? Wu Zhizhang turned his head in confusion, only to see Lin Ran, his long-awaited brother, arrive. Startled, he fumbled, causing the phone to drop once more. Lin Ran quickly discerned Wu Zhizhang's predicament, his laughter echoing throughout the dormitory. Brother Lin, it's not what you think. My phone just fell. Lin Ran replied, Indeed. You've misunderstood. I was merely retrieving the phone. Just a casual endeavor. Damn it. Wu Zhizhang thought of cursing. Once the phone was back in his possession, he washed it repeatedly, wiping it down obsessively, to the point that Lin Ran nearly felt nauseated, maintaining a considerable distance from him. Old Wu, you are truly unbelievable. Even in misfortune, you shouldn't resort to such filth. You've astonished me. With the phone retrieved, Wu Zhizhang's spirits lifted somewhat, and he inquired, So, what's the situation? Lin Ran, however, changed the subject. Have you received your internship certificate? Wu Zhizhang shook his head. I've been working odd jobs all summer. No time for an internship. Lin Ran continued, Well, I'm planning to establish a media company, and I'd like you to be a blogger. Wu Zhizhang stared in disbelief. A blogger or an investor? Lin Ran nodded. A blogger. Wu Zhizhang's eyes widened. No, brother. What nonsense are you spouting? You're faring no better than an ordinary student in the Lin family. How could you possibly fund a company? Lin Ran replied, My wife is wealthy. Even if your wife is affluent, who is she exactly? Wu Zhizhang's curiosity piqued, recalling the purpose of their meeting. Lin Ran replied, A secret. Wu Zhizhang retorted, That sounds like a lie. I knew it. You may be somewhat handsome, but if you haven't even caught Lu Rugju's attention, how could that be? Lin Ran produced a photo of their marriage certificate and thrust it into Wu Zhizhang's face. My wife is a wealthy woman, both beautiful and affluent, 3 years my senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds gold bricks. What I possess is not mere bricks, but a veritable mountain of gold. After a few minutes of explanation from Lin Ran, Wu Zhizhang was left astounded, lamenting, "You wretched soul, this is more painful than death." After a moment of reflection, he asked, "All right, even if you're starting a company, why enlist me as a blogger?" Lin Ran shot him a glance. "Because you're foolish enough to attract attention. And can you please refrain from flaunting that wretched phone in front of me?" Wu Zhizhang exclaimed, "What the hell? Is there no law? No justice?" Nevertheless, Wu Zhizhang was genuinely pleased for Lin Ran. Firstly, Lin Ran had liberated himself from Luo Yao. Secondly, Lin Ran had discovered what he deemed true love. And as a brother, he was overjoyed. "Brother Lin, now that you're married, focus on living well with your wife. Luo Yao is not worthy of you. Had I not feared your anger, I would have advised you long ago, and I prefer management over being a blogger." In truth, Wu Zhizhang had previously encouraged Lin Ran, but ceased after a failed attempt. Should Lin Ran be harmed by Luo Yao, he would have accompanied him in revelry and indulgence. While if Luo Yao were to bloom, he would offer his heartfelt congratulations, such as the bond of brothers who grew up together, fighting, skipping classes, facing punishments, and attending university side by side. Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'll cherish my life with my wife. I might consider your management proposition, but could you kindly take your phone away? Lin Ran relented under the pressure of Wu Zhizhang's phone antics. After settling their agreement, the two descended the stairs, intending to head directly to rent an office. On their way to the parking lot, Lin Ran also informed Wu Zhizhang about severing ties with the Lin family, prompting another round of astonished exclamations from Wu Zhizhang, who praised Lin Ran's audacity. At that moment in the parking lot, a crowd had gathered around a vehicle. "I found out. This is a Koenigsegg one of which only 6 were produced globally, with prices soaring to a staggering 100 million. Whose car is this? Do we have such affluent individuals at our university? If it were mine, I'd gladly live in a mansion and marry 8 wives. I want to take a picture. Everyone step aside. Luo Yao, come here. Let us take a photo together." As the new semester approached, Luo Yao, being the campus belle, had been selected to perform at the welcoming gala. Today, she had come to report for her program and relished the opportunity to be in the spotlight, accompanied by Hua Haney. Upon seeing Hua Haney beckoning her, Luo Yao shyly adjusted her seemingly graceful stride. "Is this appropriate?" Hua Haney pulled Luo Yao closer. "What's the harm? We're merely snapping a photo for our social media." As Luo Yao and Hua Haney posed by the car for pictures, surrounding classmates kindly cautioned them, "Be careful. That's a $100 million luxury vehicle. Exactly. If you damage it, even as the campus belle, it won't fetch that price. I'm going to wait here until I see who drives a Koenigsegg to school." Seeing the school beauty and Hoheny together is akin to observing 2 chickens. Naturally, not every student harbors affection for Luo Yao, particularly some of the girls who secretly disdain her seemingly pure and innocent demeanor. They hold even greater contempt for Hoheny. Riding on Luo Yao's coattails exudes an air of arrogance. Hoheny retorted, "What are you afraid of? Even if the car owner comes, they will be captivated by our beauty." She continued, "What is the harm in taking a few photos?" With that, she pulled Luo Yao over, and the two of them posed gracefully against the silver-gray hood of the car, snapping several charming selfies. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lin Ran as he rushed over. "Who permitted you to take pictures?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Luo Yao's hand trembled, and her phone clattered against the hood. "Damn it!" Lin Ran seethed inwardly, for this was a gift from Luo Yao, and it had been struck by that wretched girl's phone. He hurried to inspect the car's hood, discovering a small dent the size of a grain of rice. Luo Yao also noticed the minor blemish, but dismissed it with indifference. Hoheny, however, was not one to spare Lin Ran any mercy. She recalled the humiliation they had suffered at his hands previously. "Lin Ran, what brings you here? And don't touch this car. Do you even know what it is? Can you afford to pay for any damage?" Chapter 15. Luo Yao, upon seeing Lin Ran again, felt he had become even more handsome. What was happening? A flicker of attraction stirred within her. Lin Ran gazed down at the dent, feeling a pang of heartache as he pointed at the hood and asked, "Whose phone is this?" "It's mine," Luo Yao replied. "Then it's settled. You owe me." Hoheny and Luo Yao exchanged bewildered glances. "Lin Ran, how come you're here before school starts? Were you looking for me?" Lin Ran nodded, "Yes. I came to find you because you damaged my car, and you need to pay up." Hoheny chuckled. "Lin Ran, have you lost touch with reality? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Why don't you just claim to be a wealthy tycoon?" Internally, Lin Ran mused, "I'm not, my wife is." Without further ado, he produced the car key and pressed a button, causing the Koenigsegg to respond. This spectacle left everyone around utterly dumbfounded. A car worth over 100 million was, in fact, Lin Ran's. Lin Ran was quite well known at school. His fame stemmed from three aspects. First, his striking good looks earned him the title of the campus heartthrob at Kyoto University, with countless admirers whom he had turned down. Second, his relentless pursuit of Luo Yao, despite her beauty, left many believing he could do better. Third, his exceptional abilities. He had garnered numerous scholarships, excelled academically, and showcased talent in singing and dancing, all while maintaining his status as a heartthrob. Regrettably, all his efforts were for Luo Yao, as it was rumored that he spent all his scholarships on her. Given his notoriety, everyone was acutely aware that Lin Ran was not wealthy. It was common knowledge that affluent individuals do not work part-time jobs. Now, this universally acknowledged lovesick heartthrob claimed ownership of a Koenigsegg worth over 100 million. Can you believe it? Wow, this car belongs to Senior Lin? This is outrageous. Luo Yao had damaged the car, and Lin Ran would undoubtedly demand compensation. Not necessarily. Did you not hear what Lin Ran said? He mentioned money, and he certainly appeared furious. Wouldn't you be upset if your car were damaged? If only Senior Lin could be my boyfriend. No one expected Senior Lin to be so wealthy, and he was handsome too. To sit in the passenger seat, even if it meant enduring some teasing or marrying him, would be a dream come true. Why are you taking everything for granted? Based on what I know of Senior Lin, this matter will surely be swept under the rug. Standing nearby, Wu Zhizhang was equally astonished. Lin Ran had only mentioned driving here, not what he was driving. To discover it was such an extravagant sports car? Rumor had it that it was worth 100 million. Goodness, 100 million. The wealthy wife Lin Ran spoke of is truly not your average rich. Oh, just kill me already. This is unbearable. He feared for Lin Ran's hardships and worried about his own jealousy. But now he couldn't even muster envy. The disparity in status was just too vast. Regaining his composure, he approached Lin Ran, observing the dazed expressions of Luo Yao and Hoheni. Lin, don't be too harsh. They only caused a minor scratch. For the sake of our school camaraderie, let them pay a mere 100 or two. Hoheni nearly spat blood, but reconsidered. This car can't be rented, can it? Lin Ran replied, go ahead and find a rental for 100 million luxury car and show me. Hoheni was momentarily taken aback, realizing Lin Ran had a point. But wait, she was well aware of Lin Ran's circumstances. How could he possibly own such a luxury vehicle? Luo Yao looked equally confused, gently tapping her head as if to awaken from a dream. Lin Ran, is this truly your car? Where did you get the money to buy it? Or did you borrow it from someone? Lin Ran, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue, asserted, there's no need for pointless chatter. You owe me. As old Wu suggested. 1 million. If you can't come up with that, I'll have to take you in. Hoheni immediately flared with anger. Lin Ran, don't push your luck. 1 million? Have you lost your mind? Now, immediately, hand over the keys so we can let Yao drive this car, and I might consider persuading her to give you a chance. Luo Yao, blushing and fidgeting, awaited Lin Ran's response. Lin Ran replied, are you out of your mind? If you refuse to pay, I'll just call the police. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed, hello, I'd like to report a situation, yes. They are threatening me for the use of my car. And I feel coerced. Yes, this is at Kyoto University. As Lin Ran spoke clearly into the phone, both Luo Yao and the onlookers realized he was serious. Hanging up, Lin Ran inquired, so, are you ready to pay up now? The police will be here shortly. Following that, he contacted the insurance company. Luo Yao certainly didn't possess such funds. Her family relied on the Lin family for their modest assets, and she had little money of her own. Her lifestyle was sustained by Lin Jian's generosity and Lin Ran's hard work, giving the illusion of comfort. Hoheni interjected, we don't have that kind of money. How we know your damaged car wasn't already flawed? No funds? You can sell something? Hoheni shot back, you're rude. Lin Ran turned to Luo Yao, where you could seek help from your brother Lin Jian. Aren't you two quite close? The phrase quite close was pronounced with particular emphasis, causing Luo Yao to panic, as if an unknown secret had been exposed. My cousin Lin Jian is just a student. How could he possibly have that much money? Cousin? Oh right, since you're unwilling, then pay up. Lin Ran had no intention of exposing Luo Yao. He aimed to gather decisive evidence to ensnare the duo. To dismantle a person, one must first inflate their ego. The sensation of crashing down from the pinnacle is what truly captivates. With a look of grievance, Luo Yao said, all right, I admit my mistake. How about this? I'll give you a chance to have dinner together, and we can let this matter slide. Lin Ran was utterly repulsed. Luo Yao, can you cease being so nauseating? Right now, you resemble a pile of excrement, soft and foul. Knowing you feels like a penance. Luo Yao, why are you treating me this way? We give you a... Lin Ran felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, nearly making him retch. The current Luo Yao was revolting beyond compare. Chapter 16. Before long, both the police and representatives from the insurance company arrived at the scene. For the police, This was a significant case involving the destruction of someone else's property. For the insurance company, it was a matter of a potentially hefty compensation claim. Soon, the insurance personnel breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the fault did not lie with the car owner. They proceeded to draft a preliminary compensation estimate of $2 million. Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Lu Rug ceased her weeping, while both she and Hua Haney turned pale as ghosts. How could a mere scratch warrant such an exorbitant sum? Hua Haney naturally voiced her skepticism. The staff explained, while the scratch was minor, it was not something that could be easily repaired. At the very least, a custom hood from the original manufacturer would be required. Moreover, this vehicle was a limited edition model, making repairs even more complex. Even if the hood were replaced, it would depreciate significantly. Thus the $2 million was indeed justified. Mr. Lin only requested a compensation of $1 million, demonstrating remarkable generosity. The representative spoke on behalf of Lin Ran. Although he personally believed that such a trivial scratch did not warrant such drastic measures. However, if Lin Ran was resolute about repairing the vehicle, the money had to come from somewhere. Hua Haney, not yet willing to concede, asked, "Are you certain this is Lin Ran's car?" The staff replied, "Absolutely. The car arrived in Kyoto 3 months ago. The previous owner reluctantly auctioned it off for $10 million, which is how it came to be registered under Mr. Lin's name." This news was quite sensational at the time. Furthermore, I personally insured this vehicle for Mr. Lin, although I did not have the opportunity to meet him in person. The documents clearly indicate that he is the owner. At this revelation, Hua Haney's heart finally settled. She had never imagined Lin Ran possessed such wealth. In her eyes, Lin Ran had once been akin to a disregarded dog in the Lin family, somewhat handsome, but what good was that? Handsomeness could not be eaten. Now, however, Lin Ran was not only strikingly handsome, but also astonishingly affluent, though she remained oblivious to the source of his wealth. Coupled with Lin Ran's well-known tendency to lavish everything he had on women, he suddenly transformed into a highly desirable partner in her eyes. With this thought, Hua Haney's gaze shifted from disdain to fervor. If Lin Ran truly no longer had feelings for Lu Rugyu, might she take a chance? Lu Rugyu, however, felt as if struck by lightning. Her deeper understanding of Lin Ran amplified her shock beyond that of Hua Haney. The earnest officer had completed his inquiries, and with so many witnesses present, Lu Rugyu and her companion found it impossible to deny their involvement. After a brief investigation, the officer made a suggestion. Given the substantial compensation involved, I recommend that both parties seek private mediation, though pursuing litigation in court is also an option. The officer clearly preferred to avoid managing such matters. If there were no disputes, he would rather not take anyone back for statements. Both Lu Rugyu and Hua Haney felt intimidated, especially Hua Haney, who looked at Lin Ran with a placating expression. Lin Ran, even if it was our mistake, setting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? Why did you park in such an easily noticeable spot? Lin Ran genuinely wished to avoid arguing with her, finding her words utterly ludicrous. Could you refrain from speaking? I have a phobia of big objects. Let us just settle this with money. Hua Haney and Lu Rugyu were taken aback. Wu Zhizhang chimed in, "Brother Lin is afraid of big idiots." The two women were nearly apoplectic with rage, prompting Hua Haney to throw caution to the wind. "We Rugyu didn't do it on purpose." Lin Ran replied, "Whether intentional or not, the compensation is necessary. Since you two share such a strong bond, let us say 500,000 each." Hua Haney protested, "The car wasn't damaged by me. It was Lu Rugyu's phone that hit it. If there's an issue, you should speak to her." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away, leaving Lu Rugyu in a state of disbelief. Ultimately, to avoid further trouble, Lu Rugyu wrote a promissory note for $1 million. And only then did Lin Ran allow her to leave. "Lin Ran, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. How could you be so wealthy, yet keep it hidden from me? I despise you." With that, she fled, utterly humiliated. This incident quickly became fodder for gossip among the students, spreading like wildfire across campus forums. "Brother, my dear brother." Lin Ran tossed the keys to a Koenigsegg at Wu Zhizhang, who was gazing at it with starry eyes. "I cannot fulfill your wishes, but your father can certainly gratify his son's desires." "Sure thing, adoptive father." As he cautiously started the luxury car for the first time, Wu Zhizhang drew envious glances from the surrounding students. "Brother Lin, I truly envy you. Just how much soft rice have you eaten for them to inscribe your name on a Koenigsegg? It's not that remarkable. Merely dozens of properties, several luxury cars, and hundreds of billions in pocket money. Blind man buys a trumpet. Your boasting is impressive even with your eyes closed. If you don't believe it, so be it." In just a day, the two successfully secured a rental space for their company, conveniently located opposite the Luo Group. This time, Lin Ran utilized the black card gifted to him by Luo Yao. After dropping Wu Zhizang back at Kyoto University, Lin Ran imparted a crucial piece of advice. Keep the company plans from his girlfriend for now. Once the business gained traction, presenting her with a surprise would be far more delightful. Though Wu Zhizang did not quite comprehend, he agreed nonetheless. After all, the company's potential success was primarily due to Lin Ran's efforts. He was merely riding on his brother's coattails. Meanwhile, within the Luo Group's office, Luo Yao's emotions were nearing a breaking point due to the impending confrontation between Lin Ran and Lu Rugge. However, upon learning that Lin Ran had spent money from her black card, her ire began to dissipate. Lin Ran's willingness to utilize her funds felt far more gratifying than if she had spent it herself. The Lin family had raised Lin Ran in a rather frugal manner, but as his wife, she was determined to provide him with the most abundant conditions possible. Yet, the thought of Lin Ran encountering Lu Rugge reignited her frostiness. Lu Meng, handling her work nearby, mirrored Luo Yao's emotional fluctuations. Young Master Lin, please, do not create further turmoil. While you may be troubling President Luo on the surface, it's us humble workers who bear the brunt of it. Why make life difficult for us? After a long day, Lin Ran returned to the estate and immediately sought out the figure he had missed dearly, even in a short few hours apart. To his surprise, Luo Yao was not as gentle as he had hoped. Instead, she glared at him with a murderous intensity. Lin Ran, you met Lu Rugge again today. Why can't you just behave? Though his subordinates had reported every detail of the encounter, Luo Yao was consumed by the mere fact that Lin Ran had seen Lu Rugge. Regardless of what was said or what transpired, it could not conceal the truth of their meeting. Lin Ran, oblivious to the extent of the humiliation he had inflicted upon Lu Rugge, was nonetheless bewildered by Luo Yao's jealousy. Thus, he found himself deeply hurt, feeling an emptiness within. Ran, do you dare meet with Lu Rugge again? Damn it. So that's the reason. Lu Rugge, why don't you just disappear and stop causing my wife to misunderstand me? Ah hell. This time, Luo Yao showed no mercy, biting into Lin Ran's shoulder until it bled freely. Upon meticulous examination, it became evident that the injury was nearly healed, with scars almost imperceptible to the naked eye, only discernible by touch. Lin Ran did not feel a sense of relief. Rather, he chastised himself for his carelessness. I apologize for my negligence. I deserve to be punished. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall impose a punishment. You must accompany me to Stargaze. Agreed. Under the starry sky, Lin Ran took hold of Luo Yao's hand, leading her to the aerial garden. He yearned to share his thoughts with her, yet before he could utter a word, she silenced him, as if she wished to prevent him from continuing. She was afraid that her vulnerability would be revealed to him, afraid of causing him worry. The night sky was always enchanting, offering countless dreams and aspirations. In the villa's aerial garden, Luo Yao was particularly exuberant until the two were utterly exhausted. Finally nestling together and gazing quietly at the stars, Lin Ran remarked, I always knew that stargazing was not merely innocent. Luo Yao responded, do you enjoy watching the stars? I love the stars, but I adore you even more. Luo Yao stared into the heavens, gradually lost in thought. Did you know? When I was younger, a big brother once told me that stars are not beautiful, for when fantasies shatter, one is left in despair. Lin Ran replied, that big brother cannot possibly be me, for I am younger than you. Yet, a flicker of disappointment lingered within him. What was that about? Luo Yao, not heeding Lin Ran's feelings, continued. I used to believe he was right, but now I may need to change my perspective. Turning to Lin Ran with earnest eyes, she declared, for you are my star. Even if one day you were to perish, you would still be beautiful. I only wish that if the day of shattered dreams arrives, you must deceive me a little longer, all right? Lin Ran vowed. Then I shall be your brightest star for eternity, never to extinguish. Luo Yao nodded, choosing to believe in that moment. Extending her hand adorned with a bracelet, she interlocked her fingers with Lin Ran's, declaring her current happiness to the vast expanse of stars. The temperature in the aerial garden was exquisitely pleasant, allowing them to embrace and drift into a comfortable slumber. Dear, if you have any worries, you must tell me. All right. Otherwise, I shall be concerned. Understood. A sudden meow startled Lin Ran awake. He glanced around to find a black cat with striking blue eyes quietly observing him. Lin Ran turned to see Luo Yao peacefully asleep. Shoo, be quiet, so as not to disturb her rest. The black cat obediently scampered away, leaving Lin Ran perplexed. Were there more cats in this estate? The following morning, Lin Ran received news that was both fortuitous and unfortunate. Luo Yao was on her menstrual cycle. I shall let you rest for the next few days. Take good care of yourself. Lin Ran was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Are you planning to fatten me up before the slaughter? After breakfast, Luo Yao departed without a hint of reluctance, leaving Lin Ran questioning his own worth. Has she devoured all my usefulness and moved on? Woman, you have successfully ignited my ire. Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang continued their work at the company, spending the entire morning finalizing the registration process. The newly established entity was named Luo Yao Media. Its operations encompassed not only short video production, but also live streaming, original music, and film and television creation. Lin Ran was determined not to toil for others. He aspired for a higher starting point. From anchors to actors, every member of the operational and public relations teams would be his own. After all, living another life came with many informational disparities, such as the subsequent rise of popular dramas, short videos, and the meteoric success of emerging streamers. The two discussed their forthcoming tasks, which was more akin to exploitation than collaboration. Wu Zhizhang was tasked with renovations and recruitment, while Lin Ran took on the role of slacking off. Brother, I'm still in my honeymoon phase with my wife. When do I have time to manage company affairs? Wu Zhizhang retorted, how long is this honeymoon phase of yours? For a lifetime. Damn it, just kill me. Why do you get to enjoy your honeymoon while I'm left to toil? Lin Ran replied, because I am the boss. If you don't want a salary, you can also slack off. Forget I said anything. Lin Ran's compensation for Wu Zhizhang was straightforward. A base salary in line with industry standards, with bonuses tied to performance. Their brotherly bond permitted no ambiguity in financial matters, which Wu Zhizhang accepted without objection. Additionally, Lin Ran offered Wu Zhizhang a 5% equity stake, which Wu Zhizhang hesitated to accept. But Lin Ran insisted he take it. After all, it was a gesture for the times Wu Zhizhang had mourned for him. During lunch, Lin Ran received a call from lawyer Su Kai. Mr. Lin, Lin Tianba wishes to personally arrange a meeting with you to discuss the dividend matters. Lin Ran could easily envision Lin Tianba's frustration and helplessness, seeking reconciliation. He could even predict what Lin Tianba would say during their meeting. After completely severing familial ties, Lin Ran felt an unusual clarity of mind. There is no need for a meeting. Simply relay this message for me. Have the funds prepared, and let us discuss nothing else. There is no necessity for this meeting. It would only be nauseating. After hanging up, Wu Zhizhang looked at Lin Ran in admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you finally stood up for yourself. As if I were previously kneeling, Lin Ran quipped. Weren't you the one who lost your dignity while kneeling? Well, that seems to be the case. A man's knees should not bow unless to the edge of a sword. Wu Zhizhang conceded. Let us not dwell on the past. Lin Ran nodded. You're right. Let us focus on the present. For instance, my wife is as beautiful as a flower and is also earning for the family. Damn, Lin Ran retorted. It's not a plant. Wu Zhizhang was taken aback. Just you wait. When school starts, I'm going to flaunt my girlfriend daily. Lin Ran frowned slightly. You Haven team mentioned the company to your girlfriend, have you? Wu Zhizhang patted his chest. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten the promise I made to you. I want to achieve something first, then surprise her. Whatever she desires, I shall procure for her. Lin Ran thought. Finally, he was also spreading dog food. Yet, he wondered how many more times he could do so. Sigh. After lunch, the two bid farewell. Wu Zhizhang could no longer tolerate Lin Ran's presence. As he constantly sprinkled dog food, Lin Ran, too, preferred to distance himself from Wu Zhizhang. What could two grown men do together? Chapter 18. It's far more comforting to snuggle with my wife. With school approaching, he wished to dedicate all his time to Luo Yao. Love is not solely about physical intimacy. It requires various spices, such as companionship. However, one must not neglect the physical aspect. Before returning to the estate, Lin Ran had deliberately selected a gift. Yet for some reason, he felt as though someone was watching him. This Luo Yao truly had no trust in him. Shaking his head, he returned to the estate alone. Each time Lin Ran returned, the old steward let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Ran instructed him not to follow, he had become even more vigilant. It was known that if this young master went missing, the young lady could upheave all of Kyoto. Of course, the young lady was no fool. Her protective instincts over Lin Ran had never waned, acting as a form of surveillance. When Luo Yao returned to the estate, Lin Ran naturally embraced and kissed her, then presented the prepared gift. Luo Yao, puzzled, opened the box to find an exquisite thermos. What is this? Lin Ran, well aware of Luo Yao's discomfort during her menstrual cycle, had prepared this gift with care. In his previous life, he had known, but had never paid attention. In this life, he wished to seize every opportunity to show kindness to Luo Yao. You mentioned you were unwell. I feared you would be in pain, so I thought a thermos might help. I've also prepared a warm stomach pack and some red dates with brown sugar for you to take tomorrow. This way, when you drink from the cup I gifted you while working, you can think of me, right? Plus, the symbolism of the cup is quite auspicious. symbolizing a lifetime. It represents the eternity shared between you and me. Luo Yao's eyes were filled with a barely perceptible emotion. In the past, she had always been the one to give, while Lin Ran had never gifted her anything. Yet these past few days, he had presented her with bracelets and cups. And to say that she wasn't happy would be a falsehood. She simply did not display it overtly. Luo Yao had been exercising restraint, not wanting to be deceived by Lin Ran's current demeanor, for all these outward appearances could very well be illusions. Thank you. How did you know I would be in pain during my menstrual period? The elderly butler beside them was moved to tears. Young Master Lin had been increasingly kind to Miss, even taking the initiative to inquire about her health. This truly felt like a family. Wife, is it too formal to say thank you? We are legally married. It is only natural and reasonable for me to do things for my wife, Lin Ran replied. As for why I know about your menstrual pain, it is simply because I possess keen observational skills. Do you really think your husband is clueless? He leaned closer to Luo Yao's ear, whispering, if your relatives leave quicker, we could continue our intimate moments, couldn't we? A glimmer sparkled in Luo Yao's eyes. Could it be that a Ran was truly drawn to her physical form? If so, perhaps it would not be entirely inappropriate now. Ah, this, Lin Ran exclaimed. Wife, do you wish for me to fight for you? Absolutely not. That would be detrimental to your health, and I will never agree to such a request. Not even if it meant my death or jumping from here. The butler, overhearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment and quietly stepped away from their line of sight. Yet upon hearing Lin Ran's words about death and jumping, he couldn't help but pause. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. In the afternoon, with no pressing matters, Lin Ran remained at the villa, preparing ingredients to cook dinner for Luo Yao. This time, he opted for Western cuisine, a skill he had honed, and he was confident that it would rival that of any restaurant. Who would have thought that the skills he acquired at the Lin household would ultimately be employed for his wife? You don't have to work so hard. We have chefs at home, Luo Yao remarked, genuinely wishing to alleviate Lin Ran's burden, although she found the food delightful. Cooking for my wife is hardly a hardship. It is a pleasure, Lin Ran insisted. He was not lying. He had never enjoyed cooking, having feigned fondness for it to please his family. However, the thought of Luo Yao enjoying the meals he prepared brought him inexplicable joy. It turns out the enjoyment derived from an activity truly hinges on who one is doing it for. As long as he could see her savoring the food he made, he felt immense happiness. Luo Yao internally chuckled. Could it be that she was truly falling for a Ran's charms? Humph. I certainly do not relish the idea of eating this man's cooking, she teased. Feed me. Lin Ran cut a small piece of steak and brought it to her lips. Huh. Realizing what he was doing, Lin Ran, a grown man, felt his cheeks flush. Observing his shy demeanor brought immense satisfaction to Luo Yao, her heart swelling with happiness. Despite his embarrassment, Lin Ran gradually fed her the steak. The flavor of the beef was delightful, and she decided to reward him for his efforts. With each bite, she consumed her worries, leaving only happiness in their wake. After dinner, Luo Yao excused herself to the study to attend to important work she had not completed during the day. Lin Ran chose to remain behind, retreating to their bedroom. He vividly remembered the last time Luo Yao had a video conference and how he had awkwardly appeared on screen, vowing never to disturb her work again unless absolutely necessary. He bathed alone, climbed into bed alone, and scrolled through his phone, perusing the lesser-known streamers who had yet to gain popularity. As his eyelids grew heavy with sleep, he realized Luo Yao had not yet returned, and he reluctantly turned off his phone and succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and Lin Ran gradually opened his eyes. What the? He nearly gasped. After a moment, his pupils widened in shock. You actually don't like a Ran? He quickly shook his head, then nodded again. Was it love or not? He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Wife, I feel quite well, but never mind. I don't wish to discuss it. The awkwardness rendered him speechless. He could not comprehend why. Despite being face-to-face with his wife, he felt heat rise to his cheeks. Was A. Ran blushing? You still haven't answered me, she pressed. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. Was she really insisting on this answer? Yes. I like you immensely. As expected, Luo Yao's wild spirit never failed to astonish. A smile crept onto her lips. This shall be your reward. Sleep well. Yet at that moment, Lin Ran found sleep the furthest thing from his mind, overwhelmed by shock and joy. He began to perceive Luo Yao as a treasure, a girl who could surprise him at any moment. Chapter 19 Kyoto, as the thriving center of Huaxia, boasts unparalleled prosperity. Yet behind this opulence lies the struggle of countless individuals. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong collapsed in a cheap basement, weary from exhaustion. By day, he delivered food. At night, he sang live, and in the early hours, he wrote and posted online, earning a meager sum. Only a scant 4 to 5 hours in the morning were allotted for rest, Yet he dared not cease his efforts. His father, a gambler, his mother, addicted to drugs, and his ailing sister all depended on the shattered remnants of his being. He harbored resentment toward his parents and his own impotence, but his sister was his sole concern. She had just come of age and was about to enter university. If Zhang Xiaolong did not continue to work hard to support the family, he feared what horrors his parents might inflict upon her. They could even go so far as to sell her for money. He needed to earn more, to one day bring his sister to his side where he would feel at ease. Glancing at the balance on his phone, Zhang Xiaolong calculated how much more he needed for his sister's tuition. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, and dragging his weary body, he opened it to reveal a face of striking beauty. Are you Zhang Xiaolong? My name is Lin Ran. Let us have a conversation. Zhang Xiaolong eyed the young man warily. He recognized the aura of wealth emanating from him, making him feel inferior. He could tell he was a privileged scion. Do you need something from me? The fact that this stranger knew his name indicated prior investigation. He feared the young man was a creditor of his father, and he had faced such situations before. Lin Ran noticed the tension in the boy. Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to befriend you. If you desire to escape your current predicament, follow me. This was Lin Ran's final invitation and Zhang Xiaolong's last opportunity. Should he refuse, Lin Ran would leave without hesitation. After all, Zhang Xiaolong was merely a potential future lucrative streamer, not the only one. Lin Ran had 3 reasons for seeking him out. First, Zhang Xiaolong was destined for stardom, a phenomenon on the platform with millions of followers. Second, he was local, hailing from Kyoto. Third, his current state of despair resonated with Lin Ran, who recalled the heartbreaking circumstances of his family from his past life. He had once wondered what tragic fate had befallen a person from such a family. Reflecting on it now felt almost laughable. He was worse off. At least Zhang Xiaolong had a sister who cared for him, while his own brother had only wished to bring him harm. Perhaps a touch of empathy lingered within him. Zhang Xiaolong's path to fame was no accident. It was built upon his relentless dedication and hard work. There was once an interview in which Zhang Xiaolong revealed that the wellspring of all his endeavors stemmed from his sister. After achieving a measure of success, he brought her close, and together they ascended to phenomenal fame as internet streamers, each attaining remarkable accomplishments. In this lifetime, seizing the moment while this fellow remained in decline, Lin Ran was poised to make his move. After all, wherever he ended up working, it would be under some company's banner, so why not labor for himself? Moreover, his compensation would assuredly surpass that of anyone else. As Lin Ran's thoughts wandered, Zhang Xiaolong spoke. Very well, I shall accompany you. At a sidewalk cafe, Lin Ran extended a sincere invitation. Zhang Xiaolong, receiving the offer, was taken aback. As a mere freelance streamer, it was astonishing that someone sought to sign him. With a skeptical eye, he scrutinized the contract, and what he found was even more astonishing. The terms Lin Ran proposed were arguably the finest in the industry, privileges typically reserved for top-tier streamers. Yet Zhang Xiaolong was but a modest broadcaster with a mere 10,000 followers. Was he truly worthy of such conditions? Zhang Xiaolong, a cautious man, understood that even if the contract was flawless, many such agreements were tantamount to bondage. Yet, servitude was not the primary concern. As long as it yielded profit, he would accept. However, his unresolved familial issues weighed heavily on him, and he wished to be candid. Mr. Lin, you may be unaware, but my family situation is rather complicated. Lin Ran nodded knowingly. I am aware, he replied. Zhang Xiaolong's surprise was evident. You know? Lin Ran nodded once more. Your father is a compulsive gambler, indebted to usurers for over $1 million. Your mother struggles with addiction. Yet none of this has broken your spirit. You probably realize that, relying solely on your own efforts, you may never escape your parents' shadow. Regardless of your earnings, they are insufficient to cover your parents' extravagances. Still, you persevere, earnestly working to provide your sister with an education and nurturing hope for your life. Such qualities I admire greatly, and are precisely why I sought you out. Though you currently have only 10,000 followers, I have faith that with your attitude, diligence, and the company's support, your future will be boundless. Lin Ran emphasized the words company's support. Zhang Xiaolong bit his lip, hesitating whether to accept Lin Ran's invitation. Your sister will soon enter university, correct? Surely, you would not want her to abandon her studies for lack of funds? Very well, I agree. After signing the contract, Lin Ran led him to the company. Ascending via elevator, Zhang Xiaolong frowned upon seeing a floor that appeared to have been ransacked. He questioned the company's credibility. Apologies, still under renovation. It shall be ready in a few days. They proceeded to the office area, which was nearly complete, where Wu Zhizhang was directing workers installing a projector. Opposite the street stood the headquarters of the Luo group, indicating a prime location. Upon seeing Lin Ran arrive with a newcomer, Wu Zhizhang hastened to greet them. President Lin, Is this the streamer you recruited? Zhang Xiaolong, already familiar with Wu Zhizhang from Lin Ran's introduction, greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Zhang Xiaolong. After some conversation, Zhang Xiaolong realized. So the company is quite decent, but is it just the three of you? Am I the sole employee? Are you two leaders serious? Or jesting? Lin Ran chose not to elaborate, and merely gave Wu Zhizhang a few instructions before departing. Wu Zhizhang then proceeded to explain the company's future plans to Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong listened, astonished. Is it just the three of us? Yet you intend to build the largest media and even film company? You aim to make me a millionaire streamer, perhaps even the top streamer? Are you both mad? Wu Zhizhang was unsurprised by Zhang Xiaolong's incredulous reaction. He had thought Lin Ran was insane when first hearing these plans. Patiently, he elucidated the strategies and visions for Zhang Xiaolong to become a millionaire streamer, which somewhat convinced him of the company's prospects. Yet, inwardly, he remained skeptical, though he resolved to comply. After all, he was merely a streamer under the company's banner. Obedience was sufficient. Whether he would become a millionaire streamer was a matter for the future, no one could say. To him, these were but empty promises. Wu Zhizhang was no different from those leaders who spun grand illusions. As long as the money flowed, even the loftiest dreams could be consumed. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolong was unaware that many great endeavors often began with such grand visions. After leaving the company, Lin Ran intended to find Luo Yao, but refrained from entering the Luo Group's building directly, uncertain whether she wished to be seen in public. After some thought, he sent a message. Where are you? I miss you. A swift reply came from Luo Yao. Just finished a meeting. I miss you too. Lin Ran smiled, touched by her simple words. My princess invites me to lunch. After a brief pause, Luo Yao responded. All right, find a place first. Then I'll come. Lin Ran located a well-rated Western restaurant nearby and sent her the location. 10 minutes earlier, Luo Yao's office comprised two areas, work and rest, but few knew there was a hidden chamber behind a bookshelf. This secret room was adorned with countless photographs and dossiers of a single individual, including his habits and preferences. Today, this chamber received a sinister-looking man, dragged in by bodyguards. Upon seeing Luo Yao, he trembled as if glimpsing his doom. The bodyguards remained silent, observing quietly. Luo Yao held a steel blade, moving slowly and gently as she severed the man's tendons in his hands and feet. Agonized screams filled the room, heart-wrenching to hear. Who sent you? She asked. Though his tendons were cut, the man gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Luo Yao, seemingly enjoying the torment, proceeded to sever his fingers and toes one by one. Since you won T-Talk, you forfeit your chance. When the man fainted, the bodyguards revived him with saline, and Luo Yao continued her slow torture without further questioning. This routine appeared as natural as eating or drinking. Eventually, the man could no longer bear it and croaked, I'll talk. Upon opening the location app on her phone, a look of panic immediately crossed her face. Lin Ran was unexpectedly nearby her office building, covered in blood. How could she possibly allow Lin Ran to see her in such a state? The sight would surely terrify him. He might even flee in fear. She could not allow Lin Ran to witness her in this condition. Absolutely not. After contemplating for a moment, she finally responded, All right, you find a place, and I will come over. Without sparing a thought for the bodyguard and the incapacitated man on the ground, she focused solely on quickly cleaning herself up. Miss, what shall we do about this man? She asked, gazing at the contorted and agonized figure on the floor, devoid of any emotion. Wrap him up and take him to the manor, lock him in the basement, and toss in some rats to keep him company. As she spoke, she took several photos with her phone before departing. The bodyguard complied without hesitation, ensuring the secret room was left spotless, devoid of any trace of blood. After tidying herself up in the lounge, Luo Yao disposed of her soiled clothes and cheerfully exited the office. Her Ran had come to find her, expressing that he missed her and wished to share lunch together. Stepping into the elevator, she sent a message. Image. Old geezer. Wash your neck clean and wait for my return to deal with you. Yet, the recipient of the message remained unresponsive. At the Luo family estate, the elder Mr. Luo sat in his wheelchair, his expression dark. That crazy girl dares to threaten me? If she truly wanted to deal with me, she would have done so years ago, rather than merely breaking my legs. A delicate man beside him spoke up. Master, it seems the monkey may not survive. What shall we do next? Mr. Luo fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. This useless fool. I did not anticipate that the dead girl had capable allies, capable of locating even the monkey. However, it matters not. She would not dare to act against me. After all, I am her grandfather. The delicate man frowned, hesitating. But she has not spared her own parents. The second master is imprisoned, and the third and fourth masters have either perished or been severely injured. As for the younger generation, none dare to rebel. Mr. Luo massaged his forehead, acknowledging the man's truth. Luo Yao's methods were not inferior to his own as her grandfather, and given his current precarious position, confronting the mad girl posed too great a risk. Fortunately, he was her grandfather and the previous head of the family. She would surely harbor some degree of restraint in her actions. Otherwise, he would have perished during her rampage years ago. It seemed that the mad girl would not take his life, at least not yet. To succeed, he must learn to endure. Once he regained his position, he would employ the most severe punishment to deal with her. Mr. Luo declared, "Do not provoke the mad girl. Since we have discovered her weakness, we must find our opportunity." The delicate man replied, "Understood." Mr. Luo chuckled. "Who would have thought that you too have someone you care for?" Returning to Lin Ran, he anxiously awaited Luo Yao's arrival. The mere thought of seeing her brought him joy, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life, yet felt palpably now after his rebirth. He was utterly convinced that this was not mere guilt towards Luo Yao, nor a feeble attempt at emotional redemption. He had genuinely fallen in love with this woman. He longed to be by her side at all times, to share his innermost thoughts with someone so deserving of love. "Brother, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice interrupted his reverie, and Lin Ran cursed her misfortune. It was Lin Jian, whom she had not seen for days. Wearing a large duckbill cap and a mask, Lin Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Lin Ran. She was aware that he had yet to recover from his previous injuries, and this disguise was merely to conceal his wounded visage. "Ah, so it is the young master of the Lin family. What happened to your face?" Lin Jian stepped back nervously, glancing around for any hint of the bodyguards. "Brother, you are the true young master of the Lin family. I know you dislike me, but that is all right. If you can forgive me, I would even be willing to leave the Lin family. All I ask is that you return and bow to father, apologize, and he will forgive you." Lin Ran smiled. "Lin Jian, aside from unfamiliar strangers, it's just you and me here. Can you drop the act? Aren't you tired of it? What are you talking about, brother? I'm saying you're a trash can, able to hold so much." Lin Jian bit his lip, suppressing his genuine anger. "Father has been mentioning you incessantly these days. Could you please visit him? He hasn't been well since you left and ended up in the hospital. If you bow and apologize, he certainly won't hold a grudge. And returning to the Lin family is only a matter of time." Lin Ran retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Always kneeling to apologize. Your mother has been a mistress for years. How has this attitude infected you? How can you say that about father and mother? Father is the one you caused to be hospitalized. Well, he brought it upon himself. Regardless of whether he dies, he still owes me money. Otherwise, I will have him expelled from the board." "Brother, why are you so heartless? He is your father." Lin Ran feigned a retching gesture. "Don't come here to disgust me. He is not my father. I have no son like him, nor do I have a grandson like you. You are not allowed to call me brother. If you insist, you might as well bark like a dog. Perhaps I will toss you a bone and gnaw on." Lin Jian was left speechless, struggling to contain his disdain for Lin Ran, knowing that she still held significant shares. "Brother, we are still blood relatives after all. I have no brother. Your mother is a mistress. You're only a few months younger than me, which proves that Lin Tianba cheated while my mother was pregnant with me. Such a scoundrel does not deserve to be called my father. He is fit only to be a dog. And you're merely the offspring of a dog and a dog-ass mistress. Let's call you the three dogs." Lin Jian inhaled deeply. "What must happen for you to forgive father?" Lin Ran was somewhat taken aback. With no one else around, he was still managing to contain himself. "You should kill your parents and send Lu Rugyu to the northern Myanmar industrial park, and then I will transfer my shares to you." Lin Jian's eyes lit up. "Really? Do you really hate them that much?" Lin Ran chuckled. He had never realized how amusing Lin Jian could be. With such a foolish intellect, he had managed to conspire with others to bring about his own demise in the previous life. Did that make Lin Ran even more foolish than him? "Whether I hate them or not is irrelevant. As long as you can do it, my shares are yours." "I'm serious." Lin Jian fell silent, realizing that Lin Ran was playing with him. Just as he contemplated how to appeal to her emotions, he suddenly felt a chill, as if something terrifying was watching him. Slowly turning his head, he was struck by her exquisite beauty. "Get lost." Luo Yao's single word shattered the youthful boy's budding feelings. "Fine, I'll leave," Lin Jian mumbled, lowering his head as he hurried away. But as he distanced himself, he felt something was off. Why was he so frightened by a woman? When he turned back to steal a glance, he saw her sitting beside Lin Ran, their bodies seemingly in close proximity. Lin Ran, how did he deserve such a stunning ice queen? This was unacceptable. He must seize everything Lin Ran cherished. After all, he was the most legitimate son of the Lin family, with his father as the chairman of the Surin Group and his mother as Madame Lin. Everything Lin Ran possessed rightfully belonged to the Lin family. Therefore, it was his. Lin Ran's toys are what he covets, and Lin Ran's father is what he seeks to take. Lin Ran excels in his studies, and he yearns to steal his achievements. Lin Ran harbors affection for Luo Yao, and he desires to claim her as well. Lin Ran is infatuated with Luo Yao, and he feels compelled to seize her too. Everything belongs to him, all of it. Of course, he is not foolish enough to confront them directly. Instead, he observes quietly, biding his time. Patiently, Lin Jian is a true master of restraint. He must uncover the true identity of this woman, and then reveal some scandalous information about Lin Ran in her presence. Once he successfully sows discord, he will step forward to offer comfort. Is this woman not his to possess? Ha ha ha. As he mused, a smile crept across his face. To avoid detection, he stealthily departed the restaurant, entirely forgetting that he had scheduled a meeting with a lawyer for the day. Luo Yao, your brother seems like a foolish dog. Lin Ran, he is not my brother, and please do not insult foolish dogs. Lin Ran's response, his demeanor, and his tone all conveyed sincerity rather than pretense. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. You've changed significantly lately. Lin Ran, have I? It's merely that I have awakened from my dream. Luo Yao, was it once a dream, or is it a dream now? Lin Ran paused, memories of his past life flooding back. Every promise made to Luo Yao must be taken with utmost seriousness. He reached out, cradling Luo Yao's face. Look at me. You're my most genuine love. I am unwaveringly certain that my heart desires only you, and I belong solely to you. All others pale in comparison to even a single strand of your hair. You are not a dream, yet you surpass dreams in beauty. Do you understand? Bang, bang. Despite Lin Ran's recent declarations of love, each time Luo Yao felt her heart flutter. The distinction between truth and deceit mattered little. She relished the feeling. The two gazed silently at each other, each silently confessing. Luo Yao, even if you are deceiving me, I willingly fly into the flame. Lin Ran, I will spend my life proving that my love for you is no deception. Chapter 22. The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually intensified as Lin Ran elegantly fed the little demon, entirely unconcerned with the gazes of others. Lin Ran, how does it taste? Luo Yao savored the steak, relishing each bite. While it was merely average, it bore the flavor of love, though it could not compare to the deliciousness of dishes prepared by A Ran. Then I shall cook for you next time. I guarantee you will be speechless. All right. As their romantic lunch concluded, they bid each other farewell. Luo Yao refrained from inviting Lin Ran to her office, fearing he might discover something unsightly she had left unaddressed. Yet, in truth, she yearned for Lin Ran to be by her side at all times. Lin Ran, understanding her hesitation, did not push. He preferred to simmer Luo Yao like a frog in warm water. Currently, Lin Ran lived for but 2 words, Luo Yao. The 2 days swiftly passed. After his rebirth, Lin Ran and Luo Yao's relationship gradually deepened, traversing a brief yet blissful period they both deemed too perfect. The day before school resumed. In the office of the Luo group, Luo Yao exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. The entire Luo group fell silent, no one comprehending the reason behind their boss's rage. Throughout the morning, not a single executive was innocent. Even passing dogs would flee in terror from the look in Luo Yao's eyes. None felt the weight of her wrath more acutely than her personal assistant, Lu Meng, who trembled as she handed a stack of documents to Luo Yao, stammering. These documents require your review and signature, CEO Luo. Luo Yao remained unperturbed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She was counting the squares that could cover the ceiling, contemplating how many heads could fit within each square. How delightful it would be if those squares were filled with Lu Rugyu's heads. Only when she felt parched did she reach for the cup of water on her desk, which provided a modicum of relief. Slowly, she caressed the bracelet on her wrist, as if it were a switch to regulate her emotions. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao spoke coldly. Leave. Lu Meng fled the office, returning to the assistant team, only to be met by an executive delivering documents, which promptly left her in shock. Wang Jia, please use legal means to punish me rather than burden me with paperwork. Wang Fong felt somewhat embarrassed. I truly apologize, Assistant Lu, but this document is crucial and requires CEO Luo's attention. Go find your own demise. And do not drag me down with you. Wang Fong. Is CEO Luo genuinely angry? Why? Lu Meng, how would I know? However, I sense that CEO Luo's mood is particularly foul this time. You have no idea. The temperature in her office just dropped by at least 10 degrees. Pushing the documents forward, Wang Fong asked, then what do you suggest we do? This is a highly significant project. Lu Meng adjusted her glasses thoughtfully. Perhaps there is someone who could give it a try. Who? Meanwhile, Lin Ran, who was diligently overseeing the company's progress, received a phone call, his expression perplexed. Lu Meng rarely sought him out. This was perhaps the first time since his rebirth. Though he had not saved Lu Meng's number, he could still recognize it. The distinctive ending of 8888 was not common among phone numbers. He feared something might have happened to Luo Yao. Assistant Lu, did you need something? Lu Meng was taken aback. How did you know it was me? Lin Ran was equally surprised. You frequently call Luo Yao. I recognize your number. Lu Meng, that makes sense. Hurry over. CEO Luo is in trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran sprang into action, inquiring about the situation as he walked. Lu Meng hesitated, struggling to articulate the gravity of the situation, merely stating that it was severe. Lin Ran grew anxious. He no longer cared about the reasons. He simply wanted to see Luo Yao immediately. For as long as Luo Yao was in trouble, he had to be there, never allowing anyone to bully his wife. Even if he believed no one would dare to do so. I'm almost there. Should I go straight up? Lu Meng was startled. So soon? Lin Ran, I've been in the office building across from yours. Lu Meng realized, as her role as assistant included reporting Lin Ran's whereabouts. Since Lin Ran had opened a company, she naturally knew. Then come up. Your fingerprint has long been registered with CEO Luo. She said you could enter the company at any time. Lin Ran? He had no knowledge of this. This was Lin Ran's first time entering the building since his rebirth. He recalled that Luo Yao's office was on the 88th floor, and in his previous life, he had been forcibly brought there by Luo Yao's bodyguards more than once. As he approached slowly, many people were coming and going on the first floor, and the security did not stop him. His presence caught the attention of many, particularly some female white-collar workers, who gazed at him as if entranced. Lin Ran did not check in at the front desk, but rather headed straight for the private elevator. Security immediately approached to stop him. Sir, this is a private elevator, and only CEO Luo and her assistant team are authorized to use it. Lin Ran nodded. I know, I can use it too. The security guard chuckled. Sir, our CEO has a dislike for men. She would never hire a male assistant. You should come up with a better excuse. It appeared the security guard had misunderstood Lin Ran's meaning. Lin Ran, uninterested in further discussion, grew impatient. He was eager to ascertain what was happening with Luo Yao. Inputting his fingerprint, the elevator began its ascent, leaving the security guard, who was calling for backup, dumbfounded. Over the intercom, Lao Lu, why are you silent? Lao Lu, it's nothing. I think I might be too young for this. As Lin Ran entered the elevator, he politely nodded to the security guard, acknowledging his professionalism. The private elevator was swift, reaching the 88th floor in no time. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lu Meng had been waiting for him eagerly. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. Come quickly. As she spoke, she handed Lin Ran a stack of documents and briefed him on the situation. So, you urgently summoned me just to hand over this document to Luo Yao? Lu Meng nodded affirmatively. It's not just the documents. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that President Luo is currently quite irate. Although no one knows the reasons behind her anger, at this juncture, you are the only one capable of alleviating her displeasure. Delivering the documents is merely a secondary task. As she spoke, she attempted to push Lin Ran into the office, but suddenly hesitated. If President Luo were to discover that her hand had made contact with Lin Ran's, would it lead to her own hands being severed? Despite Luo Yao being merely the owner of the Luo Corporation, those acquainted with the inner circles are well aware that she is, without a doubt, a woman of ruthless disposition. Lu Meng was acutely aware of Luo Yao's pathological possessiveness, a fact that others might overlook. She was always the first to compile and relay information about Lin Ran's daily activities. It was precisely this clarity that instilled a greater sense of dread within her. Lin Ran, oblivious to Lu Meng's actions, confidently made his way toward Luo Yao's office, with his wife in a foul mood. It was his duty and obligation to cheer her up. Chapter 23, he gently knocked on the door, but there was no response. Grasping the handle, he pushed it open lightly. It was unlocked. He stepped inside quietly, only to find the office area deserted, the lounge devoid of occupants. Lin Ran was left bewildered. Where could everyone be? Was he here to console Mireille? Suddenly, he heard a faint noise, akin to something being dropped, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. However, Lin Ran's keen ears detected the sound. He paused, trying to discern its origin. Following the sound back to the office area, he discovered it emanated from behind the bookshelf. What lay behind the bookshelf? A wall, perhaps. He placed the documents on the desk and curiously listened for a moment, confirming the presence of a sound, albeit faint. Knocking on the wall, he realized it was not solid. There must be another room beyond. Luo Yao, are you in there? He called out, but received no reply. Just as he turned to exit and inquire of Lu Meng, the bookshelf began to shift slowly, revealing a narrow opening large enough for a person to pass through. Luo Yao emerged from within, and as she stepped out, the bookshelf seamlessly returned to its original position. Upon seeing Lin Ran, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Who would have imagined that there was a secret chamber within the office? My dear, were you planning to keep a beautiful companion hidden away? Luo Yao inquired, a hint of unease lacing her voice. Would you like to be hidden away? Lin Ran surprisingly nodded. If it were you, my wife, then I would gladly be concealed. As he approached and jested, he enveloped her in an embrace, gently lifting the cuff of her sleeve along her arm. Luo Yao visibly panicked, attempting to retract her arm, but her movements were sluggish. Upon seeing the conspicuous scars adorning her arm, Lin Ran felt as though his heart had been seized by an unseen force. He had noticed her arm's unnatural movements earlier. Aran, it's not what you think, Luo Yao stammered, desperate to dispel any fear Lin Ran might harbor toward her. The life she had been leading these past few days was a dream come true for her. Lin Ran supported her arm, noting the delicate beauty of her pale skin now marred by numerous wounds. Each scar served as a poignant reminder that his love for Luo Yao was still woefully insufficient. He gently guided her to sit down. Is there a first aid kit? Luo Yao, still in a daze, pointed vacantly towards a corner of the bookshelf. Lin Ran retrieved the first aid kit, crouching before Luo Yao, and delicately lifted her arm. Do not move. His tender touch rendered Luo Yao momentarily dazed. As Lin Ran meticulously applied antiseptic, she remained still, not flinching at the pain, instead gazing down at him, who was so earnestly tending to her wounds. It's not your fault. It's mine. I have failed as a husband, allowing you to suffer. Did you inflict all these injuries upon yourself? Lin Ran suddenly comprehended why she had borne bruises on her leg previously, cursing himself for his ignorance. Luo Yao's mindset was inherently different from others, and her actions were often inscrutable. Viewed through a conventional lens, she would seem unwell. Lin Ran did not wish to alter Luo Yao, yet he absolutely could not bear to see her harmed. The pain she inflicted upon herself elicited only feelings of sorrow and guilt within him. Luo Yao remained silent, contemplating whether Lin Ran would fear her for her self-destructive tendencies. A sweet voice broke the silence. Does it hurt? Lin Ran lifted his gaze, their noses nearly touching, each able to feel the warmth of the other's breath. The fearful expression he had anticipated was absent. Instead, he saw only compassion in her eyes. Observing the misty look in Lin Ran's gaze, Luo Yao quickly reassured him. I'm not in pain. Please don't cry, Aran. Lin Ran completed the bandaging yet did not rise. He cradled her like a child, resting his head gently against her abdomen. If you ever feel wronged, you should hurt me instead. If you wish to harm yourself again, please let me share that burden with you. My heart aches for you. Luo Yao placed her hand on Lin Ran's head, closing her eyes as a single crystalline tear escaped. She hesitated to agree with him, but ultimately whispered, okay. Aran did not fear her. He felt only sorrow for her. They embraced for what felt like an eternity before Lin Ran slowly released her. Gazing in her slightly reddened eyes, she was capable of tears. She was a woman, not a heartless automaton, but Lin Ran's beloved wife. Can you share with me the reason behind your anguish? If you prefer not to, that is perfectly all right. Lin Ran endeavored to be mindful of Luo Yao's emotions. After a brief silence, Luo Yao spoke. Tomorrow, you begin school. I wish I could keep you by my side, but I also don't want to confine you. I'm torn, feeling as if I might lose my sanity. Hence Lin Ran interjected. So you resort to self-harm to find solace? But why? We can meet each night. Luo Yao met his gaze earnestly. It's because of Lu Rug. I fear that once you encounter her, you will abandon me. The mere thought of you seeking her out suffocates me. I wish to eradicate both you and Lu Rugju from existence. I want to lay bare my heart for you to see. Understanding dawned upon Lin Ran. To the outside world, Luo Yao was a formidable and ruthless business magnate, devoid of emotion. Yet, within her lay profound vulnerability. Her greatest flaw was herself. Her sensitivity was akin to raw nerves, resonating with darkness at the slightest touch. Luo Yao, look at me. I am your husband. She, Lu Rugu, is but a fleeting blip in my life. My heart belongs solely to you. I shall never love another. Therefore, rest assured, no one shall ever take me from your side. I will never abandon you, nor will I permit you to forsake me. Luo Yao's thoughts were tumultuous. Yet Lin Ran's words enveloped her in a comforting embrace of security. Perhaps she needed to strive for change, to genuinely place her trust in Lin Ran. All right, I trust you. Lin Ran perceived the shift within Luo Yao, resolving to offer her the utmost tenderness, to heal her wounded spirit. As for Lu Rugyu, that matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, she would remain a festering wound in Luo Yao's heart. After soothing her for a while, Lin Ran finally caught sight of the fierce glint in Luo Yao's eyes. He understood that this was the true Luo Yao, the one who regarded him with fierce affection. The earlier display of fragility was merely a fleeting moment of vulnerability. My dear, what about the secret chamber? Luo Yao pondered. Aran, next time, I promise to take you inside, all right? Lin Ran quipped. There isn't truly a hidden person in there, is there? Luo Yao replied, no. It's merely a few of my little secrets. I'm not yet prepared for you to enter. Lin Ran flashed a charming smile. Very well. However, I am upset and intend to punish you. Chapter 24. Luo Yao contemplated for a moment. Then punish me. Once we return home, you may do as you please. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Is that truly a punishment? How can you indulge yourself while being punished? Casually taking a seat in Luo Yao's office chair, he exclaimed, then you shall be my secretary. Allow me a glimpse into the life of President Luo. Without hesitation, Luo Yao settled herself on Lin Ran's lap. What does this mean? As her fingers gently lifted, they glided across Lin Ran's chest in a teasing manner. The boss is quite handsome, and I consider myself to be not without merit. Therefore, if there are tasks, let the secretary handle them, and if not. Lin Ran carelessly picked up the document Lu Meng had just handed him. Well, since there is a matter at hand, could I trouble Secretary Luo to review this document? With a hint of confusion, Luo Yao took the document, glanced at it, and then proceeded to sign it with swift strokes, all while remaining perched on Lin Ran's lap. Boss, it has been duly reviewed. Please take a look. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the office. Both of them froze, Luo Yao's eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Come in. Lu Meng cautiously pushed the door open. President Luo. About that document. Luo Yao tossed the file toward her, and Lu Meng caught it with precision. Thank you, President Luo. Closing the office door behind her, Lu Meng exhaled deeply. It seemed that President Luo's anger had dissipated significantly. Good heavens! Just moments ago, Lin Ran had been seated in President Luo's chair, while she appeared to be sitting on his lap. Wow, wow, wow. What a sensational scoop. Excitement mingled with disappointment. Such monumental news couldn't be shared. Sighing, Wang Fong inquired. Assistant Lu, have you resolved it? Lu Meng, looking rather dispirited, handed the document to Wang Fong. Please take this to the operations department. Wang Fong opened it, her excitement palpable. You truly are remarkable, Assistant Lu. None of us dare to appear before President Luo now. Lu Meng shook her head. This has nothing to do with me. It's all Lin Ran's doing. He managed to make President Luo happy, and now she is still sitting on his lap. Flirting with him. Wang Fong pondered. So who exactly is Lin Ran? Could he be that charming young man from the video conference the other day? Are they really involved? Lu Meng quickly covered Wang Fong's mouth. Do you want to get us both in trouble with such loud speculation? I shouldn't have even mentioned it to you. Wang Fong nodded, still shaken. Yes, I'll get back to work. Thank you for the warning, Assistant Lu. Lu Meng added, you'd best keep your lips sealed about this. If anyone finds out you're the one who leaked it, I assure you, I won't be responsible for your fate. Understood. After delivering the document, Wang Fong returned to her desk, fidgeting anxiously. The burden of knowing such a juicy secret without being able to share it was unbearable. Turning to her colleague, she said, Xiao Zhang, would you fetch me a cup of coffee? I'll let you in on a secret. Xiao Zhang immediately perked up, rushing off to make the coffee. Back in the office, after Lu Meng had left, Luo Yao turned around and was taken aback. Her desk was quite simple, adorned only with a computer, a water cup, and a few trinkets. Lin Ran's gaze was fixed on a small bottle atop the desk, which contained a hidden note. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the bottle, but Luo Yao quickly snatched it away. Darling, it seems you have quite a few secrets lately. Luo Yao replied. Ran, do you truly wish to see? If Lin Ran desired to look, Luo Yao would not stop him, though she felt a twinge of internal conflict. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Ran stated, if you wish to show me, then I shall look. If not, I shall not pry. Luo Yao promptly tucked away the small bottle, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she said, one day, I shall reveal its contents to you. Lin Ran sighed theatrically, though internally, he remained resolute. It's merely a small bottle. I have countless ways to discover its secrets. As long as I frequent your office, I shall eventually uncover all your little mysteries. He was determined to see just how many secrets the typically aloof Luo Yao truly held. Ran, I wish to continue being your secretary. Lin Ran replied. I never expected Secretary Luo to be so agreeable. The journey from the office to the lounge was uneventful, as Luo Yao, as circumstances precluded any further actions. Ran, do you aspire to be the true owner of the Luo Corporation? How would you feel if I handed it over to you? Lin Ran was taken aback and quickly shook his head. I have no interest. What would you do if I became the owner? Luo Yao flashed a sultry smile. I would continue to be your secretary. Lin Ran chuckled in resignation. Enough of this nonsense. I merely wish to be a carefree slacker, not a diligent workaholic. Then why you run a company? Lin Ran retorted. That's different. I'm using your funds to run the company, hoping to earn a little something to buy gifts for my wife. Meanwhile, I'll let you be the breadwinner. Why should I toil unnecessarily? A sudden wave of happiness washed over Luo Yao. Then I shall support you for a lifetime. Lin Ran cheekily replied, of course, you wouldn't abandon me halfway. Would you? It's a promise. It was a pact that Lin Ran intended to keep. Shortly thereafter, hand in hand, they exited the Luo Corporation. Lin Ran's presence stunned the entire establishment, yet no one dared to openly discuss it. The executives, recognizing Lin Ran's somewhat familiar handsome face, exchanged knowing smiles. While the ordinary employees wore expressions of shock and gossip, news had swiftly spread among the executives that President Luo's little puppy had arrived at the company. The entire organization was abuzz with speculation. If President Luo could soften due to love, then the future would undoubtedly be prosperous for them all. Rumor had it that this news was confined to the executive level, though a cleaning lady had overheard. President Luo is no longer the same. She has been captured by love. How do you know this, little security guard? Of course, when that handsome guy arrived, I was the one who opened the elevator for him. In a company teeming with people, many had attempted to seduce Luo Yao to climb the ranks. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by a wealthy and beautiful female CEO? However, anyone who dared to express interest in Luo Yao mysteriously vanished without a trace, and gradually, no one dared to try anymore. This icy female CEO had perhaps secretly become a cold-blooded executioner. She had successfully deterred all the male employees from pursuing her, even dissuading many suitors from her hometown. As Lin Ran furrowed his brow, he led Luo Yao out of the building. Why do I feel like your colleagues are looking at me strangely? Is that so? How dare they stare at us? Their audacity grows by the day. Just wait until I get back and dock their bonuses. Lin Ran felt a twinge of sympathy for those poor souls. Luo Yao took Lin Ran to Huishan Plaza, the very plaza that had been transferred to his name, with the mall being just a portion of it. On this occasion, Luo Yao intended to completely revamp Lin Ran's image. Her man must be the most dashing of all. In the 25th chapter, regardless of what she did, Lin Ran had always resisted her. Now that he had changed, she was determined to treat him even better. This was their first shopping trip together without bodyguards in tow, although they might still be lurking in the shadows. Without the housekeeper as a third wheel, and with no Lu Rugyu to cause trouble, Luo Yao and Lin Ran stood together like a couple, even wearing masks yet still attracting the attention of passersby. They were simply perfect for each other. However, Luo Yao's shopping style shattered Lin Ran's expectations. No matter which store they entered, she would gather every item suitable for Lin Ran's physique, arranging for them to be delivered to his address. From clothing to accessories, she even purchased over 100 belts. Watching Luo Yao continuously swipe her card left, Lin Ran astounded. Is this truly how the elite shop? It's utterly impressive. Lin Ran reiterated, let me emphasize once more, being a husband is a feeling. Luo Yao's actions soon reached the ears of all the mall staff, many of whom recognized the handsome young man as the recently appointed owner of the plaza, while the woman was known throughout the Kyoto business circles as the formidable tycoon Luo Yao. Though the mall was under Lin Ran's name, the stores were leased, which was standard for large shopping centers. Thus, every shop eagerly anticipated the arrival of the two. After all, the entrance of these two signifies the prospect of substantial commissions. However, Lin Ran felt it was rather excessive, and after much persuasion, he finally relented. Luo Yao then led Lin Ran into a beauty salon. This was a sanctuary for women. What business did a man like me have here? Did you not say you would heed my words? Fine. After indulging in a spa and a myriad of treatments, Lin Ran finally emerged from the mall. Ran, remember, only I have the means to splurge this much on you. Can anyone else spend such lavish amounts on you? Can they bestow upon you such splendid gifts? Can they transform you into someone so handsome? Lin Ran hurriedly shook his head, acknowledging that indeed, none could. Did Luo Yao intend to use money to overwhelm him? Darling, I realize you exude such masculinity, especially when it comes to paying. Only I possess that charm. You need not feel inferior. 1,000 points of critical damage. Spotting an ice cream shop, Luo Yao casually inquired, Hey Ran, would you like some ice cream? Lin Ran immediately shook his head. You can't eat that. You're still on your period. Luo Yao laughed joyously, and for the first time, Lin Ran witnessed such a radiant smile on her face, as if the world were melting away. Then let us indulge in some desserts. I've never tasted desserts from outside. All right. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, a group of men in black suddenly cleared the place out. It was a mere handful, each one silently handed over a stack of cash, obediently departing with just a glance. Can anyone else offer you such exclusive service? Lin Ran found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, no one else was so extravagantly generous. The staff at the dessert shop served the two of them with trembling hands. Which one do you wish to try? I've never had desserts from outside. Which one do you prefer? Ran? Lin Ran thought to himself. So she truly is a princess of wealth, having never tasted even the simplest desserts. Then choose based on your instincts. Lin Ran seldom indulged in desserts. The only time he had was while accompanying Luo Yao pointed to a dessert. I'll have this tiramisu. You should order one too, Ran. Lin Ran glanced at her and asked, what is the second one you wish to try? Eating too many sweets will make one gain weight. Do you like me chubby, Ran? I do. How about this strawberry cheesecake? Lin Ran turned to the server. We'll take these too. They settled into a cozy spot on the second floor. And Lin Ran first fed the little devil. The flavor isn't bad, she remarked, glancing at Lin Ran's strawberry cheesecake. Lin Ran beamed with affection, tearing a piece of cheesecake and feeding Luo Yao a bite. Satisfied, she savored it slowly. Although she had no particular expectations of food, recently, thanks to Lin Ran's feeding, she had begun to relish each experience. She felt her body starting to change, no longer as frail as before, relishing the taste of happiness. She scooped a spoonful and offered it to Lin Ran. They took turns feeding each other. There are some sticky notes here. Shall we write something? Lin Ran tore off 2 sticky notes, handing one to Luo Yao while holding onto the other. It's a bit dull, but since Ran likes me, I'll just write something. Luo Yao wrote, Ran has always accompanied me. Lin Ran wrote, always by Luo Yao's side. As they affixed the sticky notes to the wall, they exchanged glances and smiled. I know a place that has 18 kinds of torture devices, specifically for punishing those who break their promises to me. Then I suppose I will never have the chance to see it in this lifetime. Exiting the dessert shop, Lin Ran went to buy a cup of milk tea. I specifically requested it without ice. I hear girls prefer it that way. You should give it a try. Does Lu Rugju like it? Lin Ran chuckled. She only likes to eat dirt. Can we not keep mentioning her? Luo Yao took a sip. It tastes quite good. You should try some too. This marked her first experience with milk tea and her first taste of external desserts, and she was pleasantly surprised by their flavors. As Lin Ran offered her the milk tea, he hesitated not at all and took a sip himself. Luo Yao savored the sensation of sharing a cup of milk tea. Both using the same straw, it felt like an ambiguous kiss, shy and intimate. It was a completely different sensation from the love shared in bed. Yet, it was Lin Ran's intentional gesture to purchase only one cup. Concluding their date, Lin Ran realized this was the happiest outing he had experienced in both this life and the last. Although the activities were simple, being with Luo Yao imbued them with profound significance. Love is a feeling, not merely an action. It turns out, one's happiness hinges not on solitary existence, but rather on companionship. In his previous life, Lin Ran had accompanied Lu Rugyu and family, yet felt nothing but humility. In this life, however, in the presence of Luo Yao, he felt bliss and contentment. This afternoon was also unforgettable for Luo Yao. That night, she remarked, I'll accompany you to school tomorrow. You must not seek out Lu Rugyu. I certainly shan't look for her, but we are in the same class. Not for long. Lin Ran was taken aback, then smiled and readily agreed with Luo Yao. All right, I want to seek her out. If she comes looking for me, I shall scold her vehemently. Luo Yao pointed to her eyes. Remember your words. I will keep watch. Of course, like a camera on a clock. Chapter 26. Luo Yao was taken aback, then coldly remarked, so you were aware. Lin Ran chuckled, reaching out to playfully poke her nose. I should say, I enjoy being under your watchful gaze. If you're ever concerned, you can install a tracker on me. Isn't that what the domineering CEOs in novels do? I did so 3 years ago. Lin Ran was left utterly bewildered. No wonder she could always find him, regardless of where he was. Even in death, buried beneath the earth, she could still locate him. So that was the reason. Will you blame me? Luo Yao asked. Lin Ran responded earnestly, not at all. This way, even if I perish, you will still find me. If you were to die, I would surely accompany you, whether in heaven or hell. You belong solely to me. A promise made, never to be revoked. On the first day of school, Kyoto University, as a prestigious institution, buzzed with activity. Lin Ran officially advanced to his senior year. Countless students bravely stepped through the renowned gates, pursuing their dreams. Yet, some had arrived through other means, such as Lin Jian and Lu Rugyu. In the past, Lin Tianba had constructed a faculty dormitory under the name of Su Ran Group, securing 2 slots, one for his younger son Lin Jian and the other for Lu Rugyu. Lin Ran, however, gained admission through his own merit. Today, Lin Tianba personally drove his son and niece to school. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he noticed a luxurious Rolls-Royce approaching, prompting him to quickly yield the way for the illustrious vehicle. Lin Jian had refrained from venturing out these past few days, still recovering from the injuries sustained during the last encounter with Lin Ran. He did not wish for others to discover his predicament. His last visit to the restaurant had been a private meeting with a lawyer, which unexpectedly led to a confrontation with Lin Ran. Thankfully, he was nearly healed and no longer needed to wear a mask. After the luxury car incident, Luo Yao had also avoided returning to school, feeling embarrassed, especially since the campus forums were abuzz with posts about her and Lin Ran. Fortunately, most classmates remained rational, merely labeling her as a materialistic woman. Furthermore, Lin Ran had ceased pursuing Luo Yao and had used his wealth to humiliate her, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. She had not informed Lin Jian or Lin Tianba about this. As Lin Tianba made way, Lin Jian and Luo Yao also noticed the opulent Rolls-Royce. They wondered which young master or princess had come to study at Kyoto University. Upon seeing the license plate number, Jing A00001, Lin Tianba exclaimed, "Is it a vehicle from the Luo family?" Unbeknownst to others, Lin Tianba, a man of certain accomplishments, was well aware of the situation. The Luo family, when viewed from a national perspective, stands as an unequivocal top-tier aristocracy, arguably the foremost among them all. It is said that the matriarch of the Luo family, the illustrious Miss Luo Yao, is merely 26 years of age, yet wields unparalleled power. Her ascendance to authority is nothing short of legendary. Abducted at the age of 5 and reclaimed at 18, upon her return to the family, many presumed her to be a mere vulnerable girl. To their astonishment, Luo Yao single-handedly dismantled the very foundation of the Luo family. Her first act was patricide and matricide, leaving several brothers dead or in ruin. Once she secured her voice in the family, she expelled multiple uncles from the Luo clan, their fates now shrouded in mystery. The previous patriarch, Old Master Luo, attempted to restore order, but within days, he suffered a grievous injury, rendering him unable to fulfill his duties, retreating instead to the ancestral home for retirement. Whispers abound that this was orchestrated by Luo Yao. Yet, this seemingly cold-hearted girl managed to consolidate her control over the Luo family in just a few short years, silencing all opposition. By the time she assumed power at the age of 23, the Luo family had burgeoned into a colossal entity. Back then, Lin Tianba had aspirations of befriending her, and during a soiree, he overheard Luo Yao's assistant, Lu Ming, mention that Luo Yao was in search of someone. Lin Tianba, eager to assist, was disheartened to learn just days later that the individual had been found. Missing the opportunity to curry favor with Luo Yao left him troubled, though he did not dwell on it for long, considering her merely a woman. However, this very woman, in a mere 3 years, elevated the Luo group to the pinnacle of global enterprise by the time she turned 26. Who could believe such a feat? Now, Lin Tianba realized that he had become insignificant in the eyes of the Luo family, or rather, he understood that even his former self would have elicited no regard from them. The disparity was simply too vast. One was an elite family ranked first in the world, while the other was merely a businessman of modest success, utterly incomparable. Yet now, it appeared that someone from the Luo family attended the same school as his son, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Tianba. Xiaojian, Ru Shui, do you see that Rolls-Royce? It belongs to the Luo group. Whoever is inside, you must forge a connection with them. If you can win their favor, our entire family will soar, understood? The two nodded in unison. But as the three gazed towards the slowly opening door of the Rolls-Royce, they were all rendered speechless. Lin Ran? After Lin Ran exited the vehicle, not only were Lin Tianba and his companions astounded, but everyone at the school gate was equally taken aback. Senior students were shocked to see Lin Ran arriving in a Rolls-Royce, while newcomers were flabbergasted by the sight of such a wealthy and striking young man. Who is he? So handsome, so affluent. I want to get closer. A junior inquired. Are you a new student? That is Senior Lin Ran, our school as heartthrob. But I've never heard his family being so wealthy. Oh my, what a handsome young man. I want to swoon. Another exclaimed, Senior Lin Ran. Is it true that you're no longer pursuing Lu Ru Shui? How about giving me a glance? Lin Ran has given up on pursuing Lu Ru Shui. Where did you hear that? Check the campus forum. Lu Ru Shui's expression darkened, her heart aching as she listened to the surrounding girls' conversations, feeling as though something precious was slipping away. When had Lin Ran become so popular? Just as Lin Ran prepared to leave, the window rolled down, and Luo Yao's fierce voice pierced the air. Darling, a kiss please. Without hesitation, Lin Ran turned back and planted a kiss on her lips. A farewell kiss. I'll return early tonight. Luo Yao, satisfied by the parting kiss, cast a cold glare at the gathered students, proclaiming with her demeanor, this man is mine. Keep your distance. This scene startled Lin Tianba, who had been preparing to exit his vehicle, prompting him to retreat hastily. Had he seen correctly? The face that had appeared at the Rolls-Royce window was indeed Luo Yao. Unsure, he pulled out his phone to investigate, and to his astonishment, it was true. Lin Jian also caught sight of her, and at the first glance of Luo Yao, his heart skipped a beat. How could such an exquisitely beautiful woman be publicly kissing Lin Ran? It seemed utterly unjust. Lin Ran was merely the least favored son of a Lin family, while he himself was the cherished one. Chapter 27. Lu Ru Shui's face turned ashen. Her encounters with this woman had left an indelible impression. Each meeting felt as though she might be mercilessly cut down by this woman. Father, brother just kissed that beautiful woman in public. Isn't that a bit detrimental to our Lin family's reputation? Lin Tianba cast a glance at Lin Jian, remaining silent. Noticing Lin Tianba's mood, Lin Jian quickly amended his words. It's all my fault. I haven't shown enough concern for my brother. I didn't realize he was sullying our family's honor. My mistake. Please, father, don't be too hard on him. Let him bow an apology to you. And then forgive him. Don't punish him. It pains me to see him hurt. Lin Tianba sighed. Xiao Jian, your kindness is what allows him to take advantage of you. He is already pressuring me for dividends. Such a rebellious son, even if he were to kneel and apologize. I could never forgive him. He has lost me as a father forever. Father, don't blame my brother. We don't even know who that woman in the car is. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Tianba. Xiao Jian, I have something to discuss with you. Leaning in, he whispered into Lin Jian's ear. And soon Lin Jian's eyes widened in shock, then slowly began to glimmer with excitement. Lin Tianba was naturally instructing Lin Jian to approach Lin Ran, and through him, to connect with Luo Yao. Ideally, he hoped to capture Luo Yao's attention and, perhaps, secure a position by her side. Lin Ran, after all, was merely a handsome face. If Luo Yao truly had affections for him, it was only for his looks. In terms of excellence, it was Lin Jian who was truly his pride. Even if this endeavor ended in failure, he could still seek out Lin Ran to gain some advantage, right? After all, he was his biological father. What could Lin Ran do to him? It was only reasonable that any benefits gained from the Luo family should be shared with his progenitor. I brought you into this world. You owe me gratitude, a sentiment even a dog could understand, was one Lin Tianba grasped all too well. Once Lin Jian had received his orders, he pondered something further, conversing with Lu Ru Shui as they walked into the campus. Gradually, Lu Ru Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Then she too began to feel excitement. Lin Jian playfully pinched Lu Ru Shui's rear. Oh, that's nice. If you need a checkup, just call your cousin. Lu Ru Shui blushed. Lin Jian, you're so naughty. Are you not jealous if I go find Lin Ran? Lin Jian replied, go ahead. I trust you can take care of yourself. As long as Lin Ran is with you, I believe that young lady will not let him go easily. Lu Ru Shui inquired, so you're not jealous? She understood that the relationship between her and Lin Jian could never be made public. Lin Ran was indeed a suitable candidate to divert attention, especially since he had become more handsome and affluent. Perhaps being together was not entirely out of the question. To think of captivating both brothers was exhilarating. It was less about Lin Jian urging her to seduce Lin Ran, and more about her own desire to get closer to him. On the first day of school, many upperclassmen volunteered for orientation and were busy with club recruitment. But Lin Ran had no intention of wasting time on such matters. He sought out his close friends instead. Upon opening the long-awaited dormitory door, he found his buddy Wu Zhizhang still fast asleep. The other two roommates hadn't returned to campus either. Old Wu, no response. Son, still no wakefulness. On the first day of school, the entire campus was abuzz, yet this fellow remained utterly unfazed. What remarkable sleep quality. Lin Ran yanked his friend's hair, pulling him upright. The pain jolted Wu Zhizhang awake. Dazed, Wu Zhizhang stared at his friend, grappling with the realization of missing hair. He then reached up to touch his head, balding. My apologies, old Wu. Who told you to sleep so soundly? Wu Zhizhang took a deep breath, tossing aside the non-existent bangs, forcefully suppressing his anger as he thought. Blood brothers. This is my brother, with whom I've shared the same pair of trousers while growing up. I shall endure. You charming man, let me warn you. You'd better be genuinely troubled, or I shall disregard your words. Lin Ran felt a bit awkward. He anticipated that he would once again exacerbate Wu Zhizhang's already sparse hair. Old Wu, how is the company faring now? Wu Zhizhang replied with a proud expression. It's already been renovated. We are merely short of personnel. It's a perfect opportunity to recruit from our school. I believe that both students and the institution will lend their full support, as everyone seeks internship certifications. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. Then let's find an opportunity to communicate with the principal. Of course, we don't need just anyone, like Lu Rugyu and her ilk. Wu Zhizhang made an okay gesture. OJBK. I heard that Lu Rugyu interned for an entire summer, but ended up without an internship certificate. It's absolutely hilarious. Apparently, she was accused of seducing her superior and was promptly dismissed. Lin Ran was taken aback, realizing this was indeed quite the scandal. Wu Zhizhang continued. Just the thought of having to see that wretched woman frequently infuriates me. Lin Ran responded, after today, she will no longer be part of our class. Wu Zhizhang. At that moment, in the instructor's office, Lu Rugyu wore a look of shock. Why? No reason. Starting today, you're no longer a student of the finance department. The principal has arranged for you to study Burmese in the foreign languages department. Lu Rugyu could hardly believe it. Are you joking? Why do you have to change my major? This is tyranny. I will report this to the Education Bureau. The instructor, displaying disdain, replied, do as you wish. However, prior to that, I will have the Education Bureau investigate how such a poor student as you gained admission to Kyoto University. How could you do this? The instructor interrupted, don't be defiant. The people from the Luo group have already reported your seduction of a married man to the school. Not expelling you is already a mercy. If you refuse to change your major, I will have to apply for your expulsion to the principal. Lu Rugyu lamented, I am wronged. You are being unreasonable. I will go study Burmese. Seeing the instructor's indifferent demeanor, Lu Rugyu ceased her resistance, leaving the office in despair. Just then, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from the instructor that stirred a flicker of excitement within her. Could it be that the school has had a change of heart? The instructor's message read, I forgot to mention earlier, your performance at the welcome party has been canceled. The student council said your dance resembled a maggot and is unsuitable for a performance. Lu Rugyu stood frozen, unable to move for a long while. Why has she been so unfortunate lately? First, Lin Ran distanced himself from her. Then she inexplicably acquired a debt of 1 million. And now her close friend has also left her. Chapter 28. Even though she knew Lin Ran wouldn't truly demand money from her, it was merely a means of humiliation during his moments of anger. Yet because of this incident, she had become the talk of the campus forum, with much dirt dug up about her. Unable to secure an internship certificate, slandered for seducing a married man, expelled from her major, and her performance canceled. What was the point of all her hard work practicing these past few days? Everything had begun to unravel since Lin Ran distanced himself from her. Lin Ran, I hate you. Desperation set in. She had to find Lin Ran. She still had a mission. She must seize an opportunity to confess to him, leaving no room for retreat. To gain something, one must lose something. Having lost, she must certainly gain. After today, she would no longer be in this class, and her chances to interact with Lin Ran would dwindle. Today was a prime opportunity. As Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang walked toward the classroom, they were startled by Wu Zhizhang's sudden exclamation. Wow, Lingu, you made it to the forum's homepage. You actually kissed your girlfriend publicly on the first day of school? Lin Ran quickly pulled out his phone to log onto the forum, and indeed he found his post. And not just one. Fortunately, none of the posts featured a clear image of Luo Yao. The best ones were blurry, and the clearest shot had Lin Ran blocking most of her face during their kiss, revealing only a glimpse. Even so, it was enough to ascertain Luo Yao's beauty. Wu Zhizhang remarked, what is this? There aren't any clear photos of your girlfriend, but you can tell she is truly stunning. Lin Ge, did you save a fairy in your past life? Lin Ran smiled without responding. In his past life, he hadn't saved a fairy. He had harmed one. At the entrance of the grand classroom, Lin Ran was intercepted. Lin Ran, I wish to speak with you. Lu Rugyu's movement caused the entire classroom to fall silent. So, have you prepared the money? Lin Ran quipped. When did you become so superficial? Can't we discuss anything other than money? What else is there to talk about? Should we discuss dreams? Pray tell, what is your dream? Why are you here, flaunting yourself? Lu Rugyu was infuriated. Taking a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, she declared, I know you've been ignoring and mocking me because I didn't accept your confession, but I don't care about that anymore. I've thought about it carefully these days, and I've realized that I actually like you. Ever since you've been gone, I can't hide my feelings for you anymore. Lin Ran Gu, I agree to be your girlfriend. Let us be together. Lin Ran cautioned, then you must be careful. Lu Rugyu. Lin Ran continued, you cannot hide the fact that you like someone, but if you fancy two people, you must keep it concealed. Lu Rugyu was momentarily stunned, feeling a twinge of panic within her. What do you mean? I've already agreed to be your girlfriend. What more do you want? Lin Ran retorted, I don't approve, and you still owe me money. Lu Rugyu finally reached her breaking point. Money, money, money. Do you know anything else? Has our relationship sunk to this level? Lin Ran replied, our only relationship is that I am your creditor. Lu Rugyu felt a wave of disappointment, yet persevered. I admit I may have had high expectations of you in the past. Lin Ran, stop playing around. Let us return to how we were before. I promise to be your girlfriend. Please don't ignore me, okay? Have you not thought of me these days? Lin Ran interjected, stop right there. Whether I think about you or not is irrelevant. If you miss me, just call me. My account number hasn't changed. It's still Agricultural Bank. Luo Yao felt as if she had been insulted. Did Lin Ran truly not comprehend her obvious confession? Lin Ran, are you really that oblivious, or just pretending? I'm genuinely upset. Lin Ran replied, if you're sick, call 120. If you wish to die, don't involve me. If you have money, pay me back. If you don't, go find a way to earn it. Tears streamed down Luo Yao's face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Yet the entire classroom remained silent, watching her, with no one coming to her defense. If this were before, at least a few sycophants would have come to Lin Ran's defense. But the situation had changed. Wow, Luo Yao is utterly shameless. Lin Ran has even posted about his marriage, yet she still clings to him. Isn't that classic mistress behavior? It's not exactly marriage. They merely obtained a certificate. Perhaps the certificate was just a picture from the internet, specifically to provoke Luo Yao. Today I saw Lin Ran arriving in a luxury car with a beautiful woman. It's quite likely he has been taken care of. That doesn't seem right. Lin Ran doesn't strike me as someone who would compromise for money. Setting aside the truth, Luo Yao's bold confession was indeed surprising. Luo Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she overheard whispers. Lin Ran, you got married? Lin Ran shrugged. Is that a problem? Luo Yao retorted, let me tell you, if you want to be a mistress, find someone else. If you want to repay your debt, come back to me. Luo Yao, weeping, fled the scene. She had only just realized that Lin Ran had indeed posted on social media. Yet, I find myself no longer amidst the circle, confined within his shadowy abode. As Luo Yao hastily departed, the classroom erupted once more into a cacophony. A few curious souls occasionally cast glances toward Lin Ran, with some unable to restrain their inquisitiveness. Approaching him with questions, Lin Ran remained uncertain of Luo Yao's intentions and was reluctant to disclose the identity of his wife, merely informing his classmates that he was indeed married. However, the identity of his spouse remained a mystery to all. The young girls in the class were left heartbroken, while others speculated that Lin Ran was merely putting on an act, attempting to provoke Luo Yao through a strategy of feigned indifference. After all, Lin Ran's past reputation as a devoted admirer was deeply ingrained in their minds. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yao buried herself under the covers, weeping alone. She felt as though Lin Ran truly no longer cared for her, a notion she found unbearable. Hua Haney pushed open the dormitory door and immediately noticed Luo Yao's swollen eyes from crying. Recalling her previous betrayal, she felt a twinge of remorse. Oh, Luo Yao, last time, I merely employed a delaying tactic. After all, if it were you, Lin Ran would never truly demand compensation from you. But with the two of us, you would certainly expect me to pay. Surely you can understand my predicament. After all, we are best friends. Luo Yao stared blankly at Hua Haney, uncertain whether her words held any truth. But you haven't provided me with any explanation for all these days. Hua Haney replied, wasn't it my father who summoned me home for a matchmaking session? I simply haven't had the time. Accepting Hua Haney's explanation, the two reconciled as if nothing had happened. How did your matchmaking go? Luo Yao inquired. Not well. Those men were either misfits or of poor quality, not even comparable to your Lin Ran. As the conversation turned to Lin Ran, Luo Yao's eyes began to redden once more. What is wrong, Luo Yao? Did Lin Ran bully you again? Luo Yao's sobs intensified. Lin Ran, it seems he has married someone else. He no longer wants me. Hua Haney's eyes widened in shock, Nanny. After Luo Yao's explanation, Hua Haney chuckled. Luo Yao, fret not. I dare say Lin Ran is undoubtedly deceiving you. Luo Yao was perplexed. What do you mean? Hua Haney continued. Consider this. Lin Ran has always adored you passionately. How could he simply let go? He is merely employing a tactic of feigned indifference. His luxurious car, an ostentatious display of wealth, though the source of his riches is unknown, are undoubtedly intended to provoke you, to showcase his merits. Moreover, you have consistently spent his money without reciprocating, which likely incensed him, prompting his rejection today. Luo Yao's understanding dawned upon her. Lifting her head, she recalled the woman who had abducted Lin Ran. Could it be that because of her, Lin Ran hesitated to draw too close? It must be so. Surely her Lin Ran could not possibly lack affection for her. He must be under duress. It was inconceivable that he would marry anyone but herself. Lin Ran has resorted to lying just to provoke me? My spending his money was merely to encourage his growth. How could he be so foolish, misunderstanding my intentions? Hua Haney regarded Luo Yao as one might a simpleton. Were it not for her desire to be near Lin Ran, she would have little desire to continue this friendship with such a dim-wit individual. In recent days, she had utilized her cousin's connections at the insurance company to investigate Lin Ran. Indeed, he was the owner of that Koenigsegg. Moreover, Lin Ran possessed dozens of luxury vehicles, each worth millions. This revelation left Hua Haney astounded. Observing Lin Ran's indifference toward Lu Rug, she was convinced that he had genuinely lost interest in her. Perhaps this was her chance to ascend in status? Lin Ran was so handsome, so affluent, so exceptional, truly the epitome of a high, rich, and handsome man. While Lu Rugyu squandered her chances, she would seize the opportunity. After years of knowing each other, they had never even held hands. And yet Lu Rugyu had no qualms about spending his money. How shameless! Fear not, Rugyu. You are the most innocent girl I have ever met. You will surely win Lin Ran's heart once more. Thank you, Nini, you are right. Lin Ran loves me so much. He must be deceiving me. What thanks are needed? After all, we are the best of friends. In the afternoon, within the principal's office, Principal Tang was reaching out to his former students to see if he could leverage connections to secure internship positions across various companies. The current economic climate was grim, with large corporations monopolizing the market, making it increasingly challenging for small businesses to thrive. Positions in major companies were highly sought after, while smaller firms were reluctant to expend resources, resulting in a growing number of university graduates struggling to find employment. Even at the prestigious Kyoto University, many graduates were left jobless, a situation that Principal Tang found disheartening. Additionally, the library was in disrepair, and funding approvals were long overdue, leaving him to personally address various pressing matters. At only 50 years of age, he was already graying. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking echoed. Come in. Upon seeing two students enter, the principal's expression turned inquisitive. What brings you here, young scholars? 10 minutes later, Principal Tang remarked. You say you have established a media company and wish to recruit some students from our school? Lin Ran nodded. The principal's face immediately brightened. Of course. This not only provides you with talent, but also addresses our school's employment challenges. In the past, students have attempted similar endeavors, though the outcomes were often unsatisfactory. How many positions are you able to offer? Wu Zhizhang produced a document and handed it to Principal Tang, who grew increasingly astonished as he read. You require 100 students? Such a large-scale recruitment. What will you do if the results are not favorable? Lin Ran replied, Thank you for your concern, Principal, but rest assured, our funding is more than adequate. This 100 is merely the initial recruitment. As we expand, we will return for more. I hope you can facilitate our future needs. Principal Tang's eyes glistened with emotion. Absolutely. 100 positions is no small feat. At the welcome party after the new students' military training, you can announce it yourself and conduct on-site recruitment. Lin Ran responded, Thank you, Principal. I plan to recruit not only from the arts and finance departments, but possibly from other faculties as well. Principal Tang agreed. Certainly, diverse talents are essential for a company's success. This will only foster growth. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Ran exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Zhizhang. They had successfully accomplished their goal. The day passed swiftly, and soon evening approached. In the morning, Luo Yao had personally escorted Lin Ran to school, while that evening, he drove away in the Koenigsegg. This spectacle left many students astounded, their curiosity piqued. The younger female students gazed at him with shining eyes, almost wishing to leap into his embrace. From that day forth, Lin Ran became the undeniable scion of Kyoto University, his prior notoriety drawing the attention of countless students. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran was taken aback as he opened the door. Welcome home, sir. The servants stood in 2 neat rows. The living room adorned with a red carpet, and the old butler awaited him with a bottle of champagne. Lin Ran was bewildered. Young master, the young lady instructed us to prepare a welcome banquet for you on your first day of school. A welcome feast for school? Indeed, wealth allows for such indulgences. Is Luo Yao back? Just then, Luo Yao entered from outside. Lin Ran turned and embraced her, kissing her directly. You're quite punctual, Luo Yao remarked. Of course. I promise to return home early for you. Luo Yao raised her eyes, suddenly adopting a piercing gaze. Did you see Lu Rugyu today? The room fell silent at her words. Yao Yao, I do not wish to deceive you. I did see her, but I assure you, I harbor no feelings for her. I merely asked her for money since she damaged the car you gifted me. Luo Yao was acutely aware of these matters. Even to the minutiae of where Lin Ran had ventured today, what he had uttered, and the number of his spoken words. Fortunately, Lin Ran had not engaged in any indiscreet behavior, yet this did little to quell Luo Yao's dissatisfaction. She sought to punish Lin Ran, to impart upon him the sting of consequence, so that he would temper his actions. The audacity of Lu Rugyu to publicly declare her affections for Lin Ran was akin to a dog recklessly courting danger in a latrine. The dining table transformed into a lavish banquet setting. Lin Ran, undeterred, chose to sit beside Luo Yao, striving to provide her with a sense of security. For he knew that at any moment, he might find himself irrevocably ensnared within the confines of this estate. Luo Yao's gaze fixated on Lin Ran. The curtain was about to rise on a dramatic performance. In celebration of Lin Ran's return to school, Luo Yao uncorked a bottle of red wine. The two enjoyed a warm and intimate meal, during which Luo Yao exhibited no behavior that deviated from her usual demeanor. Aware of his poor tolerance for alcohol and fearing the potential for drunken ramblings, Lin Ran exercised restraint. Luo Yao lifted her glass and approached Lin Ran from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly murmured, "Ah Ran, happy school start. Allow me to feed you this last sip of wine." Lin Ran felt a flush of warmth creep upon his cheeks as he nodded. All right. This little vixen was rather adept at seduction. Luo Yao leaned in to kiss him, simultaneously offering him a taste of the exquisite red wine. This wine, indeed, was laced with a venom. Lin Ran soon found his head spinning, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself lying bare upon the bed. Attempting to rise, he realized he was immobilized. This familiar sensation, memories of the past flooded back, and an icy chill coursed through him as he slowly turned to behold a figure at the bedside. "Wife, what do you intend to do?" Luo Yao remained silent, instead leaning closer, her gaze locking onto his. Her eyes seemed to convey a message. "You've been naughty again. Luo Yao, you can't be serious, can you? Right?" Luo Yao feigned innocence, her expression one of delicate sorrow. "Darling, do you like Yao Yao?" Lin Ran fervently nodded. I'll like you the most." "Then no matter what I do, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Lin Ran nodded vigorously. "Of course. How could I bear to blame you?" 49 minutes later, this little minx had proven quite ruthless. Lin Ran understood that the more he resisted, the angrier Luo Yao would become, a lesson learned from a previous life. Luo Yao remained that little devil, albeit with a gentler demeanor of late. Yet, her essence had not changed. He recalled a particularly harrowing experience from his past, where he had suffered greatly due to his own misjudgment on Luo Yao's birthday when he had, under the pretext of selecting a gift, met with Lu Rugyu. Following that encounter, Luo Yao had personally administered his medication, and in a fit of defiance, he had struck her. He remembered the consequences that followed, a cycle of confinement that lasted 3 months before Luo Yao finally released him. Now, in this new life, he found himself ensnared once more by the same methods. "Aran, why won't you behave? Why did you meet with Lu Rugyu? Don't you love Yao Yao anymore?" Lin Ran inhaled deeply, feeling the remnants of blood upon his skin. "I do love you. I detest Lu Rugyu, but she appears unbidden, and I cannot avoid her. You could confront her directly. That would be far more practical." Luo Yao seized Lin Ran's face, forcing him to meet her gaze. "I've already dealt with Lu Rugyu Ran. We are of a kind, both drawn to the slow torment of others. Yet, I can no longer discern if you are genuine or merely playing a part in front of me. I am not interested in knowing. I only wish to warn you. Should you dare to betray me, the consequences will be dire, and Lu Rugyu's fate will be even more tragic. Do not presume I jest. When I am serious, even I find myself frightened." Lin Ran was not deterred by Luo Yao's threats. Rather, he perceived her current state as indicative of her unhinged nature. His understanding of Luo Yao extended far beyond this lifetime. He recalled that in their previous life, she had often exhibited restraint, relishing in her possessiveness, yet at times, she would truly lose control. Each episode of madness was invariably triggered by his own provocations. After such a frenzy, she would either soothe him or vanish for days before reappearing. He remembered a time when her madness had driven her to reveal a truth. She could not contain herself, especially after he had attempted to escape. The urge to enact terrifying deeds overwhelmed her. Initially, Lin Ran had failed to comprehend, perceiving Luo Yao as a demon. However, after his rebirth, he chose to accept her, love her, and strive to understand her. Gradually, he began to suspect that Luo Yao might possess a duality of character. In her moments of kindness, she expressed love. In her darker moments, she unleashed her wrath upon him. Hence, upon witnessing her inflict harm upon herself in the office, Lin Ran immediately grasped the underlying motivation. He had wronged her, and this was his debt to repay. Moreover, he recognized that Luo Yao had treated him with greater kindness this time around, certainly more so than before. He understood the repercussions of her past behavior all too well. As Luo Yao tightened her grip around his neck, he felt her breath, her gaze, and her heartbeat. She craved love, and he was determined to provide her with boundless affection. "I assure you, the only person I love is you. You may strike me, insult me, and I shall not take offense. Indeed, when you seek to vent your frustrations, I would rather be the one to suffer than you, just as it is now. Yet if you suspect I would betray you, I must assert, it is utterly impossible. Go ahead. If it brings you solace, do as you wish." Luo Yao regarded Lin Ran with uncertainty. "Are you serious?" Lin Ran felt a stirring within him. Of course, you're not adhering to the script, are you? Have you become addicted to this? After a considerable time had passed, Lin Ran finally regained his freedom, while Luo Yao sat quietly beside him, resembling a child who had erred. Ran, I'm so sorry. I didn't wish for things to unfold this way. Luo Yao felt a profound ache within her heart. She could be merciless to her adversaries, yet all she desired was to shower Lin Ran with tenderness. However, she could not fathom the turmoil within her. Despite loving him dearly, she was inexplicably compelled to inflict harm upon him. Each time her heart raced with agitation due to Lin Ran, she yearned to confine him, to hurt him. If she did not punish him, she would retreat to her secret chamber, a place she wished to avoid, for he abhorred witnessing her self-harm. Yet she was equally reluctant to harm him. The more intense her inner conflict became, the more obsessive her actions grew. At times, she questioned her own sanity. Do you recall the question you posed to me upon my awakening? Lin Ran interjected. So please, refrain from apologizing, no matter what you have done. I hold no grievance against you, for we are bound by the sanctity of marriage. Luo Yao shook her head, but I feel unwell. She felt discomfort because she had erred, yet the inexplicable anger that had initially surged within her had dissipated. Now, her greatest concern was Lin Ran's fear of fleeing from her. She desired to treat him well, yet the fear of his departure clouded her judgment. Her actions were born from thoughts that were both hers and not hers, a chaotic blend of insecurity that no one could comprehend. Her head throbbed painfully. Rest assured, I understand your feelings. Do not worry. I will not be afraid, nor will I run away. I only wish to remain by your side, forever, dedicating my life to constructing a sanctuary for your spirit. Luo Yao gazed at Lin Ran in disbelief. Each of his words resonated deeply within her heart. He truly understands me. With newfound confidence, Luo Yao extended her hand, offering him what she held. Here, Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with surprise as he immediately sat upright. Regardless of whether it was by coercion or of his own volition, he indeed endured great suffering in both his past and present lives. Wasn't this a fortuitous opportunity for retribution? Lin Ran grasped the little darling tightly, raising his hand as Luo Yao lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes unwavering and devoid of any intent to evade. As long as Ran was fond of her, and as long as he did not hold her accountable, she would allow him to strike and scold her at will. However, Lin Ran's hand lingered in the air, and, as he gazed into Luo Yao's eyes, he ultimately could not bring himself to act. In this regard, he humbly acknowledged that he fell short compared to Luo Yao. She loved him more than he loved her, or at least that was his belief. Yet, Luo Yao was still capable of inflicting pain, which was precisely where this woman surpassed him. I love you. Hitting you does not conflict with that. He relented, thinking that a gentleman should not strike a lady. The starlight in Luo Yao's eyes brightened. Was Ran reluctant? Lin Ran nodded, generously admitting, I care too much to hurt you. Too much. Luo Yao mused on those two words, feeling as if something had struck her heart. You can do it gently. Even gently, it feels unbearable. Luo Yao's gaze grew increasingly dreamy as she said, in that case, let's temporarily try a different form of punishment. Lin Ran inquired, what punishment? Luo Yao began her free-spirited dance. Lin Ran attempted to turn the tables several times, but to no avail. How could this little lady possess such strength? Standing at 6'1", he found himself utterly subdued by a woman who was less than 5'7". It was utterly absurd. Who was the true man here? After a prolonged struggle, Luo Yao's exclamation signaled the perfect conclusion of his performance. Lin Ran asked, when will your relatives leave? Luo Yao replied, should have been last night. After evening out his breath, Lin Ran swept Luo Yao into his embrace. Is this what you call punishment? Is this really a punishment? Luo Yao looked up at him innocently and asked, what else could it be? Lin Ran grumbled in frustration. This is utterly unfair. It is nothing short of a reward. I demand a different punishment. Upon reflection, Luo Yao agreed that it indeed did not qualify as punishment. All right, you can suggest something. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, are you serious? Absolutely. A knowing smile crept onto Lin Ran's face as he inquired, do you have anything dark for me to savor? Luo Yao shook her head, and just as Lin Ran's expression turned to one of disappointment, she promptly retrieved her phone. The moment Lu Meng received the call, her pupils widened in shock. Lin Ran stared blankly at Luo Yao, wondering, aren't you a bit too bold, sister? Lu Meng, startled and exhilarated by the late-night call, was wide awake. So, the esteemed Luo was quite the daring one. Without hesitation, she instructed her team to prepare. Shortly, Lu Meng personally drove to the estate to deliver the items to Luo Yao. This was a matter of Luo's privacy. She could not allow others to be privy to such details, for she despised gossip. Luo, Is this really urgent at this hour? Luo Yao shot Lu Meng a cold glance and replied, yes, our Ran is eager to see. With that, she returned to the villa, leaving Lu Meng at the entrance. Utterly stunned, it seemed she truly was a bit anxious. To think that Luo Yao would treat Lin Ran with such regard. Lin Ran must be quite fortunate to have her. Ah, the agony of not being able to share or speak of it was almost unbearable. In the villa's bedroom, Luo Yao sat on the bed. Do you like it? It's beautiful. I adore it. Lin Ran mused, realizing why so many were enamored with her. It was not merely beauty. There was an undeniable allure. Luo Yao, embodying the essence of a domineering female CEO, intensified Lin Ran's sense of conquest. Soon, the room was in disarray. Yao Yao, I'm coming. Luo Yao obediently nodded, deferring to her husband's wishes. Chapter 32. Just a few words stirred Lin Ran's heartstrings, and he felt that even if he were to die tonight, it would be worthwhile. Afterward, Luo Yao still found herself unable to sleep, entwined around Lin Ran, exhaling sweetly. As I ran like this, she placed a finger to Luo Yao's lips. Shoo, I warn you not to tempt me. I graduated high school long ago and have forgotten all about the art of seduction. Now, I'm dangerously alluring. So what? Luo Yao replied. I'm overwhelmed. Desire is a double-edged sword, and one cannot escape its grasp. The next morning, as he opened the window, his spirits soared. At the dining table, Lin Ran sat beside Luo Yao and quietly said, Wife, I still believe we should exercise some restraint. After all, I am but a man. Luo Yao retorted. Then I shall instruct Lu Meng to discard the preparations. Outside the villa, Lu Meng, awaiting Luo Yao, was trying to catch up on sleep, having tossed and turned all night and now sporting dark circles under her eyes. Upon checking the time, she realized it was past the appointed hour and knocked on the door to inquire. Just as she entered the dining room with butler Fu, she heard Luo Yao's remark, leaving her perplexed. Did the CEO request something for me? No way. The glimmer of gossip sparked within her. Having followed Luo Yao for years, she had grown from a mere assistant to her right-hand woman, and thus understood Luo Yao well. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that left her astounded by Luo Yao's transformation. So this is the true Luo Yao. Lin Ran is indeed fortunate. Do you truly deserve our world's finest, Luo Yao? Sighing, she thought, he is just handsome. I see nothing extraordinary about him beyond that. What? There is more? Lin Ran exclaimed. Wait, that would be wasteful. We must not carelessly discard anything. Luo Yao smiled and leaned forward. Aran, I believe I've discovered some ways to control you. You mean to say I am willing? Is that so? Indeed. You must behave today. Lin Ran nodded obediently, contemplating that he must address Lu Rugu soon. Otherwise, it would remain an unresolved issue in Luo Yao's heart. Luo Yao tidied her attire and followed Lu Meng out, immediately stating, Don't forget to prepare what I mentioned. Lu Meng replied, CEO, are you serious? While I am your assistant, I cannot undertake such tasks. Very well, CEO. Lin Ran mused. What did I save in my past life to deserve this? Luo Yao insisted, prepare more. Lu Meng was bewildered. What? Luo Yao added. If our Ran is not satisfied, you need not return to work. Lu Meng's eyes widened in shock. What? CEO, do you realize what you're saying? Lin Ran, back at the villa, decided against attending school, calling Wu Zhizhang to handle matters instead. After a brief nap, he felt somewhat revived. Having rested well, Lin Ran plotted to confront those enemies from his previous life. The first step was to let them experience true torment. The Lin family and Lu Rugu prepared to face the devil's judgment. With a plan in place, he contacted Wu Zhizhang. Are you familiar with Brother Dao? Wu Zhizhang was taken aback. How could a local not know Brother Dao? Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he asked, Of course, but what do you mean, Lin Ge? Have you crossed paths with him? Lin Ran replied, No. Wu Zhizhang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If you had, it would have been troublesome. Lin Ran, with confidence, declared, No worries. Even if I did, he would have to yield to me since my wife is formidable. Wu Zhizhang remarked, Lin Ge, I've noticed your bravado has increased lately. Lin Ran, uninterested in banter, said, Listen, help me contact Brother Dao. Tell him I have a business proposal to discuss. The silence on the other end lingered before Wu Zhizhang finally responded. Are you serious? What exactly are you planning? Discussing business with Brother Dao? Isn't that akin to dancing on the edge of the law? Lin Ran retorted, Just tell me whether you'll help or not. If Wu Zhizhang refused, Lin Ran was prepared to seek Luo Yao's assistance. He refrained from approaching Luo Yao directly because he did not want her to worry. Wu Zhizhang finally consented. All right, I'll help you make the connection. I have a cousin who works under Brother Dao. Lin Ran replied, Thanks, brother. After hanging up, Lin Ran felt a hint of moisture at the corner of his eyes. Lin Ran was acutely aware that his cousin Wu Zhizhang was working under the notorious Dao Ge. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out so directly. In his previous life, Wu Zhizhang was the first to learn of Lin Ran's demise, even before Luo Yao. This was because on the day Lin Ran was pushed from the rooftop, Wu Zhizhang had been waiting for him downstairs. Having taken great risks to help Lin Ran escape the estate, Wu Zhizhang was incredulous at the turn of events. He called the police, but Lin Jian, Lu Rug, and Lu Yume insisted that Lin Ran had merely lost his footing. Coupled with Lin Tianba's clandestine machinations, the group was not even subjected to an investigation, leaving Wu Zhizhang in utter despair. He loathed his own impotence, regretting that he had ever brought Lin Ran out of that life. At that moment, he realized that perhaps allowing Lin Ran to be the pampered canary of that esteemed lady was not such a bad choice after all. At least it would have spared him from death. After the heartbreak, he plotted revenge and contacted his cousin, who upon hearing the news, immediately borrowed men from Dao Ge, who generously obliged. Unfortunately, Wu Zishang's cousin had a subordinate who happened to know Lin Jian, and he sold the information to Lin Jian for a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan. Lin Jian had that subordinate intoxicate Wu Zhizhang and incite him to seek vengeance immediately. In his sorrow, Wu Zhizhang had let down his guard, and after drinking, he got into a car intending to exact revenge on the Lin family, unaware that the vehicle had been tampered with. Driving under the influence, he crashed the car, resulting in the shattering of both his legs, leaving him confined to a wheelchair for life. At that time, Lin Ran desperately wished to intervene, but as a mere soul, he was powerless to act. In fact, less than an hour before Wu Zishang's accident, Luo Yao had already orchestrated the capture of the Lin family members. It appeared as if fate itself had conspired against them, leading the innocent to bear the brunt of the consequences. Wu Zhizhang, a lifelong brother. In the afternoon, upon receiving the news, Lin Ran finally ventured out. The capital, known for its unparalleled splendor, concealed within its opulence a myriad of unsavory enterprises. Amidst a cluster of abandoned buildings, the situation was likely far more intricate than it appeared. Are you Lin Ran? Wei Xiang, upon spotting Lin Ran's car, was taken aback, never expecting his cousin to have such a wealthy companion. Chapter 33. Lin Ran nodded. Hello, I am Lin Ran. He held no animosity toward someone like Wei Xiang. In fact, in this life, he bore no ill will. Every individual has their own journey, and he did not blame Wei Xiang for the events of the past life, as he was unaware that a traitor lurked among his ranks. Moreover, he was no longer the innocent he once was. The simplicity of his former self would not resurface in this life. Wei Xiang, eager not to appear negligent, quickly extended his hand. Hello, I am Wei Xiang, Wu Zishang's cousin. Let me take you to Dao Ge. Following Wei Xiang into the dilapidated building, they entered an elevator in a highly concealed area. Lin Ran marveled at the wonders of this world. Who would have imagined that such a derelict place held an opulent underground gambling den? They descended to the third basement level. Exiting the elevator, Lin Ran found himself before a fighting ring encased in iron bars. Even if he had never participated in a pig race, he recognized this as an underground boxing arena. The ceiling was remarkably high, and the design was ingeniously crafted. Following Wei Xiang, they arrived at a private box on the second floor, perfectly positioned for an optimal view of the ring. Inside the box, Lin Ran encountered the foremost figure of the underground world in Kyoto, known in the underbelly as Dao Ge. In his 40s, Dao Ge bore a prominent scar that slashed across his face, a testament to his survival against the odds. Wei Xiang had served time alongside Dao Ge, earning his respect. Dao Ge, I brought him. This is Lin Ran, my cousin's classmate. Lin Ran nodded towards Dao Ge, who appraised him with a discerning eye. Ah, a young man. I presume you seek my assistance with a certain matter. Upon closer inspection, Dao Ji's eyes widened in shock as he recognized Lin Ran. Wait a moment. Isn't this Luo's man? What brings him here? Lin Xiao, please have a seat. Lin Ran was taken aback by Dao Ji's cordial demeanor, wondering why the most powerful figure in Kyoto's underworld exhibited such amiability. Seated across from Dao Ge, Lin Ran watched as Dao Ge personally pushed a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea towards him, a gesture that drew the astonished gazes of the surrounding subordinates. Pray tell, Lin Xiao, what business do you wish to discuss? Lin Ran presented a debt note. Dao Ge, puzzled, took it and inquired, Are you asking me to help you collect a debt? You've come to the right person. This is our specialty. He certainly did not disdain the modest sum represented by Lin Ran's million-yuan debt note. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. By the rules of the underworld, a 20% fee for collection was customary. Lin Ran raised a finger, shaking his head. There is a substantial deal at hand that, once completed, will yield considerable profits without any legal implications. As for this debt note, consider it a token of friendship, if you can retrieve the debt. Then let the funds serve to treat the brothers to a drink. Dao Ge regarded Lin Ran with unexpected intrigue. He was aware that Lin Ran was still a student. Yet, the young man presented himself with such poise and confidence defying expectations. Most importantly, his willingness to part with the debt note suggested that, while it may not guarantee cash in other hands, it certainly would in Dao Ji's. This indicated Lin Ran's audacity and generosity. After a brief silence, Dao Ge declared, "Lin brother, I accept your friendship and your request. As for the legality of the matter, that is for us to consider. Should anything go awry, it is not your concern." He extended his hand to shake Lin Ran's, who was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the transaction. Dao Ge mused that it was no surprise. How could it be difficult? After all, you're truly a formidable figure. If he dared to cross you, he might find himself floating in the sea by dawn, perhaps even becoming a feast for a shark that night. Lin Ran, however, remained cautious about fully trusting Dao Ge, for he was a man of the gray area. How many truly virtuous individuals existed there? The term brother was merely a courtesy among them. The only brother Lin Ran acknowledged was Wu Zhizhang. Nevertheless, for the time being, Dao Ge would likely be inclined to cooperate, as nothing was more enticing than a lucrative opportunity. Lin Ran glanced at the subordinates surrounding Dao Ge, who astutely cleared the room, leaving only the two of them. Lin Ran proceeded to outline the impending events concerning the Lin family. Upon hearing the details, Dao Ge replied, "Well, I must admit, this is indeed not illegal, and it presents a remarkable opportunity for profit. However, isn't Lin Xiao a member of the Lin family? Why such animosity toward your kin?" He dismissed the thought. It was not his place to ponder such matters, nor would he dare to delve deeper. Perhaps this was all part of a scheme orchestrated by Luo. Lin Ran's presence might very well be a test from him. Resolving to act promptly, Dao Ge readily acquiesced to Lin Ran's request. Even if Lin Ran had not approached him, he would have taken action upon hearing the news. Nonetheless, it was Lin Ran who had provided him this opportunity, leaving Dao Ge with a sense of goodwill towards him. He invited Lin Ran to explore the upper levels. Lin Ran accepted, his curiosity piqued. The entire underground entertainment complex was rather deserted during the daytime. Upon ascending to the second floor, Lin Ran was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. It was nothing short of a massive den of vice, an extravagant casino that could rival those seen in films, alive and pulsating right before his eyes. However, as it was still daylight, only a handful of individuals occupied a single gaming table. "Lin brother, care for a few rounds? Any losses are on me." Lin Ran shook his head, declaring, "I have no ties with gambling or drugs." Brother Dao retorted, "You dare not even mention it, huh?" Noticing Lin Ran's disinterest in participating, Brother Dao merely smiled and said nothing further. At that moment, a man at the card table was suddenly kicked to the ground. "Damn it. I've told you repeatedly that I don't indulge in that stuff. Why do you keep asking? Are you looking for death?" Upon hearing this, the entire casino was enveloped in an eerie silence, and Brother Dao's countenance darkened ominously. Everyone was aware that while Brother Dao's establishment permitted gambling and debauchery, it categorically forbade drugs. No one knew why such a formidable figure in the underworld imposed a ban on drugs, but it was an unyielding rule. Brother Dao cast a cold glance at Wei Xiong and said, "If I recall correctly, isn't that your subordinate?" Wei Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "Yes, Brother Dao. His name is Zhang Dehai. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation." With that, he strode over and hoisted Zhang Dehai up, pulling the contraband from his grasp. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you sell that here?" Chapter 34. Lin Ran squinted. If he wasn't mistaken, this man was the traitor from his previous life, the one who sold information to Lin Jian. Zhang Dehai, aware of Wei Xiong's formidable reputation, knew that although Wei Xiong appeared amiable, his wrath could be fierce. He also understood that Wei Xiong's Achilles heel was his loyalty, so he quickly began to plead. "Brother Xiong, I was wrong. My wife is in the hospital, and my son has vanished without a trace. I had no choice but to take risks to earn quick money for her medical bills. My daughter is in college, and I haven't even gathered enough for her tuition. Please let me off this once. I know we can't sell this stuff here, but I truly have no other options." Wei Xiong was momentarily taken aback, genuinely moved by the man's desperation. However, Brother Dao, a seasoned veteran, saw through Zhang Dehai's facade effortlessly. "Xiong, rules are rules. I do not wish to repeat myself. A person like him under your command will ultimately bring you harm." Wei Xiong bit his lip, uncertain if he should intercede. Lin Ran observed that Wei Xiong might not be cut out for this life. Brother Dao's assessment was not without merit. As fate would have it, Zhang Dehai indeed became a traitor in the end. Lin Ran recalled Wu Zishang's plight from his previous life, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. But he suppressed it. Looking around, Lin Ran silently picked up a stick and handed it to Brother Dao. Taken aback, Brother Dao chuckled and accepted it, then walked over step by step to pass the stick to Wei Xiong. "Xiong, go ahead." Wei Xiong closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze radiating intensity. Seizing the stick, he swung it directly at Zhang Dehai's legs, shouting, "How many times have I told you not to sell this stuff? Do you think my words fall on deaf ears?" Zhang Dehai's screams reverberated throughout the casino, yet no one displayed any sympathy. This man, indulging in every vice, dared to peddle drugs in Brother Dao's territory. Even if he were beaten to death, it would be well-deserved. Zhang Dehai's legs were shattered by Wei Xiong's blows, and he fainted from the agony. Wei Xiong waved his hand, instructing others to carry him out. Brother Dao patted Lin Ran on the shoulder, saying, "Forgive me for this display, brother." Lin Ran reflected on the notion of karma. In this lifetime, Zhang Dehai had indeed lost his legs. However, why had Zhang Dehai encountered Brother Dao at this juncture? Was it a consequence of his presence here? In his previous life, he had not visited this place at this time, and Zhang Dehai's legs had remained intact. For the first time, Lin Ran began to ponder the peculiarities of fate. Shaking his head, he concluded he violated Brother Dao's rules. He deserves this. Brother Dao looked at Lin Ran with surprise, reaffirming that Lin Ran was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have caught the attention of Boss Luo. Brother Dao nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the patrons of the casino. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Each of you will receive 10 chips to soothe your nerves. However, I must reiterate, drugs are strictly prohibited in my establishment, and those caught will face severe consequences." The gamblers, unconcerned with Zhang Dehai's fate, cheerfully agreed with Brother Dao, relishing the complimentary chips. Once Brother Dao had settled matters and returned to Lin Ran's side, Lin Ran posed a question that nearly took Brother Dao's breath away. "What about the first floor? Shall we take a look?" Brother Dao felt a chill run down his spine and shook his head. "The first floor is not yet operational. I will take you to explore it next time." He dared not bring Lin Ran there. If Lin Ran made a mistake, it could spell disaster for him as well. Lin Ran was merely curious. Since Brother Dao did not wish to take him upstairs, he did not press the matter and decided to take his leave. Despite Brother Dao's warm invitation to dinner that evening, Lin Ran concocted an excuse to depart. After leaving the underground entertainment venue, he drove back to the estate, eager to return before Luo Yao arrived home, so she would see him first upon her return. Along the way, he called Su Kai to inform him to commence their operation. Upon arriving at the villa, he slowly opened the door and found the icy Luo Yao seated on the sofa. "You're back so early today?" Luo Yao did not respond to Lin Ran's inquiry, but coldly countered, "What were you up to today?" Lin Ran paused, contemplating how to respond. He did not want to worry Luo Yao, nor did he wish to deceive her. "I was taking care of some matters." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She already knew what Lin Ran had done that afternoon and could vaguely guess his next steps. Brother Dao had just reported today's events to Luo Yao, who coldly instructed him not to take Lin Ran to such places again. Brother Dao felt helpless. After all, Lin Ran had approached him first. Yet what could he say? He could only acquiesce. "Speak honestly," Luo Yao demanded. Lin Ran sighed. "All right. I intend to deal with Lu Rugyu and the Lin family. I went out today for this purpose. Are you truly willing to go through with this?" Luo Yao asked. "Dear wife, I am indeed willing, very much so. I would relish seeing them suffer and die without a burial place." Luo Yao gazed deeply into Lin Ran's eyes, contemplating for a long while before saying, "If you need assistance, be sure to let me know." Lin Ran nodded. For the time being, he did not want Luo Yao's help. He preferred to handle revenge himself. "If I encounter anything insurmountable, I will certainly call on you to clean up after me, since you are so willing to support me." Cough, cough. The old butler, Fu Bo, cleared his throat. "Young Master Lin, do you wish to reflect on what you just said?" Luo Yao softened her demeanor, rising to stand beside Lin Ran. "It is best if you think this way. With my capabilities, I can cultivate you into the world's most pampered scion." Fu Bo mused, "Miss, do you truly need to be so infatuated?" During a warm dinner, Luo Yao frequently glanced at Lin Ran, who was feeding her. The look in her eyes, both teasing and affectionate, reminded Lin Ran of the wine she had previously offered him, leaving him with lingering apprehension. Fortunately, they finished the meal without incident, and Lin Ran felt quite satisfied. Luo Yao approached Lin Ran from behind, extending her arms around his neck as if she were a tempting enchantress. This familiar gesture made Lin Ran tense up. She leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "Ran, come with me." Lin Ran exhaled in relief. Yet confusion filled his expression as he followed Luo Yao into the bedroom, only to be petrified upon entry. "What on earth is all this?" he exclaimed. "Wait, did you really prepare 7 colors for this?" He spotted what appeared to be a dog collar among the assortment. Lin Ran shivered, unable to fathom the humiliation of such items being used on him. Turning stiffly, he asked, "Wife, I haven't done anything wrong today, have I?" Luo Yao gazed at him with innocent eyes. "No, all of this is for you, Ran. You like these things, so I bought them all. Don't you like them?" Lin Ran stuttered. He I love them. Chapter 35. Goodness, have things really become so bizarre now? Luo Yao pulled Lin Ran into the bathroom, but he remained pensive and troubled. Upon returning to the room, Lin Ran's gaze began to flicker evasively. However, events unfolded beyond Lin Ran's wildest imagination. So that is how it is? Staring at the impeccable Luo Yao, Lin Ran was utterly stunned, suddenly feeling a warm sensation flooding his nostrils. Blood trickled down onto the floor, and he hastily covered his nose, rushing headlong to the restroom. Damn it, where did this girl learn such things? This is pure temptation. After rinsing, Lin Ran turned around only to find Luo Yao standing behind him, looking pitiful. Ran, do you no longer like Yao Yao? Lin Ran's nosebleed erupted once again. That night, after the absurdity subsided, Lin Ran glanced at this vivacious little demon. Yao Yao, don't you ever rest? Luo Yao awoke early each day and often stayed up until the late hours of the night, while Lin Ran had ample opportunity to nap during the day. Luo Yao seemed to be working tirelessly all day long. Lin Ran felt as though Luo Yao was an indefatigable perpetual motion machine. He could scarcely fathom how she managed it. Luo Yao was slightly startled, but promptly replied, "Of course I rest, starting now." Saying so, she clung to Lin Ran like a sloth. The following day, as expected, Lin Ran again skipped school, much to Wu Zhizhang's vexation. Unbeknownst to Lin Ran, someone was desperately searching for him. Lin Tianba had been delaying the court hearing under the pretense of illness, hoping to find Lin Ran beforehand to settle matters privately. Though he claimed he wanted a private resolution, his true intention was to compel Lin Ran to kneel and apologize, after which he would magnanimously allow Lin Ran to resume being his son. On the first day of school, he intended to directly retrieve Lin Ran, but to his surprise, Lin Ran had come with Luo Yao, causing him to retreat and planned to seek Lin Ran the following day. However, upon arriving at school the next day, he learned Lin Ran had not attended class. That very morning, several court officials had visited the company and, citing Lin Tianba's malicious refusal to appear in court, froze all assets under his name. Moreover, since Lin Ran was a shareholder in Su Ran Group, the entire corporation's accounts, including the corporate account, were frozen due to shareholder dividend arrears and the shareholder's request to freeze company funds. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianba was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated this young man to be so ruthless. Frantic, he rushed to the school, only to discover that Lin Ran was absent once more. He contacted Lin Jian and even Lu Rugu, but none could reach Lin Ran. He was beside himself with worry, as an urgent payment to a major partner was due that day. Failure to pay promptly could halt construction and expose him to breach of contract liabilities. Despite a morning of negotiations, neither the bank nor the court relented. Who would dare? The plaintiff's lawyer was the head of Luo Group's legal department, a renowned authority in the field, often referred to as the nation's foremost legal expert. A misstep could land one behind bars. Furthermore, lawyer Su Kai's procedures were impeccable and lawful, rendering any objections futile. The entire Lin family was on the brink of hysteria. Lin Tianba, overwhelmed by stress, was hospitalized. Lu Rugu approached Wu Zhizhang, merely stating she needed to find Lin Ran without revealing the reason. Naturally, Wu Zhizhang refused to help contact Lin Ran, leaving Lu Rugu no choice but to seek assistance from other classmates. At noon, they finally reached Lin Ran through a classmate's phone. Lin Ran answered, only to hear Lu Rugu's voice on the other end. "Brother Lin, your uncle is very anxious to see you. Can you beep, beep, beep?" Lin Ran cursed profusely and hung up immediately. He was fully aware of why Lin Tianba sought him, obviously because lawyer Su Kai had intervened. "You've been stalling on the money? Then stall all you want. Let us see who gets anxious in the end." Just as Lin Ran was reveling in this, Wu Zhizhang called him. "Lin, your stepmother Lu Yuma stormed into the principal's office, threatening to expose to the entire school that you drove your father to the hospital if you don't come out." The principal said Lu Yuma was causing a scene, accusing you of being unfilial and ungrateful to the Lin family, pushing them to ruin. The principal asked me to check with you. He is currently trying to calm her down. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt disgusted. How can his family be so vile? "Lin, you've truly suffered all these years." He paused briefly, realizing they must have been pushed to their limits. Otherwise, a woman as concerned about reputation as Lu Yuma would never have caused such a public disturbance. "Fine, I'll go see what she wants. Farewell, Lin family. It's time for me to make a grand entrance." This time, he selected an outfit from his wardrobe befitting someone ascending to prominence, luxurious yet understated, radiating profound sophistication. Though unaccustomed to wearing watches, he surprisingly chose a Patek Philippe 5208T to adorn his wrist and once more drove out in his Koenigsegg. The car alone was a minor extravagance, the watch a considerable one, and his clothing cost at least tens of thousands. Lin Ran resembled a walking fortune, making an ostentatious departure from the estate en route to school. Having previously arranged a gate card for this vehicle, the school's barrier automatically lifted upon arrival. Immediately upon entering, countless envious and resentful gazes greeted him. From the laboratory to the teaching building and dormitories, many poked their heads out, captivated by the Koenigsegg's grandeur. The military training break on the sports field saw juniors and freshmen alike lifting their heads in admiration. When the car finally parked, Lin Ran stepped out slowly, instantly capturing numerous infatuated stares. Approaching the principal's office, Lin Ran found Luo Yao sprawled on the floor, throwing a tantrum, while several security guards looked on helplessly. Chapter 36, Principal, I have arrived. Upon hearing Lin Ran's voice, Luo Yao froze and hastily rose. Xiao Ran, you've finally come. Please save your father. Having spoken, she suddenly faltered. Lin Ran's attire exuded undeniable grandeur. His garments appeared handcrafted, and the watch on his wrist was evidently invaluable. Having left the Lin family, where did he acquire the means to afford such finery? Principal Tang approached, patted Lin Ran's shoulder, and cast a meaningful glance. Lin Ran, do you require the school's assistance? Our legal department is quite formidable. No need to trouble the school. I can manage this myself. Principal Tang nodded. Very well. Carry on. Remember, if you need anything, come to me. The school is your strongest support. With that, Principal Tang shook his head and left. He had only learned that day that Lin Ran was a Lin family member. Given this, why had the Lin family been so neglectful toward this child? To his knowledge, Lin Ran had endured hardship in recent years. Though now a business owner, Principal Tang believed Lin Ran had gradually built his success through his own efforts. Lin Ran's excellent academic record and diligent nature destined him for success. His renown extended beyond students to teachers and the principal. However, as principal, he was only aware of Lin Ran's difficult past, unaware that Lin Ran's relentless toil was motivated by unrequited devotion. Lin Ran nodded respectfully toward the elderly principal. After the principal's departure, only Lin Ran and Luo Yao remained in the room. Xiao Ran, please save your father. His company's funds have been frozen. Lin Ran raised a hand to stop Luo Yao from approaching. First, he is not my father. Should I produce the proof of our severed ties again? Second, the company is not his. In terms of shares, I have the greatest authority. Third, I'm an ungrateful wretch who acknowledges money, not people. Lin Ran's words left Luo Yao momentarily speechless. Regardless, you must first ensure that the company's accounts are unfrozen. Lin Ran retorted, do you take me for bank? Do you think it's as simple as saying unfreeze? Luo Yao countered, but you could resolve this matter by withdrawing the lawsuit. Lin Ran replied, you are correct that withdrawing the lawsuit would indeed resolve it, but I have no desire to do so. Luo Yao exclaimed, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. I don't care. If you refuse to withdraw the lawsuit, I will tell everyone at the school that you caused your own father to be hospitalized, ruining your reputation. Lin Ran shot back. Luo Yao, the Su Ran group was founded solely by my mother, and the shares were left to me upon her passing. For all these years, you have not only denied me dividends, but have also subjected me to endless torment. You are merely a mistress. What audacity do you have to threaten me? The freezing of your assets is entirely legal and compliant. If you simply hand over my share of the dividends, I will withdraw the lawsuit. Is that too much to ask? After having drained me for so many years, my leniency in not sending you to hell should suffice. What more could you possibly want? Luo Yao retorted, you speak nonsense. When have we ever mistreated you? I have never laid a hand on you. Look at how well you dress now. Do you dare say you are not living off the Lin family? Lin Ran replied, indeed, you may not have hit me, but you had Lin Tianba do so, and you even punished me by denying me meals. Despite having a maid at home, you made me do all the housework and cooking, serving your family. Since I was 13, I've been given a mere 300 yuan a month, which is less than what a maid would earn. And I had to earn my own tuition. How dare you criticize my clothing? The money I spend now has nothing to do with your Lin family. Or are you unwilling to face these facts? Luo Yao claimed, we merely wanted to toughen you up. As a boy, it's beneficial for you to be more resilient. Lin Ran shot back. Why don't you go toughen up your son? Is he not a boy? When did you travel to Thailand? I was never informed about that. Are you attempting to ensure your own lineage ends? Luo Yao snapped. You're talking nonsense. My son is a proper man. How do you even compare? He is a young master of the Lin family. Lin Ran scoffed. The child of a mistress dares to claim the title of young master of the Lin family? Luo Yao asserted, I'm the rightful wife of the Lin family. Your father never cared for your mother, let alone you. Every holiday, he spent with me and Xiao Jian. Lin Ran questioned, so you admit to being a mistress? Or did you seduce Lin Tianba to become the Lin family's wife? Or was it true love? Luo Yao's eyebrows shot up in anger. She could not comprehend the drastic change in Lin Ran, who had been so submissive for years. Lin Ran continued, "Admit it, it's just the two of us here. There's no need for pretense. If we are to discuss matters, let us be clear." Luo Yao stammered, I didn't seduce your father. He seduced me. He said that as long as I became his mistress, he would eventually marry me. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Could his mother's death be linked to Lin Tianba? He approached Luo Yao step by step. "So you conspired to kill my mother?" Luo Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, it wasn't me. Don't say such things." Lin Ran pressed. "Then it must have been Lin Tianba." Luo Yao shook her head vehemently. "No, don't say such things. No one killed that wretched woman." Lin Ran slapped her, and she stood frozen in place. He laughed. "How dare a mistress speak of my mother? If you want me to withdraw the lawsuit, dream on. Aren't you and Lin Tianba in true love? Then it seems that money isn't as important as you profess. So go ahead and cherish your true love. I will ensure the Lin family faces bankruptcy." As Luo Yao sobbed, she pleaded, "You can't do this. I am the lady of Lin. I cannot be without money. If you dare to do this, I will make you lose face before the entire school." Lin Ran shrugged. "I couldn't care less. I have already severed ties with Lin Tianba. With his signature and a lawyer as a witness, no matter what you say, I will not withdraw the lawsuit." Luo Yao threatened, "Aren't you afraid of me revealing?" Lin Ran produced his phone and played the earlier recording. "It was your father who seduced me. You can't do this. I am the lady of Lin. I cannot be without money." Luo Yao stammered. Lin Ran turned and exited the office, declaring, "Say what you will. I have no qualms about making this recording public." Luo Yao slumped to the floor, astonished by Lin Ran's newfound cunning. If he were to release the recording, not only would it expose her as a mistress, but it would also reveal Lin Jian as the child of a mistress, leading to misunderstandings with Lin Tianba. If Lin Tianba were to become enraged, the repercussions could be dire for Luo Yao. Chapter 37. Lin Ran stepped out of the office and left the campus, determined to avoid any chance encounter with Luo Yao. Shortly after, Sukai called. "Mr. Lin Tianba has agreed to hand over the dividends. His only condition is that we withdraw the lawsuit." Lin Ran replied, "No withdrawal. I will only withdraw the lawsuit once the money is in my hands." He was well aware that without unfreezing Lin Tianba's funds, he could not produce the money, and he intended to make him anxious. The only way forward is to force his hand. Lin Tianba, meanwhile, returned to the Su Ran group, his sickly body besieged by shareholders demanding accountability for the company's financial woes. By now, the shareholders were aware of the reasons behind the frozen assets, and they were taken aback by the extent of the conflict between the Lin father and son. As shareholders, they had no interest in familial disputes, nor did they wish to delve into who was right or wrong. They were solely concerned with profit and power. Lin Tianba's mistakes had led to significant losses, and the shareholders could no longer remain passive. They convened a meeting to discuss the possibility of ousting Lin Tianba from his position as chairman, but ultimately, they were unsuccessful. Lin Tianba's substantial shareholding and the support of several allies resulted in a tumultuous meeting, leaving the shareholders dissatisfied. A formal ultimatum was issued, demanding that Lin Tianba resolve the situation within a day. Otherwise, they would sever ties, even if it meant relinquishing their shares, leading to mutual destruction. Alone in the conference room, Lin Tianba sat in a dark mood, chain-smoking. He had no choice but to find a way to gather the money for Lin Ran. Otherwise, the company would not survive for long, and this could very well be the spark of a corporate crisis. With a ping, Lin Tianba lethargically picked up his phone. Most messages were complaints from shareholders, but when he saw the name of the sender, his pupils dilated in shock. He quickly initiated a voice call, only to be met with the message that the number was not in his contacts. Fuming, Lin Tianba nearly threw his phone but reconsidered and opened the file, only to hear a recording. "It was your father who seduced me. You can't do this. I am the lady of Lin. I cannot be without money." Lin Tianba's expression darkened to a near melancholic state, and after a long pause, he regained his composure. After some contemplation, he contacted Luo Yao and Lin Jian to convene a family meeting. This rebellious child was intent on embarrassing him. There was no other option but to gather the funds. Luo Yao responded with visible reluctance. "How can we raise that much? Our family cannot possibly come up with 300 million. Lin Tianba pressed his forehead in frustration. "Then we will have to liquidate assets, sell houses, cars, and all your jewelry. We can repurchase them once this crisis passes." Despite Luo Yao's numerous objections, it was futile. She understood the gravity of the situation. Noticing her reluctance, Lin Tianba slowly inquired, Did you visit that rebellious son, Lin Ran, today? Luo Yao froze momentarily, then recollected something that made her tremble slightly. Darling, I only wanted to help you and the company. Lin Tinba chuckled darkly. You help quite well. Next time, don't bother. Before Luo Yao could utter another word, Lin Tianba continued speaking. She handed me your recordings. A chill coursed through Luo Yao's body. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. My husband, it's not what you think. I was merely overwhelmed with anger and spoke rashly. I love you. Lin Tianba nodded gently. I understand. I'm not angry because I love you too. We are a family bound by love. A look of heartfelt emotion appeared on Luo Yao's face as she grasped Lin Tianba's hand with one hand and Lin Jian's with the other. Indeed, we are a family united by love and trust. Lin Jian glanced at his father, then his mother, and obediently nodded. Yes, we are a family bound by love. Lin Tianba took a deep breath, admitting that though he had been furious upon hearing the recordings, upon reflection, it wasn't he so grievous. If Luo Yao did not love him, how could she have borne his children? How could she have been his lover for 13 years? Could it truly have been for his wealth? The thought was inconceivable. He felt a profound sorrow and guilt for his fleeting doubts. Thus, he chose to forgive Luo Yao, to embrace his wife with compassion. Once we overcome this hardship, I will take you all on a trip to Africa. They both nodded in unison. To swiftly liquidate assets, Lin Tianba sold all his properties at a low price, retaining only the villa he currently resided in. Vehicles under Lin Jian's name, his own car, as well as stocks and funds in his possession, were all hastily sold, yet the funds still fell short. The opportunistic shareholders, drawn by the scent of advantage, ruthlessly acquired Lin Tianba's assets at rock-bottom prices. Due to the freezing of accounts, only sales contracts were signed. But Lin Tianba dared not renege later. By evening, even with these measures, they were still 100 million yuan short of the 300 million needed. Luo Yao pursed her lips, but remained silent. She had a backup plan. Over the years, she had secretly saved a considerable sum, 50 million yuan, kept in a card held by Lin Jian. This was the maximum cash they could muster before liquidating the Lin family's assets. Just as despair settled over them, an unexpected visitor arrived. Dao Ge, the foremost figure in Kyoto's underworld, a man whose earnings were notorious in legal circles. Lin Tianba looked puzzled, but dared not offend him. Having heard of Dao Ge's reputation, Luo Yao and Lin Jian did not know Dao Ge personally, but seeing Lin Tianba's respectful demeanor, they too adopted a courteous attitude. Dao Ge said, Boss Lin, I won't waste your time. I hear you're in dire need of funds. I'm here to lend you money. Lin Tianba was momentarily stunned, then his face lit with delight. He knew Dao Ge's primary business was lending money. Having just sold off assets, he anticipated trouble. This was no secret, so Dao Ge was offering a loan, with interest to be paid. As long as the company's funds were unfrozen and operations continued, a high interest rate was acceptable. The prospect filled Lin Tianba with joy, and even Luo Yao and Lin Jian were visibly excited. Lin Tianba said, I see. Dao Ge, you truly are a savior in dire straits. I do need a substantial sum, but I wonder if you can provide it. Dao Ge asked, how much? Lin Tianba raised one finger. Dao Ge was momentarily taken aback, but thought Lin Ran's estimate was accurate. 100 million. Simple. We can sign the contract immediately. Lin Tianba was surprised by the formidable strength of this underworld figure. Thank you, Dao Ge. I will repay you soon. Chapter 38. Lin Tianba was no fool. He knew better than to entangle himself too deeply with such a man. Dao Ge chuckled. Then suddenly his expression turned cold. Boss Lin, the term is 1 month. You pay 30 million in interest, and this villa will serve as collateral. If you object, you may refuse now. Lin Tianba stiffened, admitting he was somewhat intimidated. The interest was exorbitantly high. Luo Yao and Lin Jian also bore strained expressions, frequently furrowing their brows in dismay. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tianba said, very well. Consider it a friendship fee with Dao Ge. After signing, Dao Ge pocketed the informal IOU and smiled at Lin Tianba. Boss Lin, I want to mention the consequences of default, but I've been in Kyoto's underworld for years and never failed to collect a debt. You would want your wife teaching foreign languages in an entertainment club, would you? The remark startled Luo Yao and Lin Jian, filling them with a vague sense of foreboding. Luo Yao tugged at Lin Tianba's sleeve, who wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded. Relax. I guarantee full repayment within a month. He was well aware of the consequences of failure. Given Dao Ge's influence, Luo Yao could indeed be forced into degrading work, and he himself might face incarceration. Satisfied, Dao Ge departed with his entourage. Lin Tianba and his family exhaled deeply and resumed their seats on the sofa. It's all that brat Lin Ran's fault, Lin Tianba muttered. He has cost me 30 million. I'll get back someday. Luo Yao frowned. Actually, the loss amounts to 330 million, considering the discounted sales. It might reach 400 million. 400 million, a sum Luo Yao had never seen in all her years with the Lin family. It was destined for that wretched boy. Lin Jian wept. Father, even if my brother forces you to give him the money, I won't blame him. After all, he is my only brother. Luo Yao said, I hope Lin Ran will repent once he gets the money. After all, nothing is more important than the bond between father and son. If he humbles himself and refuses the money, husband, please forgive him. Lin Tianba's anger surged. You two are too kind. You treat him like family, but he doesn't regard you as such, even if he bows and refuses the dividends. I'll still have to teach him a harsh lesson before he deserves to be my son again. Luo Yao anxiously said, Husband, we must repay the loan within a month, or I fear what Daoga might do to our family. Lin Tianba replied, Don't worry, I have a plan. This ungrateful son, his anger grew so intense, it seemed to suffocate him. He then instructed their housekeeper, Wang Ma, throw out all of Lin Ran's belongings. I don't want to see anything related to him in this house. Wang Ma sighed. Sir, the young master already took his things when he last returned. He left nothing behind, not even his bicycle. It was smashed. Lin Tianba was surprised. He only took one suitcase? How much could he have carried? Seeing Wang Ma's silence, Lin Tianba furiously rose. Fine, I'll dispose of it myself. He strode toward Lin Ran's room, with Luo Yao and Lin Jian following in surprise, too late to intervene. Lin Tianba pushed open the door and froze. Why is this a storage room? Wang Ma looked at him puzzled. Sir, it's always been a storage room. The young master has lived here for 10 years. She could not fathom why, with so many rooms in the villa, the young master was relegated to such a space. Nor could she understand the Lin family's harshness toward him, given their wealth. Was Lin Ran truly Lin Tianba's biological son? Luo Yao caught up, husband. Did you say you wanted Lin Ran to avoid a life of indulgence by living an ordinary life? That is why I had this room prepared. She glanced inside and was momentarily stunned. The room was less than 5 square meters, furnished only with a bed and a simple wardrobe. There was no window, barely any space to stand. I'm sorry, husband. I didn't realize the room had no window. Lin Tianba rubbed his forehead. It's fine. He is a boy. It doesn't matter. As he spoke, he entered the room, intending to search for Lin Ran's belongings to discard them. However, he discovered that there was nothing here. The wardrobe was empty, and the space beneath the bed was bare. Wang Ma, when will Lin Ran return to collect his things? Wang Ma replied, Sir, I have already informed you that the young master took everything with him during his last visit. He left behind nothing but a pair of heavily repaired shoes, 2 sets of high school uniforms, and a casual outfit that I once gifted him. Lin Tianba stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, as he recalled that Lin Ran had seemingly never possessed the means to purchase clothing. A sudden pang of regret pierced his heart. Over the years, it appeared he had indeed been insufficiently concerned for this son. If Lin Ran were to forego the dividends and kneel to apologize, perhaps forgiveness would not be out of reach. The child must merely be acting out in rebellion. Lin Jian gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Ma, thinking to himself, You and your incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Luo Yao interjected, Darling, I once tried to take Xiao Ran shopping for clothes, but he persistently insisted he didn't want any. So don't blame Wang Ma. Wang Ma was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? This excuse was utterly unfounded, and Lin Tianba descended the stairs with determination. Since Lin Ran had chosen to forego his possessions, they could not be held accountable. I shall have a word with him tomorrow. Luo Yao exchanged a glance with Lin Jian, yet neither spoke. Lin Tianba contacted Su Kai, requesting a meeting with Lin Ran to discuss the dividends. Upon receiving the message, Lin Ran revealed a smile reminiscent of a dragon king. Everything seemed to be proceeding so smoothly. Lin Tianba, do you believe this is the end? Once you hand over the money, your nightmare shall truly commence. What are you laughing about, Ran? Luo Yao inquired, lying beside Lin Ran. One arm encircled her delicate figure, while the other playfully tossed a grape to the little demoness. Luo Yao opened her mouth and devoured it in a single bite. You look so adorable when you eat, she remarked, chewing thoughtfully. This isn't as delicious as the imported ones. A little request, please indulge me. Luo Yao became increasingly attached to Lin Ran. Merely seeing him without clinging to him left her feeling restless. Lin Ran also relished her affection, determined to care for his delicate wife. Ran, I have a business trip tomorrow. You must behave at home. Chapter 39. Lin Ran's face fell in despair. You're going on a business trip? When will you return? I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded helplessly. Luo Yao continued. There's an auction tomorrow evening. You should attend on behalf of the Luo group. She wished to give Lin Ran something to occupy himself with, fearing he might seek out Lu Rugyu in her absence. She could not afford to grant Lin Ran the opportunity to vanish. Lin Ran was taken aback. The Luo group? Can I represent it? You are my husband. Of course you can represent me. Tomorrow, I'll have Lu Ming accompany me, and Fu Bo will assist you. Buy whatever you fancy. Don't worry about the expenses. All right. Hee hee. Tomorrow I shall have money. Knowing that Lin Tianba intended to discuss the Lin family dividends with Lin Ran the following day, Luo Yao hesitated but still advised. Make sure to contact me if anything comes up. Understood. Time swiftly passed to the next day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ran arrived punctually at the designated restaurant with Su Kai. At that moment, Lin Tianba had yet to arrive. As the father, it was imperative that he establish dominance over his son. He could not possibly arrive before Lin Ran. Even though the meeting was set for 8, he deliberately chose to arrive at 9. Lin Ran waited for a mere 5 minutes before deciding to leave upon realizing Lin Tianba had not shown. He imparted a few words to Su Kai before departing. At 9 o'clock, Lin Tianba finally arrived at the restaurant with his family, intending to sway Lin Ran through familial ties, making one last desperate attempt. Upon entering the room, he noticed Su Kai and 2 assistants, but did not see Lin Ran. Where's that ungrateful wretch, Lin Ran? Su Kai politely responded, Mr. Lin has already left. He mentioned that since you are unwilling to promptly provide the funds, he is in no hurry. Lin Tianba was taken aback, inhaling sharply, who said I do not wish to give him the money. Have him come back. I will pay him now. Su Kai replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but Mr. Lin said he wants to go back to sleep. Any matters can be discussed later. Lin Tianba was nearly choked with rage. If this matter was not resolved today, the shareholders would surely not let him off easily. What kind of nonsense is this? Who sleeps during the day? Have him come here. I will pay him now. Su Kai responded, I'm afraid it's not Mr. Lin's fault that you were late to the appointment. So if you want him to come back, you must show some humility. Lin Tianba's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Su Kai explained politely. If you wish for Mr. Lin to return, you will need to kneel and plead for his forgiveness. Lin Tianba exclaimed. What did you say? Kneel and plead for him? How dare you? Su Kai smiled. So will you kneel or not? If you choose not to, I will simply walk away and not trouble you further. Suppressing his fury, Lin Tianba replied, Tell him not to dream. I will never kneel. This time, Su Kai truly fell silent, rising to leave, with the 2 assistants gathering their belongings to follow suit. Lin Tianba was left dumbfounded, while Lu Yumei and Lin Jian were equally stunned. Wait, just as Su Kai was about to step out the door, Lin Tianba called out to him. Su Kai turned back with a smile. Has Mr. Lin reconsidered? Lin Tianba gritted his teeth in indignation. I will kneel. Just have him come. Su Kai replied. I'm afraid Mr. Lin's presence is unnecessary. He then took out his phone and initiated a video call to Lin Ran. After several rings, Lin Ran finally answered, revealing that he was indeed lying in bed, fast asleep. Lawyer Su, is there something you need? Su Kai replied, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but Mr. Lin wishes for you to come by. Lin Ran responded, there is no need for me to go. You can represent me. Have him kneel and apologize. Once he pays me, he can leave. Lin Tianba, upon hearing Lin Ran's words, trembled with fury, nearly cursing aloud, but he restrained himself. Now was not the time for confrontation. He still needed Lin Ran to withdraw the lawsuit. Su Kai turned the camera towards Lin Tianba. Mr. Lin, you may begin. Lin Tianba hesitated, grinding his teeth before saying, Lin Ran, must we take this to such extremes? Lin Ran retorted, so will you kneel or not? If not, I will hang up. With clenched eyes, Lin Tianba slowly lowered himself to his knees. To kneel before my son, you ungrateful wretch. Do you not fear for your own longevity? Will you not feel remorse the next time we meet? The voice from the phone echoed. Are you unable to speak? Have you gone mute? Lin Tianba gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. It was my fault for being late. Lin Ran comfortably shifted his position. Well done, Mr. Lin. Your ability to bend is commendable. Transfer the funds to my account and coordinate the remaining details with Lawyer Su. With that, he hung up, saving the recording of their exchange, feeling thoroughly pleased as he drifted off to sleep. This video would serve as a source of amusement for him. He could not help but relish the thought of who truly held the power in their relationship. After Lin Ran ended the call, Lin Tianba sat in stunned silence, as if all the humiliation he had endured over the decades coalesced into this singular moment. Had he truly knelt to Lin Ran? Suppressing the anguish within him, he rose. Now can I withdraw the lawsuit? Su Kai nodded, handing over the documents. Once the funds are transferred to the designated account and you sign, the lawsuit will be withdrawn. Lin Tianba had initially planned to appeal to familial ties to sway Lin Ran, hoping to avoid paying. However, he never anticipated he would not have that opportunity, and he began regretting his tardiness. He dared not play any tricks in front of Su Kai, a lawyer, and could only endure the pain of transferring the money to the specified account. Meanwhile, Liu Yumei and her son felt profound sorrow. All of this was their money. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Lin Ran sent a message to Su Kai, who proceeded to arrange for the withdrawal of the lawsuit. As the dust settled, Lin Tianba regained his former demeanor. Tell that ungrateful wretch he can never return to the Lin family, even if he kneels and begs for forgiveness. I shall never acknowledge him as my son again. Su Kai smiled and extended his hand, causing Lin Tianba to pause in confusion. What do you mean? Su Kai. Good day, Mr. Lin. My name is Su Kai. I am formally notifying you regarding Mr. Lin's commission to sell the shares of Surin Group. I hope you will convene a shareholders meeting at your earliest convenience, as I will act in my capacity as Mr. Lin's attorney with full authority. Lin Tianba what? Su Kai then presented another document to Lin Tianba. This is the letter of authorization and the share sale agreement for your perusal, Chairman Lin. Lin Tianba took the document. Examining it thoroughly, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Ran intends to sell his stake in Surin Group. This development could have a profound impact on Lin Tianba, potentially altering the very landscape of the group and jeopardizing his position as chairman. Even if he were to retain his role, he would undoubtedly lose his voice in the shareholders' meeting. It is essential to note that Lin Ran holds a 30 stake, while he possesses only 21. Together, they could represent the entirety of the group. Chapter 40 now that Lin Ran is looking to divest. It signifies that he is preparing to withdraw. Yet, Lin Ran is his son. This 30 equity rightfully belongs to him. The only reason he has been able to steer the company thus far is because of this stake. Shouldn't Lin Ran, this ungrateful child, unconditionally transfer this equity to his father? Why hasn't this matter been disclosed to him? Su Kai, Chairman Lin, I've already clearly informed you of my client's intention to sell his shares. If you continue to insult my client repeatedly, I reserve the right to file a lawsuit and hold you accountable for your actions. Lin Tianba stood frozen, realizing that Lin Ran was resolute in his decision to sell. If those old-timers learned of Lin Ran's intentions, they would undoubtedly scramble to seize control, and he would no longer be the de facto leader of Surin Group. How dare this son sell his shares? That stake is rightfully his. Moreover, Lin Ran's 30 stake is no trivial matter. If sold, given Surin Group's reputation, a premium sale is highly probable. Even without a premium, a conservative estimate would yield at least 800 million. He lacks the capacity to acquire it back. Even exhausting the Lin family's fortune would not suffice. The current circumstances make it evident that obtaining Lin Ran's shares as a gift is untenable. What does this rebellious son intend to do? Does he wish to drive his father to despair for his own amusement? Lin Tianba suddenly coughed up blood. Liu Yumei and Lin Jian were startled, rushing to assist the fallen Lin Tianba. Liu Yumei, you heartless lawyer, can you compensate for the distress you caused my husband? Su Kai regarded Liu Yumei with a serious demeanor. Madam, one must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I could accuse you of defamation. I am not jesting. Liu Yumei was momentarily taken aback. Her understanding of the law was limited, yet she recognized Su Kai's formidable prowess. After all, the matter concerning 3 billion was orchestrated by Su Kai on Lin Ran's behalf. Without Su Kai, Lin Ran, in his incompetence, would never have achieved such a feat. With trembling hands, she dialed 120, and shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived to take Lin Tianba away. Su Kai reported the events to Lin Ran, who naturally found further reasons for elation. He instructed Su Kai on the upcoming actions, then prepared to attend the evening's auction. With 3 billion in hand, the discretion of how to spend it, and on whom, was entirely his. This sensation was profoundly exhilarating. Nightfall descended upon the old residence of the Luo family. Nestled along the edge of Kyoto within a serene gorge, though not extensive in size, it faced south built against the mountains, with several streams weaving through its interior, a true embodiment of harmonious feng shui. After enduring centuries of wind and rain, the residence had been continuously maintained, preserving its ancient charm to this day. A graceful figure appeared at the entrance, and the guards did not impede her entry. Stepping into the courtyard, which was eerily silent, the figure continued onward, slightly lifting her head. It was Luo Yao, returning from a business trip. After leaving the company that evening, she had made her way alone to this familiar place, enduring over 2 hours of travel, uncertain of how long it would take to resolve matters here. And apprehensive of potential madness stemming from violence, she had deceived Lin Ran, claiming she was on a business trip, navigating around the old houses. She soon arrived at the main door of the rear courtyard. Since she had returned, why not enter? Luo Yao gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, her gaze playfully sweeping across the elderly man within. The old man sat in a wheelchair, looking up at Luo Yao with an expression that conveyed a myriad of unspoken emotions. faced with the sudden appearance of his granddaughter. The old patriarch did not exhibit overt alarm. "What? Aren't you going to call me grandfather?" Luo Yao approached slowly, the sound of her high heels echoing ominously against the floorboards. It was only then that the old patriarch began to feel a sense of trepidation. He could not fathom why the girl's aura had suddenly become so menacing, as though it emanated the very essence of death itself. Luo Yao smiled, a radiant yet eerie expression. Her voice chimed lightly as she spoke. "Old man, how does it feel to be in a wheelchair with broken legs?" The old man frowned, seemingly questioning how she came to know of his condition. "You cleared everyone out during the day and ensured control over this place. I knew you would return. So tell me, what brings you back this time?" Luo Yao nodded. "Correct, you haven't lost your wits just yet. In truth, it's nothing of great significance. I've come to borrow two things from you, but once borrowed, I want to be able to return them, you see." Cold sweat trickled down the old man's spine. "What do you wish to borrow?" Luo Yao extended a hand, forming a peace sign with her fingers, pointing them at the old patriarch. "I wish to borrow your pair of eyes. Since you enjoy spying on others so much, I might as well make use of your eyes so you can watch me at all times." Her seemingly playful tone sent chills down the spine. The old patriarch gazed at Luo Yao in disbelief. "You unfilial granddaughter. Luo Yao, am I not the embodiment of what the Luo family desires? Isn't this the very outcome you all facilitated yourselves? Did you not claim that I am the most suitable granddaughter for the Luo family? Why then am I deemed unfilial? Look at the Luo family now. I have developed it exceptionally well. Rest assured, it won't be painful. I will gently and slowly extract your eyeballs to present to my Ran as glass marbles." As she spoke, a glint of cold light appeared in Luo Yao's hand. The old patriarch seethed with rage. "Is that man truly so important? Important enough for you to harm your own grandfather?" Luo Yao, observing the old patriarch's frantic demeanor, mocked. "You seem like a barking dog, impotent and furious." While her words rang out, her footsteps did not falter. Anyone daring to covet Ran cannot be spared. Just as she approached within mere steps of the old patriarch, the side wall suddenly swung open, revealing several figures emerging from within, led by a man with a delicate countenance. This man, named Wolfong, was a trusted aide of the old patriarch. The last time Luo Yao had broken the old man's legs, he had been on a mission and thus unable to intervene. His feelings towards Luo Yao were complex, encompassing hatred, admiration, fear, and defiance. Yet, more than anything, he harbored a desire for her. He yearned for Luo Yao to be his woman, believing that possessing someone like her would confer a sense of accomplishment. His gaze towards Luo Yao was rife with aggression, devoid of love, purely driven by possessiveness. Especially in recent years, this desire had become an incessant presence in his mind, driving him to madness. Longing to confine Luo Yao and subject her to his whims, even to consume her entirely. Chapter 41, however, he had refrained from acting on these impulses, biding his time. For he understood that Luo Yao's strength was formidable. Luo Yao remained unperturbed, having anticipated that the old man would not simply acquiesce. Yet, she had not expected him to excavate a hidden chamber under her watchful gaze. This was indeed an unforeseen twist. As she felt the intense gaze of Wolfong upon her, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, immediately discerning the man's underlying issues with a single glance. His stare was not merely one of hostility. It harbored something deeper, something unabashedly raw. Luo Yao recognized it well. It mirrored her own affliction. Yet, her possessiveness over Lin Ran was laced with affection, while the effeminate man's claim was driven solely by desire. Should this man seize an opportunity, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Even death would not spare her from humiliation. Old Master Luo sneered. "Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon for you to squeeze at will? You think I would leave myself unguarded? Allow me to enlighten you. Had Wolfong been by my side last time, you would not have succeeded. Wolfongo, subdue this lunatic. She is yours to claim." Greed flickered in Wolfong's eyes, yet he dared not underestimate the situation, for that was the instinct of a top-tier assassin. "Miss, do not harm the old patriarch. Surrender." But before he could finish, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air with terrifying speed. Wolfong prided himself on his first-rate reflexes. Yet before he could react, he tasted the metallic sweetness of blood in his throat. He incredulously attempted to swallow. Gulp! It was severed. Luo Yao swiftly seized the dagger embedded in Wolfong's throat, twisting it with a flourish, causing his head to roll to the ground while his body remained upright. A second later, blood gushed forth from the severed artery, a testament to Luo Yao's unparalleled knife skills. "You think you deserve this?" Luo Yao harbored a deep disdain for the way men regarded her. and coupled with her misandry, she could not afford to give this man any chance. Silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the sickening sound of Wolf Fong's blood spilling. The few bodyguards of old Master Luo stood in shock, their pupils dilated. Wolf Fong was no ordinary bodyguard. He had once been a most feared assassin in the Yangtze River Delta. Had he truly been dispatched so effortlessly? Everyone stared at Luo Yao in disbelief, including old Master Luo. Old Master Luo pointed incredulously at Luo Yao. You have been concealing your strength. Wolf Fong had been the last of old Master Luo's trump cards. Luo Yao offered no response, her icy gaze shifting to the remaining 4 bodyguards. A chill coursed through them, as if they had already met their demise. If Wolf Fong could be so easily dispatched, what hope did they have? Run. Just run. Let the one in the wheelchair fend for himself. They were merely bodyguards, not death warriors. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for a dying old man. The 4 bodyguards bolted for the door, casting a furtive glance back at Luo Yao, silently relieved. It seemed this woman was not one to pursue total annihilation. Yet, in that moment, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The bodyguards collapsed, twitching for a brief moment before falling silent. Luo Yao exhaled lightly at the barrel of her gun, slowly retracting it. She had efficiently dealt with the remaining bodyguards and turned her gaze back to old Master Luo. What other cards do you have? Reveal them all. Old Master Luo trembled. Whether from rage or fear, he could not tell. Seeing him silent, Luo Yao lost interest in further conversation and approached him. Now it's your turn, grandfather. Old Master Luo shook his head in terror. No, no, Luo Yao, you cannot do this. I am your grandfather. Luo Yao's expression remained impassive. Grandfather was wrong. I shall never dare again. A glimmer of steel flashed in Luo Yao's hand, and a moment later, the tip of her knife was adorned with an eye that seemed to still flutter. Oh, I almost forgot. One must take their time to excavate. Only then did old Master Luo feel the pain, letting out a cry as he collapsed beneath his wheelchair. Luo Yao, you are insane. You murderous lunatic. Luo Yao crouched down, looking down upon him. Indeed, because I am, after all, a mad girl. Grasping old Master Luo's chin, she brandished the knife once more. This time, I will meticulously extract your eyes. As Luo Yao's seemingly gentle movements continued, old Master Luo's agonizing screams pierced through the old residence. Ah, spare me, grandfather. Luo Yao appeared to relish in the torment, even if the victim was her own grandfather. Did you dare to follow Aran? You should have anticipated this outcome. After what felt like an eternity, old Master Luo's perfect eyeball finally lay in Luo Yao's grasp. She held it delicately between her fingers, inspecting it under the light, seemingly pleased with her handiwork. Truly perfect. Rest assured, I will preserve your eyeball as a specimen in the manor, so you can gaze upon us at all times. Old Master Luo writhed in agony on the ground, frantically grasping for his lost eye. Luo Yao looked down at him with disdain, her voice dripping with cold mockery. How pitiful, without legs and now without eyes. You must behave yourself from now on. Otherwise, who knows what else you might lose next time. Of course, if you are inclined to relinquish what I seek, perhaps I could grant you a swift end. Old Master Luo, suppressing his physical agony, spat bitterly. You will spend your life alone, devoid of kinship and love. I have Aran, and that is sufficient for me, Luo Yao replied. Old Master Luo wailed in despair. Madness, utter madness. Exiting the old house, Luo Yao gazed up at the twinkling stars, then glanced down at her blood-stained attire. Her spirits lifted. Closing her eyes, she savored the natural essence in the air, listening to the mournful cries behind her. It seemed the world still held its beauty. Perhaps, tonight, she would not succumb to madness again. Should she rush back? She longed to see Aran. Did he miss her as well? At that moment, her phone rang. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing slightly. Returning to her room, she delivered a swift kick to the groaning old Master Luo before answering the call. As she listened to the voice on the other end, her expression darkened with each word. Hanging up, her fury was palpable. Aran, you have lost your freedom. Chapter 42. The scene shifts back to the evening at Kyoto's only 7-star hotel. Lu Rishin stated, Ruoxiu, today's auction gala is of utmost significance. Your uncle is ill, and we are representing his company, so conduct and demeanor are paramount. Lu Ruoxiu gracefully nodded, casting a glance at Lin Jian, who stood beside Lu Yuebe. Brother Jian seems rather displeased. Lu Rishin had not anticipated that he would one day attend such a high-profile auction gala. With Lin Tianba hospitalized and unable to attend personally, he knew it was crucial to appear at significant events to affirm Su Ran Group stability. Thus, he entrusted the invitation to Lu Yuebe. allowing her and Lin Jian to represent both the Su Ran group and the Lin family. Not only did Luo Yao bring Lin Jian, but she also invited her own brother along. Lu Ruoxiu was brought along by Lu Rishan. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the Panga Hotel, with Luo Yao adorned in resplendent jewelry, exuding her status as Mrs. Lin, while Lin Jian looked dapper in a well-fitted suit. Lu Rishan sported a slicked-back hairstyle, glistening as if polished, and Lu Ruoxiu radiated innocence in her attire, resembling a charming neighbor girl. As Lu Ruoxiu and Lin Jian engaged in discussions about various affluent families, a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari made a grand entrance into the hotel. Wow, the LaFerrari. Ruoxiu, do you know? This model has long been discontinued, valued at 25 million. I wonder who could afford to drive such a supercar. If it were mine, I would definitely take you out for a spin in the mountains. Out for a spin in the mountains? As if recalling something, Lu Ruoxiu's face flushed. Brother Jian, you're so annoying. While conversing with Lin Jian, her eyes remained fixated on the Ferrari, her envy palpable. Lu Rishan, Rugju from now on, you must only seek a boyfriend of this caliber. Lu Rugju father, what are you saying? Love cannot be measured by cars. Lu Yimei furrowed her brows in silence, feeling that the person inside the car seemed somewhat familiar. However, when they saw who descended from the vehicle, all their eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Ran had arrived at the entrance of the Panga Hotel accompanied by Fubo and his close friend Wu Zhizhang. Today, Lin Ran was driving a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari, exuding an air of flamboyance from head to toe. Wu Zhizhang sat in the passenger seat, bashfully asking, should I wear black stockings? Lin Ran glanced sideways at him and replied, don't be disgusting. My stomach is weak and I might vomit. Wu Zhizhang, a weak stomach not only causes vomiting, but also requires some soft food to recuperate. Outside the hotel, the eye-catching red supercar slowly came to a halt, and the doorman hurriedly opened the door to greet them. Lin Ran tossed him the keys along with several bills. Take good care of the car. Whether 1 TB a tip next time. The doorman nodded eagerly. Rest assured, young master. Wu Zhizhang looked on in shock, while Lin Ran chuckled. This is the confidence that wealth brings. Fubo also alighted and flanked Lin Ran, with Wu Zhizhang as they entered the hotel, completely ignoring the stunned Lu Rugju and the others. Wu Zhizhang asked Lin, what about Lu Rugju and the others? Lin Ran retorted, none of my business. If she dares to provoke me, I'll lie down right there and make her pay $1 million for repairs. Wu Zhizhang gave a thumbs up. Just as Lu Yimei and Lu Rishan were about to approach and greet them, several bodyguards flanking Lin Ran stopped them. Lin Ran and his entourage proceeded into the hotel without acknowledging anyone else. Lu Yimei clenched her anger and said, I am his mother. Why are you blocking me? The lead bodyguard exchanged glances with the others before replying, apologies. Mr. Lin has stated that his mother passed away long ago. If you continue to cause trouble by impersonating her, we won't hesitate to escort you away for a chat. Lu Yimei nearly lost her breath, but finally forced herself to look up and explain, only to find the bodyguards had already vanished. Lu Rishan exclaimed, is that really Lin Ran, that brat? How could he possibly be driving a Ferrari with so many bodyguards? Lu Yimei's face was filled with fury. She knew Lin Ran was now flush with money, 300 million yuan, after all, so spending tens of millions on a car wasn't impossible. There was another matter. The last time she visited the school to see Lin Ran, his attire was conspicuously extravagant, suggesting he had been siphoning substantial funds from the Lu family over the years. Those earnings should have belonged to her, Lu Yimei, which filled her with growing resentment. Let us go inside, she said. Draped in ostentatious attire, Lu Yimei strode ahead, followed by the gleaming Lu Rishan, with Lin Jian and Lu Rugju trailing behind. They took the elevator to the venue, where the lavish, resplendent decor even astonished the accustomed Mrs. Lin. Upon presenting their invitations and preparing to enter, a staff member informed them, Madam, each invitation admits only 2 guests. All 4 of you cannot enter. Lu Yimei's fury surged uncontrollably. She had endured too many frustrations that day, and now a mere staff member was giving her trouble, nearly causing her to explode. 3 people already went ahead. Why can't I? She demanded, referring to Lin Ran. The staff politely replied, they are from the Luo Corporation, so naturally, different rules apply. The staff assumed that the mere mention of the Luo Corporation would suffice to silence any objections, but the woman before them was not so easily placated. Lu Yimei, unfamiliar with the Luo Corporation, retorted indignantly, what nonsense is this Luo Corporation? I've never even heard of it. If they are the invitees representing the Luo Corporation, why can't we, representing the Su Ran group, enter? This is discrimination, and I intend to file a complaint. The staff raised an eyebrow, but quickly resumed a courteous smile. Sorry, it's the policy. As Lu Yimei prepared to lose her temper, Lu Rishan stopped her and whispered, "Sister, the Luo Corporation is the world's foremost financial conglomerate. Our Su Ran group simply cannot compare. It's like dust versus skyscrapers. Moreover, today's auction banquet has powerful backing. Even if we are Su Ran group, it's best not to cause trouble." Liu Yumei was taken aback. The world's #1 financial conglomerate? Could be true. So Lin Ran had entered under such an identity? She drew a sharp breath and suppressed her temper. Only two can enter? Can't there be some leniency? The staff thought, what do you take this place for? Leniency? Look at you four like four odd flowers. I'm already showing great restraint by not calling security. Yes, only two may enter, the staff insisted. Liu Yumei sighed. Then I'll go in with my son. Chapter 43. Lu Rishan and Lu Rugu exchanged bewildered glances, especially Lu Rishan, whose hair practically stood on end. Sister, did you call me here just to have us stand guard? Liu Yumei felt awkward, but was eager to enter since she and Lin Jian represented the Su Ran group. Lu Rishan snorted, I can stay out, but Rugu must go in to gain some experience. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Jian spoke softly, I want to go in. Let Rugu enter alone. Lu Rugu looked at Lin Jian with gratitude, and he returned a meaningful glance. Liu Yumei realized the predicament was her own fault for not clarifying the rules beforehand. She had no choice but to accept the situation. Her anger flared as she recalled Lin Ran swaggering inside earlier. She blamed him entirely for her humiliation. Her resentment towards Lin Ran deepening. Thus, Liu Yumei escorted her niece into the venue and immediately spotted Lin Ran seated in the front row. She painted a benevolent smile on her face and, with Lu Rugu, approached the front seats. However, they were stopped by a staff member. Ladies, you must sit in the back row. The front seats are reserved for VIPs. Lu Rugu retorted, do you know who we are? We represent the Su Ran group. The staff smiled dismissively. I know the Su Ran group. It's a small, insignificant company in Jingdu, not even worth the Luo Corporation's notice. You've certainly opened my eyes. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave now. The staff had been closely observing Liu Yumei's earlier altercation and had long disliked these two women who dared to belittle the Luo Corporation. Liu Yumei's indignation boiled over. The staff's disdain for the Su Ran group was an outright insult. How dare you look down on my Su Ran group? The staff replied coldly, if that is what you think, there's nothing I can do. Suddenly, the staff remembered what his brother had said about the powerful background of the auction banquet's organizers. Pointing toward Lin Ran's seat, he said, my son is seated up front, that one, representing the Luo Corporation. Can I go over now? The staff was startled and quickly confirmed via earpiece. After a moment, another staff member responded. Mr. Lin said he doesn't know these two. Liu Yumei was outraged. Nonsense. Lin Ran is my son. And this ungrateful scoundrel dares to deny me? Does he really think that by aligning with the Luo Corporation, he could disown his family? The staff sneered inwardly, of course. Joining the Luo Corporation means you can disown your kin. Ladies, if you do not take your seats, please leave. You are disturbing the order, and we have the authority to clear the venue. Liu Yumei did not expect such forcefulness from a mere staff member, but seeing the approaching security guards, she hesitated. She reluctantly sat in the back row with Lu Rugu, silently watching Lin Ran in the front with a face full of resentment. It's all Lin Ran's fault. If not for him, I wouldn't be so humiliated. Lu Rugu asked, Aunt, what is wrong with brother Lin Ran? Liu Yumei remained silent, unable to broach the subject of Lin Ran swindling 300 million from the Lin family. What she did not realize was that Lin Jian had already confided in Lu Rugu about the matter, though Lu Rugu feigned ignorance. 300 million? How many luxury handbags could that amount to? Her gaze toward Lin Ran was suffused with affection. If Lin Ran were willing to present such a dowry, marrying him would not be out of the question. Though she harbored deep feelings for Lin Jian as well, he was, after all, her own cousin, a love neither accepted nor blessed by society. Lin Ran, in his current state, perfectly met the criteria for marriage: wealthy, handsome, and most importantly, consistently generous toward her. If he severed ties with that woman from the Luo family and offered the 300 million as a betrothal gift along with the proposal, she would likely consent. Seated in the front row at seat number 1, Lin Ran never once glanced back. Instead, Fu Bo, seated beside him, frequently looked over his shoulder with a nervous expression. Wu Zhizhang whispered incessantly into Lin Ran's ear. Brother Lin, this place is ridiculously luxurious. Look at that stage, those girls, those legs, look. Lin Ran retorted sharply. I'm looking at your nonsense. Are you trying to get me killed? You damn fool. Wu Zhizhang was left speechless. At that moment, the lighting shifted, and a host ascended the stage amid a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Wu Zhizhang's eyes widened. Holy cow, isn't that Chen Qingtian, the star anchor of Donghai Satellite TV? I thought the auctioneer would be some decrepit old man, but it turns out to be a renowned celebrity. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, equally surprised. He recalled that Chen Qingtian's career trajectory had been smooth sailing until a scandal erupted shortly thereafter, alleging late-night private discussions with a director at a hotel. However, Chen was no ordinary figure. She swiftly leveraged her affluent family background to control the narrative, forcing apologies from both the director and the media. No one dared sully her reputation again due to her formidable connections. These matters, however, were of no concern to Lin Ran. He merely recognized her and the memories she evoked. A celebrity? To ordinary people, they seem untouchable. To tycoons, perhaps mere playthings. True power lies in the forces that back them. As with Chen Qingtian, without such support, she would have been mercilessly besmirched and forever humiliated. Soon, Chen Qingtian took up the microphone. Distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you all for attending tonight's charity gala. I am Chen Qingtian. She spoke for over 10 minutes before transitioning to the charity auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is now officially open. We solemnly promise that all proceeds will be devoted to philanthropic causes, and we welcome your supervision. Now, please welcome today's auctioneer, Mr. Yang Wei. Lin Ran suppressed a smile. The name carried a slight hint of inferiority. As Chen's words faded, a man in his 50s, clad in traditional Tang attire, slowly ascended the stage. The staff immediately presented the first item. As the lot was unveiled, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the room, and the accompanying PowerPoint began its introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's inaugural auction item, Eternal Love. This necklace is the final masterpiece of the renowned jeweler, Master Jack, crafted with the world's finest techniques. At its center lies the rarest sapphire, encircled by white diamonds. A unique piece, ranked the #1 necklace worldwide. It is said to be Master Jack's tribute to his eternal love for his late wife, symbolizing not only love, but an invaluable work of great significance and unparalleled collectible value. The sapphire alone once fetched 100 million yuan at an auction in America. The starting bid is 130 million yuan, with each increment no less than 10,000. As these words resonated, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. No one had anticipated such a grand opening. They expected the auction to commence with lesser valued items. The necklace's value was unquestioned, for it housed the largest sapphire globally, an irresistible temptation to many. The socialites, both genuine and pretentious, grew restless. Heavens! If someone were to buy this necklace and gift it to me, I would bear his children, one whispered. Ridiculous. You wouldn't team marry without the necklace. What nonsense is that? Another scoffed. You paupers should shut up. Without money, where's the romance? Lin Ran frowned upon hearing these remarks, silently reflecting that he too was penniless. Yet Luo Yao loved him with all her heart. Bidding began swiftly. 140 million, 170 million, 171 million, 180 million. The price soon reached 200 million. Such a supreme luxury necklace would not depreciate, even if resold. Wealthy bidders eagerly joined in, with a female tycoon offering the highest bids. Lin Ran, too, was captivated by the necklace, already picturing Luo Yao adorned with it. A faint smile curved his lips as he raised his paddle. 300 million. At once, the room fell into a stunned silence. Wu Zhizhang's eyes widened. Brother, people are bidding in increments of tens of thousands, and you just leap with 1 billion yuan? But that's your entire fortune. Are you crazy? Lin Ran still had a wife to support. Kill me now, Wu muttered. Fu Bo was equally astonished. He had not expected Lin Ran to make a move, especially to spend the lady's money. This was a positive development. The auctioneer's hammer trembled in his hand, startled by the bid. Such a price would surely deter all challengers, for it was exorbitant, at least for now. 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million thrice. The auctioneer's hammer fell decisively. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman at seat #1 for acquiring eternal love at 300 million yuan. May your career and love flourish together. Securing the necklace at such a price was a significant achievement for the auctioneer, cementing eternal love's position as the premier necklace in the world. The crowd was awestruck, turning their eyes to Lin Ran. Their gaze instantly captivated countless socialites' hearts. Wealthy and handsome, what sort of celestial scion was this? Many women's eyes nearly bulged, their greed palpable, as if beholding a mythical figure. Having obtained the necklace he desired, Lin Ran was approached by Fu Bo, eager to finalize the transaction on site, but Lin Ran waved him off. I'll handle it myself. Something for my wife must be purchased personally. Though 300 million is a vast sum, Luo Yao's place in my heart is priceless. His bold bid reflected two intentions: to demonstrate his unwavering devotion to Luo Yao and to intimidate rival bidders, effectively quashing competition with a single stroke. Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback, sighing inwardly without protest. It seemed the notion of Lin Shei spending the lady's money was somewhat idealistic. Though Lin Shei had spent tens of thousands on company leases and renovations, such sums paled in comparison to the estate's daily upkeep. Before long, Lin Ran, now burdened with poverty once more, returned to his seat clutching the luxurious box, surrounded by envious women and jealous men. He instinctively glanced around, only then recalling Luo Yao's absence, scratching his head awkwardly. It feels strange without Luo Yao here. I wish I could put it on her now, but unfortunately, she is away on a business trip. At that moment, none were more stunned than Lu Yume and Lu Rugge. Everyone was aware that Lin Ran possessed 300 million. Yet none could fathom how he managed to squander it all so swiftly. No, wait. Lu Yume's brow furrowed suddenly. Lin Ran had arrived in a sports car. One he had just purchased. How could he still have 300 million? Could it be? The car must be rented, merely a facade of wealth. With this realization, Lu Yume's spirits lifted considerably, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. But then, the thought of Lin Ran having spent 300 million from the Lin family's coffers caused her heart to ache once more. This despicable brat had wasted all that money. No, she must find a way to reclaim that necklace, as it was the Lin family's property. In contrast, Lu Rushui entertained a different notion. She pondered Lin Ran's purpose for acquiring the necklace. Could it possibly be a gift for that woman from the Luo family? Surely not. Lin Ran had not known her for long enough to rival her, his childhood companion. Suddenly, as she observed Lin Ran returning to his seat, scanning the surroundings, Lu Rushui froze. Could it be that Lin Ran had bought the necklace for her? Was he searching for her? Oh my. Lu Rushui covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. She admitted she was touched. The auction continued, with items ranging from a few thousand to millions, an array of treasures emerging. Yet Lin Ran refrained from bidding. He was out of funds. Of course, if something he favored arose, he might use Luo Yao's money to purchase it. After all, spending his wife's money was not considered disgraceful. As the auction began to present items that piqued Lin Ran's interest, he finally paid attention. Companies, land, properties, particularly a parcel of land that several developers were vying for. The auction for land differed from that of physical items. Developers could pay a portion as a deposit and take the pre-auction contract to secure loans. Once the loans were obtained, they could leverage the land to secure additional loans for project development, erecting a few frameworks before commencing pre-sales to quickly recoup funds, thus leveraging minimal costs to tap into a vast market. Although the real estate sector was becoming more transparent, with proper handling, the profits could still be substantial. The Su Ran Group primarily focused on real estate development. Although not large, it was a legitimate real estate company, so Lin Ran possessed some knowledge in this area. What intrigued Lin Ran were not the parcels of land, but rather the properties. He squinted, recognizing several of them as belonging to the Lin family. Chapter 45. Lin Ran quickly deduced that these properties had likely been sold at a discount by Lin Tianba to raise funds for himself, now being auctioned off by the buyers. Lin Ran smiled, genuinely delighted. Soon, he would see the Lin family reduced to homelessness. The auction concluded at 8 in the evening. Transitioning into the gala dinner, Lin Ran had never attended an event of such magnitude. Considering Luo Yao was not home and there would be no one to accompany him, he decided to bring Wu Zhishang along to broaden his horizons. Lin Ran's presence quickly drew the attention of many. After all, he was exceptionally extravagant today. Countless socialites stirred with anticipation, and many affluent families sought to befriend him. When a person can produce 300 million in cash, even dogs would wag their tails at them. It should be noted that 300 million in cash represented power far beyond mere wealth. The implications were profound. Even a company valued at 100 billion would require extensive preparation to present 300 million, let alone Lin Ran, who had spent that amount merely on a necklace. No sane individual would liquidate all their assets for a single piece of jewelry. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Ran was indeed that extraordinary individual. The socialites flocked closer, engaging in various subtle maneuvers, all of which Lin Ran discerned with keen perception, promptly withdrawing from their advances. Even their toasts and invitations to dance were met with his unyielding refusal. Lin Ran was certain that if he danced with another woman today, he and that woman would face dire consequences tomorrow. Death or disfigurement would be the lightest of fates. Moreover, how could these superficial women compare to his wife? Was Luo Yao not adorable, not beautiful, not fragrant? Though she could be a handful at times, Lin Ran cherished everything about Luo Yao, including her quirks. Seeing Lin Ran maintain an austere demeanor, the socialites stomped their feet in frustration, yet some shifted their attention to Wu Zhishang, who accompanied him. Anyone who could associate with such a wealthy individual surely could not be of lesser caliber, despite Wu Zhishang's ordinary attire. But did ordinary attire equate to ordinariness? Just like Jack Ma, who wore old Beijing cloth shoes wherever he went, could anyone claim he lacked wealth? The whole world recognized his affluence. Furthermore, those who entered such an occasion typically carried some status. Consequently, some began to flirt with Wu Zhishang. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Zhishang also coldly declined. It was simple. He could not betray his girlfriend. Oh my, I see now they're best friends. How enlightening. I thought my charm could never meet with rejection. But if their orientation was in question, it made sense. Who would have thought such handsome young men would be involved with each other? Lin Ran, of course, caught wind of some gossip, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. Perhaps he should clarify a few things. His rejection of female advances stemmed from his commitment to his wife. But Wu Zhishang's refusal lacked justification. His girlfriend was no prize. He needed to devise a way for Wu Zhishang to recognize reality. Given the current timeline, Wu Zhishang's family was on the verge of trouble. This issue needed addressing sooner rather than later. As Lin Ran pondered, Chun Qing Tian approached the two, politely raising her glass in greeting. I wonder if I have the honor of meeting you both. Upon encountering Chun Qing Tian, Wu Zhishang's eyes lit up. A detail Lin Ran quickly noted. My friend is quite fond of you. He wishes to invite you for a dance. With that, he pushed Wu Zhishang forward. Though Wu Zhishang harbored thoughts of protest, he glanced at Lin Ran in confusion, exchanging a look. Wu Zhishang, have I ever mentioned this? Lin Ran, for the sake of our reputation, make a sacrifice. Look at how beautiful Chun Qing Tian is. Wu Zhishang, but I don't know how to dance. Lin Ran, you'll pick it up as you go along. Chun Qing Tian, observing their silent exchange, smiled politely. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Mr. Wu, please. Chun Qing Tian genuinely wanted to meet Lin Ran. She was not coveting him, merely sensing something special about this young man, an innate desire to connect. However, with Lin Ran pushing Wu Zhishang forward, she welcomed the opportunity. After all, Wu Zhishang's bashful demeanor was rather endearing, igniting her playful instincts. Seeing that even Chun Qing Tian had been rejected by Lin Ran, the socialites finally relaxed, finding a bit of joy in their hearts. They believed they could not compete with Chun Qing Tian's beauty and grace, not to mention her star aura. However, Lin Ran had turned down both her and them, which meant they were all on equal footing, right? With this thought, the socialites felt a surge of satisfaction. Naturally, Lin Ran's rejection of Chun Qing Tian also effectively deterred other women from approaching him. Wu Zhishang followed Chun Qing Tian to the dance floor, awkwardly attempting to engage in a social dance. Observing Wu Zhishang's clumsiness, his stiff movements, his reluctance to touch her hand, Chun Qing Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mr. Wu, it's perfectly fine. Just follow my rhythm slowly. Not knowing how to dance is nothing to be ashamed of. Place your hand here and follow my lead, see? Wu Zhishang felt his heart racing, internally berating himself for even thinking of another woman outside his relationship. Yet his body obediently followed Chun Qing Tian's movements, slowly finding that it wasn't so difficult after all. Meanwhile, Lin Ran watched with an amused smile, realizing Wu Zhishang was not the true gentleman he had thought him to be. However, Chun Qing Tian, you may merely entertain the thought. After all, they belong to an illustrious family capable of devouring you utterly in an instant. Upon reflection, aren't Luo Yao and I perceived by outsiders as an equally formidable duo? Perhaps nothing is truly predictable. Wu Zhishang, you have always yearned to live off a woman's wealth, haven't you? If this particular soft meal does not satisfy your palate, whether you can become a second me depends solely on your own endeavors. As Lin Ran idly observed the unfolding drama, Lu Yume arrived, accompanied by Lu Rugu. The moment they appeared, Lin Ran's gaze turned icily sharp. Block their way, he ordered. Without hesitation, Fu Bo and his men barred the two from entering. Lu Yume erupted with curses. What are you doing? I am here to see Lin Ran. I have matters to discuss with him. The bodyguard responded curtly, apologies. Our young master does not wish to speak with you. Lu Yume retorted indignantly. Your young master? Your young master? Do you think I'm a fool? Am I not well aware of what kind of man Lin Ran is? Lu Ruju followed closely beside Lu Yume, casting a tender look at Lin Ran, but her gaze was quickly obstructed. When she moved left, the man blocked the way left. When she moved right, he mirrored her. Raising her eyes, she found an elderly gentleman gazing at her with a blend of warmth and anger. Frowning, Lu Ruju suppressed her rising ire. Chapter 46 determined not to lose face before Lin Ran. Lu Rugu maintained a gentle smile. Suddenly, a furious roar startled her into jumping. Lu Yume shouted, Lin Ran, you ungrateful wretch, have you forsaken even your own mother? The room fell into an immediate hush. Who could be so uncouth? All eyes turned in shock. The dancers halted their movements, and only the music lingered softly. Luo Yao's voice was so loud that ignoring it was impossible. Everyone stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. How could such a handsome and wealthy young gentleman be so unfilial? Lin Ran refused to suffer such disgrace and quickly retorted, "You, a mere mistress, have no right to call yourself my mother." That single sentence was a devastating blow. If you want to shout, go ahead. Let us see who truly disgraces themselves. Luo Yao stood dumbfounded, unable to respond, for if anyone were to scrutinize the matter closely, she would indeed be the nominal mistress. Fu Bo frowned and commanded, "Throw them out." Several bodyguards immediately advanced to drag the two away. Luo Rugyu cried out in alarm, "Brother Lin Ran, I am Rug. Please tell them to release me." Luo Yao also regained composure and shouted, "I'm the wife of the chairman of Su Ran Group. Does your hotel allow such a brat to behave so wantonly here? Do you expect me to return as a customer in the future?" The staff exchanged bewildered glances. "Have you ever been a customer here?" At that moment, a stunning woman in her 30s approached the hotel manager. Upon her arrival, all the staff greeted her respectfully. Luo Yao, perceiving their attitudes, quickly deduced the woman's status. "Is this how your hotel treats customers? I am Mrs. Lin of Su Ran Group. Believe me or not, I can have your hotel torn down." The audacity of her declaration drew a collective gasp. Many present were familiar with Su Ran Group, a company valued at only 2 or 3 billion attempting to demolish the Panga Hotel. How absurd! The hotel's worth was estimated to exceed 5 billion, and its owner was shrouded in mystery with extensive connections. Who could dare challenge such a powerhouse? Observing Luo Yao and Luo Rugyu's attire, it was increasingly apparent they resembled nouveau riche brash ladies parading their innocent-looking daughter, entirely out of place in this setting. Look at those socialites, each exuding seductive allure yet maintaining decorum. Those wives, elegant and dignified. And here, one was clad in gaudy finery, the other wearing a perpetually aggrieved expression, as if performing a melodramatic soap opera. Surely, this was a mistress flaunting her wealth, accompanied by her innocent daughter. By now, most had concluded Luo Yao was indeed the mistress. People often rely on intuition. The manager arched an eyebrow, casting a somewhat surprised glance at Luo Yao, silently questioning the origin of this ostentatiously dressed provincial woman. Su Ran Group. Not bad. Luo Yao's heart swelled with pride at the manager's words as she bellowed at the bodyguards restraining her. "Did you hear that? Release me at once." "The manager has spoken." The bodyguards exchanged confused looks. "Who's manager?" The hotel manager continued. "Your group's name is impressive, but I've never heard of it. Moreover, these gentlemen are not our hotel's employees, so I have no authority here." Originally intending to quell the disturbance, the manager now altered her approach. Luo Yao trembled with fury. Since marrying Lin Tianba, she had never endured such humiliation. "Let go of me at once. In your hotel, just you wait." The hotel manager narrowed her eyes and said icily, "You all, don't you see how hard our chief bodyguard is working? Why aren't you assisting?" The staff, who had long disliked Luo Yao and Luo Rugyu from the moment they arrived, now eagerly rushed over to help. In groups of 4, they forcibly removed the 2 women from the premises. No one expressed sympathy for Luo Yao. Many women displayed looks of vindication, some even yearning to trample on her. A mere mistress, how shameless they are. This explained why she lacked even the slightest refinement expected of a grand lady. Among those present were many affluent socialites who despised mistresses above all else. After Luo Yao was expelled, the staff informed the hotel manager of the day's events. The manager looked at Lin Ran in astonishment. Lin Ran represented the Luo Corporation. No one dared offend him, not even the organizers, who would turn a blind eye. Such a young and handsome gentleman representing Luo Corporation. Could he be a member of the Luo family? Moreover, he seemed increasingly familiar. The manager, a shrewd woman, promptly approached Lin Ran. "Sir, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Our hotel wishes to compensate you with a diamond membership." The diamond membership was the highest tier, granting the most exclusive services at Pango Hotel. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astounded. Although today, this incident was not the hotel's fault, they still chose to apologize and offer such a generous compensation, deepening curiosity about Lin Ran's identity. Simply possessing a diamond membership was beyond the reach of most. Lin Ran smiled and declined, uncertain of the manager's true intentions and unwilling to exploit Luo Corporation's name for personal gain. Such favors would need to be repaid by Luo Yao. The manager seemed to perceive Lin Ran's thoughts and softly reminded him, "Mr. Lim is. Luo holds shares in our hotel. As a representative, you are naturally valued here. Moreover, this membership is not for Luo Corporation, but a personal gesture from me to apologize. Please do not feel pressured. Only then did Lin Ran comprehend that the hotel was somewhat connected to his wife, making it acceptable to accept the membership as a courtesy to her. After all, Luo Yao delighted in giving him gifts. She would likely be pleased to know. Thank you very much, he replied. May I have your full name for registration purposes? The manager inquired. Lin Ran readily answered. My name is Lin Ran. The manager froze in place. Why you are Lin Ran? Hastily, she retrieved her phone to verify, then exclaimed breathlessly, my goodness. Observing her incoherent reaction, Lin Ran grew puzzled. Suddenly, the manager bowed deeply and declared thunderously, Boss. This pronouncement left everyone's jaws on the floor. Lin Ran was, in fact, the owner of Panga Hotel. Even he was staggered by the revelation. Did you just call me boss? Chapter 47. The manager. Boss. You are indeed my superior, although you have never visited. Your information is recorded in our system. No wonder I felt such a sense of familiarity upon seeing you. It turns out you are our benefactor. How regrettable that I did not recognize you at first. I truly deserve to be punished. Lin Ran gazed at Uncle Fu in bewilderment, who nodded in affirmation. The implication was unmistakable. Lin Ran was indeed the proprietor of this hotel. Good heavens, the only 7-star hotel in all of Kyoto is under my ownership? Luo Yao, just how many assets have you prepared for me? Lin Ran's expression was awkward, yet he felt a surge of satisfaction within. Wu Zhizhang and Chen Qingtian, who were still cozily leaning against each other, now stared blankly at Lin Ran. The women who had previously abandoned their attempts to approach him felt their hopes rekindled. Such a handsome, wealthy, and distinguished young man. How could ordinary women possibly be deemed worthy of him? How could I retreat simply because of one rejection? No, I must face the challenge head-on. Even if he prefers men, I shall steer him back on course. Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him, Lin Ran offered an awkward smile. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. This hotel should be a gift from my wife. You all carry on with your duties. What? This hotel was gifted to him by his wife. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a ruse to deter us. You have miscalculated. The manager, noticing the sudden silence in the room, promptly instructed the staff to resume their tasks, and gradually, the atmosphere began to warm again. Lin Ran asked Uncle Fu to escort the necklace back to the estate while he waited for Wu Zhizhang. Uncle Fu, considering the hidden bodyguards outside and the potential threats that had been expelled, readily agreed. Chen Qingtian cast a knowing glance at Wu Zhizhang. Your friend is certainly no ordinary person. The Pango Hotel, as the sole 7-star establishment in Kyoto, is estimated to be worth 5 billion. The previous owner was shrouded in mystery, and who could have anticipated that the truth would be unveiled today? Wu Zhizhang fell silent, uncertain of what to say. He had only just learned of it himself. Moreover, judging by Lin Ran's demeanor, it seemed that even he was unaware of his ownership of the hotel. What kind of extraordinary woman is Lin Ran's wife? Although the atmosphere had returned to normal, with conversations resuming and dancing commencing, many still cast furtive glances at Lin Ran. Wu Zhizhang knew it was time to leave, especially as the elder gentleman beside Lin Ran was absent, allowing the eager women to draw closer. Despite Lin Ran's best efforts to evade their advances, it was becoming increasingly difficult. As a brother, he could not let his friend be put in such a predicament. He must clear away the temptresses for his sister-in-law's sake. If Lin Ran were to become entangled with one, it would not only be a betrayal to her, but also a source of regret for himself. Yet, upon glancing at Chen Qingtian, he felt a twinge of reluctance. While he could not betray his girlfriend, making an acquaintance didn't seem like a transgression, did it? Chen Qingtian, noticing Wu Zhizhang's demeanor, found it amusing. Such a shy young man was indeed a rarity. She smiled warmly. Let us add each other as friends. Wu Zhizhang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely sought an autograph, never expecting Chen Qingtian to proactively request to befriend him. He quickly nodded in excitement and retrieved his phone to display the QR code. You scam me. Chen Qingtian fell silent as she looked at Wu Zhizhang's payment code, but eventually she scanned it. Chen Qingtian, how much is it? Wu Zhizhang, what do you mean how much? Chen Qingtian, how much to add you as a friend? Wu Zhizhang, puzzled, glanced at his phone screen, his face turning red with embarrassment as he hastily refreshed the QR code. Chen Qingtian, is refreshing the payment code on discount? Wu Zhizhang felt as if he could dig a hole to hide his embarrassment and quickly pulled up the friend request QR code again. The two exchanged friend requests happily, and Chen Qingtian beamed like the spring breeze. Goodbye. Farewell. As soon as Wu Zhizhang returned, Lin Ran called out to him. You're finally back. We should leave. There's class tomorrow. Wu Zhizhang. You actually attend classes? In the days since school began, he had only made a brief appearance on the first day before vanishing entirely. The only time he returned was to visit the principal's office. You of all students know about attending classes? Seeing the eager women stirring again, Wu Zhizhang decisively declared, yes, yes, we're leaving. Class tomorrow. The two fled like the wind. Lin Ran was not fond of being treated like a spectacle. Had it not been for Wu Zhizhang still being inside, he would have left long ago. As soon as they departed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who would have thought that the owner of the Panga Hotel is that young man? He seems to be a student. What remarkable background he possesses. Didn't you hear? It was a gift from his wife. Perhaps he is being supported. Or he could even be a kept man. You are the one who is a kept woman. Your entire family consists of kept women. Are you out of your mind? Even if I were ill, I wouldn't take your family's medicine, for all your medicine is sour. Half an hour earlier, Liu Rishan and Lin Jian, famished, had gone to eat a bowl of beef noodles. Liu Rishan was utterly stunned. He could not believe that his dear nephew had only invited him for a bowl of beef noodles. Lin Jian, too, felt helpless. The Lin family was in a time of crisis, and he had to share in their struggles. If he were to treat his uncle to a lavish meal at this juncture, how would Lin Tianba perceive him? Upon returning to the hotel entrance, they encountered the discarded Liu Yuebe and her companion, both of whom looked equally astonished. After inquiring about the events, it was clear that Liu Yuebe could not conceal the truth, especially since Liu Rugyu was already aware. Liu Rishan, Lin Ran actually threw you both out? What audacity does he possess? Moreover, where did he acquire 3 billion to purchase a necklace? Could it be that Lin Tianba provided him the funds? I must ask, sister, what have our parents taught you? How could you allow Lin Tianba to give Lin Ran money? Liu Yuebe sighed. There was no way around it, and thus recounted the truth. Liu Rishan's eyes widened in shock. What? He extorted 3 billion from you? Lin Jian, it's not just that. Lin Ran intends to sell his shares, which were supposed to belong to the Lin family. The Lin family is truly in dire straits now. Liu Rishan was incredulous. He had never imagined Lin Ran possessed so many shares. He glanced at Liu Yuebe, then at Lin Jian, ultimately locking eyes with his daughter, Liu Rugyu. An epiphany struck Liu Rishan. If Lin Ran truly sold his shares, marrying Rugyu might not be out of the question. Provided that all the money was presented as a dowry, he could not relent otherwise. Yet, appearances must be maintained, so Liu Rishan spent a considerable time berating Lin Ran alongside Liu Yuebe until several security personnel emerged from the hotel, ready to escort them away. Lin Jian seized the opportunity to discreetly slip a key into Liu Rugyu's hand, whispering something. Liu Rugyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Jian. Chapter 48. Lin Jian nodded at him, and Liu Rugyu took a deep breath. All right, I will go. Then Liu Yuebe and the others got into the car and left, leaving Liu Rugyu standing alone. After considering her options, Liu Rugyu sneaked back outside the hotel. What's she up to? Liu Rishan wondered. Lin Jian, I just saw her with her friend. She said she was going back to school with her. Liu Rishan snorted. Oomph. She has a home, but chooses to live at school. The child has grown up and made her own decisions. However, he said nothing further, planning to discuss Lin Ran with Liu Rugyu next time. Driving, the three made their way to the hospital. Lin Tianba was merely ill, not on the brink of death. At this moment, their concern would likely touch Lin Tianba, so they intended to keep him company. As Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang exited the hotel, Wu Zhizhang was still in a daze. Brother Lin, you truly are the owner of this hotel? Lin Ran nodded. It appears so. It should be a gift from my wife, though I only just learned of it myself. Wu Zhizhang felt as though his entire worldview was under siege. Dude, just take a look at me. Do I possess the potential to live off a woman? Lin Ran glanced at Wu Zhizhang and remarked, have you given up on your girlfriend? Wu Zhizhang, visibly embarrassed, replied, come on, I was just joking. It wasn't serious. But your wife treats you exceptionally well. I overheard someone saying this hotel is valued at no less than 5 billion. What exactly does your wife do? She supports me professionally. Damn, just in my misery. This is unbearable. Lin Ran, now serious, asked on a more serious note, do you ever contemplate living off a woman? Wu Zhizhang responded, I can't betray my girlfriend. Lin Ran sighed internally, realizing that Wu Zhizhang, much like himself, was utterly oblivious. Upon reaching the parking lot, both men were momentarily taken aback. They saw the valet who had previously assisted Lin Ran, crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, while several staff members appeared to be searching for something. What's wrong? The valet, upon hearing the voice, quickly looked up, his eyes filled with fear as he saw Lin Ran. Sir, I'm so sorry. I've lost your car keys. His cries echoed like those of an abandoned puppy. Lin Ran, his patience waning, replied, so you lost them? Stop wailing in front of me as if I've wronged you. The valet's sobs intensified. Lin Ran sighed, choosing not to blame the valet, recognizing that this was not intentional. After all, it was merely a lost key, not a smashed car. nothing catastrophic. From a certain perspective, the valet was still his employee. Given the depth of his sorrow, it was prudent to exhibit some magnanimity as the boss. Stop crying, it's just a key. I'm not angry with you. Just be more careful next time. He then cast a glance at his Ferrari. Upon a second look, he noticed something within the vehicle. Hey, doesn't it seem like there's something in there? Wu Zhizhang, equally puzzled, peered inside. It looks like a person. Lin Ran approached the vehicle incredulously, opening the door to reveal a nearly naked woman gazing at him with longing eyes. Ugh, Luo Yao. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran slammed the door shut and shouted, "What is going on at this hotel? Why is there a naked woman in my car? Is this some sort of test? What man could withstand such a challenge?" His exclamation caught the attention of everyone searching for keys at the hotel entrance. The valet, startled, rushed over to open the passenger door. Upon seeing Luo Yao, he was too preoccupied to appreciate her physique, instead angrily demanding, "How did you get in here? Did you steal my car keys?" Luo Yao was taken aback. She never anticipated that her appearance in the car would go unnoticed by Lin Ran. Prior to this moment, she had prepared herself mentally, envisioning a romantic encounter with Lin Ran in the car. Yet, she had inadvertently exposed herself without achieving her goal. Immediately, she covered her face, the car keys still dangling from her hand. The valet snatched the keys away, indignantly stating, "You thief. You nearly cost me my job." He handed the keys back to Lin Ran before attempting to drag Luo Yao out. "You thief, get out of here. Do you realize what you've done to me?" Lin Ran, holding the keys, pondered deeply. Would that hand still be usable? Luo Yao wouldn't have done anything bizarre with those keys, would she? If anyone could, it would probably be her. As the valet attempted to pull Luo Yao out, she desperately grasped the car door and exclaimed, "Don't say that. I found them. Lin Ran, it's me. It's Luo Yao." Wu Zhizhang, hearing her voice, was utterly astonished and warned Lin Ran, "Dude, you need to hold yourself together." Lin Ran shot a sidelong glance at Wu Zhizhang, noticing his increasingly playful demeanor. The valet forcefully pulled Luo Yao out and slapped her across the face, shouting frantically, "You wicked woman. Why did you steal my car keys?" Luo Yao, covering her face, looked at the valet in disbelief. "You actually hit a woman? I'm hitting a thief." The valet slapped her again, causing her head to turn at an angle until it met Lin Ran's gaze. Seeing Lin Ran, with tears in her eyes, Luo Yao pleaded, "Lin Ran, I missed you so much. Today, didn't you buy eternal love for me? I was so touched that I waited for you in the car." The valet froze, glancing between the scantily clad Luo Yao and Lin Ran, and gasped. Did I just make another mistake? Lin Ran, utterly speechless, thought to himself that the world had gone completely mad. Luo Yao slowly approached him, her expression filled with feigned innocence. Dressed in sheer, revealing lingerie, her figure was partially visible. Lin Ran sidestepped her advance, paying no heed to her current state. He turned to the valet and said, "Those 2 slaps were well-deserved. Go find your manager and tell her Lin Ran, said you should receive a bonus." The valet, still in shock, nodded slowly, then his excitement grew. Clearly, Lin Ran's status was not ordinary, knowing the manager was given. Who would have thought that losing the keys would not only spare him punishment, but also earn him a bonus, all because he slapped this woman. This woman seemed like the type who would resort to any means to entice men. Chapter 49. Seeing that the young master was wealthy, she had the audacity to steal the keys and lie naked in his car. "All right, young master, do you want me to give her another beating? If she calls the police, I'll take the fall and continue to deal with her later." Lin Ran looked at the valet, surprised by his audacity. "Ahem, not today. You can head back now." "Got it." The valet left with his colleagues, cheerful and content. The young master said today isn't necessary, but tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. Who knows? Luo Yao, still covering her face, said, "Lin Ran, if hitting you will make you feel better, then go ahead. Don't you like me? Today, I'll give myself to you. You bought eternal love for me, and I'm really touched." Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending trouble. As he drew closer to Luo Yao, his eyes brimmed with menace. He softly commanded, "Get lost." He shoved Luo Yao aside, heartbroken as he gazed at his beloved car. Upon noticing several discarded garments in the passenger seat, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Can this car even be driven? After some contemplation, he tossed the car keys directly to Wu Zhizhang. "It's dirty. I'm giving it to you." Wu Zhizhang took the keys, utterly dazed, completely forgetting the current situation. Thank you, foster father." Meanwhile, Lin Ran was unaware that a bodyguard lurking in the shadows was observing the scene with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing Lin Ran's descent, the bodyguard had exited the hotel, arriving at the parking lot just in time to overhear Luo Yao's declarations of affection towards Lin Ran. Witnessing her scantily clad state sent a chill down his spine. This young master is in for a rough time. After some contemplation, the bodyguard promptly reported the situation to Luo Yao. He knew better than to be careless or lie about Lin Ran's affairs, as his life depended on it. His responsibilities included not only protecting Lin Ran, but also reporting his whereabouts. Upon receiving the call, Luo Yao was understandably frantic, rushing back from the old residence. Lu Rug, now exposed, felt the intensity of Lin Ran's cold, murderous gaze and shivered, realizing her current predicament made it impossible to maintain her facade. She now comprehended that Lin Ran's necklace was not intended for her. He harbored no desire to possess her, even in her most vulnerable state. Woe is me, Lin Ran. Dear brother, I loathe you. With that, she seized a garment from the passenger seat and fled. She could no longer bear to remain there. After all her efforts, all she received in return was a dismissive get lost from Lin Ran. Everything felt so absurd, so painfully real. She had fallen for Lin Ran, yet he no longer felt the same. Wu Zhizang watched as Lu Rugyu ran away, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Lin Go, I've only just realized how shameless Lu Rugyu truly is. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. You shall discover even more shameless individuals in the future. Wu Zhizang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the longer one lives, the more eccentricities one encounters. I thought there would be a feast at tonight's banquet. I arrived without having dined, only to find mere wine and pastries. There wasn't even a table. Do these wealthy people not tire of their opulence? Lin Ran unexpectedly turned to Wu Zhizang. Hey, don't mention it. You and I are on the same wavelength. I just devoured several pieces of cake to satiate my hunger, and now I'm feeling quite queasy. The two exchanged a knowing smile. The lives of the affluent are indeed refreshingly unpretentious. Agreed. As Lin Ran turned to return to the hotel, Wu Zhizang curiously asked, Where are you off to? Aren't you leaving? Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. I can't. Lu Rugyu has been inside, and the mere thought of it makes me uneasy. But, brother, don't hold it against me. Wu Zhizang clutched the keys in his hand, deeply moved. How could he harbor any resentment? He found himself increasingly fond of Lu Rugyu. Why not sneak into Lin Ran's garage? The two parted ways, and Lin Ran chose not to ride in the Ferrari, instead returning to the hotel to arrange for a different vehicle to take him home. The hotel manager insisted on personally escorting him, but Lin Ran declined. Though you may appear to be in your 30s, you are ultimately a woman. He feared that Luo Yao might misunderstand, even though it was likely she already had. Please prepare the parking lot surveillance footage and send it to me. As for my ride, just let the valet take care of it. The manager promptly made arrangements. And soon enough, the previously weeping valet arrived with a commercial Mercedes, which Lin Ran accepted without complaint. In the car, the valet exclaimed, Bro, this place is enormous. If I hadn't driven, I'd probably get lost. Lin Ran replied, Then you best not lose your way. Why? Because there are crocodiles. The valet's eyes widened in disbelief. And tigers. What? And snow leopards. Bro, I'll do my utmost to avoid getting lost. Lin Ran chuckled. Rest assured, I'm just teasing. Those creatures are securely confined and monitored. Following Lin Ran's directions, the vehicle navigated through the estate for a while before arriving at the central villa, leaving the valet in a state of exhilaration. After disembarking, the valet returned, and Lin Ran approached the villa entrance, just as he intended to step inside. Meow, meow, meow. The cat's cries were eerie, as if warning Lin Ran not to enter. Turning his head, he recognized it as the same black cat that had appeared during his stargazing outing with Luo Yao. He had sensed something amiss then, and now he was certain. The cat's eyes seemed almost sentient. Just as Lin Ran reached out to pet it, the little black cat retreated a step, and as he moved closer, it retreated again. Meow. Are you hungry? The black cat shot him a look that suggested he was foolish. Meow. With that, it turned and vanished into the night. Lin Ran stood there, bewildered. The cat had seemed to scold him, yet he had no proof. Shaking his head, he chuckled at his own thoughts and slowly walked into the villa. Upon entering, the butler Fu Bo greeted him. Young Master Lin, it's time to rest in your bedroom. Chapter 50. Lin Ran replied, Let me have a bite to eat first. I only had a few pieces of cake at the banquet. Fu Bo arranged for a late-night snack, though Lin Ran sensed something peculiar in Fu Bo's expression. But he brushed it off. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped through the door, Fu Bo quietly locked the villa behind him. After enjoying a light supper, Lin Ran began to feel somewhat better, his stomach no longer in turmoil. Content, he returned to his bedroom while carrying the necklace of eternal love. He took a shower, lay in bed, and thought of his beloved wife. As he lay there, he sent a message, thinking of you. After waiting a considerable time without a reply, he sent another message, good night. After yet another stretch of silence, he couldn't help but wonder if Luo Yao had fallen asleep or was still at work. Tossing and turning, he found it impossible to rest. He retrieved the necklace, examining it closely as he envisioned how beautiful Luo Yao would look wearing it. Am I perhaps getting a bit lovesick? Meow. Just as Lin Ran was lost in thought about Luo Yao adorning the necklace, a soft meow broke through the silence. He got up and approached the window, spotting the black cat perched on the sill, staring at him. Lin Ran was startled by its striking blue eyes, but soon regained his composure, crouching by the glass to meet its gaze. Little one, are you hungry? Meow. Damn. Lin Ran affirmed. This cat was definitely peculiar. Its eyes seemed to convey scorn. Meow. Seriously. Meow. If you don't leave, you won't remain a cat for long. With one final meow, the black cat departed. Lin Ran was perplexed by the frequent appearances of this feline. Perhaps he should inquire with Luo Yao. It must belong to the estate. Returning to bed, he checked his phone again, but Luo Yao had still not responded. Consequently, Lin Ran began to drift into sleep, gradually succumbing to slumber. Outside his bedroom door, the butler sighed as he locked the door from the outside. Tonight, the young lady had instructed him to ensure Lin Ran remained confined until her return. By her tone, she appeared quite furiously angry, even. What had Lin Ran done this time? Perhaps he had committed some infraction while escorting the necklace back. Such a minor oversight. Would the young lady forgive him? Young Master Lin, why can't you be more obedient and listen to the young lady? Hasn't she treated you well? Wouldn't it be delightful to be her precious canary? When you err, it is often us old-timers who bear the brunt of the consequences. Why trouble us? In the dead of night, as Lin Ran slept, he continuously sensed the intermittent meows, which grew increasingly irksome. After what felt like an eternity, he could no longer endure it. Rising to teach the cat a lesson, he approached the window, only to hear a heart-wrenching cry from the cat, followed by its hasty retreat. At that moment, the bedroom door was abruptly kicked open with a resounding bang. Lin Ran jumped, turning to see Luo Yao's silhouette, illuminated ominously by the dim light outside. Luo Yao? Why are you back so late? Luo Yao advanced toward Lin Ran, and as his vision cleared, he realized her eyes were filled with despair. A chill ran down his spine. That look? Oh no. Yao, let me explain. Before Lin Ran could utter another word, Luo Yao leaped forward, brandishing a glinting dagger aimed directly at his heart, her figure looming larger in his vision. Thud! As the dagger drew near Lin Ran's heart, Luo Yao could not help but alter her grip, causing the blade to veer off course and embed itself into Lin Ran's shoulder. A gasp escaped Lin Ran's lips. A cry of pain. That was close. He had nearly met his demise. He feared not death itself, but rather wished to exact his vengeance before his end. He was unafraid of Luo Yao, yet he dreaded the thought of her being unloved in his absence. Even more terrifying was the notion that she might crumble upon discovering the misunderstanding after his departure and follow him into the void. Thus, in essence, Lin Ran feared death. Yao, you, Luo Yao bellowed. Why did you deceive me? Why could you not simply remain by my side obediently? Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent breaching a dam, rendering her utterly hysterical. In that moment, she realized that Lin Ran's apparent compliance during this time had been nothing but a facade. He had been deceiving her all along. She had genuinely attempted to trust him, so why did he still feel the need to mislead her? The sensation of being ensnared first by confusion and then by betrayal left Luo Yao gasping for breath. Had it not been for the unwavering belief she held, she might have truly slain Lin Ran in that instant, yet her heart faltered at the last moment. She loathed her own weakness at that juncture, and she despised Lin Ran's deceit. Why did you have to lie to me? Why? Since she could not bring herself to deliver the fatal blow, she resolved that Lin Ran would forever remain trapped within the gilded cage of her own making. Ran, you're no longer free. Lin Ran, enduring excruciating pain and struggling to breathe, still managed to muster a faint smile, unwilling to burden Luo Yao further. Yao, I have always been obedient. Do you dare to deceive me again? Suddenly, Luo Yao's words faltered as she beheld Lin Ran raising a necklace in his hand. This is for you. You look weary. Take a moment to rest. Luo Yao stood frozen, stepping back 2 paces. She noticed the exquisite blue gemstone at the center of the necklace, slowly accepting it. The necklace was stained with Lin Ran's blood, yet the warmth of the gemstone indicated that it had likely been cradled in his palm. She recognized it as the emblem of eternal love, one she had seen in a fashion magazine. At that moment, she had yearned for Lin Ran to adorn her with such a piece. But had he not intended it for Lu Rugju? Could it be? Luo Yao contemplated a possibility. And if that were the case, what about herself? Lin Ran raised his phone before Luo Yao. This is the truth you seek. With those words, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. He understood that Luo Yao must have misunderstood. He had specifically requested the hotel to provide the surveillance footage at the entrance. That had been a close call. He must be more cautious in the future to avoid such dire misunderstandings. Luo Yao held the phone, which displayed several clips edited by Lin Ran. She witnessed Lin Jian stealing the car keys and saw Lu Rug entering the vehicle herself, along with Lin Ran's reaction. She also comprehended why the bodyguard had reported incorrectly. All of it had indeed been mere coincidence. A sharp pain pierced Luo Yao's heart. She instinctively clutched at her chest, feeling as though even breathing was a mistake. She had erred once more. Her fingers gently brushed over Lin Ran's wound. Does it hurt? Lin Ran nodded. It hurts terribly, but seeing you like this pains my heart even more. Chapter 51. Luo Yao collapsed on the ground, shaking her head uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I made a mistake again. We used to like Yao Yao. Lin Ran regained some strength and slowly extended his hand to tenderly wipe away Luo Yao's tears. Do not cry. I cannot bear to see you with a tear-streaked face. Do you remember the question you asked me after getting me drunk last time? No matter what you do to me, I will never hold it against you. That promise remains forever. Luo Yao stifled her tears. She was not typically one to cry. Yet every tear was shed for Lin Ran. I was wrong. Ran, please don't leave me. I beg you. Lin Ran's wounds ached, but his heart ached even more. What kind of love was so devoid of security that it manifested in such humility and extremity? Yet upon reflection, what fault did Luo Yao possess? You are not at fault. You are merely the guardian of our love. Your affection is intense and perilous. Yet I hope you never cease, for this is what I desire in my heart. Luo Yao felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest, as if someone were punching her repeatedly. I will call for a doctor. Lin Ran clutched the emblem of eternal love and said, for now, I simply wish to place it around your neck with my own hands. Luo Yao despised herself for losing her composure without grasping the full situation, causing harm not only to herself, but to Lin Ran as well. Yet Lin Ran bore no grudge against her and continued to treat her with kindness. Once again, tears betrayed her resolve. Lin Ran gently and slowly draped the emblem of eternal love around Luo Yao's neck, managing to muster a faint smile. You look beautiful. Miss Luo, will you take care of me for a lifetime? At last, Luo Yao broke into a smile, tears cascading down as they scattered from her eyelashes. I will. Lin Ran laughed, and as he did, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Yao gently assisted Lin Ran onto the bed and summoned the estate's private doctor. Soon, the elderly butler observed Lin Ran on the bed, sighing repeatedly, yet hesitant to speak. I misjudged Ran. I owe him an apology. The butler, now aware of the unfolding events, felt a profound sadness over his own oversight. Miss, it is entirely my fault. I should have clarified matters with you at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, blame could be placed on him, had he not departed early. Had he inquired about Luo Yao's return immediately, perhaps these misunderstandings might not have arisen, and thus he felt immense guilt. However, the bodyguard kneeling on the ground felt even greater remorse and trepidation, for he was the pivotal link in this misunderstanding, having conveyed erroneous information to Luo Yao. He awaited her judgment. Seeing Lin Ran's pained expression even in slumber, Luo Yao felt her heart constrict further, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. These individuals had certainly erred, but the gravest error lay within her own heart. Her gaze began to waver, then sharpen, turning crimson. Let us go. Luo Yao silently exited the bedroom, making her way to the secret room. The bodyguard followed suit, arriving at the door to the secret chamber, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the lock. With a decisive kick, the door to the secret room burst open, revealing a transparent glass cage in the center, within which lay a man on the brink of death. The man had lost his nose, one eye vacant while the other was infected, yet he clung to life, surrounded by a flurry of rats. The man sensed an approach, his mouth parting slightly, though no sound emerged. Luo Yao walked over to a nearby rack, retrieving a device designed to pry open a mouth. A silent gesture prompted the bodyguard to take the instrument, don a mask and gloves, and unlock the cage door. In that moment, the bodyguard felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that there still existed a means for Luo Yao to unleash her pent-up fury. Upon entering, he fitted the device onto the man, then seized a rat and forced it into the man's mouth. One after another, he continued with the second, third, and so forth. The man writhed and twisted in agony, but it was all in vain as tears streamed from his eyes. Luo Yao watched in silence, not uttering a word, as if only through tormenting the man before her could her psychological strain find a moment's reprieve. After a brief interval, Luo Yao slowly approached and retrieved a glass vial, stuffing it with contents. Inside were 2 eyeballs. She added some liquid to prevent decomposition and positioned the vial to face the tormented man, awaiting his fill. Old fool, this is the fate that awaits you for spying on Ran. The man in the cage trembled faintly, having lost count of how many rats he had consumed. He lacked the strength to speak. Yet upon hearing Luo Yao's words, the remaining pupil in his eye widened slightly. Disbelief etched across his features. Luo Yao cast another glance, and without a word, the bodyguard swiftly sealed the man's mouth with tape. What remained was only the agony of impending death. She instructed the bodyguard to leave and sat quietly in a corner, lost in thought. Subsequently, she produced a dagger and aimed it at her shoulder. Poised to plunge it in, just as the blade was about to pierce her flesh, she suddenly halted. Ran had once said that she must not harm herself, for it would pain him. Her fingers brushed against the necklace adorning her neck, still stained with Lin Ran's dried blood. After what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged from the concealed chamber. Upon returning to the room, she found Lin Ran's shoulder wound had been bandaged, yet he remained unconscious. Luo Yao's gaze turned icy as she directed her eyes toward the doctor, who shivered under her stare and hurriedly explained. Mr. Lin had merely fainted due to blood loss and pain. His condition was not grave, and he would awaken shortly. Luo Yao's expression remained vacant. Was Ran in pain? Get out. Everyone, get out of the bedroom. The room cleared as she slowly grasped Lin Ran's hand. Ran, does it hurt? Lin Ran remained silent. Ran, will you look at me? Do you still like Yao Yao? Lin Ran continued to say nothing. Ran, can I let you go? Oh no. Yes. Luo Yao was taken aback, doubting her own ears. She lowered her gaze to see Lin Ran slowly opening his eyes. If you don't want me, then no one will want me. For the first time, Luo Yao experienced the sensation of exhilaration as she beheld Lin Ran regaining his former smile. She nodded emphatically. Of course, I was just teasing you. I would never let you go. You belong to me. Lin Ran extended his palm, and Luo Yao, puzzled, rested her chin upon it. You seem like a little kitten now, Lin Ran remarked. Then I shall be your little kitten, as long as you do not leave me. I shall be whatever you wish, Luo Yao replied. A kitten? Lin Ran recalled the foul-mouthed cat, vowing to catch it for some affectionate petting the next time they met. Daylight approaches. You should sleep, lest you lack energy during the day. Luo Yao shook her head. I'm not going to work. I'll stay with you. Chapter 52. Despite Lin Ran's injury, it did not preclude him from sharing the same bed with Luo Yao. She climbed onto the bed. Lying upon the sheets, stained crimson with his blood, their fates inexorably entwined, as if in a tragic tomb. Until dawn, Lin Ran experienced the sensation of being pampered. Luo Yao personally assisted him with his ablutions. Upon returning to the bedroom, Lin Ran noticed the bodyguard kneeling and Fu Bo, his head bowed in silence. Lin Ran quickly grasped the situation and said, Fu Bo, I'm hungry. Prepare something to eat. He turned to the bodyguard. And you, my good man. Thank you for your diligent protection. Lin Ran understood that Luo Yao must have had someone monitoring him, and today he was finally meeting the person in the flesh. Fu Bo promptly acquiesced, yes. I will summon someone to prepare it right away. Lin Ran's seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a gesture of goodwill towards Fu Bo. Being shrewd, fully comprehended the implication. The bodyguard inhaled deeply and bowed his head to Lin Ran, who attempted to assist him but then hesitated. Rise. This is New Huaxia. We do not adhere to feudal hierarchies. What is your name? The bodyguard stood and replied, My name is Wang Bao. I apologize, young Master Lin. My report error led to your injury. Lin Ran smiled. Very well, Brother Wang. You shall remain by my side from now on. No need to lurk in the shadows. This will prevent future errors. Wang Bao looked up astonished. I can stay with you? He knew that the most lucrative role in the security system was to monitor Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded. Of course you can, right, Yao Yao? Wang Bao glanced at Luo Yao, who felt a surge of joy. Lin Ran's intent was clear. She could conduct real-time surveillance openly. Since Ran does not wish to punish you, I will naturally agree. However, remember this. Protect Ran well. If a single hair goes missing from him, I shall hold you accountable. Wang Bao nodded vigorously. Rest assured, miss, if young Master Lin loses even a hair, I shall take my own life in atonement. He bowed deeply to Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, I am not eloquent. I cannot repay your great kindness, but I will demonstrate my loyalty through my actions. After the bodyguard departed, Lin Ran inquired of Luo Yao, You're not upset with how I handled that, are you? How could I be? You are Ran. You certainly have the authority to manage family matters. Any decision you make is justified. Lin Ran replied, Then it shall be so. But I haven't yet punished you. Luo Yao suddenly felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Lin Ran quickly interrupted. No, I'm not blaming you. I merely wish to punish you. Surely that's not unreasonable? Luo Yao looked up with her big, watery eyes. All right, then Ran, go ahead and punish me. Lin Ran said, Fine, wait until I recover. I will surely not let you off easily, you little enchantress. Having been injured, he was excused from school and work. With a perfectly valid reason. Luo Yao also refrained from going to the office, summoning her assistant team to work at the estate instead. She stayed by Lin Ran's side, feeding him bite after bite during meal times, assisting him to the restroom, and sending the staff away when it was time to work. Lu Meng shook her head repeatedly, sighing. This Lin Ran was undoubtedly a calamity to the nation and a source of misfortune. She attempted to handle most of the tasks that should have belonged to Luo Yao, yet one crucial document required Luo Yao's attention. When she next entered the bedroom, she found her usually frosty boss feeding Lin Ran. Lu Meng transformed into a state of shock. Assistant Lu, you have work to do. Please attend to it and do not lose focus, Lin Ran said. You are my focus and my distraction, Luo Yao countered. However, as Lin Ran had spoken, Luo Yao complied and managed to address the document, leaving Lu Meng's worldview in disarray. Very well, so this is how you wish to play it? Henceforth, for important matters, should I not just speak directly to Lin Ran? Lu Meng was startled by her own thoughts, but upon reflection, she deemed it impractical. Once she drew closer to Lin Ran, she would likely be courting danger. Nonetheless, she could still seek Lin Ran's assistance in crucial moments. Days passed in this manner, with the assistant team residing at the estate for 3 full days. Now, the entire team referred to their leader as one who no longer attended court. Today, Luo Yao returned to the company with her assistants, greeted by an overwhelming workload. After all, several days of unannounced absence had resulted in numerous meetings and negotiations piling up. Lin Ran had nearly recovered and was preparing to visit the company before seeking out Luo Yao. Due to his still healing injury, he was driven by a chauffeur, with Wang Bao openly accompanying him. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Ran discovered that Wu Zhizhang was also present, and the company had recently hired several new employees, including a cleaner. Are you not attending class today? Wu Zhizhang regarded Lin Ran incredulously. Bro, we're in our senior year now. We should prioritize our careers. I have sufficient credits and do not intend to pursue further studies. Why would I still attend class? Lin Ran exclaimed, impressive. And Zhang Xiaolong? Wu Zhizhang replied. I can't reach him. What? Wu Zhizhang then recounted the situation. Zhang Xiaolong had not been reachable since yesterday, leading to a day-long pause in their streaming efforts. If Zhang Xiaolong failed to appear today, Wu Zhizhang planned to take over the broadcast himself. Lin Ran searched for Zhang Xilong's employment records and called his sister, but no one answered. After contemplating, he called Zhang Xilong's father. The phone connected, but the voice on the other end was curt. Who is this? Lin Ran responded. I'm looking for Zhang Xiaolong. The voice on the other end snapped. I don't know anyone by that name. You have the wrong number. Before the line could disconnect, a plea for help echoed through the receiver. Please, I beg you, sister. Lin Ran sensed that something was amiss. When he attempted to call again, the call was met with a rejection, leaving him momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaolong was now considered his employee, and he wondered if his rebirth had altered the trajectory of Zhang's life. Without hesitation, he reached for his phone to contact Luo Yao. Luo Yao answered. What's the matter? Have you been thinking of me? Ran? With a hint of urgency, Lin Ran replied. I have been, but I need your help. I'm looking for someone, one of my employees. Luo Yao's voice turned cautious. Is it a man or a woman? A man, Lin Ran responded. His name is Zhang Xiaolong. After a brief pause, Luo Yao inquired, You've been getting close to Wu Zhizhang lately, and now it's Zhang Xiaolong. Are you sure you don't have a preference for men? Taken aback, Lin Ran quickly retorted, You know very well what my preferences are. Luo Yao agreed to assist him in locating Zhang Xiaolong, and shortly thereafter, she sent a message. 38, Jiaodong Road, Alley 2. If you want to see your employee, you'd better hurry. Chapter 53. Without further ado, Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang boarded a Rolls-Royce. Wu Zhizhang marveled, It's you, brother Lin. You change luxury cars as if they were mere toys. Lin Ran replied, If you can manage Chun Qingtian, you could do the same. She earns enough from a single performance to buy several. Wu Zhizhang's face flushed, but he countered, What are you talking about? I would never betray my girlfriend. Besides, someone like Chun Qingtian would never look my way. That is not necessarily true. I never imagined I would find myself in this position either, Lin Ran remarked. Soon, they arrived at Jiaodong Road, where the atmosphere was far from the city's allure. Instead, they found themselves in a dilapidated alley inhabited by migrant workers from various provinces. Number 38 was nestled within a narrow lane. Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang walked ahead with Wang Bao trailing behind. Upon reaching the door of 38, they found what resembled a small warehouse, devoid of a yard, with grimy windows obscuring the view inside. Just as Lin Ran was about to knock, sounds emanated from within. Dad, please, don't sell my sister to anyone. How much do you need? I will do anything to gather it. Inside, Zhang Dehai struck Zhang Xiaolong, sending him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, how did I end up with 2 worthless children? I'm crippled, and you don't even bother to check on me. Do I need to send someone to fetch you? A girl's muffled sobs mingled with a strange, unsettling laughter. Without hesitation, Lin Ran kicked the door. The door remained steadfast, and Lin Ran awkwardly scratched his head, glancing at Wang Bao, who was suppressing a laugh. Let me handle it, young Master Lin, Wang Bao suggested. Lin Ran nodded, and with a swift kick, Wang Bao sent the door flying open. Inside, a furious man in a wheelchair glared at the intruders. Who dares kick down my door? Two youths and a robust man stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Ran, Wu Zhizhang, and Wang Bao were taken aback. Lin Ran realized he had underestimated human nature, as well as the depths of depravity. Initially, he couldn't fathom how Zhang Xiaolong, a young man, could be under his father's control, but now it was clear. In the room were four individuals: Zhang Dehai in his wheelchair, a familiar face from a previous encounter at the gambling den, where he had been crippled, the very same traitor who had led to Wu Zhizhang losing his legs. Beside him knelt Zhang Xiaolong, who, upon seeing Lin Ran, was initially shocked but then expressed relief, knowing he had been saved. In addition to the two men, a gaunt middle-aged woman was chained to a pipe, squatting on the ground and inhaling something, punctuating her actions with a foolish giggle. The last was a frail young girl, seemingly younger than Lin Ran, with delicate features, also chained to the pipe, her eyes void of hope, a stark contrast to her youthful beauty. The two women resembled slaves. Zhang Dehai recognized Lin Ran, recalling that he had previously been in the company of a notorious Daogo, likely a client of his. He stammered, You? Immediately, Zhang Xiaolong turned to Lin Ran and bowed deeply. Boss, please save my sister. I swear I will repay you, even if it means working like a beast. Zhang Dehai chuckled. So you're the boss. That makes things easier. Just offer a price higher than Wang S. And the girl is yours. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, taking a deep breath. In his mind, Zhang Dehai was on par with Lin Tianba. Both were despicable fathers. Where is the key? Zhang Dehai chuckled. You bring the money, and I'll gladly hand over the key. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran kicked Zhang Dehai, sending him and his wheelchair crashing to the floor. You think just because you're disabled, I can't take you down? Zhang Dehai fell, furious. You may not care who I am, but you'll regret crossing Zhang Dehai. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man accompanied by two thugs appeared at the door. Zhang Dehai, what is going on here? Was it I supposed to collect the goods? Zhang Dehai hastily replied. Boss Wang, don't misunderstand. I have no idea where these people came from. Just give me the money, and the girl is yours. Boss Wang eyed the girl inside with a lecherous grin, eager to claim Zhang Xiaowan, having long sought an opportunity. He advanced toward the room, tossing a black plastic bag filled with cash at Zhang Dehai's feet, then approached Zhang Xiaowan without a care for Lin Ran and the others. Zhang Dehai, too lazy to rise, tore open the plastic bag and began counting the money. Hey, Xiaowan, what happened to you? Come with Uncle Wang. I promise to treat you well. My bed is big and warm, he leered. Zhang Xiaowan's eyes brimmed with despair. She had already resolved to find an opportunity to end her life, refusing to be subjected to humiliation. You lot, ignoring me right in front of you. Do you think so little of me? Lin Ran's voice resonated. Both Boss Wang and Zhang Dehai turned to Lin Ran, the latter unable to contain his laughter. Huh, kid, do you know who Boss Wang is? The king of Jiaodong Road. Boss Wang sneered at Lin Ran and the two youths, dismissing them with a wave. Get rid of them. With that, the two thugs advanced, seasoned criminals who had committed many misdeeds under Boss Wang's guidance, instilling fear in the neighborhood. Lin Ran thought to himself, You old fool, your delusions are amusing. Stepping outside, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. Brother Wang, mind if I smoke? Wang Bao understood, realizing that Lin Ran was giving him a moment to resolve the situation. He intercepted the two thugs, and the sounds of fists striking flesh soon echoed. Leaning against the wall, Lin Ran took another deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Zhizhang remarked, Brother Lin, are you really smoking, or just pretending? Lin Ran laughed and scolded. You know I'm not pretending, so why undermine me? Wu Zhizhang continued. Do you think that big guy you brought will manage? Lin Ran gestured for silence, saying, Listen, do you hear any more noise? Wu Zhizhang was taken aback. So soon? Chapter 54, just as he finished speaking, Wang Bao's voice rang out. Young Master Lin, it's done. Lin Ran, astonished, stepped into the room to find that, aside from the two women and Zhang Xiaolong, everyone else was sprawled on the ground. With a smile, Lin Ran exclaimed, Well done, Brother Wang. Wang Bao scratched his head, modestly replying, You flatter me, young Master Lin. Wu Zhizhang gazed at Wang Bao with a look of admiration while attempting to help Zhang Xiaolong, who was currently suffering greatly from his father's beating. Lin Ran discarded the remainder of his cigarette and approached to assist Zhang Xiaowan. As for the woman who was grinning foolishly, she was ignored by everyone. Zhang Xiaowan stared in shock at Lin Ran. She had envisioned many scenarios but never anticipated that someone would come to their rescue. Zhang Xiaolong, rising to his feet, grasped Lin Ran's hand and expressed, "Thank you, boss. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you." Lin Ran mused that this line sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Xiaolong continued, "What will happen to them? We have beaten them so badly. Will we end up in jail? Boss Wang has considerable power here." Lin Ran chuckled. "No worries, I'm not afraid of power." He then sent a message to Luo Yao, and soon, she dispatched a team of professionals. First to arrive was Su Kai, accompanied by 2 assistants, who, upon learning of the situation, widened their eyes in outrage and vowed to seek justice for the Zhang siblings. Shortly thereafter, Uncle had arrived, taking away Zhang Dehai and Boss Wang. But the woman remained locked up, and Zhang Dehai was still unconscious, unaware of where the key was. Zhang Xiaolong fell silent for a moment. Even if he knew, he would never reveal it. I understand him well. If he realizes he is caught, he would rather perish than surrender. Otherwise, I would have long since defeated him and coerced him into handing over the key. Lin Ran then patted Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder. "Leave it to me." After giving Wu Zhizhang some instructions, it wasn't long before he returned with a locksmith. The locksmith, upon arrival, was genuinely startled, but said nothing, especially with the police present. He examined the 2 locks and realized they were quite complex, not your ordinary locks. After some thought, he carefully proceeded to dismantle them physically. The first lock to be removed was Zhang Xianyuan's. Initially, while in her school dormitory, she had been told by someone that her family was looking for her. She assumed it was her brother, only to find it was her wheelchair-bound father accompanied by 2 thugs. When she resisted leaving with her father, he ordered the 2 thugs to knock her out, having come thoroughly prepared. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhang Xiaowan found herself imprisoned, and her world crumbled. She knew her life was over. However, just as she was about to be sold off, a man descended like a savior from the heavens, swiftly rescuing her. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowan collapsed into Zhang Zilong's embrace, sobbing. He gently patted her back to comfort her. After a while, she discreetly glanced at Lin Ran, contemplated for a moment, and approached him. "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran." Both Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang were taken aback, and Lin Ran responded, "You are for Peking University?" He had only known that Zhang Xiaowan was starting college this year, but he had no idea she was attending Peking University. Could he not directly recruit Zhang Xiaowan to the company to develop alongside her brother? Perhaps it was better to prioritize her education. "Yes, thank you for saving me," Zhang Xiaowan affirmed. Wu Zhizhang interjected, "You were saved by all of us. Why do you only thank him?" Zhang Xiaowan hurriedly shook her head. "No. I also thank you and this big brother. I truly appreciate all of you. Without you, my life would have been ruined." The lock on Zhang Zilong's mother's door was also opened, and the police took her away, along with the 2 small thugs on the ground. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaowan were naturally taken for questioning. In the end, Su Kai assured Lin Ran, "Rest easy. I want to rest until these people are locked away for life." Having resolved the matter, Lin Ran felt a sense of joy. Helping Zhang Xiaolong was merely one reason. More importantly, he had directly dealt with Zhang Dehai, avenging Wu Zhizhang from the previous life. Upon returning to the company, Wu Zhizhang invited Lin Ran to his home over the weekend. Lin Ran was reluctant, but eventually agreed after hearing the reason. In the midst of this busyness, he missed the time to pick up Luo Yao and had to return directly to the manor. Inside the manor, Luo Yao appeared somewhat displeased, as Lin Ran had promised to pick her up, but ultimately broke his word. Although Lin Ran explained over the phone, she remained unhappy until she saw him walk into the villa, at which point a faint smile graced her face. Luo Yao's affection for Lin Ran transcended mere possessiveness. She yearned to be entwined with him at all times, wishing she could cling to him. She desired Lin Ran's gaze to be solely for her, with no one else, not even other men. Thus, during their time together, she had exercised considerable restraint. The doctor helped Lin Ran change his bandages and advised him to rest, noting that the wound had healed and he only needed to disinfect and apply medicine regularly in the coming days. Lin Ran thought to himself that recovery was progressing quite swiftly, indicating that his physical constitution was commendable. After the doctor departed, it was the cherished quiet moments alone for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, their favorite time of day. In the villa, even the entire manor faded into insignificance in Luo Yao's eyes. Only Lin Ran remained vividly alive to her. Wherever Luo Yao desired, she could possess him. This was Luo Yao. After dinner, the two retreated to the sky garden to share their thoughts. After exercising, a man feels thirsty. Lin Ran sipped slowly from a glass of water. "Ran, do you think Zhang Xiaowan is beautiful?" Lin Ran suddenly sputtered, spraying the water he had just taken a sip of. "Not at all. She pales in comparison to Yao Yao." Luo Yao remarked. "So you did look at her?" Lin Ran paused. "No, I didn't. Then on what basis do you say she is less attractive than me?" Because in this world, there cannot possibly be anyone more beautiful than my Yao Yao. This response seemed to satisfy Luo Yao. Ran, remember, don't think about other women, otherwise, I will make you regret it. Lin Ran embraced Luo Yao tightly. I will only think of you. I'm right here beside you. What is there to worry about? Luo Yao nestled comfortably against Lin Ran, one hand holding his, while the other caressed his leg. Lin Ran gazed up at the starry sky, savoring the beauty in his arms, marveling at the wonders of the world. Slowly, it stirred the soul. After a long while, chapter 55, Lin Ran asked, "What are you up to now?" Luo Yao nodded. Lin Ran was astonished by her actions, yet a thrill of fulfillment echoed within him. For it was only in this way that he could truly feel that she belonged to him. "All right then, as long as you're happy." "Ran, do you like children?" Lin Ran replied, "Not particularly, but if they are with you, then I would." "What if we had a child? Wouldn't that take away your love?" Lin Ran paused before earnestly responding, "I cannot answer that, but my love for you will only grow in the future." Luo Yao remained silent for a moment before regaining her composure. She had made up her mind. No children, at least not for now, as they would divide Ran's love. The two sat quietly, gazing at the stars, when Lin Ran suddenly remembered something. "Do you know if there's a black cat in our manor?" Luo Yao replied, "I'm not sure. Maybe it's a stray cat." Lin Ran had assumed Luo Yao knew, but was surprised to find she did not, wondering if he would have another chance to see the black cat. He always felt there was something peculiar about that cat. It not only had a sharp tongue, but also offered warnings, exuding a sense of mystery. The next day, Lin Ran finally decided to visit the school. The luxurious Rolls Royce glided into the campus, delivering Lin Ran to his destination. When he entered the classroom, all eyes were on him. Ignoring the attention, he found a seat, and before long, Wu Zhizhang arrived. Seeing Lin Ran brought great joy to Wu Zhizhang, especially since Lin Ran had gifted him a Ferrari LaFerrari. However, he wasn't one to flaunt his wealth, so he had parked it at home rather than bringing it to campus. Following Lin Ran's advice to keep wealth discreet, he hadn't even mentioned it to his girlfriend. Today, Lin Ran was there to help Wu Zhizhang resolve a minor issue while also taking a look around the school. The last time Wu Zhizhang drove his car home, his parents were taken aback upon seeing it. Despite his lengthy explanations, they remained skeptical. Consequently, Wu Zhizhang contemplated asking Lin Ran to assist in clarifying the situation. Otherwise, his parents would continue to suspect him of engaging in questionable activities. Initially, they had planned for the weekend, but Lin Ran's request was denied by Luo Yao, given that Lin Ran chose not to accompany his wife to a friend's house. It was rather generous of Luo Yao not to take it out on Wu Zhizhang. The instructor was aware of Lin Ran's return to campus, but did not confront him, leaving one to wonder if the principal had instructed him otherwise. The school should inherently support student entrepreneurship. During class, the absence of Lu Rugu made the atmosphere notably harmonious. Afterward, many classmates inquired about Lin Ran's recent activities, to which he merely replied that they would soon find out. After afternoon classes, Lin Ran accompanied Wu Zhizhang to his home. Although Wu Zhizhang was a local, the journey to the Wu residence was somewhat lengthy, taking over an hour by car. The Wu family lived in a modest home, yet Lin Ran harbored no disdain. Upon arriving, Wu's father and mother warmly welcomed Lin Ran, who had known them since childhood, making the atmosphere familiar. It was only after Lin Ran elucidated the circumstances that they began to believe him. Wu's mother wore a worried expression. "Mom, didn't Brother Lin explain everything? Why do you still look like that?" Wu's mother replied, "Of course I believe in Shaolin, but I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he is married. From what you both imply, this woman seems quite affluent. Could she merely be toying with Shaolin's feelings?" Lin Ran felt a surge of emotion. In this harsh reality, individuals who genuinely care for you are indeed scarce. Even his own family had never instilled such feelings within him, a sentiment he experienced today at the Wu household. "Uncle and aunt, rest assured. My wife and I have known each other for quite some time, and we love each other. It's not as complicated as you might think." Upon hearing Lin Ran's assurance, Wu's parents relaxed, even presenting him with a red envelope, which Lin Ran graciously accepted. He exchanged a glance with Wu Zhizhang and proceeded to discuss their partnership in a company, mentioning that they were already making headway and were about to collaborate with the school. The couple listened with smiles on their faces. In conclusion, Lin Ran suggested that Wu's father consider resigning, though Wu's father hesitated. Some matters are difficult to articulate directly. Lin Ran could only advise Wu's father to remain vigilant. Wu's father was no fool and immediately sensed the underlying meaning in Lin Ran's words. "Xiao Ran, do you know something?" Lin Ran hesitated to clarify. In truth, he was not entirely sure of the specifics, only that such matters existed. After some contemplation, he provided Wu's father with a few suggestions. Seeing Lin Ran's serious demeanor prompted Wu's father to take him seriously, ultimately agreeing to Lin Ran's advice. As Lin Ran prepared to leave, Wu's parents insisted on having him stay for dinner, but he excused himself, citing company matters. This child, why is he in such a hurry? Wu's mother remarked. You old-fashioned man, what do you understand? P.S. eager to return home to see his wife, she added. On the way back to school, Wu Zhizhang appeared puzzled. Brother Lin, why did you say those things to my dad? Do you know something? Lin Ran replied. Do you believe me? Wu Zhizhang immediately patted his chest, affirming. Of course I trust you, brother. Lin Ran continued. Then you should frequently remind your father to heed my advice. It would be best if he could resign directly. I can assist him in finding a better job later. Wu Zhizhang agreed. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of the dormitory, drawing curious glances from numerous onlookers. As Wu Zhizhang ascended the stairs, the last individuals Lin Ran wished to encounter arrived. Lu Rugu and Hua Haney blocked his car door, with Lu Rugu's eyes swollen from crying, while Hua Haney feigned indignation, though her thoughts remained obscure. Brother Lin, you finally returned to school, Lu Rugu said. Lin Ran snapped back, get lost. The last encounter had left him injured due to Lu Rugu's actions, and he was still not fully recovered. Why were they back? Wang Bao and the driver exited the vehicle, their first sight of Lu Rugu sending alarm bells ringing. The last incident was a report error that led to Lin Ran's injury. Had it not been for Lin Ran's plea for leniency, they feared the worst. This time, they were determined to protect him at all costs. Lin Ran signaled Wang Bao to remain still. Brother Lin, someone asked me for money today, claiming I owe him $1 million. I could find you, Lu Rugu continued. Lin Ran nodded. Indeed, I've transferred the debt. Lu Rugu was incredulous. Why? Why would you do this to me? Don't you realize how terrifying that person is? It's as if he would kill me if I don't pay him. Lin Ran found it amusing, but maintained his harsh demeanor. Lu Rugu, that money is yours to repay, and do not come looking for me again. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Furthermore, I wish for you to be toyed with. Lu Rugu stepped back, tears streaming down her face like pearls falling from a broken string, evoking sympathy from numerous onlookers. What if you have money? Does wealth grant you the right to harm such a lovely and beautiful senior? They could not hear the exchange between Lu Rugu and Lin Ran, but could see their actions. In terms of visual impression, Lin Ran indeed resembled a scoundrel bullying a woman. Chapter 56 Hua Haney interjected. Yes, Rugu, since you broke the car, you should indeed compensate for the damage. Brother Lin is resolute about this. Even if it comes to a lawsuit, you win, so you might as well find a way to pay up. She discreetly cast a glance at Lin Ran, her eyes filled with implication. Lu Rugu looked shocked, and even Lin Ran was taken aback by Hua Haney's words. Who was Hua Haney? She had always looked down upon Lin Ran, often mocking him with sarcasm or outright insults. Now she was speaking in his favor. Unbelievable. However, Lin Ran was uninterested in her thoughts. He merely sought an opportunity to thoroughly undermine Lu Rugu. The debt collector was already pursuing payment. And since Lu Rugu could not produce the funds, a challenging period awaited her. You refuse to pay? Then don't. The interest will accumulate. And when you can no longer bear it, we shall see how you react. Lu Rugu cried. Brother Lin, I know you're still angry. I was wrong. Please don't let $1 million ruin our relationship. I still love you. Lin Ran was taken aback by her words. Lu Rugu, what makes you believe you're worth $1 million? In my eyes, you're not even worth 100. Do not come looking for me again. And spare me your declarations of love. They repulse me. With that, he disregarded Lu Rugu and entered his vehicle. Lu Rugu was stopped by Wang Bao, who shouted from behind, I know you're still angry. It's fine if you don't forgive me. You pursued me for so long, and I can do the same. Furthermore, even if you temporarily wish to ignore me, you should at least check on Uncle and the others. They miss you dearly. Lin Ran was startled. He did not want Lu Rugu constantly appearing before him. Will you ever quit? What does the Lin family have to do with me? If you come looking for me again, I'll have someone beat you until you can only see stars. Lin Ran truly felt exasperated. How had he entangled himself with Lu Rugu? This was bound to infuriate Luo Yao. As the vehicle slowly moved forward, Lu Rugu attempted to grab Lin Ran, but the driver decisively rolled up the window, causing Lu Rugu to tumble to the ground. Hua Haney helped her up, saying, Rugu, let us go back. Lu Rugu asked, why did you say that earlier? Hua Haney replied, Rugu, I've realized that Lin Ran genuinely doesn't care for you anymore. Lu Rugu protested, but didn't you say he was playing hard to get? Hua Haney shook her head. I misjudged before. Now I'm certain he has given up on you. So, Rugu, don't cling to false hope. The Lin Ran of today is no longer your devoted admirer. Lu Rugu wept, her sobs wrenching however. I have come to realize that I have fallen for him. What should I do? I genuinely wish to be with him, and it is not for his wealth. I merely seek to restore our relationship. Hua Haney looked at her with disdain. When he was impoverished, you scorned him for his lack of fortune. Yet now that he has achieved financial success, you profess your love, claiming it is not for his money. What then is the reason? Love? Lin Ran was oblivious to the fact that, at that moment in the girl's dormitory, someone was quietly observing her, eyes filled with determination. Lin Ran chose not to return to the manor, but instead went directly to the company. Since she was out, she thought she might as well check in and then pick up Luo Yao after work. Upon arriving at the company, Zhang Xiaolong was engaged in his fourth live broadcast of the day. Following the incident at the police station, Zhang Xiaolong expressed profound gratitude towards Lin Ran, now contemplating how to repay her with his efforts. Thus, he worked tirelessly, doubling his live broadcast from 3 a day to 6. His fan base was steadily growing, and Lin Ran advised him not to overexert himself, emphasizing that hard work is a part of the journey to success, not the means to it. What Zhang Xiaolong lacked was merely an opportunity, which he now held in his own hands. Thus, Lin Ran needed only to wait. As for Zhang Zilong's parents, one was under investigation and facing imprisonment, while the other had been sent to a rehabilitation center, awaiting torment. Boss 1 was also awaiting trial for human trafficking. With Su Kai handling matters, Lin Ran felt utterly at ease. There were no pressing issues at the company, and after a casual glance, Lin Ran intended to leave. Just as the elevator doors opened, he happened upon Zhang Xiaowan, who was there to visit her brother. Zhang Xiaowan appeared frail due to prolonged malnutrition, compounded by family issues that rendered her somewhat introverted. Upon catching sight of Lin Ran, she instinctively looked away, yet timidly greeted him, saying, "Hello, senior." Lin Ran stepped into the elevator and turned back with a smile, responding, "Hello, are you here to see your brother? Go on, you have a wonderful brother." Zhang Xiaowan nodded. "Yes, my brother has always been my only hope, and I love him dearly." After finishing her sentence, she looked up, only to find the elevator doors had closed. After a moment of stillness, she murmured, "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran, you are also my hope." In the Luo Group's office building, Lin Ran entered the lobby where a security guard approached him. "Sir, are you here to see President Luo?" Lin Ran instantly recognized the diligent security personnel from before and smiled as he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering his fingerprint, the guard promptly assisted him in calling the elevator. Upon reaching the 88th floor, the team of assistants frequently peeked into the corridor. Having worked at the manor for several days, they had become familiar with Lin Ran. Although they had not spoken, they were aware that he was the partner of the president. They were uncertain whether he was a boyfriend or merely a pampered pet. At that moment, Luo Yao was in her office on a call. Upon hearing a knock, she invited the person in and was overjoyed to see Lin Ran walk through the door. Without disconnecting the call, she leaped into his embrace. "What brings you here? Are you here to pick me up after work?" Luo Yao smiled and nodded. "Yes, just give me a moment." She then returned to her phone to relay a few instructions before hanging up. Nestling back into Lin Ran's embrace, she radiated happiness. "Hey Ran, it's still early. Shall we play a little game of boss and secretary?" Lin Ran gazed at Luo Yao with affection and teased. "Have you been overtaken by your desires? Is it the mere sight of me that incites such thoughts? Do you not remember I am still patient?" Luo Yao pouted, "But yesterday in the garden, your actions did not suggest you were a patient." "Hey Ran, darling, can we? Pretty please?" Lin Ran stared at Luo Yao in astonishment, wondering when this little imp had become so adept at being coy. All right, I concede." Luo Yao gifted Lin Ran a pair of bracelets. Lin Ran was left speechless. In Chapter 57, while Lin Ran and Luo Yao indulged in their role-playing, Lawyer Su Kai convened a shareholder meeting for Su Ran Group in the name of Lin Ran's proxy. Chairman Lin Tianba attended the meeting despite his illness. There was no way to evade the situation. Even if Lin Tianba wished to escape, it would be futile. Su Kai, in his capacity as the largest shareholder's proxy, announced the sale of 30 of Su Ran Company's shares. Lin Tianba immediately cast a dissenting vote. During the meeting, he vehemently scolded Lin Ran as an ungrateful son, declaring that such matters should not be discussed in a shareholder meeting. Su Kai then presented the document severing Lin Ran's ties with Lin Tianba, shocking all shareholders. And the meeting quickly shifted in one direction. Business people are inherently self-serving. These shareholders were seasoned veterans of the market. Despite Lin Tianba's opposition, it mattered little, as the rest voted in favor of the sale. The final outcome was that all shareholders, except Lin Tianba, supported the proposal, and Lin Ran's shares officially entered the selling phase at a market price of 800 million, allowing interested parties to compete, leaving no time for Lin Tianba to catch his breath. Many shareholders were eager to approach Su Kai, knowing that acquiring Lin Ran's shares would enable them to unseat Lin Tianba from his position as chairman. Previously, the Lin family held 51 of the shares, but with the rift between father and son, even if Lin Ran's shares could not be successfully acquired, joining forces with several shareholders could still offer a chance to oust Lin Tianba. Furthermore, Securing Lin Ran's shares would stabilize their position even more. The discontent towards Lin Tianba's tyrannical behavior over the years was palpable, and this opportunity was indeed rare. No shareholder understood why Lin Tianba had fallen out with Lin Ran. Such a son was practically a windfall. If Lin Ran were their son, they would gladly provide him with anything he desired. As it stood, Lin Tianba had squandered a golden opportunity, reducing himself to nothing without his son. To put it bluntly, the company was essentially Lin Ran's. Lin Tianba merely held the position of chairman due to his son's influence. When Lin Ran's mother was alive, Lin Tianba had no significant role in the company. Lin Tianba's current actions were not just foolish, they were downright absurd. After the shareholder meeting concluded, Su Kai left Su Ran Group, quietly awaiting the arrival of the expected visitor. As anticipated, that evening, Lin Tianba summoned Su Kai. In Su Kai's law firm, Lin Tianba presented his offer. Mr. Su, I accept Lin Ran's shares. However, 800 million seems excessive. We are father and son, and a discount is warranted. 1 billion sounds reasonable. Su Kai nearly choked on his tea. Although he was already aware of Lin Tianba's character, he had still underestimated his audacity. Chairman Lin, you jest. In truth, Mr. Lin has instructed that the shares can be given to you, given that you were once his father. Lin Tianba's eyes lit up with surprise. Is that true? Su Kai nodded. Indeed, but the price must exceed that of others by 20, making it 10 billion. Lin Tianba nearly slid off his chair. How much? 10 billion? Does he expect me to rob a bank? Su Kai replied, Mr. Lin stated that others are offered 8 billion. Your price must be 20 higher. Lin Tianba took a deep breath and inquired, 20? Shouldn't it be 9.6 billion? Su Kai responded, I didn't expect Chairman Lin to be so adept at mathematics. However, Mr. Lin specified that for your offer, 20 equates to 2 billion. If you disagree, you may forego the acquisition. Lin Tianba, furious, felt insulted. If you want 10 billion, just say 10 billion. Why belittle him by stating that 20 is 2 billion? I don't have that much money. Even if I emptied my savings, it wouldn't amount to such a sum. Su Kai suggested, Mr. Lin has already considered this. You could take a loan, using Su Ran Group shares as collateral. Lin Tianba frowned. I lack the qualifications, and the shareholders would never agree. Su Kai replied, with Lin Ran's shares added. You would possess 51 of the shares. You could secure a loan with a pre-sale contract. And I have a friend at the bank who would likely be quite willing to engage in this transaction. Lin Tianba remained silent for a long time, hesitating to speak. Having now been reduced to utter destitution and burdened with a debt of 100 million to Brother Dao, I find myself questioning whether securing a bank loan is truly viable. Even if the loan is granted, do I possess the capacity to repay it? Should the company's operations falter even slightly, would it not crush me utterly, like a camel burdened beyond endurance? Su Kai remarked, Chairman Lin, many endeavors in life hinge upon a stroke of luck. Surely, you do not wish to forfeit control over the Su Ran Group, do you? Lin Tianba's gaze gradually hardened. Reflecting on the company's imminent maneuvers, he clenched his teeth and declared, Very well, I consent. Thereafter, he signed a prepayment contract with Su Kai, his hands trembling as he did so. These shares rightfully belonged to him. Yet he found himself compelled to repurchase them with hard cash, and at a premium, no less. The loan to reclaim these shares would not merely amount to 1 billion. It would entail substantial interest burdens as well. Why then could that despicable Lin Ran not simply transfer the equity unconditionally? Emerging from the law firm, Lin Tianba felt as though a decade had been stripped from his life in a single day. The following morning, bank representatives approached Lin Tianba, presenting the prepayment contract. They appraised the collateral, his 51 stake, and offered a loan limit of 800 million. Armed with the bank's approval, Lin Tianba returned to Su Kai, who bluntly stated that anything under 1 billion was out of the question. With no other recourse, Lin Tianba convened a family meeting at the Lin household. Upon hearing the news, Liu Yumei was utterly stunned, and even Lin Jian was speechless with shock. Lin Tianba explained, there's truly no alternative. But fear not. Our new real estate development is nearing launch. Rumors suggest the government plans to establish a school nearby, which should elevate our property's unit price by at least 20. This project alone will recoup at least 1 billion in funds. With my 51 stake, dividends could reach 500 million. If we endure this period, even with interest payments, we stand to profit handsomely. Moreover, once sales commence, the profits will be substantial. If we forego the acquisition, regardless of whether Lin Ran completes the sale of his shares, we will have to surrender a significant portion of dividends. Given his current estrangement from the family, there is no chance he will forego this money. Therefore, the shares must be acquired. Only upon hearing this did Liu Yumei comprehend Lin Tianba Mei's obstinate insistence on reclaiming Lin Ran's equity. The thought of that wretched scoundrel receiving such vast dividends caused both Liu Mei and Lin Jian to furrow their brows. Lin Tianba's words were not deceitful. This capital influx would indeed reach the stated magnitude. It represented the Su Ran Group's largest and most critical project to date. Darling, is what you say true? Is there truly no other way? Could we not find Lin Ran and persuade him to transfer the shares unconditionally? Lin Tianba shook his head. He will not meet with us now. We must gather funds somehow. Lin Jian asked, but the bank only offers an 800 million limit. Where shall we find the remaining 200 million? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianba said, we will liquidate our real estate assets. Liu Mei. You should also return to your family and see if they can assist us. Liu Mei hesitated, brow furrowed, but Lin Tianba continued. If they are willing, no matter the amount they contribute, I will pay them 20 interest, far more lucrative than any loan. I will try, Liu Mei replied. But even if my family helps, they cannot muster much. What the rest? Lin Tianba responded, we still have that car unsold, and the villa as well. We will sell them and temporarily relocate. Once the pre-sale begins, we can move back swiftly. Father, Lin Jian interjected, I have saved some money over the years. Not much, but a few $100,000. I will contribute all. Lin Tianba was moved to tears. You're truly a good son. Once we weather this storm, I will repay you tenfold, even 100-fold. The Su Ran Group will one day be yours to inherit. Lin Jian and Liu Mei's eyes brightened, sensing the first glimmer of success after so many years. And what of your elder brother? He is your son as well, Lin Jian added. Humph. Do not speak of that unfilial wretch, Lin Tianba retorted. Had he remained as before, I might have bequeathed him a one stake to secure his livelihood. Now, he receives nothing. Thank you, father. We are a loving family, Lin Jian said warmly. Lin Tianba embraced both his wife and son. Only through trials and tribulations can true affection be revealed. Once this tempest subsides, their familial bonds will be stronger than ever. Reassured by Lin Tianba's vow, mother and son felt uplifted. Liu Mei privately summoned Lin Jian. Little Jian, bring out that card. We must support your father this time. Lin Jian hesitated. But no buts. This is a critical moment. By contributing now, your father will trust us more. Perhaps once this crisis passes, you will inherit the company and become chairman, Liu Mei insisted. Lin Jian nodded. Very well. Liu Mei then returned home and disclosed the situation. The Liu family was profoundly shocked. Liu Mei's mother was furious, berating her daughter. You cannot even manage that scoundrel Lin Ran, and now this catastrophe has befallen us. Have you not applied the lessons I taught you? I have, Liu Mei replied. Lin Ran was obedient for years and showed no signs of rebellion. I do not know why he suddenly changed, but it is too late for regrets. He has resolutely severed ties with the Lin family. We must secure this money. Liu Mei's mother was enraged. No money. Her father looked equally disappointed, while Liu Tian simply frowned in silence. Liu Mei, however, remained proud. Lin Tianba has promised a 15 interest return if you help. The new development's pre-sale is imminent, with expected capital recovery of 1 billion. The opportunity is before you. If you lack funds, so be it. I will not coerce you. I have saved some money over the years and intend to use it to help Lin Tianba through this crisis. I will only gain more in the future. When I am wealthy, do not come to me whining about poverty. I have silently supported the family all these years. The house you live in, the food you eat, everything was aided by me. Even Ru Shui's school placement was secured through Lin Tianba's donation of a dormitory building. From now on, do not seek my help. Once my son inherits the Su Ran Group, I shall no longer assist you. Having said this, Liu Mei turned to leave. Her parents were shocked. What did you say? Little Jian will inherit the Su Ran Group? Why does that concern you? If you refuse to help us, mother and son, we must rely on ourselves, Liu Mei replied coldly. Liu Tian immediately blocked her path. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? When have we ever refused to help you and little Jian? Her parents hastily echoed. Indeed, indeed. Why does your temper worsen with age? The 15 interest, yes. We will provide the money. Liu Shui remained silent, her thoughts inscrutable. The Liu family managed to scrape together over 3 million and handed it all to Liu Mei. She accepted their contribution with reluctant gratitude and departed. Once Liu Mei had left, Liu Tian turned to Liu Shui. Ru Shui, once Lin Ran sells his shares, you must secure him and treat that money as a dowry. Only then can he marry you. 1 billion is enough to make the Liu family truly wealthy. Liu Shui wished to speak, but restrained herself, nodding in acknowledgement. 1 billion. It was for the sake of this fortune that Liu Shui must continue pursuing Lin Ran. Liu Tian sighed. Had we known this would be the outcome, we should have treated Lin Ran better. Perhaps the Su Ran Group as shares would have been ours. Liu Rishan's father lamented, is all Lin Tianba's fault. After all these years, he never mentioned that Lin Ran holds a 30% stake. How absurd. Lu Rishan's mother remarked, Lu Rugju, my dear granddaughter, our family's fortune hinges upon your endeavors. Lu Rugju sighed, alas. But I sense that brother Lin Ran no longer holds affection for me. Instantly, Grandma Lu erupted in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? He is no longer the Lin Ran of the past. He is on the brink of acquiring 10 billion. You must secure him. I'm not scolding you. But as a young lady, you possess myriad methods at your disposal. That little scoundrel, Lin Ran, would be utterly captivated by the mere flutter of your hand. Lu Rugju dared not retort. For the sake of love, she must pursue Lin Ran, ensuring that no one else would claim him. Resolute, she felt a renewed sense of determination. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lu Yao produced a staggering 55 million to hand over to Lin Tianba, who was taken aback. For all these years, he had been unaware that the Lu family possessed such wealth, particularly in cash. Luo Yao explained that the Lu family had been engaged in various investments and had accrued considerable profit. Although Lin Tianba harbored doubts, he did not dwell on them. What mattered was that the money was in hand. The source was of little consequence. With Lin Tianba accepting the funds, both Lu Yao and her son felt a surge of joy, envisioning their future. Chapter 59. Lin Tianba acted swiftly. The villa was sold the same day, and the following day, he disposed of his vehicles and borrowed a bit from some business acquaintances. At last, he managed to amass 2 billion. He then approached Su Kai once more, transferring 2 billion, while the remaining 8 billion was wired directly to Lin Ran, as this was a loan for equity acquisition. The funds had to be sent to Lin Ran, much akin to a mortgage payment to a developer when purchasing property. There was no alternative for Lin Tianba. They successfully acquired Lin Ran's 30% stake, and thus, all matters were settled. Lin Ran and the Lin family were now completely disconnected. Lin Tianba relocated his family to a storage room within the company, dismissing all servants and caretakers, leaving behind the luxury cars and opulent residence. Their debts, combined with Brother Dao's previous 1 billion, approached a staggering 10 billion. In exchange, they now held 51% of the company's equity. Though times were tough, the Lin family basked in a sense of collective joy, for they now represented the entirety of the Surin Group. This elation far outweighed their temporary misfortunes. The name Surin Group was derived from Lin Ran's mother's surname, combined with Lin Ran's name. Had Lin Tianba not feared that a name change would impact the performance of the newly launched properties, he would have eagerly altered it. Another day passed, and the Lin family, having regained their former vitality, busied themselves with their respective pursuits. Lin Ran received a full 10 billion in funds. Without a moment's hesitation, he established a real estate company, albeit as a mere shell for the time being. Next, he planned to ensure the Lin family's irreversible downfall. Today, Lin Ran returned to school, feeling rather bored without Luo Yao by his side. With no classes to attend and the company not requiring his presence yet, he prepared to head back to the manor after class, only to encounter Lin Jian. Lin Jian, now brimming with confidence, radiated an air of triumph. He was well aware of the severed ties with the Lin family and felt deep indignation on behalf of his brother regarding their actions. Thus, he regarded Lin Jian with a frosty demeanor, harboring intense resentment towards the Lin family. Lin Ran remarked, "A good dog should not obstruct the way." Lin Zhishang retorted, "And a foolish pig should not add to the trouble." Lin Jian inquired, "Brother, what has come over you? Why speak to me thus? I am your brother." Lin Ran scoffed, "Then go tell the whole school that you're my brother. While you're at it, share the details of my treatment within the Lin family." Lin Jian dared not do so. Everyone knew he was the young master of the Lin family. If others discovered he had a brother like Lin Ran, it would be a disgrace. Most importantly, while he played the role of a wealthy heir, his brother was barely scraping by, working menial jobs. Where would that leave the Lin family's reputation? "Brother, it is all my fault. I should not have called you brother at school, nor should I have appeared before you. Father misses you and wishes for you to return to the Lin family. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to Father, and return the funds you gained from selling your shares, he will forgive you." Again with this nonsense? Lin Ran warned, "If you utter another word like that, I will beat you senseless until you see stars." Lin Jian stepped back, fear flickering in his eyes, but a spark of cunning glimmered. "If you have the guts, go ahead. Let the school deal with it." "I was wrong, brother. It was just that on your first day back, you did something disgraceful at the school gate. And Father was furious. He wants to know your relationship with that woman. If possible, I would like to visit her on behalf of Father to seek justice for you." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, Lin Jian had hastily sought out Luo Yao after a chance encounter, and he certainly would not allow Lin Jian to take such risks now. After all, he had once aimed to protect this brother. But now, something felt amiss. Could it be that this brat harbored feelings for Luo Yao? That would certainly complicate matters. Should he arrange for them to meet? Perhaps then Luo Yao could teach Lin Jian a lifelong lesson? No, he couldn't risk provoking his future wife. How foolish he had been in his previous life. Pleading for Luo Yao when she sought to harm his family, agreeing to terms he had found hard to voice. Lin Jian, curb your attitude. My affairs are not yours to meddle with. But we are family. We share the same father. I'm your biological brother. Is that so? Then I want to hold back. Lin Jian, misinterpreting Lin Ran's words as agreement, wore a look of surprise, only to be met with Lin Ran's fist. Did I not say that if you refer to me as family again, I would beat you senseless until you see stars? Seeing this, Lin Zhishang immediately joined in, launching a combined assault, attracting a crowd of onlookers from the classroom who had not grasped the context of the confrontation, all wearing expressions of confusion. Lin Zhishang shouted, Lin Jian from the art department has come to stir trouble, claiming our finance department is worthless. Brothers, let us go. Thus, the classroom devolved into chaos, and Lin Jian was rendered unconscious. Afterward, the students expressed their willingness to share the blame, but Lin Ran decisively intervened, unwilling to let the family scandal spread. Especially not yet. He intended to strike when Lin Jian was at his most glorious, delivering the fatal blow, an event that was not far off. Upon receiving a call from the school, Lin Tianba hurriedly rushed to the institution with Luo Yao. How audacious it was for anyone to dare lay a hand on his son. Meanwhile, just 10 minutes prior, Luo Yao had received a call. Darling, I got into a fight. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Luo Yao's concern surged. While she had harmed Lin Ran, no one else was permitted to inflict injury upon him. I have a bit of pain in my hand. Could you help me take care of it? The school wants to contact my parents, and you are all I have. Lin Ran's declaration struck a chord in Luo Yao's heart, and she replied affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the principal's office, as this incident was no trivial matter given the number of students involved in the altercation. Upon entering the office, the principal jumped in shock. Ah, Ms. Luo, what brings you here personally? Principal Tang, how much scholarship funding does my Luo group provide each year? How many buildings in this school were constructed through my initiatives? And how many research teams have I facilitated? Principal Tang, bewildered, began to sweat profusely upon witnessing Luo Yao's fearsome expression, realizing she was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the Education Bureau chief would bow to her. Mr. Luo, please feel free to command me. If I, Old Tang, have erred in any way, I am willing to apologize on behalf of all staff. Luo Yao exclaimed in a fit of rage, I have gone through so much, only for you to stand by and watch as others bully my husband at school. Chapter 60. Principal Tang was so startled he nearly leaped 3 feet into the air, a remarkable feat for a man of over 60. What did you say? Luo Yao, seething with fury, retorted, my husband has been assaulted at school. Should he sustain injuries, consider your institution closed. Principal Tang, finally realizing he had not misheard, anxiously inquired, when did your husband come to our school? Luo Yao slammed her palm on the table. He has always been a student here. Principal Tang was utterly bewildered. After living for over 60 years, the world had finally turned into something he could hardly believe. Where is your husband now? He stammered. In the administration office. If you dare to make things difficult for him, I won't hesitate to have a different principal handle the situation, she warned. Principal Tang quickly apologized. That won't happen. We'll address this matter immediately. In the administration office, the director looked at Lin Ran and Lin Jian with a pained expression. Lin Ran was an outstanding student, well loved within the school. Lin Jian, the son of the Su Ran group, was someone he dared not offend. It was indeed a predicament. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Where's that ungrateful child? How dare he strike Xiao Jian? I swear I'll beat him to a pulp. Calm down, dear. Xiao Ren surely didn't mean it. If he is willing to kneel and apologize, please don't hit him too hard. Before they arrived, the nauseating atmosphere was palpable. Lin Ran made a retching gesture. The office door was kicked open, revealing Lin Tianba with a face full of authority and Luo Yao, who appeared to be deeply frustrated. Upon entering, they spotted Lin Ran, who was relishing the chaos, and Luo Yao frowned. Xiao Ran, where's your brother? No matter what, you cannot hit him. It's my fault as a mother for not taking better care of you both. Lin Ran retorted, shut your mouth. If murder were not a crime, you would have been dead by Chapter 7. Luo Yao wore a look of utter disappointment, then turned to see Lin Jian's face swollen like a pig's. Beside the gleefully grinning Lin Ran. My son, what has happened to you? She gasped, rushing to touch Lin Jian's face. A true mother indeed, despite his battered appearance. She recognized him instantly. Yet Lin Ran could help but admire Lin Jian for standing up to report despite his injuries. He would have been at the hospital by now. Lin Jian, swaying slightly, cried, Wah, Mom, it's my fault. Don't blame brother. Luo Yao was genuinely infuriated. No one had dared to harm her son like this throughout his life. Looking up, she snapped at Lin Ran, "You little rascal! How dare you strike Xiao Jian?" Lin Ran replied, "That's more like it. A little third while pretending to be cultured. Feel free to curse me." Xiao Ran, "If you kneel and apologize to your brother, I might consider persuading your father to let you return to the Lin family. After all, you're my son." The director stood there, utterly dumbfounded. It turns out they were family. Why had he never known that Lin Jian and Lin Ran were related? If they were indeed part of the Lin family, why did Lin Ran seem to be perpetually working? Lin Tianba looked at Lin Jian with immense pity, yet restrained his fury. "Lin Ran, as long as you are willing to return the shares to your father, I will grant you the opportunity to kneel and apologize to me as your father." Explosive. It was utterly explosive. At that moment, Lin Ran felt his worldview shatter. "What audacious words are you uttering? Who do you think you are? Do you want me to present the severance agreement? It is notarized." "Very well. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall enforce the family law today." With that, he brandished his weapon. At that instant, the director reprimanded, "Sir, please mind your actions. Assaulting someone is against the law." Luo Yao interjected, "Teacher, Lin Ran is our son. His father has every right to enforce family law, so this hardly constitutes assault." The director was nearly fuming with rage. "Lin Ran is your son?" "Indeed." Lin Tianba and Luo Yao replied in unison. Lin Ran exclaimed, "Teacher, I have no relations with them. You must protect me." The director nodded. "Rest assured, with me here, no one will harm you." He then turned to Lin Tianba with a furious glare. "The results are not yet in, regardless of whether Lin Ran is right or wrong. You cannot strike him unless you step over my dead body. Be silent." "Were you?" Lin Tianba thundered. "Do you know that the teacher's dormitory was donated by me?" The director was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Lin Tianba, feeling triumphant, prepared to strike. Lin Ran warned, "If you dare to make a move, I will kill you." "Oh, today, I will show you the might of your father," Lin Tianba declared. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, ready to retaliate. He had no intention of offering Lin Tianba a chance for counterattack. He aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Whatever severe consequences arose, Luo Yao would be there to cover for him. Even without her, he felt unfazed. He had plenty of strategies prepared to deal with Lin Tianba. As Lin Ran braced for counterattack, a furious voice rang out, "Touch him and see what happens." A commanding presence filled the room as a stunning woman entered, followed closely by Principal Tang. The director exhaled in relief. "Principal, you have finally arrived." Principal Tang nodded. Lin Tianba was stunned upon seeing Luo Yao, then hurried over with a fawning expression. "Ah, Ms. Luo, I am Lin Tianba of the Su Ran Group." "Get lost." He was interrupted. Lin Tianba stood momentarily frozen before obediently retreating. Luo Yao approached Lin Ran, observing him intently. She feared that his previous injuries, which had yet to heal, might have reopened. Lin Ran smiled, ruffling her hair. "It's a small matter, don't worry." Lin Ran's gesture caused Principal Tang to widen his eyes in shock. He anticipated that the person Luo Yao spoke of was Lin Ran. The teachers in the administration office were equally astonished. They didn't recognize Luo Yao. But the fact that the principal had to stand behind her spoke volumes about her status. Lin Tianba, too, could hardly believe his eyes, his mouth agape. Lin Jian shot a venomous glare at the newcomer, while Luo Yao glanced between Lin Jian, Lin Tianba, and Luo Yao, her expression contemplative. Once satisfied that Lin Ran was unharmed, Luo Yao turned coldly to Lin Jian. Upon seeing her, Lin Jian felt his heart race. Standing tall, with an air of elegance despite his battered face, he retracted his hostile gaze, adopting a shy demeanor. "Hello, I am Lin Jian." "Lin Jian," Luo Yao remarked. "I recall this student gained admission through dubious means, didn't he? Expel him." Chapter 61. If this had been in the past, Luo Yao might not have reached this conclusion, as she was unaware of how much Lin Ran truly cared for his family. However, she now observed that Lin Ran seemed genuinely indifferent towards them, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Thus, she resolved to be particularly stern with the Lin family. Lin Jian took a step back, incredulous. He had long understood the identity of the woman before him through Lin Tianba's descriptions. "Ms. Luo Y." Luo Yao, lifting her high-heeled shoe, delivered a swift kick, sending the already unsteady Lin Jian crashing to the ground. "You think you are worthy of speaking to me?" Lin Ran sighed. Truthfully, he didn't want Luo Yao to witness the Lin family. It was one thing to disgust himself, but he couldn't bear to repulse his wife. Today, however, it was unavoidable, especially since Lin Jian had provoked him excessively. Luo Yao exploded with rage. "Who are you to strike my son? I shall bring ruin upon you, wretched soul. You have provoked the Lin family, and your demise is imminent. I shall ensure your bankruptcy." "Oof." Lin Ran nearly choked back his laughter. What audacious words are you uttering to bring about Luo Yao's financial ruin? Have you lost your senses, or is it I who am mad? Lin Tianba was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such brazen behavior from his wife. He hastily interjected, Luo, forgive her. She is merely a foolish woman. Luo Yao shot him a frigid glare. Do you even think yourself worthy to speak to me? The Lin family, is it? So you are the ones who have tormented my Ran all along? Lin Tianba felt as though he had been plunged into icy waters. A chill spreading through him. Her Ran? Was he not aware of the connection between Luo and Lin Ran, her younger son? Luo Yao retorted, your son? What audacity you possess. Turning to Lin Ran with a tender expression, she continued, darling, how do you wish to punish this old scoundrel? Darling? Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Lin Ran, who was utterly shocked. He had not expected Luo Yao to be so forthright. It appeared that she bore no qualms about publicly acknowledging their relationship. He had been mistaken in his assumptions all along. Observing Luo Yao's anger, Lin Ran worried she might explode. So he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, saying, it's all right. I will handle this. Lin Jian's jealousy morphed into pure hatred at this gesture. Lin Ran addressed Chairman Lin. As for the past, I have no desire to hold it against you. Today, it is your son who has brought this upon himself, and he cannot blame me. Should you seek vengeance, you're welcome to do so at any time. He then turned to Luo Yao. Darling, let us forego any talk of expulsion. While he may be contemptible, we ought to grant every student a chance. Don't you agree? Luo Yao furrowed her brow. Are you certain? In truth, she wished to detain these individuals indefinitely. Lin Ran nodded, gazing affectionately at Luo Yao. Let me clarify once more. Darling is merely a sentiment. Luo Yao met Lin Ran's gaze and suddenly felt a surge of affection. On tiptoe, she kissed him, oblivious to the onlookers. The spectacle left all present wide-eyed. As the kiss ended, she declared, I shall heed our Ran's words. Turning to Principal Tang, she warned, remember this. Should anyone bully our Ran at school again, I shall dismantle your institution. Principal Tang nodded vigorously, realizing only then the depth of Lin Ran's connections. As Luo Yao and Lin Ran departed, Lin Tianba and his companions dared not utter a word. Once they had left, Lu Yumei snapped back to reality and exclaimed, darling, why did you let them go? Did Xiao Jian suffer this beating in vain? Lin Tianba cast a deep glance at Lu Yumei, saying, you foolish woman. The Lin family will inevitably crumble because of you. Do you even realize who that woman was? Let us not dwell on this. Return home with me at once. Lu Yumei, filled with indignation, reluctantly followed Lin Tianba, with Lin Jian trailing behind. It was only then that the director of education inquired, Principal, who was that woman who took Lin Ran away? Principal Tang, having regained his composure from the shock, replied, Luo Yao. The director's eyes widened in disbelief. Who? Which Luo Yao? The principal glanced at him, stating, the one you are aware of, the one who tops the Forbes list yet remains elusive. The benefactor of our school's scholarship. By heavens! The director slumped to the ground in disbelief. Principal Tang cautioned, do not speak of this indiscriminately, otherwise, no one can protect you. The director nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I lack the audacity to do so. Upon arriving at the parking lot, as soon as they entered the car, Luo Yao playfully ruffled Lin Ran's hair. Such trivial matters could have been delegated to others. Yet she wished to personally handle Lin Ran's affairs. Ran, I am elated that you have distanced yourself from the Lin family. From now on, you belong to me. Luo Yao. Lin Ran smiled. I have always belonged to you. Did you not know? Luo Yao replied, well, now I wish to be yours. Lin Ran, slightly flustered, exited the vehicle as the luxury car glided away, leaving the passing students bewildered. Had Lin Ran truly been claimed? Who was this person that transformed the campus heartthrob into a private possession? The heartthrob belonged to everyone. Lin Ran ignored the stares as he left the parking lot, realizing he had grown rather shameless. Upon arriving at the company, Wu Zhizhang was already present. The freshmen would complete their military training in 3 days, coinciding with the welcome party. The currently sparse office would soon be bustling with fresh talent. The real estate company's paperwork was still being processed, and Lin Ran planned to initiate a project with the 10 billion he had recently acquired once the formalities were complete. To Lin Ran's surprise, Wu Zisheng's girlfriend, Zhao Miao Miao, was also at the company, catching him off guard. In his previous life, Zhao Miao Miao had heartlessly discarded Wu Zhizhang during his time of need. Lin Ran had never held a favorable opinion of her, especially considering her male best friend, who would bring Wu Zhizhang much trouble in the future. In his past life, Lin Ran would have remained indifferent, believing in the wisdom of maintaining friendships. However, now that he foresaw the consequences, he felt compelled to enlighten Wu Zhizhang about this woman. Yet, he did not intend to confront him directly, as that would be inappropriate. Instead, he planned to expose Zhao Miao Miao when the opportunity arose. Zhao Miao Miao spotted Lin Ran and regarded him favorably, primarily due to his handsome appearance. "Lin Ran, how have you been?" "Ah, it has been a while," he replied with a chuckle. Wu Zhizhang said, "Lin, tomorrow is the weekend. My girlfriend is here to keep me company. Would you like to join us for dinner?" Lin Ran declined. "I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. You two should enjoy your time together." At that moment, Zhao Miao Miao interjected, "We are all friends. Let us go together. I can invite my male best friend as well. It's a great opportunity for everyone to get to know each other." Chapter 62. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's interest peaked. All right. Half an hour later, under Zhao Miao Miao's guidance, they arrived at an upscale Western restaurant, with the four of them settled into a private dining room for casual conversation. Wu Zhizhang discreetly informed Lin Ran that he had not mentioned their company operations, only that he was interning there. Zhao Miao Miao had initially expressed disdain for the company, claiming it lacked personnel and seemed unprofessional, to which Wu Zhizhang had refrained from arguing. Lin Ran was somewhat pleased with Wu Zhizhang's demeanor. His friend still possessed some sense. As the server presented the menu, the group was taken aback by the prices, while Zhao Miao Miao remained unfazed. Wu Zhizhang passed the menu to Zhao Miao Miao, who scanned it and pointed to the image of a premium steak, declaring, "We'll have 4 of these steaks." Wu Zhizhang glanced at the price tag of 150 renminbi and thought it reasonable. The server nodded, "Very well. We will prepare that for you." Before long, the server wheeled over a cart bearing a beautifully marbled piece of beef. "This is premium beef from New Zealand. How much would you like?" Zhao Miao Miao gracefully gestured, and the server cut a piece approximately 2 inches thick. Her male friend mirrored her gesture, while Wu Zhizhang furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Lin Ran, however, cheerfully gestured for a piece the size of his palm, saying, "Let us each have one of these." After the server had cut the steaks, they were placed on an electronic scale. The total weight of the 4 steaks was 1,000 grams, with a price tag of 150,000 RMB. "How would you like your steaks cooked?" the server inquired. Wu Zhizhang was momentarily stunned, while Lin Ran maintained his cheerful silence. Zhao Miao Miao was internally taken aback. She had only glanced at the pictures, neglecting to check the prices. Wu Zhizhang had noticed, but had not examined the details closely. With a pitiful look, Zhao Miao Miao turned to Wu Zhizhang, saying, "Zhizhang, you're not worried about the money, are you?" Wu Zhizhang awkwardly chuckled without responding. It wasn't merely a matter of being worried about money. Rather, it was about whether he could afford it. "How would you like your steaks cooked?" the server repeated. Lin Ran replied, "Medium rare." Hearing this, Zhao Miao Miao chimed in, "Then I'll have mine medium." Her friend echoed, "I'll have mine medium as well." Wu Zhizhang sighed and said, "I want it well done." It seemed he would have to borrow from Lin Ran later. Upon hearing Wu Zhizhang request a well-done steak, Zhao Miao Miao and her male confidant exchanged subtle smirks of derision. The male confidant remarked, "Miao Miao, your boyfriend is quite amusing. He is more suited to stewed beef. Such a fine steak wasted on him." Wu Zhizhang, knowing that the male confidant was Zhao Miao Miao's South childhood friend and close confidant, restrained himself, while Zhao Miao Miao whispered softly, "Don't speak like that. My boyfriend just isn't familiar with Western cuisine, so it's understandable." The male confidant sighed deeply. "A true travesty." Lin Ran, unable to hold back any longer, retorted, "You're deriving a sense of superiority from how you eat your steak? Then why order it medium rare? Why not just go hug a cow ass behind at the ranch and gnaw on it?" The male confidant, fuming, shot back, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business." Lin Ran responded, "And who are you? Spouting nonsense here? You know you resemble a green arrow." Zhao Miao Miao quickly intervened, "Enough. It's just a steak. How one eats it shouldn't matter. We're all friends. No need to quarrel." Lin Ran scoffed, "Quarrel? He doesn't even deserve that." The male confidant, infuriated, rose immediately and challenged, "Who are you calling undeserving? Who do you think you are?" Lin Ran pointed at him and said, "If you're going to talk, just talk. Don't make all those exaggerated gestures. Why are you holding your fingers like that? Pretending to be some eunuch? And your spit flying everywhere." Wu Zhizhang and Zhao Miao Miao took turns soothing the tension until the male confidant grudgingly sat down again. "Miao Miao, I'm leaving. You guys enjoy your meal." Zhao Miao Miao hastened to grasp her male confidant's hand, coaxing him to sit back down. Lin Ran frowned silently while watching them hold hands, and Wu Zhizhang's expression darkened. Zhao Miao Miao explained, "This is my male confidant, my closest friend. He wanted everyone to meet, so let us all just back down a bit." When the steaks arrived, they began to eat, mindful not to waste such an expensive meal. During the meal, Lin Ran learned the male confidant's name was LVGN. When it came time to pay, Wu Zhizhang signaled Lin Ran, who returned the gesture. Wu Zhizhang said, "We're done eating. Lend me 150,000. Lin Ran replied, I ate too. What I consumed, I'll pay for. What you ate, I'll pay for as well. But that green arrow fellow, I'm not responsible. Let them split the bill. Wu Zhizhang had no choice but to say, let us split it evenly. I'll cover mine and Miao Miao S and Lin and LV Jian can pay for themselves. LV Jian exploded on the spot, glaring at Zhao Miao Miao. Miao Miao, is this your boyfriend? He is so stingy, he won't even treat his best friend to a meal. How could someone like that treat you well in the future? Zhao Miao Miao retorted, Zhizhang, why are you being so unreasonable? You want to even pay for a meal? Wu Zhizhang was puzzled. I'm your boyfriend. It's only right I treat you. But LV Jian and I just met. I have no obligation. Besides, I told Lin he could pay for himself. LV Jian sneered. I think this pauper simply has no money. Miao Miao, someone like him will never bring you happiness. With a sharp slap, Lin Ran slammed his phone onto the table and said, we're paupers? If you have money, then treat us. LV Jian was stunned, then retorted. Why should I treat you? You two are paupers. It's just the bill. I'll pay. The steak I ate was at most 100 grams. I'll pay 15,000. He then opened his phone, and the waiter swiftly scanned a 15,000 payment. He kept a watchful eye to prevent anyone from fleeing without paying. LV Jian said, paupers, your turn. Wu Zhizhang frowned. Logically, each should pay 37,500. LV Jian's face paled, and he began to protest, if you don't have money. Just say so. What this 37,500 each nonsense? Wu Zhizhang's eyes asked, what now? Lin Ran smiled faintly and slapped a black card onto the table. A black card Lin had received from Luo Yao. Server, top up 1 million. Remember, when my friends dine here, charge it directly. Others no. LV Jian laughed derisively. Paupers? You got a million? The waiter promptly swiped the card, and a successful transaction sound rang out. Both LV Jian and Zhao Miao Miao stared at Lin Ran in astonishment. Lin Ran was unexpectedly so wealthy? Y&T Wu Zhizhang told her. Lin Ran said, paupers, now it's your turn to settle the rest of the bill. Although I topped up the account, I want to pay your share. LV Jian felt his face burning with indignation and said, Miao Miao, I'm leaving. I've had enough. Your two friends are too pretentious. Saying this, he stormed off. Lin Ran paid no mind, but Zhao Miao Miao looked at Wu Zhizhang, then at the departing LV Jian, and, after a moment's thought, chased after him. I'll check on him. He has depression and unstable emotions. I'll be back soon. Saying so, she hurried away. Wu Zhizhang wore a deeply troubled expression. Lin Ran pondered quietly. Depression? A convenient excuse? Very typical. Chapter 63. Lin Ran gently patted Wu Zhizhang's shoulder and said, I'm off for now. Your wife might get anxious soon. As for you, Wu Zhizhang sighed. Lin, you go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer. When I have time, I'll visit my sister-in-law. Also, I'll repay you for the meal. Lin Ran thought for a moment and nodded. As his only close brother, it was fitting to meet her. No rush. If you want to eat anything else, just order. I've got the card. He then transferred 1 million to Wu Zhizhang. Consider this in advance on your salary. Pay me back when your earnings catch up. He didn't gift it outright, for true brothers keep clear accounts. Lin Ran realized Wu Zhizhang's predicament. He had earlier neglected to consider his friend's financial situation. Wu Zhizhang knew Lin Ran had just come into 1 billion yuan and didn't refuse, only promising to repay. Leaving the restaurant, Lin Ran made a call. Within 3 minutes, Wang Bao arrived in a car to pick him up. Upon reaching the Luo Group headquarters, Lin Ran called again. Soon, Luo Yao appeared and, upon entering the car, threw herself into Lin Ran's arms, and they returned home together. After changing his medication at home, Lin Ran no longer wrapped his wounds, believing it unnecessary. To be frank, the private doctor at the estate was indeed exceptional. An ordinary person would have needed at least a week to recover. While Lin Ran and Luo Yao indulged in their affection at the estate, Wu Zhizhang waited long for Zhao Miao Miao, who was unreachable by phone, until he saw her latest social media update. The picture showed LV Jian holding Zhao Miao Miao closely, her gaze tender and affectionate. The caption read, he is in a bad mood, so as his best friend, I had to ensure he didn't go home sober. Seeing this post, Wu Zhizhang felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, speechless. He repeatedly called and messaged Zhao Miao Miao, but all in vain. Only after past 1 a.m. did she reply, baby, LV Jian was down, so I stayed with him tonight to help him unwind. My phone was on silent, sorry. Wu Zhizhang's hands trembled as he typed. Do you know I waited for you for hours? Don't you think your relationship with LV Jian is too close? After much deliberation, he deleted the message word by word and instead sent, got it. Where are you now? Zhao Miao Miao replied, at a hotel with LV Jian. He has depression, and I'm afraid he might do something rash. Wu Zhizhang was stunned. Hotel? I'm coming to get you. Send me the address now. After some back and forth, Zhao Miao Miao finally sent her location but ceased all further communication. Wu Zhizhang, suppressing his anger, arrived at the hotel, only for Zhao Miao Miao to say she had returned home and sent him photos of her at home. Baby, we should trust each other more. LV Jian and I are truly just close friends, she assured. Wu Zhizhang, stifling his frustration, finally messaged, get some rest. Good night. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhizhang felt an overwhelming desire for a cigarette, only to realize that all the nearby shops had long since closed. With a sigh, he departed. While above in the hotel, Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao gazed down at his departing figure. Miao Miao, your boyfriend seems to be keeping a close watch on you. It won't be easy for him to ask you out in the future. Perhaps I should stop appearing altogether? Lu Jian mused. Zhao Miao Miao immediately tenderly stroked Lu Jian's head, saying, what are you talking about? We are the best of friends. We can meet whenever we like. Lu Jian, touched, buried his face in Zhao Miao Miao's embrace, weeping softly as she comforted him for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, as Wu Zhizhang returned to school, Lu Rugyu found herself in a predicament of her own. Typically a resident student, Lu Rugyu's mood was particularly dismal that evening, and the cause was none other than Lin Ran. In an attempt to numb her feelings, she called upon Hua Haney to join her at a nearby nightlife venue to drown her sorrows. In a drunken stupor, she repeatedly lamented her love for Lin Ran and questioned why he had changed so drastically. After drinking, the two stumbled outside, only to be confronted by someone demanding payment for their tab. Hua Haney exchanged a glance with Lu Rugyu. Lu, I'm short on cash. Could you cover this? Lu Rugyu pleaded. But I don't have enough in my WeChat either, Hua Haney replied, and an awkward silence ensued. The waiter signaled, and a few bouncers approached them. Normally, patrons would pay up front, but Lu Rugyu was a frequent visitor, and they had allowed her to settle the bill later. Little did they know she was now out of funds. Having had one too many, Lu Rugyu clumsily fumbled for her phone and dialed Lin Ran's number. The call did not connect. She had reached out to Lin Ran. Stunned by the rejection, memories flooded her mind, and she sank to the ground in tears. Hua Haney frowned and suggested, Rugyu, try someone else. Lu Rugyu stopped sobbing and called Lin Jian, but to her dismay, he reacted angrily upon hearing about her drunken spending. Rugyu, while over 10,000 isn't a huge amount, you know our family situation is precarious. I've given all my money to my dad. There's nothing I can do. Lin Jian hung up, leaving Lu Rugyu in shock. Once, regardless of her expenditures, Lin Ran had always covered her, yet now Lin Jian was adamant in his refusal. The disparity was glaringly evident. With no other options, Lu Rugyu resorted to contacting a recent admirer from the foreign language department, who within 10 minutes arrived on a shared bicycle. Having cobbled together over 3,000 from his meager savings, plus his entire semester's living expenses to settle her bill. Thank you. I will repay you, Lu Rugyu assured him as she left with Hua Haney. When the admirer offered to escort them back, Lu Rugyu shot him a glare. I merely borrowed this money. I intend to repay you. Why are you still following me? The admirer, fearing misunderstanding, quickly explained, I just wanted to ensure you two girls get back safely at this late hour. Hua Haney, with disdain, retorted, we don't need your escort. Just go home. The admirer, feeling dejected, rode off. As Lu Rugyu and Hua Haney staggered back to campus, they were unexpectedly cornered on the path by two men, one with a brutish face and the other sporting yellow hair, both exuding an intimidating presence. Although Lu Rugyu was inebriated, a chill ran down her spine, and Hua Haney was equally frightened. In that moment, they regretted sending away the admirer, who could have served as a buffer. The yellow-haired man glared at Lu Rugyu, saying, Lu, when do you plan to repay the money you owe our boss? Cowering in a corner, Lu Rugyu stammered, I don't have that much money. Please, just give me a few days. My boyfriend is wealthy. I can ask him to cover it for me, as that money is actually owed to him. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man raised his hand, causing Lu Rugyu to scream in fright before he lowered it again. I'll give you 3 more days. If you fail to repay, I will take measures. Don't doubt my words. If you prefer that your family, your school, and your classmates remain unaware of your debts, you should quickly repay the 110,000. Lu Rugyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it 1 million? Hua Haney, sitting silently, remained quiet. The yellow-haired man chuckled. That was the previous amount. Now it's 110,000. If you don't pay in 3 days, the interest will increase by 10,000 each day. That's the rule. Gathering a sliver of courage, Lu Rugyu asked, Aren't you afraid I'll report you? The yellow-haired man slapped her, causing her lip to bleed. Go ahead and report. While you may avoid interest and just pay back the principal, you will have to bear the consequences. Terrified, Lu Rugyu could only nod in silence. She dared not gamble, for fear gripped her heart. 110,000. If it were a while ago, it wouldn't have been an issue, but now, neither the Liu family nor the Lin family could muster that amount. At this moment, Lin Ran had transferred the debt, clearly complicating her situation. As the two thugs departed, Hua Haney helped Liu Rugyu to her feet. Rugyu, you must find a way to gather the money. Otherwise, they won't let this go. With most of the alcohol wearing off, Liu Rugyu, with tear-filled eyes, replied, But I can't raise the money right now. My cousin's family borrowed a lot to acquire shares, and all my family's funds have been loaned out. It will take some time before we can recover anything, and I can't bear to tell my family. Hua Haney suggested, I have an idea. Liu Rugyu's eyes lit up. What is it? Contact Lin Ran. He must have money. Otherwise, he wouldn't drive such an expensive car. Liu Rugyu hesitated. But didn't you say he no longer cares for me? Hua Haney shook her head. Not necessarily. Upon reflection, I feel something is amiss. Perhaps Lin Ran transferred the debt to prompt you to seek him out. Think about it. Why would he pressure you during your family's hardest times? There is clearly more to this. You should give it a shot. Liu Rugyu pondered for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she nodded earnestly. Yes, I must try. I want to win Lin Ran back. He is merely upset. The welcome party is in 2 days. I will confess my feelings in front of the entire school, proving my determination to Lin Ran. Hua Haney was taken aback. She hadn't expected Liu Rugyu to reach this level of resolve. But your performance has already been cancelled. I have a plan, Liu Rugyu declared. Then I wish you good fortune. Liu Rugyu had always believed that Lin Ran wouldn't genuinely demand money from her, until recently when she realized she had misjudged him. He was indeed serious about pressuring her. The following day, Principal Tang, with a sense of cautious optimism, called the Luo group. After a 10-minute wait, Assistant Lu Meng responded. Mr. Luo agrees to your invitation and will attend the welcome party tomorrow to deliver a 5-minute speech to inspire the new students. Principal Tang was nearly overcome with excitement, feeling as if he might burst into a cha-cha on the spot. The prospect of having Luo Yao, a person of such stature, grace their school's welcome event was monumental. However, Principal Tang understood that it wasn't merely Luo Yao's favor. It was due to that man. With this thought, he regarded Lin Ran with even greater esteem, almost equating Lin Ran's status with his own in his heart. Shortly thereafter, the school announced that a highly influential figure would be speaking at the welcome party to motivate the new students, and all members of the school community were invited to attend. Rumor had it that this prominent individual was even featured on Forbes. The announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the school, especially among the senior students who viewed the opportunity to witness such a figure and hear their words as an invaluable experience as they prepared to enter society. The principal once again informed Lin Ran that he would be delivering a speech at the freshman welcome gala, to which Lin Ran graciously expressed his gratitude with a smile. A day later, the 14-day military training for the university freshmen finally concluded, and today marked the new students' welcome gala. At 6 p.m., due to the overwhelming number of students attending the event, the school authorities erected an extravagant stage on the grand playground. Despite being outdoors, it radiated an opulent allure. Amidst the sea of eager faces, the principal slowly ascended the stage, grasped the microphone, and began to speak. A torrent of motivational words intended to inspire the freshmen and encourage the returning students. After 10 minutes, the gala officially commenced. Representatives from the senior class were the first to present the opening act, followed by a plethora of captivating performances that showcased the school's generosity, rivaling any professional stage spectacle. Soon, it was time for the representatives of the new freshmen to take the stage. A delicate-looking girl, with striking features, passionately sang an original song. This girl, Zhang Xiaomuan, had recently been elected as the new campus flower by her peers. Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang exchanged astonished glances, surprised by Zhang Xianyuan's talents, particularly given her family background. As the evening approached its climax, it was finally Lin Ran's turn to take the stage. Unlike the performers, Lin Ran was there to represent his newly established company. As part of a special opportunity provided by the school, upon his entrance, countless pairs of eyes sparkled with admiration, especially those of the female students. Wow, is this our school's heartthrob? Lin Ran, I adore you. Leave Liu Rugyu and come in my arms. Did I hear correctly? Lin Ran said he wants to invite us to grow together. It seems he has started a media company. Oh, that's impressive. I haven't even received my internship certificate yet. Can I join? Wu Zhizhang assisted with the presentation, and after a concise 5-minute overview, Lin Ran concluded. Though Nuanyao Media and Nuanyao Real Estate are new enterprises, as you have seen from the presentation, the prospects are promising. We welcome your participation. And for the subsequent interview process, please contact my good friend, Wu Zhizhang. Thank you all. As thunderous applause filled the air, Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang gracefully descended from the stage, now awaiting the outcomes of their efforts. With this exposure on campus, Lin Ran was confident that the company would not struggle to find talent, leaving the task of filtering quality employees to Wu Zhizhang. After Lin Ran exited the stage, the host did not transition smoothly, but instead invited Principal Tang back to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the conclusion of tonight's gala, we have prepared a very significant segment for you. Miss Luo Yao, the president of the Luo Group and a generous benefactor of our school's substantial scholarships, will address you with her remarkable insights. I hope you will listen attentively and aspire to become individuals of value to society and our nation. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation. They were aware of the presence of an important figure today, yet none anticipated just how pivotal she would be. Few had seen Luo Yao in person, but her name was known far and wide, save for those like Luo Yao, who lived in ignorance. She was the daughter of the foremost financial magnate, the helm of the Luo Group, a globally renowned enterprise. The Luo Group engaged in numerous sectors including healthcare, real estate, biotechnology, high technology, and manufacturing, with each sector boasting enterprises that ranked among the Fortune 500. The exact wealth of the Luo Group remained a mystery, yet its estimated market value was undeniably at the pinnacle. In fact, based solely on last year's tax reports, Luo Yao had claimed the #1 spot on Forbes' list of enigmatic billionaires. As she ascended the stage under the astonished gazes of the audience, Luo Yao donned a stunning crimson gown, adorned with symbols of eternal love, her every gesture exuding nobility. Is Luo Yao so young? Goodness, she is breathtaking. What divine beauty is this? She is so beautiful, yet I feel unworthy to love her. Look at her gaze. If it weren't for the crowd, I would almost think I was dreaming. Is this truly the most mysterious billionaire? What incredible luck to witness the daughter of the first financial dynasty today. Luo Yao's piercing gaze swept across the room, silencing the murmurs in an instant. It lingered on a particular individual, revealing a flicker of warmth. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today on behalf of the Luo Group to share a few brief words. Firstly, I must express my skepticism regarding your futures. Many may be reluctant to accept this, but I must remind you that your 10 years of hard study, while commendable, do not inherently elevate you above others. A decade of effort pales in comparison to the 3 generations of accumulation that others may possess. Her words struck a chord, plunging the hall into silence, even causing beads of cold sweat to form on the principal's brow, as he had no idea what Luo Yao would say today, having only arrived moments prior. No one dared to contradict Luo Yao. The only signs of dissent came from a few proud students who wore disapproving expressions. However, exceptions existed. In this institution, one's effort could indeed alter one's destiny. Therefore, to inspire everyone to strive further, we have prepared the nation's highest scholarship. If you possess the capability, you can attain it, even surpassing those who once stood above you. I have come today to announce a significant initiative, an infusion of 100 million Huaxia yuan into this year's scholarship fund for Kyoto University. I believe this is the most tangible and effective motivational strategy. Students, strive forward. As you pursue this scholarship, do not forget your original intentions. Reflect on why you study and why you attend university. Should you find success one day, I hope you will contribute to your country without forgetting those you hold dear. The audience erupted in thunderous applause as Principal Tang was moved to tears. The effortless acquisition of 100 million was akin to a windfall. The students, all intelligent enough to attend Kyoto University, began to prepare themselves eagerly, ready to fight for their ideals. Luo Yao's motivational approach was indeed effective. Suddenly, Luo Yao's voice resonated once more throughout the hall. Finally, I must remind certain individuals to keep their eyes open and avoid associating with those they should not. And certainly not to bully my people. With that, a wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd as they watched Luo Yao fixate on a specific spot for an extended moment. They turned in unison to see where her gaze fell. Was it Lin Ran? Her words plunged the entire school into contemplation, and with an air of elegance, Luo Yao descended from the stage. After her departure, the principal wiped his brow and stepped up to summarize, a task he was well versed in. Yet, just as he was about to speak, a jarring sound erupted from the speakers. Hello, everyone, I am Luo Yao. The principal looked around, puzzled, while Lin Ran felt a shiver run down his spine, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation. He seethed with anger, wishing for Luo Yao's demise. The speakers continued. Lin Ran, I know you are here. I want to tell you something very important. I have fallen in love with you. Will you be my boyfriend? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one expected the campus flower, Luo Yao, to publicly profess her feelings for her former admirer. Many bewildered freshmen, witnessing Luo Yao's stunning confession, began to cheer and stir with excitement. As Luo Yao descended the stage, escorted by her bodyguards, An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged within her eyes. The principal, standing on the platform, felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Luo Yao, how audacious you are to vie for a man with President Luo. The principal recognized Luo Yao, the school beauty, and at that moment, his concern was not for her, but rather for the potential wrath of Luo Yao, should she decide to withdraw her funding out of anger. Luo Yao would become the scapegoat of the school. Upon hearing Luo Yao's voice, Luo Yao swiftly turned back, striding purposefully. Meanwhile, Lin Ran took to the stage. As he approached, Luo Yao appeared out of nowhere, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at him. Lin Ran prepared to deliver a blow to dissuade Luo Yao from pursuing him further. He nodded slightly at the principal and took the microphone from his hand. Wow, the sound system is quite impressive. At this moment, a chorus of encouragement erupted from the crowd. Get together, get together. However, some students, who had previously witnessed Lin Ran injure Luo Yao in the dormitory, looked on in confusion. They wondered why Luo Yao would confess her feelings given Lin Ran's past actions. Did she have a penchant for masochism? Lin Ran smiled and addressed the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Lin Ran. As I have already introduced myself, I shan't elaborate further. What I wish to convey is that you should refrain from creating a ruckus. Luo Yao's confession is not out of affection for me. Rather, she owes me money, 1 million. To be precise, and now she doesn't wish to repay it, hence her declaration. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening as they exchanged incredulous glances. Luo Yao owed Lin Ran money? What did I just hear? Luo Yao owes Lin Ran 1 million? Is he really that wealthy? They marveled, noting that he owned a company. Yet, they pondered, even if he were affluent, it should not humiliate Luo, the esteemed school beauty, in such a manner. 1 million would compel any woman to confess her feelings, except perhaps Luo Yao. If only Senior Lin Ran could lend me 1 million, I too would gladly become his girlfriend. One student mused, I would ensure his every need was met, from washing his underwear to his socks. On stage, Luo Yao's complexion turned pale as she staggered back, incredulously staring at Lin Ran. Lin Ran interrupted her, continuing to address the entire faculty and student body. Moreover, I already have someone I care for deeply. My principles do not allow me to entertain a mistress, of which Luo Yao is well aware. Yet, she continuously harasses me. Sometimes, I truly question whether she suffers from a lack of affection. Therefore, to all the gentlemen, teachers, professors, and all male compatriots present, take note. If anyone wishes to pursue Luo Yao, do so quickly, for it is not a challenging endeavor. Am I right, Lin Jian? Suddenly called out. Lin Jian, who had been watching with a fierce expression, froze as many turned to him. Lin Jian, feeling uncomfortable, frowned and declared, Luo Yao is my cousin, and I believe she is quite a decent person. Lin Ran replied, well then, since Luo Yao owes me 1 million, and you are her cousin, why not settle the debt on her behalf, young Master Lin? Lin Jian felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, abruptly realizing something was amiss. You're talking nonsense. My cousin would never borrow money from you. Lin Ran feigned shock. Really, Lin Xiao? Don't you keep up with the forums? There have been posts about her debts. This remark triggered a wave of awareness among the audience, as many pulled out their phones to search. Sure enough, a video surfaced showing Luo Yao and Hua Haney smashing Lin Ran's car, despite the protests of their classmates. This incident, previously known only to a select few, was now common knowledge among the entire school. Goodness, the video suggests Luo Yao truly did damage Lin Ran's car. Is Lin Ran the handsome fellow who drives the Koenigsegg? He is exceedingly wealthy and striking. That car must cost a fortune. Many speculated that Lin Ran had once been Luo Yao's devoted admirer, and now that he had wealth, she was pursuing him. What a plot straight out of a novel. However, the reality was that Luo Yao's sudden interest in Lin Ran was due to his newfound affluence, and her classmates were all too aware of how she had treated him before. Who would have thought that such a seemingly pure exterior could conceal such a repugnant heart? Did such a person even deserve the title of school beauty? What is so terrible about Luo Yao? She is simply being realistic. If I were in her shoes, I too would pursue Lin Ran, given his looks and wealth. The students buzzed with chatter, their opinions swirling uncontrollably. This time, Luo Yao had truly gained notoriety, eclipsing even her identity as the school beauty. Lin Jian's expression darkened as he observed the forum discussions. How could he be unaware of such a significant event? Luo Yao's face was as pale as a ghost, akin to a public execution. Had Lin Ran known her thoughts, he would have surely laughed. This was a public execution. The real spectacle was yet to come. For soon they would bind her and Lin Jian together for an execution that would leave them unable to show their faces in the entire community. Luo Yao's mind began to race. She realized that today marked her downfall. She needed to devise a way to extricate herself from this predicament. As a member of a vulnerable demographic, coupled with her status as a school beauty, perhaps fainting would elicit sympathy. Most importantly, fainting would allow her to be carried away, thus avoiding public humiliation. She began to sway, but Lin Ran quickly interjected, "Everyone, take note. Lu Rugu is about to faint." She is merely pretending to avoid repaying her debt. Lu Rugu was taken aback. At that moment, the principal finally regained his composure and snatched the microphone from Lu Rugu. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Yao strode in from backstage. Luo Yao approached Lu Rugu and, without a word, delivered a resounding slap that sent Lu Rugu sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. This event had proven to be remarkably entertaining. Are you seeking death? Luo Yao's fury, perceived by outsiders as disappointment from a representative of the institution, was compounded by her role as a benefactor. The presence of such a student was a disgrace to her. Lu Rugu, whether truly unconscious or feigning, had only been struck once by Luo Yao. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao was on the verge of losing control when a warm hand grasped hers. "Do not be angry." Lin Ran's gentle voice reached her, gradually soothing her tumultuous emotions. After casting a lingering glance at him, she departed. While a cadre of bodyguards rushed onto the field to assist students in deleting videos of Luo Yao's altercation. Some students resisted, but their efforts were futile. Even if they retained the footage, none dared to disseminate it beyond the campus. At that moment, a question lingered in everyone's mind. Was there a connection between Lin Ran and Luo Yao? Why did a mere statement from Lin Ran have the power to calm her? Did Luo Yao's reference to my person pertain to Lin Ran? The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow and delivered a final address, concluding the event. As the attendees filed out, Lin Ran accompanied Wu Zhishang to the parking lot. In the parking lot, Luo Yao fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Lin Jian. Feeling somewhat bashful, Lin Jian stammered, "Miss Luo Yao, thank you for agreeing to meet me." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "Spare me the pleasantries. You mentioned you had something regarding a Ran to discuss. What is it?" Just moments ago, Luo Yao had cleared the area, awaiting Lin Ran's arrival, only to have Lin Jian call out from a distance, claiming he had matters pertaining to Lin Ran to discuss. Luo Yao initially assumed that Lin Jian intended to harm Lin Ran, which led her to allow him entry. Lin Jian exclaimed, "Miss Luo Yao, have you been keeping my brother? What compelled you to do this?" Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "Who informed you of such a thing?" Lin Jian continued, "My brother was not like this before. He must have done something to upset you, and now you are punishing him. Am I right? I implore you to release him." Luo Yao, growing weary of his words, realized that Lin Jian had little of significance to convey, merely a fool in her eyes. Just as she was about to have him thrown out, he persisted, "My brother harbors feelings for Lu Rugu. Your actions are infringing upon another's affection." In a swift motion, Luo Yao kicked Lin Jian, sending him flying 3 meters away. He tumbled 3 times before halting, fear etched on his face as he beheld Luo Yao's unexpected ferocity. "Why did you strike me? I merely spoke the truth. My brother has professed his love solely for Lu Rugu," he stammered. Luo Yao's mind buzzed, her body trembling, and Lu Meng beside her frowned in concern. At that moment, Lin Ran appeared. On his way, Wu Zhishang, for the 18th time, glanced at Lin Ran, who could no longer tolerate the scrutiny. "What is it?" Lin Ran inquired. Wu Zhishang replied, "Brother Lin, is that Luo Yao truly your sister-in-law?" Upon seeing Lin Ran's lack of denial, Wu Zhishang was left in stunned silence. "Brother, are you serious? Do you even know who Luo Yao is? My heavens. I always assumed the wealthy benefactor supporting you was merely a high-ranking executive from the Luo Corporation. I never expected you to ascend so high. Are you aware of Luo Yao's wealth? We promised to stick together, yet you soared ahead without me, and now you return to announce your entrepreneurial ambitions? You're joking." Wu Zhishang was utterly astounded. He had entertained vague suspicions before, especially during their last visit to the Pango Hotel, but had never dared to associate them with Luo Yao until this moment. The benefactor of his brother was none other than the heiress of the world's foremost financial conglomerate, Luo Yao, whose every word could send tremors through the business world. This revelation was not merely shocking, it was terrifying. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lin Ran noticed the unusual emptiness, as though the area had been cleared. His realization dawned when he spotted Luo Yao standing there, visibly enraged, causing Lin Ran's brow to furrow. It was then he noticed Lin Jian sprawled on the ground. "Miss Luo Yao, if my brother has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Please, do not disrupt his relationship with Lu Rugu. Whatever grievances you have, direct them at me," Lin Jian pleaded. Lin Ran's head buzzed in disbelief, and without hesitation, He rushed over and delivered a kick that left Lin Jian contorted on the ground. What audacity! You dare to speak for me? He spat. Wu Zhizhang joined in, and Lin Jian soon bore the marks of their wrath. Observing Luo Yao's unstable demeanor, Lin Ran quickly signaled to the bodyguards, who promptly removed Lin Jian from the scene. Approaching Luo Yao, Lin Ran gently caressed her trembling form, feeling a surge of compassion that amplified his loathing for Lin Jian. Lin Jian, just wait. I will ensure you suffer for this, he vowed. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yao's trembling ceased, and her icy gaze fixed upon Lin Ran, instilling fear in Wu Zhizhang, who dared not meet her eyes. Luo Yao's gaze shifted to him, sending a chill down his spine. Swallowing hard, he mustered the courage to utter, "Hello, Miss Luo, sister-in-law." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Luo Yao's expression remained inscrutable as she simply uttered a single word, reward. At that moment, Lu Meng emerged from behind Luo Yao, presenting Wu Zhizhang with a check. Mr. Wu, you may fill in any amount, as long as it adheres to the bank's single transaction limit. A word of caution, refrain from writing anything below 1 million. Our Miss Luo cannot afford to lose face. Wu Zhizhang stared blankly at the check in his hands for an extended period. Why was Luo Yao rewarding him? Was it because he had addressed her as sister-in-law? Did she harbor such deep affection for Lin Ran? It was not until Lin Ran patted his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. Just accept it. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, brother Lin. I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude further, he said, hastily retreating. Luo Yao appeared satisfied with his reaction. She reached out to caress Lin Ran's cheek, then suddenly raised her hand to slap him, halting mere inches from his face, before transitioning to a gentle stroke. Spend less time with Wu Zhizhang. I need more of your time. Lin Ran nodded. Yes, my dear wife. Luo Yao inquired. Are you not upset that I struck Lu Rugju? Without hesitation, Lin Ran grasped Luo Yao's hand. Not at all. I am rather pleased. Does your hand hurt? He gently blew on her hand, easing her distress. Ran, remember, if you wish to avoid confronting Lu Rugju, just tell me. I promise to make her life unbearable. And Lin Jian, he just claimed you love Lu Rugju. It nearly drove me mad. Lin Ran reassured her. Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. With a wife as wonderful as you, how could I possibly like anyone else? Can anyone else provide for me, allowing me to drive luxury cars and live in opulence? You must believe in yourself. Only you can sustain me. Whatever they say, disregard entirely. Once I have utilized them, I will personally deliver them to you for your reckoning. Luo Yao's mindset was still not fully settled, her eyes glinting with a mix of warmth and indignation as she gazed at Lin Ran. Ran, I want to possess you. Lin Ran teased. Here? Very well. He bent down and lifted Luo Yao into the car. This incident seemed to deepen the bond between Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Lin Ran sensed that Lu Rugju was gradually losing her significance in Luo Yao's heart, uncertain whether this was feigned or genuine. As for Luo Yao's anger, it appeared directed at Lu Rugju and Lin Jian rather than him. Perhaps this knot had been temporarily untied. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Lin Ran decided against attending school, preferring to remain at home to avoid further melodrama. After all, the principal would hardly monitor his whereabouts, based on his previous academic accomplishments. He was assured of graduation. Even if he did not desire it, would the principal dare deny him? After Luo Yao departed in the morning, Lin Ran wandered the estate alone, eventually arriving at the crocodile pond. He found it amusing to observe a keeper prodding the crocodiles into their enclosure with a long stick, prompting him to crouch down and watch quietly. Meow. Lin Ran jumped, turning to see a black cat sitting beside him, also watching the crocodiles. Little Black, where have you been these past few days? Little Black? The black cat replied, Meow. I don't have any food with me. Shall we return to the villa, so I can feed you? Meow. As Lin Ran spoke, he reached to scoop up the cat, which surprisingly did not flee this time. Instead, he successfully held on to it. Carrying the black cat back to the villa, he instructed the staff to prepare some fish. The servants were puzzled, but complied without question. Soon delivering the fish to Lin Ran, he took the food to the sky garden, feeding the cat while saying, From now on, you can stay here. The scenery is lovely, but you must relieve yourself anywhere. Meow. Lin Ran continued to pet the cat and feed it until it ceased eating. He then released it, watching as the black cat sauntered off into the garden. What a little creature, he mused. With animals, one must exercise patience, nurturing them gradually. Much like in a romantic relationship, one cannot possess too fiercely from the outset. Upon seeing the black cat again, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable connection, though he could not discern its nature. In the sky garden, Lin Ran dozed off, drifting into a dream where the content was both hazy and surreal. In the dream, it seemed as though he was wandering through an ancient, primeval forest, an eerie pair of eyes staring out, accompanied by scenes that sent chills down his spine. Upon awakening, Lin Ran could only recall these fragments, which gradually slipped away from his memory. As he struggled to recollect, Wu Zhizhang called. Lin Ran answered to the sound of Wu Zhizhang's sobbing. Urgently inquiring, he learned that Wu Zhizhang's distress stemmed from issues involving Zhao Miao Miao. Brother Lin, I feel that Miao Miao is growing too close to her best female friend, and it unsettles me. But when I mentioned this to Miao Miao, she accused me of being petty. What should I do? Wu Zhizhang lamented. Lin Ran responded, turn the tables by adopting their approach. Find yourself a sister-like confidant. Don't joke around, brother. Come out for a couple of drinks with me, Wu Zhizhang pleaded. After some thought, Lin Ran agreed. It was still early, and it wouldn't interfere with his afternoon plans to pick up Luo Yao. They met at a bustling street food stall. Despite being accustomed to simpler fare, Lin Ran found this atmosphere most comforting. Cruising in his Koenigsegg while savoring open-air barbecue was an experience uniquely delightful. Wu Zhizhang's spirits remained low as he drank steadily, glass after glass. Eventually, intoxicated, Lin Ran took Wu Zhizhang's phone, unlocked it, and sent a message. Soon after, a woman donning a baseball cap appeared. After a brief exchange, the woman escorted the inebriated Wu Zhizhang away. Lin Ran watched them depart, smiling silently. Glancing at the time, a surge of longing for his beloved prompted Lin Ran to leave early to meet Luo Yao. Meanwhile, at the Lu household, chaos reigned. The revelation of Lu Rugu's million-yuan debt had become impossible to conceal, coupled with the injuries sustained by both Lu Rugu and Lin Jian. News spread rapidly through both families, prompting an impromptu gathering. Upon discovering that Lin Ran was the culprit, tempers flared. Lu Yuma was on the verge of tearing Lin Ran apart, but restrained herself to preserve appearances. Absolutely not. Why should we hand over money to that brat Lin Ran? Lu Rishan exclaimed. Lin Jian replied. The debt has already been transferred to Dao Ge. It's no longer Lin Ran's burden, but Dao Ge's. Lin Tianba expressed astonishment. Are you serious about Lin Ran driving a Koenigsegg back then? That was before he had a single cent from the Lin family. Lu Rugu's eyes brimmed with tears. I witnessed it myself. I didn't intend to damage his car, but I never imagined he'd shift the debt. What do we do now? Lin Tianba's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed something amiss upon hearing that Lin Ran and Dao Ge were acquainted, though he couldn't pinpoint the anomaly. After further discussion, both families admitted their impoverishment. $1,000,000 was beyond their means, yet they dared not owe Dao Ge any money. Despair engulfed Lu Rugu. Her gaze toward Lin Jian had lost all affection. She quietly beckoned him to the kitchen. Brother Lin Jian, you must help me resolve this one. 1,000,000 debt, or I will expose our relationship, she whispered. Startled, Lin Jian hastily covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was near. Relieved to find privacy, he sighed. Are you out of your mind? This one tea help you? Lu Rugu replied, perhaps, but I don't care anymore. My reputation at Kyoto University is already ruined. Why worry about an additional scandal involving my cousin? Indeed, Lu Rugu's standing had plummeted from campus belle to social pariah, as former admirers began exposing her materialistic nature. Lin Jian stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend her transformation. Rugu, what are you saying? I would never abandon you. It's just that things are difficult. But since learning about your debt yesterday, I've secretly sold some of my father's collectibles to raise funds for you. I'll transfer the money now. The 1,000,000 yuan represented nearly all of Lin Jian's savings. With a heavy heart, he transferred the amount to Lu Rugu. Touched, she asked, is this for real? Of course, Lin Jian affirmed, showing her his bank balance, with only a few hundred yuan remaining. Look for yourself. Thank you, brother Lin Jian. I was wrong to blame you. Thank you for giving me all your money to pay off my debts. Lin Jian embraced her gently, though his heart brimmed with resentment. He had not sold any collectibles. Those had long been liquidated by Lin Tianba. The money he gave was merely his last remaining funds. He blamed Lin Ran entirely. What are you two doing here? Lin Tianba's voice startled them, prompting immediate separation. Father, I was just comforting Rugu, Lin Jian said, lowering his head as he led her away. Lin Tianba's expression was inscrutable as he watched them depart. He had just seen Lin Jian transfer 1,000,000 yuan to Lu Rugu, while giving himself only a few hundred thousand. Was he truly less valued than a cousin? Yet he refrained from exposing Lin Jian, believing that family required basic trust and respect, and that as adults, children deserved some privacy and discretion. Elsewhere, Lin Ran arrived at Luo Yao's company. As he ascended the stairs, a female assistant of about 40 approached quietly. Mr. Lin, Ms. Luo is in a meeting downstairs. Shall I inform her? Lin Ran shook his head. No need to disturb her. I'll wait in the office. Very well, Mr. Lin, she replied. Lin Ran entered Luo Yao's office and sat in the executive chair, gazing out the window. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Glancing around to ensure solitude, he picked up a small bottle on the desk, gently removed its cap, and retrieved a slip of paper. Curiosity pried him open the note, reasoning that merely reading it was not intrusive. The note bore a single line, "Marry me when you grow up." The words "when you grow up" were scrawled unevenly, evincing childish innocence, while the character "for me" was elegantly and resolutely penned. It was evidently the handwriting of two individuals. Lin Ran's body stiffened. Could this have been written by Luo Yao? No, the "me" was clearly written by a man, if Luo Yao had written it. The phrase would read "marry you" or "marry so-and-so." Regardless of the author, the fact that Luo Yao preserved this note suggested something. Did she harbor a cherished first love besides him? Moreover, the youthful handwriting indicated it was penned long ago. Lin Ran was certain he had never suffered amnesia. His childhood memories were vivid. He had never known Luo Yao, not even vaguely. Thus, he was certainly not her first love. Then who was? Perhaps the beloved resembled him, or he resembled that cherished figure. The thought of being a mere substitute stirred an inexplicable sorrow within Lin Ran. He carefully replaced the note back into the bottle, restoring its original state. Seated in the executive chair, his mind felt as though it had crashed, rendering him speechless for a long time. Suddenly, voices emerged outside the office. "Ms. Luo, Mr. Lin has arrived and is waiting in your office." Unsure of how to face Luo Yao, Lin Ran closed his eyes and feigned sleep. When Luo Yao entered, she saw Lin Ran reclined in the chair, seemingly asleep. She glanced at the small bottle on the desk, then at Lin Ran, gently lifting him and carrying him to the lounge. A remarkable feat for such a delicate woman to carry a grown man. In the lounge, she carefully laid him on the bed, tenderly cautious as if afraid to awaken him. Lin Ran kept his eyes shut, yet a calmness washed over him. Luo Yao's gentleness and kindness were genuine. Was he truly just a substitute? Yet he remained utterly certain that he had never known Luo Yao before. Sensing Luo Yao's gentle touch, the faint chill upon his cheek, Lin Ran felt his heart gradually thaw. Now that Luo Yao was by his side, did that not signify everything? Even if she were but a substitute, he resolved to embrace that role fully, until the day she no longer needed him. This was a debt he owed her. Yet, the mere thought of Luo Yao someday leaving him to return to her cherished first love pierced his heart with unbearable pain. Feigning a languid awakening, he caught sight of Luo Yao's rapt gaze fixed upon him. "My dear wife, did you carry me to bed?" Luo Yao remained steadfast beside him, her eyes unblinking as they locked onto Lin Ran. To her, his presence in her life was the most wondrous occurrence. "Indeed, your strength is impressive," she exclaimed, raising her tiny fist. "I have trained for this." Lin Ran pulled her into his embrace as he reclined. A sudden sharp tug radiated from his long-healed wound. Alarmed, Luo Yao reached out to caress the injury, inquiring anxiously, "What is wrong? Does it hurt?" Meeting her concerned gaze and earnest tone, Lin Ran reassured her, "It's not painful, just a slight strain from earlier." Nestling into his arms, Luo Yao whispered softly, "Forgive me, Aran. In that case, you owe me compensation," he teased. "How do you propose to make amends?" "But I fear you might be too exhausted," she murmured. "Don't worry, I won't move," she declared. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao gazed at him tenderly, causing Lin Ran to pause in surprise. "I wasn't suggesting we act now," he said with a smile. "It was you who ignited my passion. You must take responsibility and extinguish it," she retorted playfully. Lin Ran thought wryly, "Good heavens, is every moment in the office so magically charged? And the door isn't even locked yet?" Luo Yao cared little for such proprieties. Whoever dared knock at this moment would surely meet their doom. Immersed in the purest love, could there be any doubt of Luo Yao's affection? Forget the first love or the past. None could rival this genuine devotion. 2 hours later, the pair finally emerged from the office. Passing by the assistants area, every aide bowed their heads in silence, though their eyes furtively glanced at the couple, rather than returning to the manor. Lin Ran and Luo Yao dined at the Panga Hotel, owned by Lin Ran himself. On his previous visit, he had not partaken in a meal, but this time he intended to make up for it. Upon learning that the boss and Madame Luo were dining there, the hotel manager personally greeted them. It was the same manager as before, Yi Lingling, renowned for her sophistication and grace, her reputation well established in the culinary world. Over the years, she had meticulously managed the Pangu Hotel, rarely seen except by distinguished guests. Her prior appearance had been due to the prestigious charity auction dinner, where the guests were equally extraordinary. This evening, Yi Lingling arranged a private room in the rooftop restaurant for Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Yet, Lin Ran insisted on dining in the elegant seating area. Occupying an entire private room for just two felt wasteful, especially since the hotel was under his ownership, extravagance was unwarranted. The elegant seating was exclusive, segregating diners into tiers, some downstairs, some upstairs in refined areas, and others in private rooms. Similarly, people were divided, some born to luxury, others to toil. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao in her seat, her eyes filled entirely with him. A true love was evident in her gaze. Lin Ran, inwardly amused, considered he might have overthought matters. Whether in past lives or this one, Luo Yao loved him purely, without shadows or echoes of former flames. Yao Yao, why do you love me so much? He finally asked, a question long unspoken, previously deemed unnecessary, but now driven by curiosity. Why? Planning to find out and then leave me? Luo Yao's eyes held a hint of something unusual. Lin Ran shook his head with a smile. Impossible. I fear only that one day you might leave me. You worry too much. I'll lock you in and savor every bit of you. I will never leave. Luo Yao assured him. Lin Ran mused, I'm just curious. I'm not particularly outstanding, maybe a bit handsome, but handsome men are common. I have neither wealth nor romance. I truly wonder why you love me. Looking earnestly into his eyes, Luo Yao said, You must say that. To me, Ran, you are the finest man in the world. Having you by my side is the most romantic thing imaginable. The answer spoke volumes beyond words. Lin Ran smiled, reaching out to wipe the corner of Luo Yao's mouth. At that moment, an unexpected surprise arrived. About 10 meters away, a man and a woman settled into another elegant seating area. The man grasped the woman's hand, saying, Meow meow, this is the most prestigious restaurant in Kyoto. I hear a meal here costs tens of thousands. Are you really willing to treat me? The woman responded proudly, Of course. You're my best friend. Don't worry about the cost. My boyfriend just bought me a bag which I returned. That money is enough for this meal. Lu Jian, I even returned my beloved bag for you. Isn't that thoughtful of me? The man looked at her in surprise. How did he expect your boyfriend to be so generous at last? They were Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao. Lin Ran's brow furrowed. From Zhao Miao Miao's words, she had returned a bag purchased by Wu Zhizhang, a truly eccentric woman. Noticing Lin Ran's expression, Luo Yao quietly asked, Shall we ask them to leave? Yi Lingling, standing nearby ready to serve, was prepared to act if needed, regardless of how these two had offended her boss. She was ready to clear them out at a moment's notice. No need. They are paying customers. There's no reason to chase them away, Lin Ran said, leaning close to whisper something in Yi Lingling's ear. Suddenly, Yi Lingling felt a chilling gaze and shivered, moving her ear slightly away. Following Lin Ran's instructions, she left. Luo Yao's curiosity was piqued. What did you say to her? Lin Ran whispered, Nothing important, just arranged a little performance for Wu Zhizhang to witness. Soon, Yi Lingling returned, holding a stack of raffle tickets, instructing the waitstaff to distribute one to each table. Thank you all for dining at Panga Hotel. Tonight, we are hosting a live raffle with generous prizes awarded immediately. Enjoy your meal. A voice suddenly exclaimed, Wow, I want a free meal. The manager is so generous. Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian were stunned, then glanced at their tickets, tearing them open. A free stay in the luxury suite for couples tonight. Wait, really? Lu Jian asked. If we don't stay, can we redeem it for cash? Yi Lingling smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Lu Jian feigned reluctance, but was secretly delighted. Meow meow. The luxury suite costs thousands per night. Shall we experience it? Zhao Miao Miao hesitated, but it might not be appropriate. I promised my boyfriend a date tonight. Lu Jian's smile turned bitter. True, you have a boyfriend. I can't keep hoping you'll accompany me. Forget it. I want to stay. After all, I have no girlfriend, we're not a couple, and people drift apart. Being human, I'm sorry. Zhao Miao Miao grew anxious. What nonsense are you talking about? Fine. I'll go with you. Lu Jian brightened. They finished their meal quietly, with Lin Ran observing silently, careful not to reveal himself. Once they departed, Lin Ran lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Yao Yao, do you think my actions make me appear somewhat scheming? Luo Yao, not at all. Everything Aaron does is well-founded. I adore it all. After a while, Yi Lingling returned, gesturing with a triumphant sign and handing Lin Ran a phone equipped with live surveillance. Lin Ran examined it with keen interest. It was the monitoring feed from the luxurious suite. At that moment, Lu Jian was leisurely conversing with Zhao Miao Miao on a large bed, gradually drawing closer, until Lu Jian finally rested his head on Zhao Miao Miao's arm. Luo Yao, is it captivating? Lin Ran snapped the phone shut. Not at all. Wu Zhizhang called without revealing the situation, merely instructing him to come over. Soon, Wu Zhizhang arrived at the Panga Hotel. Upon seeing Lin Ran and Luo Yao, he immediately straightened up. Greetings, sister-in-law. Luo Yao found this address pleasing, but did not display much joy. Make the most of your time. You're delaying my date with Aaron. Wu Zhizhang was taken aback, uncertain why Lin Ran had summoned him. Lin Ran, planning to date Zhao Miao Miao? Wu Zhizhang, yes. Tomorrow the weekend. We originally scheduled to meet today, but canceled because Miao Miao said she had to work late unexpectedly and couldn't accompany me. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, speaking deliberately to Wu Zhizhang. I saw her checking into a room with Lu Jian, right here. Wu Zhizhang was startled, eyes wide with disbelief, yet unable to dismiss the claim since it came from Lin Ran. Room 1801. Wu Zhizhang stood frozen for a long moment, feet rooted in place. He took out his phone and sent a message. Baby, where are you? At the company dormitory. What is wrong? Start a video call. I want to see you. No. My roommates are undressed. It's inconvenient. If you miss me, I'll send some photos. Photos. 3 selfies. The background was unmistakably the dormitory. Wu Zhizhang fell silent for a long time, then slowly moved forward. Lin Ran considered the situation and informed Luo Yao before following him, fearing Wu Zhizhang might act impulsively. Then hurry. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Luo Yao cast a cold glance at Wu Zhizhang, then went downstairs to wait for Lin Ran. At the door of room 1801, Wu Zhizhang summoned his courage and knocked, receiving no response. He knocked again, still silent. Pressing his ear to the door, he heard nothing. Lin Ran sighed, instructed a staff member to bring a key card, and handed it to Wu Zhizhang, who trembled as he unlocked the door. Inside, he witnessed a scene etched in his memory forever. In a spacious, lavish room, 2 people were passionately kissing. Lu Jian's hand rested on Zhao Miao Miao's waist. Only then did Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian seem to notice the intrusion, turning their heads in shock. Zhao Miao Miao. Zhizhang, this isn't what you think. Lu Jian was in a bad mood. We're just friends comforting each other. Nothing inappropriate happened. Nothing inappropriate? Then why are you 2 embracing? Zhao Miao Miao. Do you take me for a fool? At that moment, Lu Jian spoke. You, a pauper, actually brought someone here to catch us? If you can't even trust Miao Miao, what right do you have to be your boyfriend? Wu Zhizhang watched as a tear slid down Zhao Miao Miao's cheek. You said you had to work late, but you were here instead? Zhao Miao Miao grew flustered. She wasn't ready to leave Wu Zhizhang yet. She and T found a new prospect. Wu Zhizhang. Why don't you trust me? Lu Jian was just feeling down. As his best friend, I was there for him. What is wrong with that? Wu Zhizhang's heart sank. So your comfort involves embracing each other in the same room and doing such things? It's just a kiss to console. It means nothing. You have to believe me. Zhao Miao Miao insisted vehemently. Lin Ran was thunderstruck by their words, realizing he had underestimated this shameless pair's depths. Wu Zhizhang's hope completely withered. Fine, then keep comforting each other. Let be. He turned to leave, and Lin Ran, surprised by Wu Zhizhang's composure, glanced at his expression and understood he was utterly brokenhearted. Zhao Miao Miao anxiously asked, What do you mean? I told you I was just comforting Lu Jian. Can you stop making a scene? Wu Zhizhang. Making a scene? Fine, I want tea. I'm leaving. Zhao Miao Miao's anger flared. She despised Wu Zhizhang's current attitude. You being here proves you don't trust me. Wu Zhizhang, I never thought you could be this kind of person. How did you find out I was here? Have you been spying on me? Wu Zhizhang gave a bitter smile. This hotel belongs to Brother Lin. He saw you 2 laughing and checking in here. I trust Brother Lin wouldn't lie. Do you want me to call the hotel staff for a confrontation? A chill ran through Zhao Miao Miao, finally releasing Lu Jian's hand. What did you say? He said this hotel is mine. You 2 came here after winning a prize. Am I wrong? Both were stunned, not by Wu Zhizhang's words but by Lin Ran's identity. Haha, you sure love to boast, Lu Jian scoffed. Wu Zhizhang stepped out slowly. He did not want to argue about right or wrong, only to leave as soon as possible, for lingering here tortured his heart. Lin Ran followed, and Zhao Miao Miao pushed Lu Jian aside, chasing after them, while Lu Jian frowned and walked away last. What was meant to be a romantic moment had turned into this. Downstairs, Lin Ran patted Wu Zhizhang's shoulder in consolation. Brother, breaking up is your loss and your blessing. Zhao Miao Miao never loved you. Those who truly love you would never cause you pain. Wu Zhizhang's tear-streaked face looked desolate, evoking pity. I understand, Brother Lin. Lately, you seem to have changed a lot, especially in your understanding of love. I can hardly believe how you could so decisively let go of Lu Ruoxiu. Lin Ran sighed. Because I've learned what true love is. Take Lu Ruoxiu, for example. I gave so much, only to be met with feigned ignorance and false hope, which kept dangling just out of reach, as if one more effort could catch it, but that step might never come. Brother, this is the only advice I'll give you. Give up on Zhao Miao Miao. You can't awaken someone pretending to sleep, nor move someone who doesn't love you. Learn from me. Giving up someone who doesn't love you means gaining someone who cherishes you deeply. Wu Zhizhang. So, is your relationship with Luo Yao a compromise or love? Lin Ran answered immediately. Of course love, the kind that pierces the soul and bears the heart. Do I look like someone who compromises? I cherish this relationship profoundly and would give my life for Luo Yao. Wu Zhizhang did not fully grasp what had transpired between Luo Yao and Lin Ran, but sincerely wished him well. He also understood Zhao Miao Miao's attitude just now. Simply put, those who don't love want to awaken. I get it, Brother Lin. I think I need some time to reflect. Until we meet again. Farewell. Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian hurried downstairs. Just as Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang each entered a car, one a Ferrari, the other a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Both stood dumbfounded for a while before Lu Jian spoke. Miao Miao. Maybe the cars are rented. Tomorrow, I'll rent one for you too. Zhao Miao Miao pushed Lu Jian away, shouting, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Wu Zhizhang wouldn't have left me. I hate you." She then pulled out her phone and dialed Wu Zhizhang. "Baby, where are you?" A voice came from the other end. "Don't contact me anymore. I answered your call just to tell you we're over. You've lost me forever." After hanging up, Wu Zhizhang blocked Zhao Miao Miao. The car arrived at the edge of Grand Bridge. Wu Zhizhang stepped out, clutching the railing. His gaze fixed blankly upon the bustling traffic far below. "If I were to jump from here, it would surely hurt, wouldn't it?" "No. I still owe Brother Lin money. I cannot die yet." "Zhao Miao Miao, why must you treat me this way? Am I truly nothing more than your backup?" As these thoughts swirled, tears welled in Wu Zhizhang's eyes, sorrow pouring forth. A man who weeps, how irresistibly alluring. A clear, melodious voice rang out. Wu Zhizhang turned to see a familiar woman. "What brings you here?" Chen Qingtian leaned forward, her gaze earnest. "Heartbroken? Then allow me to selflessly accompany you for a few more drinks." Inside the Rolls-Royce returning to the manor, Luo Yao fixed her eyes on Lin Ran. "Aaron, you would possibly have feelings for Wu Zhizhang, would you?" Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, then wore a wry smile, thinking how could Luo Yao doubt his orientation? Luo Yao continued, "If you get too close to Wu Zhizhang, I might just have to deal with him, even if he is a man." Lin Ran took a deep breath and said, "Yao Yao, he and I have been childhood friends. Our bond is strong, but nothing like what you imagine. His parents are good people. I merely want to help him resolve some minor troubles this time. If this has caused you any misunderstanding, I will see less of him and spend more time with you. All right?" Luo Yao nodded. "Fine, I trust you. But could you repeat exactly what you told Wu Zhizhang earlier?" Lin Ran asked. "What words?" "You know, the ones about your love for me." A sly smile curved Luo Yao's lips, ghost-like and enigmatic. Lin Ran paused briefly, then laughed. "So you overheard?" "No problem. I can say it as many times as you want. Love, you see, must not only be acted upon but also expressed." Upon returning to the manor, Luo Yao and Lin Ran alighted from the car, only to discover an unwelcome visitor. The intrusion furrowed Luo Yao's brows. "Unexpected. I isn't it, dear niece, that I could escape from such a place." Chapter 72. Within the manor's grand villa, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s sat gracefully in the hall, her every gesture imbued with seductive charm. All the servants had been dismissed. Only the butler, Uncle Fu, remained, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the visitor. This woman had appeared a full year earlier in the previous life. She was none other than Luo Yao's aunt, Luo Yu, the sole female elder of the Luo family's previous generation, with Luo Yao the only female in the current generation. "Who permitted you to appear here?" Luo Yao demanded. The woman rose elegantly, stepping deliberately toward them until she stood before Luo Yao, then turned her gaze to Lin Ran. Luo Yao's eyes grew cold. "What is your intention?" The woman's smile was bewitching, possessing a power capable of ensnaring souls. "Ha ha ha! What else could I be here for but to see who this divine man is? My niece's fiancé?" She lifted Lin Ran's chin with a finger. "Handsome enough, but nothing extraordinary." Luo Yao's gaze sharpened like a blade. If Lin Ran were not present, she would have struck already. Yet now she had to tread carefully, for this woman was no trivial adversary. Lin Ran turned his head, evading Luo Yu's provocations, his eyes piercing. "I do not fancy chicken feet. Keep your hands to yourself." Luo Yu was taken aback by his cold rebuff, questioning if her charm was insufficient. "Not bad. You are somewhat different," she remarked, then looked at Luo Yao. "Where have you hidden your second uncle? Tell me, and I won't trouble this handsome young man. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." "Are you courting death?" Luo Yao retorted sharply. Luo Yu bent forward into an exaggerated laugh. "Little Yao, we are of one blood. Though you're powerful, your aunt is no pushover." Suddenly, she sighed. "Yet, I'm not as ruthless as you, or I wouldn't have ended up like this." Luo Yao's tone grew icy. "What, do you want to challenge me?" Luo Yu's smile vanished. "Perhaps I do." The two women locked eyes, their gazes mirroring one another. Luo Yao bore the unmistakable shadow of Luo Yu within her. Lin Ran stepped between them. Since we are family, why must it come to this? Can't we sit down and talk? Both were surprised by his calm demeanor. The formidable aura they had displayed earlier would have cowed most, yet this man met it with ease. Luo Yu suppressed some disdain and looked at Luo Yao, awaiting her response. Fine, let us talk. Luo Yao led the way to the study. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Ran, astonished that Luo Yao was serious. She quickly understood the reason Luo Yao wished to negotiate. Lin Ran. Luo Yao feared harming him, covering her mouth to stifle a smile. Luo Yu winked at Lin Ran before following Luo Yao into the study. Lin Ran wisely retreated to the bedroom, unwilling to engage further with this woman, as Luo Yao disliked it. Lin Ran was privy to certain truths. Luo Yao as cold ruthlessness, her dealings with the Luo family, all known to him from the past life. Luo Yao was far more complex than she appeared. Her cunning and scheming were unparalleled, revealing tenderness only in Lin Ran's presence. As for Luo Yu, in the previous life, she had been Luo Yao's defeated rival. No cause for concern this time. Luo Yu had once sought to ally with Lin Ran, and foolishly, he had agreed, unaware that Luo Yao had observed and crushed their plans. No matter how formidable one might be, before Luo Yao, one was as transparent as glass. Lin Ran was deeply grateful for Luo Yao's love, often willing to endure even her suspicions and deceptions. Without it, he might have perished countless times. Such devotion surpassed any grand declarations of eternal love. He vowed to heal the little devil's heart, to fill her life with joy, and to lead her through every corner brimming with love. Inside the study, Luo Yao radiated a murderous aura so intense that even Luo Yu felt the oppressive weight. If you dare harm Aaron, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Yao, I never imagined you had a weakness. Luo Yu covered her mouth, smiling coquettishly. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, but did not deny it. Aaron is indeed my weakness, but not a bargaining chip. If he dies, I shall die with him. Do not dream of using him to threaten me. Luo Yu fell silent for a moment before lifting her head slowly. It matters little. Surviving until now is already a blessing. You never expected me to emerge alive from that place, did you? Chapter 73. Luo Yao's eyes, sharp as blades, regarded her. Indeed, a surprise. But since you survived, fate has not yet claimed you. If you seek revenge, come find me. I will accept your challenge. Very well. Prepare yourself to lose everything. The hardships I endured, you shall taste them too. With that, she tore off her blouse, revealing a body covered in scars, no spot unmarred. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. Luo Yu suddenly laughed again, a haunting, eerie sound. Don't be so tense, dear niece. At least for now. I mean no harm. Perhaps if you reveal where you've hidden your second uncle, we might even become friends. I do not know his whereabouts. If you believe I have imprisoned him, there is nothing more to say. Luo Yu's smile vanished once more. You truly want to tell me? Luo Yao stared daggers at her. What do you intend? Luo Yu uttered each word deliberately. Let us wait and see. After speaking, she vanished from the study. Watching the direction in which Luo Yu had disappeared, Luo Yao murmured to herself, Aunt, do you truly believe it was your own prowess that allowed you to escape? Yet your presence here signifies your misstep. From that day forth, the security measures of the estate were significantly heightened. With even the walls fortified with high-voltage electricity, any intruder would certainly be met with silence. Upon returning to their room, Lin Ran discerned that Luo Yao was in a less than cheerful mood, prompting him to draw her into his embrace. As her husband, he was resolute in sharing both joys and sorrows with her, ensuring she bore no burdens. Question: how can one uplift Luo Yao's spirits when she is feeling down? Answer: by allowing her to feel the depth of one's love. With their fingers intertwined, Lin Ran and Luo Yao savored each other's breaths, their nostrils brushing lightly, igniting the fervor in their hearts. Ran, I am hungry, Luo Yao declared. What would you like to eat? Lin Ran inquired. I want you, she replied. Expertly. Lin Ran drew Luo Yao into his arms, his gentle caresses enveloping her in bliss, leading her to lean in for a kiss. Like a bee savoring nectar, they lingered in the embrace until they parted. Lin Ran gazing intently at Luo Yao. Without waiting for her to speak, he kissed her again, trailing kisses to her forehead, their eyes locking in a blaze of passion. The revelry had commenced. That night, Luo Yao transformed into a spirited little imp, deepening the mark upon Lin Ran's shoulder. The weekend itinerary was orchestrated by Lin Ran. On the first day, he took Luo Yao around Kyoto like an ordinary couple, garnering plenty of glances despite their masks. Luo Yao experienced many new adventures, arcades, ice skating rinks, and even bungee jumping. Such simple pleasures became immensely joyful and meaningful when shared with her beloved. After dinner, Lin Ran arranged for their bodyguards to drive them to the renowned scenic spot, Wangfeng Mountain, located in the outskirts of the neighboring city. Although the mountain was closed at night, Lin Ran's financial prowess ensured they would ascend. After resting for several hours, they ventured into the mountain under the starlit sky, their bodyguards trailing at a distance. During their ascent, Lin Ran gently hooked his finger with Luo Yao's. "Do you know why I'm offering you my index finger?" he asked. "Why?" she replied. "Because we are connected at heart. You're not holding my hand. You're holding my heart." Luo Yao smirked. "Mind your words." "Why?" Lin Ran queried, puzzled. "Because I might kiss you at any moment." With that, she playfully pecked his lips, eliciting a joyful smile from Lin Ran. He cherished this version of Luo Yao, light-hearted, joyful, and expressive of her affection. "What are you staring at?" Luo Yao noticed Lin Ran's unwavering gaze. "You're beautiful. In your past life, you must have been a soda. Seeing you makes me bubble with joy." Luo Yao plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Such cheesy lines. I'm tired. Ran, carry the soda up the mountain. If your legs are quick enough, we might catch the sunrise." Lin Ran tenderly squatted down, allowing Luo Yao to drape herself over him. The sound of her breath by his ear made Lin Ran feel as though the world melted away in that moment. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Luo Yao reached up to wipe it away, unwilling to detach herself. If love had levels, Lin Ran believed they were currently at the pinnacle. As dawn broke, they finally reached the summit. Suddenly, Lin Ran pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Look, the sunrise is about to begin." Luo Yao turned her gaze, and indeed, a faint light emerged. Seizing the moment as Luo Yao turned her head, Lin Ran prepared himself. When she looked back, she was taken aback. Lin Ran knelt on one knee, presenting a dazzling diamond ring that sparkled in the morning light. "Miss Luo Yao, this is your ring. Please accept it, wear it, and let us remain inseparable for a lifetime." Luo Yao's heart skipped a beat. She acknowledged her surrender. Ensnared in the trap of love, slowly extending her hand, her fair fingers highlighted her compromise. "For a lifetime, never to part." "Ran, do you truly mean this?" Lin Ran slipped the ring onto her finger as he knelt before her. Click! The bodyguard captured the most beautiful scene perfectly, against the backdrop of the rising half-sun. With the morning star still shining above, the two gazed only at each other, the gleaming ring symbolizing not merely love, but the beauty of their connection. This picturesque moment was so vibrant, it was hard to let go. Luo Yao looked at the ring in her hand, her eyes alight with wonder. Lin Ran extended his hand, and with a smile, Luo Yao helped him wear a ring as well, their gazes meeting in silent understanding. From then on, their ring fingers bore names. As the mountain air grew chilly, Lin Ran draped his coat over Luo Yao's shoulders, and she leaned against him as they admired the world's most beautiful sunrise. Wang Bao returned Lin Ran's phone, but after some contemplation, Lin Ran refrained from posting on social media, wary of unnecessary complications. Luo Yao nestled against Lin Ran, her eyes reflecting the colors of early autumn. Lin Ran was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze. He was all too familiar with its meaning. "No way," he questioned. Luo Yao nodded, and Lin Ran felt a wave of shock wash over him, realizing their bodyguards had vanished without his notice. Alas, it seemed he needed to replenish his energy. This was becoming rather frequent. After the sun rose, they rested for a while before starting their descent. Luo Yao clasped Lin Ran's index finger, and he smiled softly. The descent was swift, and by the time they reached the bottom, tourists were just beginning to appear, startled to see Lin Ran's group emerging from the exit. "Wasn't this mountain closed at night? How did they climb up?" As the sun rose fully, the temperature began to rise rapidly in this early autumn morning. The shift from cool to warm was swift, making it easy to catch a cold if one wasn't careful. Lin Ran hoped that the handsome and beautiful spectators of their story would mind the temperature difference, as he would feel pained if they fell ill. Once they exited the mountain, vendors trudging along and nearby beverage shops came into view. Luo Yao suddenly exclaimed, "I want ice cream. I didn't get any last time." Lin Ran recalled how she had missed out during her last visit to Huishan Plaza due to her period. Without hesitation, he went to buy one himself. The ice cream was quite expensive and not from a renowned brand, but it was still refreshingly cold. Back in the car, he offered Luo Yao a taste, and she smiled as she took a small bite, declaring it sweet. Lin Ran pointed to the corner of her mouth, teasing, "Little kitten, you got ice cream on your lips." As Luo Yao reached to wipe it away, Lin Ran's hand shot out, teasingly retreating just as his fingers brushed against her skin, watching her with a playful smile. Luo Yao's expression turned annoyed. and she took a bite of the ice cream herself. In a swift motion, Lin Ran leaned in to kiss her, experiencing the coolness of the ice cream on her lips. Luo Yao's eyes crinkled with delight as she naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. As the car drove towards the estate, they shared the last remnants of the ice cream, their lips clean by the time they arrived home in the afternoon. Feeling a bit fatigued, they had a bite to eat before embracing and resting. Later that evening, when Lin Ran opened his eyes, he found Luo Yao frowning and clutching her stomach, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, though she remained in slumber. Concerned, he gently touched her face. Sensing she was warm, could it be from the ice cream? Luo Yao stirred awake, puzzled by Lin Ran's worried gaze. Just as she attempted to sit up, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Lin Ran summoned their private doctor, and upon examination, she was diagnosed with a gastrointestinal flu. Lin Ran felt a tinge of self-reproach, realizing that Luo Yao's ailment might be attributed to her late-night escapade and the consumption of cold food that morning, having devoted the entire night to caring for her. As he busily fetched water and administered medicine, Luo Yao suddenly found a peculiar solace in her illness. By midnight, her head nestled comfortably on Lin Ran's lap. She drifted into a deep slumber once more. Lin Ran, observing her unfamiliar sleep, furrowed his brow. What he remained unaware of was that this period marked one of the best phases of rest Luo Yao had experienced in years. When Lin Ran was not by her side, sleep eluded her. Even when she did manage to doze off, she was plagued by nightmares. During this time, Lin Ran had become her stabilizing force. Yet, he was oblivious to this reality. His thoughts were consumed by the archetypal domineering CEOs in novels, who, burdened by relentless work, often succumbed to stress-related ailments and irregular eating habits. Luo Yao's gastrointestinal flu might very well serve as a warning, reminding Lin Ran that even the little devil could fall ill. Thus, he resolved that his care was insufficient and his love inadequate. At the very least, he needed to ensure his pampered wife maintained a healthy stomach, fearing the day a serious gastric condition might be unearthed. The following day, as a bustling week commenced anew, Luo Yao, despite her discomfort, braved the office. Lin Ran, having stayed up late to care for her, only managed to sleep as dawn approached, and upon awakening, realized she had already departed. He hurried downstairs to inquire and learned that Luo Yao had left. Retrieving his phone, he messaged her, "Rest more if you're unwell. Did you take your medicine this morning?" A prompt reply followed. "Thank you for your concern, dear husband. I will be careful. I've taken my medicine and miss you." Lin Ran responded, "Me too." Luo Yao added, "You worked hard last night. Please rest at home." Lin Ran replied, "Okay." Gazing at the clock, he noticed it was already past 9. He rushed to the kitchen, preparing a pot of nutritious porridge that was gentle on the stomach, accompanied by a few soft side dishes. Packing them into a thermal box, he set off straight to Luo Yao's office. When she emerged from a meeting and spotted him, she was momentarily taken aback. "Ran, aren't you supposed to be resting at home? Why are you here suddenly? Is something wrong?" Lin Ran guided her to a chair. Unveiling the thermal box he had prepared. "You're under the weather. You must take care of yourself. I made some nourishing food for your stomach. Eat it while it's warm." As he spoke, he meticulously presented each dish. Watching Lin Ran's careful actions, his serious profile, and the exquisitely prepared meal, Luo Yao found herself momentarily entranced. Chapter 75. Has A Ran truly improved? She adored the current version of A Ran. She felt blissful, joyful, and wished for this moment to last forever. "Here, eat up. You have to feed me, A Ran." Lin Ran obliged, picking up the utensils and feeding the little devil bite by bite, while Luo Yao diligently consumed everything he had brought, leaving not a single drop behind. "You must eat well from now on. Otherwise, if you develop gastric issues, it will break my heart," Lin Ran cautioned. Just as Luo Yao was about to assert that she had no gastric problems, she reconsidered and naturally furrowed her brow while cradling her stomach, saying, "Then A Ran must feed me often, otherwise I might overlook these things." Lin Ran nodded. "All right, I am at your service." "It seems even the CEO suffers from stomach issues," he quipped. At that moment, a knock echoed, and Lu Meng entered, a knowing smile gracing her lips upon seeing the two. She handed some documents to Luo Yao and reported, "Mr. Lin, the Su Ran Group is opening today, and the pre-sale results are quite promising. Over 20 properties have already been sold this morning." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had asked Luo Yao to keep an eye on the developments of the Su Ran Group, and now fortuitously, he received the news. Noticing Lin Ran in contemplative silence, Luo Yao gently spoke, "A Ran, pursue whatever you wish. With me by your side, there's no need to worry." "With you? I certainly am at ease, but there's no rush. These matters can wait." Lin Ran smiled at Luo Yao, tenderly reaching out to check her temperature. "What is the pressing matter then?" Luo Yao inquired. "To accompany you," Lin Ran replied. Lu Meng, upon entering, found herself inundated with a dose of romantic affection, internally exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, if there's anything you need us to do, just say the word." Lin Ran shook his head. "No rush. Let things unfold naturally. Right now, I simply wish to be by my wife's side. Nothing is more important than that. My wife is my universe." Indeed, there was no urgency. Lin Ran intended to wait until the Su Ran Group's pre-sale was nearly concluded before making any moves, as everything was proceeding smoothly. Internally, Lu Meng thought, "Is this never-ending? Is there not enough dog food to go around? Ms. Luo, I shall take my leave for now. This office has become unbearable." After Lu Meng departed, Lin Ran posed a question. "Yao Yao, you're disobedient coming to the office while ill. There were tasks Lu Meng could have handled. Or you could have simply sent the assistant team to the estate." Luo Yao replied, "So? Are you worried about me?" "Hey, Ran? Of course I am. You're disobedient, and I must punish you," Lin Ran retorted. "Then do as you wish. I can have anything you want brought to you," Luo Yao teased. Lin Ran, with a bemused expression, responded, "Yao Yao, can you not fill your head with frivolous thoughts? There are indeed many other worthwhile pursuits in this world, and given your current state, you ought to refrain from exertion." Luo Yao paused, blinking in surprise, and asked, "Such as what worthy pursuits should we engage in now?" "Perhaps you could visit my secret room?" Lin Ran suggested tentatively. "Do you truly wish to see?" Luo Yao asked. "Is that permissible?" Lin Ran inquired. After a brief moment of silence, Luo Yao finally said, "But you mustn't blame me afterward, nor run away." "Why would I run? Are there fearsome beasts within? Besides, even if I wished to flee, could I? In my past life, I was unearthed even after death. Where could I possibly go? Moreover, in this lifetime, I have already fallen under your spell. I cannot escape you even in death, likely meeting my end at your hands." Lin Ran's words warmed Luo Yao, causing her eyes to narrow in delight. "All right, I shall let you see." Resolute, Luo Yao rose and approached the bookshelf, gently tapping 3 times on the side. The bookshelf began to shift, revealing a doorway-sized space. Lin Ran marveled inwardly as he watched Luo Yao step inside first, his curiosity propelling him to follow. What greeted him was a room illuminated by a few beams of light filtering through tightly drawn curtains. This chamber, flanked by 3 walls and 1 window, contained a simple table in the middle. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but as Lin Ran ventured deeper and scrutinized the photographs adorning the walls, he felt overwhelmed by a wave of astonishment. Casually picking one up, he noticed it was a military training photo from his freshman year. Piece by piece, he observed, the walls were adorned with 3 years' worth of photographs, chronicling his journey from university to the present. There were images of him attending classes, participating in competitions, receiving awards, and even moments with Lu Rug. The photographs documented not only his preferences and personality, but also his browser history and measurements. Lin Ran stood agog, stupefied as he asked, "You've been investigating me all along?" Luo Yao, keenly observing Lin Ran's expression, felt a surge of anxiety as if her secret had been uncovered. "It is a form of protection. I wish to know everything about you. Alas, I am quite foolish, despite knowing your preferences. I have not been able to bring you joy." Lin Ran clasped Luo Yao's hand, saying, "You are already the most precious gift bestowed upon me by the heavens." No wonder his wardrobe was filled with styles he favored. No wonder all the gifts she had bestowed upon him were precisely what he desired. Though he had previously failed to appreciate them, it became evident that Luo Yao understood him profoundly, perhaps even surpassing his own self-awareness. Had this been in the past, Lin Ran would have found this unsettling. Yet now he simply wished to express his gratitude. What merit do I possess to deserve such a wife? What more could I possibly seek? Approaching a large portrait of himself, Lin Ran pointed to a dagger embedded within it. "What is this?" Chapter 76, Luo Yao. "Sometimes, when anger wells up within me, and I cannot bear to hurt you, I can only vent my frustrations by damaging your portrait. Yet, on occasions when I am unable to see you, I am left to gaze at these images, imagining you by my side, as if you have never departed." Lin Ran fell into a moment of silence, able to envision the sorrowful visage of Luo Yao, who once cherished a love that eluded her, her hand resting upon his heart. "The past grievances were merely manifestations of my heart still being closed. Now, with this heart beating, it beats solely for you." Luo Yao's face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, leaving Lin Ran momentarily stunned. The once pallid complexion of Luo Yao, rarely touched by color, now bore a hint of warmth. Could it truly be his doing? No longer must she cling to these photographs. "As your husband, I shall be at your beck and call." Luo Yao observed their intertwined fingers, the 2 diamond rings brushing against one another, her spirits genuinely lifting. "Perhaps," she mused, She could truly spend a lifetime with our Ran. Approaching the central table, she perused the meticulous records of Lin Ran's daily agenda. On September 1st, at 9:03 a.m., Lin Ran entered the dormitory to meet Wu Zhishang. At 9:58 a.m., he encountered Lu Rushui, who said, "Lin Ran, I wish to speak with you." Lin Ran responded, "What is it? Have you prepared the funds?" Lu Rushui. Lin Ran. He had contemplated Luo Yao, knowing all his movements, but never imagined the level of detail she possessed. Luo Yao, feeling slightly anxious, regarded Lin Ran. She sensed that bringing him here today was somewhat impulsive. However, since Lin Ran had broached the subject, she could not decline, for she was Luo Yao. "Aran, are you frightened?" Lin Ran merely widened his eyes in astonishment and said, "To be honest, my dear wife, your capabilities are truly formidable. I am curious to know how you came to overhear our conversation." "Because I have people who can read lips," Luo Yao replied, withholding the full truth. In reality, Lin Ran had recently acquired a recording feature, something she preferred he remain unaware of. Lin Ran found himself rendered speechless, marveling at the sheer talent of Luo Yao's subordinates. "All right, I concede. I must admit, escaping from your grasp is impossible. Thankfully, I need not attempt it any longer." Luo Yao's entire visage appeared beneath Lin Ran's gaze, bestowing upon him a stunning beauty. "You truly shall not flee? If I were to escape, my entire family would perish." After spending some time in the private chamber, Lin Ran began to grasp its purpose and prepare to leave when Luo Yao reached out to halt him. "Where are you going? Are you upset?" Lin Ran replied, "Of course not. You still have work to attend to. I shall return home to prepare dinner for you." Luo Yao's eyes sparkled as she nodded. "Very well." Before heading back to the estate, Lin Ran made a stop at the school, visiting Principal Tang as part of his routine, akin to fulfilling an obligation. Principal Tang greeted Lin Ran with great courtesy, as if he had something significant to convey. "Principal, is there something you wish to discuss?" Principal Tang chuckled awkwardly. "Lin Ran, you see me as the head of the school, but in truth, I am merely a beleaguered individual, tirelessly striving to enhance our campus." "Principal, please speak plainly." "It is this. The financial allocations have dwindled year by year, resources increasingly favoring schools like Shui Mu and Jingbei. Although Jingde remains a prestigious institution, we are still at a disadvantage. Were it not for the Luo Group sponsorship of our scholarships in recent years, I fear even fewer students would consider applying to our school. Fostering the growth of the school is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It must be a gradual process. Yet, I have observed that despite our efforts, the gap continues to widen. For instance, the library we plan to construct this year has not received funding." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran understood and inquired, "How much is needed?" Directness often yields the swiftest dialogue, and he still had to visit the company before returning home to cook for his wife. Could Principal Tang be responsible for her missed meal? The principal slowly extended a finger, approximately this much, covering the construction of the library, its management and operation, as well as equipment and book procurement, among other expenses. Lin Ran thought to himself, indeed, that was quite a sum. "Well, I can cover that." Principal Tang looked astonished. "You will?" Lin Ran nodded. "Yes, but it must be funded under the name of Luo Yao Real Estate. The construction can also utilize the school's talent, and I will find a way to manage the manpower." Principal Tang had only hoped Lin Ran would mention the matter to Luo Yao, never expecting him to agree so readily. "Wonderful. Haha, having you as a student is truly an honor for our school. Thank you for all you have done. Since I have agreed, let's find a time to discuss the project planning. I must return home to prepare dinner for Luo Yao. She is unwell and has a sensitive stomach." Lin Ran rose to take his leave, and Principal Tang did not attempt to detain him, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 77. As Lin Ran departed from the school, a minor incident occurred. He remained vigilant for any sign of Lu Rushui, fearful of encountering the harbinger of misfortune. However, he did not cross paths with her. Instead, he encountered Lin Jian. While in the restroom, Lin Ran lamented internally that he could at least have waited until he was finished. Lin Jian was no longer the sycophantic brother he once was. Instead, he questioned Lin Ran with an accusatory tone. "What is your relationship with Luo Yao?" Lin Ran retorted, "What business is it of yours? Keep your distance. Haven't you had enough of a beating? You think you're tough? I can leave, but let me warn you. Luo Yao may very well see you as nothing more than her plaything. How could a woman of her caliber possibly have genuine feelings for you? As your brother, I advise you to steer clear of such women. Otherwise, should anything happen, I won't be the one to collect your remains." At that moment, the restroom was empty save for Lin Ran and Lin Jian. After finishing, Lin Ran adjusted his pants and glanced at the urinal, which appeared to be clogged with numerous cigarette butts, likely the handiwork of some student. Casting a glance at Lin Jian, whose face was contorted with rage, Lin Ran mused that he had never realized how much of a punching bag his brother had become. Furthermore, with all the money Lin had pilfered from the Lin family, did he not feel an inkling of remorse to kneel and apologize to their father? Did he not understand that because of him, their father was now? Lin Jian continued to ramble on, but Lin Ran seized his hair and forcefully yanked him toward the urinal, pressing his face down into it. Lin Jian's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the approaching yellow liquid, his cries echoing in panic. Lin Ran, let me go. What are you doing? Glug, glug. Only after Lin Jian had thoroughly cleaned the urinal did Lin Ran release him, leaving him to collapse on the floor, retching. Damn, you're truly revolting. I advise you not to vomit, or I will make you consume every last bit of it. Lin Jian gazed at Lin Ran in disbelief. Although Lin Ran wore a smile, the aura he exuded was undeniably menacing. As Lin Jian took but a few steps, he encountered Luo Yao. Recalling the last occasion when he lent her over $1 million to help with her debts, he felt compelled to inquire about how matters had progressed. The two found a secluded corner away from prying eyes. Thank you, brother Lin Jian. I have repaid the debt. Without your assistance, I would have been utterly lost. Luo Yao expressed, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Lin Jian finally allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he replied, It is of no consequence. After all, you are my most beloved sister. Overwhelmed with emotion, Luo Yao felt tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she momentarily forgot her intentions to pursue Lin Ran and, without thinking, leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Jian's cheek. Since the welcoming party, Luo Yao had indeed been experiencing a tumultuous time, facing incessant gossip and judgment from her peers at school. Fortunately, the world never lacked for sycophants, allowing her to maintain her already crumbling reputation with a few willing pawns. Lin Jian was taken aback and hastily pushed her away, saying, Be mindful, we are in school. Luo Yao, puzzled, tilted her head and remarked, Brother Lin Jian, why does your mouth carry such an odd taste? Feeling embarrassed, Lin Jian scratched his head and replied, It might be due to the betel nut I chewed. Luo Yao teased, That flavor of betel nut? Brother, you're quite mischievous for indulging in such things. As for Lin Ran, upon arriving at the company, he was surprised to find that many of his former classmates had transformed into his employees, thoroughly enjoying their internships. It seemed that Wu Zishang's emotional wounds had healed remarkably well, as his execution capabilities remained impressively high. Many classmates recognized Lin Ran and greeted him warmly. After all, he was now their boss. Whether they received internship certificates depended on Lin Ran, and bolstered by their camaraderie, they approached their tasks with earnest dedication. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ran suddenly recalled the last time Luo Yao had extravagantly flaunted her wealth, prompting him to mimic her declaration, Thank you all for your hard work. I have decided to grant everyone a bonus equivalent to 10% of our contractual agreement this month. The room erupted in applause, with even Zhang Xiaolong visibly excited, as he was in dire need of funds. After using the temporary Luo Yao experience card, Lin Ran glanced at the time and departed the company, driving towards the estate, with Wang Bao's vehicle trailing closely behind. However, something felt amiss as he drove. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed two vehicles pinning Wang Bao's car in. Wang Bao was attempting to break free. Just then, a large truck appeared on the road, blocking Lin Ran's path. He slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Lin Ran refrained from exiting his vehicle, sensing something was off. The truck had clearly been parked there deliberately. Sure enough, two men emerged from the truck, launching a tirade of insults at Lin Ran. Instinctively, he reversed at full speed, having noticed the men's unusual movements, hands reaching for their waists, reminiscent of well-trained individuals akin to Wang Bao. With a sudden jolt, Lin Ran's vehicle collided with a business car behind him. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Handsome, a sultry yet sinister woman named Luo Yao appeared before him. As Lin Ran opened the car door, ready to flee, he found Luo Yao eerily blocking his exit. While the two men moved to obstruct the other door, Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, What do you want? The woman, still alluring in her 30s, despite not being as striking as Luo Yao, exuded a captivating aura that beckoned exploration. One might describe it as beguiling. Why the frosty demeanor? Handsome. I simply find you intriguing and wish to engage in conversation, she purred. Lin Ran furrowed his brow, quickly calculating his escape, when Luo Yao continued. I have looked into you and suspect you are quite displeased with Luo Yao's oversight. Yes? Yearning for freedom? We could collaborate. Of course, if you refuse, feel free to relay my words to Luo Yao. I am indifferent, she added. Lin Ran inhaled deeply, striving for composure. It appeared that Luo Yao's investigation into him was superficial, unaware that his relationship with Luo Yao had recently flourished. Indeed, Not only was Luo Yao oblivious, but even Luo Yao likely had not fully accepted his change of heart. And how do you envision this collaboration? Lin Ran asked. Luo Yao flashed a seductive smile. You are astute. I will reach out to you soon. All you need to do is follow my lead, and I will ensure your escape from Luo Yao. What do you say? Lin Ran paused before retorting. So, you damaged my car merely to seek my collaboration? Are you aware of its worth? Luo Yao's finger delicately lifted his chin within the vehicle. Truth be told, my curiosity about you grows by the minute. Perhaps after you part ways with Luo Yao, you might come find me. I could procure you another vehicle, even if our plans ultimately fail. My embrace will always be open to you. Imagine the thrill of capturing the affection of a man Luo Yao adores. What a delightful feeling that would be. Lin Ran found himself momentarily at a loss, acknowledging that Luo Yao was indeed a peculiar individual. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Auntie? Auntie? Well, considering your registration with Luo Yao, it seems fitting. Yet, why does that thought excite me so? She laughed, gesturing for the two men to step back. As the trio disappeared from view, Lin Ran's expression darkened. This woman posed a certain danger and trouble. Young Master Lin, are you all right? Wang Bao hurried over, having witnessed Lin Ran standing alone, filled with concern. Lin Ran glanced at Wang Bao, offering no reproach. Two hands cannot contend with four. It is what it is. They're a team, and I am but a solitary bodyguard. Wang Bao, when we return, select a few capable individuals to accompany us. Sometimes it feels as though our abilities are rather limited. Lin Ran advised. Wang Bao nodded, agreeing with Lin Ran's assessment. Thankfully, Lin Ran was unharmed. Otherwise, Wang Bao would have felt compelled to take drastic measures. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran composed himself and prepared a meal for Luo Yao, ensuring each dish was crafted with care, balancing nutrition with digestibility. When evening arrived, Luo Yao returned early and immediately leapt into Lin Ran's embrace. He gently brushed his fingers across her forehead, noting that her fever had subsided. Darling, I want a kiss, she exclaimed. Lin Ran obliged with a soft peck and then instructed, we'll check your temperature shortly, and then you must take your medicine. Luo Yao nodded obediently. Though she had never been one to take medication, no matter how unwell she felt, the mere thought of Lin Ran's distress was far worse. Did anything troubling occur today? She asked. Lin Ran replied, I encounter a lunatic. Who is crazier, you or them? Luo Yao quipped, not pressing for specifics. Without hesitation, Lin Ran answered, well, you are still the crazier one. By the way, the car you bought for me was damaged. I am truly sorry. Luo Yao shook her head, silencing him. It's of no concern. If you wish, feel free to wreck every car in the garage. I shall replace them all. Lin Ran pondered what good deeds he must have performed in a past life to be blessed with Luo Yao in both lifetimes. While others might view her as perilous, to him, she was a celestial being, his salvation, an unparalleled beauty. I lack such destructive tendencies, he responded. Luo Yao teased, really? Who was it that burned the garden? Who fed my crocodile poison? Who broke? Stop. Enough. I was foolish back then. Lin Ran interjected, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed committed many foolish acts, damaging numerous valuable items in the estate, leaving the staff and bodyguards distressed, while Luo Yao merely laughed it off, saying, if a Ran enjoys breaking things, let him break them. I shall buy him more. Reflecting on Luo Yao's affection for him, Lin Ran realized it surpassed even the tales of domineering CEOs spoiling their beloved wives. This was what love truly was. Alas, he recognized his late realization, striving to mend the rift he had allowed to form. He seeks to redeem his former self, showering Luo Yao with unparalleled kindness to mend her lonely heart. All right, Aran, I shall refrain from speaking, but remember, you belong to me and must not commit any acts of betrayal. Lin Ran nodded, of course, rest assured. I would rather lose my life than wrong you. A finger pressed against his lips silenced him. No nonsense. Chapter 79, the servant presented the meal prepared by Lin Ran, and Luo Yao's appetite was instantly piqued. Lin Ran fed her bite by bite, and she consumed her food with earnestness. After their meal, the private doctor arrived for a checkup, discovering that Luo Yao was recovering well. Her fever had subsided within a day, and she was expected to make a complete recovery in another 2 days. Luo Yao's complexion was slightly flushed, and Lin Ran understood that it was a remnant of her illness. He held her close on the balcony of their bedroom, gazing at the sky. He could not fathom why Luo Yao had such an affinity for stargazing. Stars remain motionless, Lin Ran remarked. But the human heart is ever-changing, Luo Yao replied. Though Luo Yao still felt some discomfort, the intimacy of watching the stars with Lin Ran seemed to alleviate her unease. Being ill had its silver linings. Their ailments kept them from engaging in much activity, and they simply embraced each other in quietude. As Luo Yao drifted off to sleep, Lin Ran prepared to carry her back to bed. Meow. Lin Ran paused, turning to glare, softly admonishing, do not wake her. Meow. Lin Ran cursed under his breath. Why can't this cat understand human language? He gently lifted Luo Yao and carried her from the balcony into the bedroom, laying her down softly on the bed. The black cat remained at the balcony, watching silently and immovably. After placing Luo Yao down, Lin Ran planted a gentle kiss on her forehead before returning to the balcony. What are you doing here so late? Shouldn't you be asleep? He chuckled at the thought, realizing that cats are inherently nocturnal. Meow. You're not a peeping cat. Are you? Confess. Do you often watch us engage in mischief? Meow. Lin Ran sighed. Forget it. Life is rather mundane, and cats do not comprehend human affairs. He returned to bed, embracing Luo Yao and falling into a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a primordial forest, where a pair of eerily captivating eyes fixated upon him, watching silently. Lin Ran attempted to illuminate the surroundings with his phone, only to realize he had not brought it. Just as he contemplated asking something, he noticed that the eyes had transformed into a mouth that sent shivers down his spine. The mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, yet was distinctly otherworldly, continuously oozing blood, leaving him unable to discern whether it was its own or someone else's. Until Lin Ran awoke, drenched in sweat. He had experienced this nightmare again, the second time, yet it felt more vivid. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone to search online. What was this bizarre phenomenon of dreams connecting with previous experiences? After browsing for a while, he found a myriad of peculiar responses from netizens. Aran, what troubles you? Lin Ran turned to see Luo Yao, now awake, and gently patted her back, saying, nothing, just a dream. I hope I didn't wake you. Luo Yao nestled her head against Lin Ran's chest. Dreams are mere illusions. Only the love by our side is real. Lin Ran smiled, soothing Luo Yao before drifting back to sleep. The nightmare persisted. Upon waking again, morning had arrived, and Luo Yao was seated at the head of the bed, softly caressing her cheek. Aran, did you have another nightmare? Lin Ran inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of Luo Yao that lingered in the air, gradually calming himself. He suddenly sat up, face to face with Luo Yao. Her hair was tousled and unkempt, her complexion rosy, and her eyes, once icy, now sparkled with warmth, as if they could speak. She delivered a stunning blow to Lin Ran's heart, and he conceded that he was utterly enchanted by Luo Yao. Initially, in his rebirth, he had resolved to love Luo Yao profoundly, but gradually, he had come to depend on her, yearning to be in her presence at all times. Now, having tasted the sweetness of their bond, he found it unbearable to live without her. How had he not realized the immense charm of this girl in his past life? Seeing Lin Ran regain his composure, Luo Yao felt reassured and slowly began to rise, only to have her hand grasped. Do not leave. I have not yet had my fill of you. Luo Yao bent down, pressing her face against his, relishing the current version of Lin Ran, one who craved her company endlessly, in stark contrast to the Lin Ran who had once exhibited disdain upon seeing her. All right, I will wait until our Ran has had his fill before departing. In truth, she too did not wish to leave. She longed to remain with Lin Ran forever. Yet, she knew she had to ascend, to reach the pinnacle before earning her right to rest. Important matters awaited her, and she too was in a state of anticipation. They gazed at each other in silence until time slipped away. Only then did Lin Ran divert his gaze. After Luo Yao departed, Wang Bao approached, introducing several bodyguards to Lin Ran, all of whom were exceptional talents within the security team. The bodyguards appeared reliable at first glance, providing Lin Ran with some assurance as he set out accompanied by them. However, to avoid drawing attention, Lin Ran instructed the bodyguards to don plain clothes and provide discreet protection. Today, Lin Ran headed directly to the real estate company and summoned Wu Zhizhang. Sukai, a professional lawyer with the backing of the Luo Group, had efficiently completed all the necessary procedures for the real estate company 2 days prior. Lin Ran addressed Wu Zhizhang directly. I shall dispense with pleasantries, brother. Our future prospects are exceedingly promising, especially considering my financial backing. This you must acknowledge. Wu Zhizhang appeared somewhat disheartened. Brother Lin, please just say what you need to say without sugarcoating it. Chapter 80. Lin Ran continued. For this real estate company, we shall adhere to our usual arrangement. I will grant you 5 equity. You will be the largest shareholder aside from myself, and your position will be the general manager of the entire group. Currently, we are involved in real estate and media, but we shall expand further in the future, and I require your support. Wu Zhizhang was taken aback. He recognized his strong rapport with Lin Ran. However, he questioned whether he possessed the capability to manage an ever-growing company. Even now, he was overwhelmed by the demands of a media company that focused solely on live streaming. Brother Lin, As much as I desire this, I fear my abilities may fall short. Lin Ran chuckled, patting his shoulder. Ability is not the paramount concern. You need only manage effectively. Many tasks do not require your direct involvement. You must learn to delegate. What ability? What experience? In the face of true financial prowess, they are mere illusions. Do you think successful individuals thrive solely on ability? There are countless capable people in this world, yet opportunities are scarce. The key lies in seizing those opportunities, which are bestowed by those who hold the reins of destiny. Thus, while your efforts may lead to success, it is those born into privilege who often achieve greater heights. It is a harsh reality. Yet, your opportunity lies with me, and my stronghold is Luo Yao. Hence, we have already secured an invincible position from the outset. This is the bedrock of my confidence. After all, you wouldn't want your ex-girlfriend to one day proclaim that you are a hopeless case, would you? All right, let's proceed. Wu Zhizhang gritted his teeth and added, but let it be known, if I fail, you must not speak ill of me. Lin Ran nodded. Rest assured, I shall not speak of your faults. I will only chastise you. Wu Zhizhang joked, if receiving a beating could earn me equity, then just ensure I have a breath left to draw. Contemplating further, he continued, on a serious note, brother, if we incur losses, I will share the burden with you, for we are brothers. Lin Ran glanced at him, dismissively replying, what losses could we possibly face? It wouldn't even amount to my wife's pocket money. Wu Zhizhang retorted, brother Lin, you are boasting again. Lin Ran produced a black card, asking, do you know what this is? A World Bank black card with a limit of 10 billion. Given to me as an allowance by my wife. Wu Zhizhang stood in stunned silence, visibly shaken, and it took a considerable amount of time for him to regain his composure. Lin Gu, although your wife is affluent, I believe it is best for us to share the risks together. This way, both you and I shall find comfort. Lin Ran, however, was indifferent to the matter, for he knew he could not incur losses, and thus he consented without hesitation. Without further ado, Lin Ran directly allocated 5 of shares to Wu Zhizhang, an act of gratitude towards an old comrade and a reminiscence of the bond from a previous life. He truly cherished this rare sentiment. While Wu Zhizhang took the notion of shared risk seriously, Lin Ran merely agreed in principle. Now, Lin Ran felt compelled to repay Wu Zhizhang once more by addressing his father's predicament. After a brief discussion with Wu Zhizhang, who, albeit perplexed, acquiesced to Lin Ran's suggestion and summoned Wu's father. Wu's father's company was a construction firm, and seizing this opportunity, Lin Ran aimed to recruit him directly. This would not only mitigate the repercussions of his previous company's misdeeds, but also allow him to cultivate his own team. Moreover, Wu's father was a person of great integrity, reliable and steadfast. Approximately half an hour later, Wu's father arrived as arranged. Lin Ran exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Zhizhang before they began their dual persuasion, 2 bright university students attempting to sway a middle-aged man. Wu's father listened in silence for quite some time, and only when the two had exhausted their efforts did he finally speak. Xiao Ran, my son, I genuinely wish to assist you, but I fear my company may not release me. To be candid, he had been doing quite well in his previous role, holding a managerial position where his work intertwined with both finance and labor. However, having been invited by Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang as an elder, he found it difficult to refuse. Furthermore, Lin Ran was the owner, and Wu Zhizhang was a shareholder, both of whom he felt compelled to aid in their endeavors. The sole obstacle was his former company. It's of no concern, uncle. You can resign directly. If there are penalties, we shall cover them. I am confident that your arrival here will lead to remarkable achievements, and, as I mentioned previously, what I propose could very well come to fruition. Departing early is the wisest choice. Wu's father looked perplexed. Xiao Ran, why are you so certain that our company will encounter difficulties? Because it is under investigation by the Luo Group, the foremost company in the world. The findings should be quite reliable, Lin Ran replied, having anticipated this reasoning. Upon hearing that it was the Luo Group conducting the investigation, Wu's father had no further doubts. After all, the company also holds shares belonging to your son. You wouldn't abandon your own child, would you? Moreover, Lin Ran gently patted Wu's father on the shoulder. Surely you wouldn't wish to become a scapegoat for a disreputable company one day. Wu's father nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed. Chapter 81. After agreeing, Wu's father promptly contacted the Human Resources Department of his former company to submit his resignation and, disregarding the company's objections, decided not to return to work. He chose to heed Lin Ran's advice, severing ties with his previous employer cleanly and preparing to have a lawyer draft a certification. The following morning, however, the original employer reached out to Wu's father. Despite the latter's firm stance, the employer reluctantly conceded that while leaving the company was permissible, He was prohibited from engaging in any construction-related activities for 3 years. Wu's father simply stated that any matters should be discussed with his lawyer, which incited the original employer's ire. As for how the dispute between Wu's father and the company was resolved, Lin Ran entrusted the matter entirely to lawyer Su Kai. Of course, Lin Ran did not seek to take advantage without compensation. He paid for Su Kai's services, as it was only fair for the lawyer to receive remuneration for his work. Lin Ran had decided from the outset to ensure that Su Kai was compensated, knowing he would require his services in the future. As for Su Kai's salary from the Luo group, that was rightfully his. Lin Ran had merely benefited from the association. On the same day, Wu Zhizhang sought out the principal once more and successfully recruited several students from the civil engineering department, even securing a professor to work pro bono. Lin Ran was aware that this was likely orchestrated by Principal Tang, as it also served the purpose of constructing a library for the school. Wu's father assumed the position of general manager at the company, with Wu Zhizhang as the president, while Lin Ran operated behind the scenes as the proprietor. By the third day, Wu's father began leveraging his established network to connect with construction firms, and within a mere 3 days, the foundation for Luo Yao real estate was laid. With less than a month of preliminary preparations, the speed of development was nothing short of astonishing. In the afternoon, Lin Ran returned to the university as a representative of Luo Yao real estate to engage in discussions with Principal Tang. Though labeled a negotiation, it was more akin to a casual tea session, during which Principal Tang readily agreed to several of Lin Ran's proposals. After all, the school had acquired a new library without any financial expenditure, making it a lucrative arrangement for them. Lin Ran's requests were reasonable. His conditions were simply to have the library named after Luo Yao group, establish some engaging reading areas, and assist with promotional efforts. Entirely justifiable demands. Had any other company or organization made a donation, the stipulations would likely have been far more excessive. The only unexpected requirement for Principal Tang was Lin Ran's request to introduce him to the leaders of the Education Bureau, along with a brief explanation of his motives. Upon hearing this, Principal Tang's eyes widened. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated Lin Ran. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he consented. He sensed that Lin Ran harbored grand ambitions. Yet, he refrained from delving deeper, as he trusted that Lin Ran would not act without purpose. Principal Tang regarded Lin Ran with the admiration one might reserve for a beloved figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride and fulfillment in his accomplishments. The success of Lin Ran's endeavors would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of Kyoto University, leading to increased opportunities for both in the future, a mutually beneficial relationship. Although Principal Tang was driven by profit, he was not solely focused on self-interest. Soon, it was confirmed that construction of the library would commence after National Day. The land was already owned by the school, which had the authority to utilize it. Obtaining the necessary approvals would pose no obstacles. As for the old library, it would be demolished following the completion of the new one. The inaugural project for Luo Yao real estate was the university library, a significant undertaking for a newly established company. While the entirety of the funding was to come from the company, rendering it effectively a donation, the successful execution of this project would swiftly enhance the company's reputation, garnering attention from various sectors from the outset. The staff praised Lin Ran for his foresight. Whether sincerely or otherwise, the flattery was abundant, particularly since Lin Ran was affluent. It is akin to having wealth. Even dogs will wag their tails at you because you can offer them a better life. In contrast, without money, even one's own flesh and blood may show disdain. Such is the nature of this era. With everything settled, Lin Ran finally exhaled, feeling a bit weary from the flurry of activity in recent days. Once the library broke ground, he could turn his attention to the Su Ran group, with the intent of orchestrating their financial downfall. The Lin family may appear prosperous on the surface, but soon enough, they would find themselves in dire straits. With just a few days until National Day, anticipation swept across the nation, heralding the 75th anniversary of the new Huaxia. That night, Lin Ran received a message on his phone. "Handsome, see you tomorrow morning at Panga Hotel, room 1801. Come alone." Lin Ran recognized that the message was from Luo Yao, indicating that this woman was finally ready to make her move. As he gazed at Luo Yao, nestled against him like a sleeping kitten, Lin Ran felt his heart melt. No matter how formidable she was in the outside world, she would always remain his little kitten in his arms. "In this life, it was time for me to do something for you." The next morning, Luo Yao arrived early at the company. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ran prepared to head out when he received a call from Luo Yao. "Ran, what are you doing?" Lin Ran replied, "I'm still at the estate, about to inspect my properties. What about you?" After a moment of silence, Luo Yao said, "All right, stay safe. Don't worry," he reassured her. After hanging up, Luo Yao gazed at Lin Ran's message history, lost in thought. Ran, what exactly are you planning? That woman is very dangerous. Lin Ran's Koenigsegg had met with misfortune, so today he was driving a low-key Maybach. Upon arriving at the Panga Hotel, the valet opened the door for Lin Ran, and his face lit up with joy at the sight of him. Big brother, you're back again. Lin Ran smiled politely. What is your name? I am Shun Jingbing. Just call me Xiao Shun. I'll take you inside. Lin Ran responded with a courteous smile. A fine name indeed. If the opportunity arises, I may need your assistance. Of course, big brother. After exiting the car, Lin Ran walked into the hotel alone, as per his arrangement, without his bodyguard in tow. In the lobby, he encountered Yingling but chose not to greet her, and she did not approach him either. He had previously instructed her not to acknowledge him today, nor to let anyone perceive her as the owner of the establishment. Upon reaching the door of room 1801, Lin Ran paused, recognizing the familiarity of the place. It seemed to be the same room where Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian had stayed last time. Evidently, this room had a reputation for hosting a considerable amount of chaos. He knocked on the door, which swung open automatically, revealing a scene of disarray. A woman clad in leather was sprawled on the bed, while several men lay beneath it, foolishly grinning, evidently under the influence of some substance. This was Luo Yao, no stranger to indulgence despite her age. What brings me here? She asked with a seductive smile, gracefully rising from the bed, a rope in her hand, causing Lin Ran's brow to furrow deeply. Indeed, Luo Yao was undoubtedly the biological aunt of Luo Yao. Just engaging in some amusing activities, I presume? Her allure seemed to emanate from her very being, a constant allure that was hard to resist. I am not interested in you. If there is no other reason for my summons, I shall take my leave, he declared, turning to exit. Luo Yao, taken aback, swiftly positioned herself before him, slamming the door shut with her foot. Are you dismissing me? What is it about me that pales in comparison to Luo Yao? Why do you persistently avoid me? Lin Ran retorted, if I do not descend within 10 minutes, my bodyguard will come up and simultaneously contact Luo Yao. So speak your mind without delay. Luo Yao was genuinely vexed by Lin Ran's demeanor. Despite being over 30, her charm remained intact. Had it not been for a scar upon her body, she would be the object of desire for every man. Yet, Lin Ran's cold indifference made her question her own allure. Very well, since you are in such a hurry, I shall not make this difficult for you. Let's be direct. With a resentful glare, she continued. I need you to gather evidence of Luo Yao's crimes and serve as a witness to her unlawful confinement and assault upon you. In a previous life, Lin Ran had acquiesced but failed to act, leading to his downfall at the hands of Luo Yao. Now, reflecting on the situation, he mused whether mere evidence could truly bring down Luo Yao. Had he been so foolishly naive in the past? It was fortunate that Luo Yao had not completely dismantled him, all in the name of love. Collecting some evidence to topple Luo Yao? Are you foolish, or am I? Luo Yao regarded Lin Ran with astonishment. I did not anticipate your cleverness. Very well, my folly. In that case, I need you to copy the files of the Luo Corporation for me. As she spoke, she handed him a USB drive, clearly having prepared in advance. If successful, I assure you, you will be free from Luo Yao's grasp. What say you? Lin Ran fell silent for a moment, accepting the USB without uttering a word. His silence implied consent. This scenario had not existed in his previous life, or perhaps Luo Yao had never considered him from the outset, revealing that he was the only fool in the narrative. Upon reflection, even if he had succeeded in obtaining evidence against Luo Yao, he would ultimately have been forsaken by Luo Yao. Whether Luo Yao had committed any crimes was irrelevant to him. Even if she had, he would not betray her. The woman's proposal to liberate him from Luo Yao's control felt no different than the empty promises of a boss. Thus, it became evident that Luo Yao's true intent was to make Luo Yao experience betrayal, with this USB being the crux of her scheme. In this second chance at life, Lin Ran felt his intellect sharpen, enabling him to perceive the intricacies of the world around him. Very well, I will contact you. Luo Yao, puzzled, inquired. Do you know the password to Luo Yao's computer? Lin Ran inhaled deeply, suppressing an urge to weep. I do not know, but I will find a way. I believe in you. Good luck, she encouraged, her faith in him apparent. In truth, Lin Ran knew the password. Lin Ran 1314, a juvenile choice that pierced his heart. It was a password Luo Yao had shared with him, a love that once suffocated him, now transformed into bittersweet nostalgia, where beauty often masked the pain of regret. As he exited the room, Luo Yao made no attempt to stop him, merely observing his departure with keen interest. You little rascal, how dare you treat me this way? Once you have been of use to me, I shall have you kneel before me, professing your affection. At that point, you shall become my plaything, even more subservient than these men on the floor. After her soliloquy, she reclined on the bed, extending her foot, prompting the men to crawl toward her with foolish grins, relishing the feeling of being a queen. In the parking lot, Lin Ran sat in his car, unable to calm his racing thoughts. The woman above, though lacking Luo Yao's prowess and cunning, radiated an unsettling aura of danger. Even if Luo Yao were prepared, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Moreover, the unfolding narrative diverged significantly from his previous life. Luo Yu had appeared a year earlier, and the nature of their collaboration had shifted. There are no free lunches in this world, and yet Luo Yu demanded nothing from him, even promising to help him escape Luo Yao's grasp. Lin Ran harbored no faith in her words, chastising himself for being so easily exploited. Lin Tianba despised him, while Lin Jian and her son sought to kill him. Lu Rugyu had harmed him, and Luo Yu was merely using him. The only one who had truly cared for him was Luo Yao. And then there was that foolish brother. Though lacking in capability, their bond ran deep. But was ability truly paramount? It mattered not at all. Hand 100 billion to any mutt, and it could soar to the heavens. Money is frigid, but the touch of a beloved is warm. In this renewed life, he had yet to genuinely act for Luo Yao. This time, he would confront Luo Yu on her behalf. It was crucial that Luo Yao be informed, lest any misunderstandings arise, for the pain of the past still lingered in his heart. Upon returning to the estate, he dedicated an hour to preparing a nourishing meal, ensuring that Luo Yao would dine comfortably. Carefully packaging the food, Lin Ran set off again, and observing him leave in haste, Uncle Fu's face broke into a warm smile. At last, this house feels like a home. Upon arriving at the Luo Corporation, Lu Meng intercepted Lin Ran as soon as he reached the 88th floor. Mr. Lin, it seems that President Luo is in a rather foul mood. Lin Ran inquired, what is the matter? Lu Meng replied, we are unsure of the cause. But since you are here, we need not worry. Please go and cheer her up. You are her fire extinguisher. Nodding in understanding, Lin Ran made his way to Luo Yao's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Stepping inside, he found Luo Yao sitting alone, lost in thought. Who has upset my little demon? Upon noticing Lin Ran's arrival, Luo Yao lifted her gaze, yet remained silent. What's the matter? Who has offended you? Lin Ran asked. What brings you here? Luo Yao responded, her tone peculiar. Lin Ran sensed an oddity in her demeanor. She usually welcomed his presence. He produced the meal, arranging it while feigning a hurt expression. I was concerned that my wife wasn't eating well, so I personally prepared this for you. Yet, I find you so cold today. It breaks my heart. Luo Yao gazed at the familiar dishes, lost in thought, contemplating whether there might be any sedatives concealed within. Hey Ran, where did you go this morning? She inquired. Lin Ran replied, Yao Yao, dear, eat your meal first, and then I shall report. Instead of addressing her question, Lin Ran's act of feeding her only deepened Luo Yao's suspicion regarding the potential contents of the food. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, she opened her mouth wide. Luo Yao chewed eagerly. Even if it were poison coursing through her veins, if it were prepared by Lin Ran, she would consume it. Such was her pathological obsession. Moreover, she harbored no fear of sedatives, as the harsh realities of survival had long since numbed her nerves. It was delicious, fragrant, and blissful. As she savored the flavors, her eyes narrowed in delight. Ah, it was the taste of love. I have something to discuss, Lin Ran said while continuing to feed her. What is it? I need the information from your company. All right, Luo Yao responded nonchalantly. Lin Ran, taken aback, asked, aren't you going to question why I want your company's data? No need to ask. As long as you desire it, I shall provide it. Luo Yao's words struck Lin Ran's heart like an arrow. In their past life, she had uttered the very same phrase, prompting Lin Ran to angrily question her. If you claim you are willing to give me everything, can you truly part with all that you have? At that time, Luo Yao had reiterated, no need to ask. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Now, hearing those words again, Lin Ran felt a sudden tightening in his chest, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude and joy. This feeling was akin to a childhood paper airplane unexpectedly returning to him. Tears welled in Lin Ran's eyes. He was not one to cry, yet for Luo Yao, he would willingly shed every tear within him. Yao Yao, thank you for your trust. However, I must inform you that this information is not for me, but rather for that madwoman, Luo Yu. She intends to collaborate with me under the condition that I assist her in escaping from you. But you must believe me, this is not my intention. I merely wish to help you. Luo Yao suddenly relaxed, a meaningful expression gracing her features. Let Ran do as he wishes. Lin Ran nodded. As for this information, take your time. Do not provide it too hastily, or it may raise suspicion. Luo Yao took the USB drive and asked, have you met Luo Yu? Where? Did anything happen between you two? Lin Ran immediately raised his hands in surrender on my honor. If I have done anything to betray you, may my entire family suffer. Stop swearing on your family. You no longer care about them. Is that a bug in my system? Lin Ran scratched his head awkwardly. If I have wronged you, may I lose half of what I have? Luo Yao hastily covered Lin Ran's mouth, gently saying, that cannot be. This is not a punishment for you, but rather a vow upon my happiness. Lin Ran paused, realizing the logic in her words. Then let me go out. All right, I believe you. Continue eating, ah? Lin Ran affectionately resumed feeding her. And once Luo Yao was satisfied, he adhered to his principle of detesting waste and consumed the remaining food. Watching Lin Ran eat her leftover dishes without a hint of disdain, Luo Yao felt an overwhelming wave of happiness. She yearned to grasp the walls, to strike someone, to mold Lin Ran into a ball and place him within her mouth. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Yao began to act upon those desires, squeezing Lin Ran tightly. He looked bewildered, finding her actions somewhat unsettling. Finally, she bit down on Lin Ran's shoulder. He gasped sharply. You said as long as I want, I can bite. Lin Ran chuckled. Indeed, my little princess, you certainly can. But why do you always favor that particular spot? The bite marks are already quite pronounced. Luo Yao fell silent for a moment before uttering a cryptic statement. You promised me. Promise you what? Figure out yourself. Ah, speaking half-truths is truly vexing. Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. With the upcoming holiday, Lin Ran proposed an itinerary. The two began to plan in the office, deciding to take a trip to a distant place during the long weekend. Soon, the holiday arrived, with no military parade to attend. Lin Ran found himself with one less obligation, and the two headed straight for the grasslands. As for traffic jams, crowded highways, or trains, none of that was an issue. Luo Yao activated her abilities, and despite the holiday rush, they flew directly via a private jet. Lin Ran was once again in awe of Luo Yao's prowess. But upon inquiring about the cost, he was astounded to learn it was entirely complimentary. How is that possible? Don't deceive me. The airline isn't owned by you. The airline is indeed not mine, Luo Yao replied. Lin Ran thought to himself that it couldn't be that absurd. It is yours. What do you mean? Look. Luo Yao pointed to the logo on the plane. Lin Ran stared in astonishment at the logo of the Luo Group emblazoned on the aircraft, along with the words Lin Ran's private jet, unable to calm his racing heart. Wow, Yao, how many incredible things do I actually own? I even have a private jet, and for what you imply, there's an airline behind it as well. Well, I won't even mention luxury cars and mansions. You have 3 private jets. This one was a birthday gift to you this year. As for the airline, yes, the Luo Group's airline is indeed under your name. The Luo Group has its own airline. Lin Ran exhaled deeply, pondering whether he truly needed to start business. Wasn't it better to take it easy? Luo Yao was merely 3 years his senior, yet she gifted him not mere gold bricks, but an empire. Yao, we are married. What is yours is mine. Thus, please refrain from increasing my assets anymore. It's the same even if it's under your name. Spending your money doesn't weigh on me, and I relish it. Because that way, Luo Yao will be happier and more comfortable. Do you remember what you said when I gifted you this plane? Luo Yao regarded Lin Ran with a teasing expression. What did I say? Lin Ran genuinely couldn't recall, as he had always rejected and insulted her gifts. During that time, his most frequent statement was, just because you have money, does that make you special? Can wealth compel me to love you? Now, indeed, wealth is remarkable. Luo Yao pushed Lin Ran into the cabin. The flight attendant smiled politely before shutting the door. At that time, you swore that even if you died or jumped from the plane, you would never board the jet I gifted you. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing he had once been such a fool. Comfortably seated in the luxurious private jet, Lin Ran mused to himself about how he had become complacent at such a young age, only seeking enjoyment. Sitting in a private jet, sipping fine wine, and embracing a beautiful woman. Surely, a life like this would leave no regrets in old age. As the wine took effect, he gradually entered a peculiar state. Hey Ran. All the flight attendants promptly exited the cabin, yet Lin Ran questioned, what did you say? Due to the altitude, he experienced slight ear pressure and couldn't hear Luo Yao clearly. I said, we haven't had any activity yet. Lin Ran abruptly spat out his wine, splattering Luo Yao's face, and hastily reached to wipe it off. Luo Yao leaned in closer, their eyes locking. In the sky en route to the grasslands, it was said, sing joyously during the day and indulge in wine, with the plane as your companion on the journey home. Upon arriving at the grasslands, they drank the strongest liquor and rode the finest horses. Lin Ran cradled Luo Yao, reins in hand, galloping forth, the thunderous hooves resonating like a rousing symphony. Their shadows danced across the expansive prairie. The grass upon the plain swayed, leaving the rest to the reader's imagination. Lin Ran mused himself, some matters are best left to the reader's imaginations. We can't lay everything out plainly, or would be rather dull, wouldn't it? After all, one cannot constantly dance on the precarious edge of scrutiny, and what the readers wish to see may not necessarily align with these details. Right? Right? Answer me. A week swiftly passed, and the two returned to Kyoto. With financial means at their disposal, travel arrangements were effortlessly managed, including their return journey. For the affluent, a short holiday is a genuine indulgence. For the ordinary folk, however, it resembles the life of special forces hurrying along crowded routes. Yet, even the commoners must toil diligently. Without the efforts of those striving youth, how could the bosses afford luxury cars and opulent residences? Enduring hardship is part of service to the elite. Upon returning to the manor, Lin Ran felt a wave of fatigue wash over him at the sight of his bed. A burgeoning sense of home enveloping him, a feeling of belonging. In the past, he yearned to escape this place. Now, he had fallen in love with it. It was here that countless memories with her were etched, and in this lifetime, he wished only to pamper Luo Yao beyond measure. Luo Yao could indulge him without limits, and he, in turn, could shower her with affection. Love, after all, is reciprocal. Some give endlessly without expectation of return, while others demand without a willingness to contribute or relinquish. Some crave the love of two, or even multiple, individuals. Yet, how could someone who genuinely cares for you keep you in suspense? All so-called tests are mere excuses. Only those who have endured pain can be utterly heartless. Luo Yao's love for herself is unwavering, for she has suffered, yet continues to cherish herself. During this short holiday, both were immensely happy. It had been a long time since Luo Yao had experienced such joy. One could argue it was among the happiest days of her life. Their love's essence soared through the skies, traversing grasslands and galloping horses, eventually returning to its origin. Once school resumed, Lin Ran promptly returned to campus. Although construction on the site had yet to commence during the holiday, Wu's father had already arranged for workers to settle in, erecting color steel houses and completing the fencing and advertising billboards. This is the advantage of skilled labor. They anticipate the needs of their superiors. The engineering team was also primed for action, embarking on a flurry of activity as the school year began. Surveys were conducted, plans were drafted, and since this was a re-evaluation project, approvals came almost instantaneously, unlike some companies where even a few words are subjected to relentless scrutiny. The blueprints had been finalized years ago, requiring only minor adjustments, all of which Principal Tang had accomplished. Thus, commencing work was devoid of complications. Observing the erected billboards, more students became aware of the news, turning to glance as they passed. The name Nuanyeo Real Estate began circulating among the students, subsequently appearing on campus forums. Gradually, it became unclear who disseminated the information that the construction of the library was entirely funded by Nuanyeo Real Estate, essentially a generous donation. Upon the release of this news, countless students were moved to tears, affirming that there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. Consequently, the reputation of Nuanyeo Group expanded beyond the university, swiftly gaining traction outside its walls. The project, valued at possibly over $100 million, was donated in full, covering not only the library's construction, but also equipment procurement and even future maintenance. All under the purview of Nuanyeo Real Estate. A company of such benevolence captured the attention of society at large. As Lin Ran had anticipated, the fame garnered from investing $100 million proved highly effective. Some exaggerated media outlets extolled the company to the heavens, of course, where admiration meets criticism. For the internet is never short of vocal detractors. What free donations? It's merely a gimmick. In the end, isn't this money being extracted from students? Others speculated that perhaps the library's planning had been in the works for a long time, and the funds were merely approved from above, with the university conducting its own bidding. There was also the possibility that developers were leveraging the library's reputation for their own gain. However, with no official word, all remained mere rumors. Soon, rumors transformed into reality as local television reporters arrived for interviews. Wu's father, as the company's general manager, confirmed the details during the interview, leading many students to begin believing the news, although some remained skeptics. By afternoon, the official account of Kyoto University released a statement, which sent students into a frenzy. It turned out that Nuanyeo Real Estate was indeed the sole financial backer. This not only contributed to the educational sector, but also served as a boon for countless students. Suddenly, a realization dawned on some. During the welcome party, Lin Ran had represented Nuanyeo Real Estate in a speech, hadn't he? It was at this moment that a civil engineering student interning at Nuanyeo Real Estate stepped forward. Indeed, it is us at Nuanyeo Real Estate who have undertaken this project, fully funding its development. With this revelation, Lin Ran became a sensation, turning into a figure of adoration at Kyoto University. Was this not more respectable than mere celebrity status? I declare that from this day forth, Senior Lin Ran shall be my idol. You should back off. Lin Ran is for everyone. Is Lin Ran's company really that wealthy? They casually donated over 100 million. What did they even do? I don't know, but it said that Lin Ran's family is quite mysterious, always low-key. And now suddenly, he's a scion of a wealthy family. Can you believe it? I've always suspected one thing, that Lin Ran is being kept by a wealthy woman. What difference does it make if there's one more rich person in the world? Upon arriving at school, Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. The car he drove was not particularly ostentatious, merely a simple Pagani Huayra, but as soon as he stepped out, a commotion erupted. The number of students gathering around him multiplied, with many girls squealing in excitement, some even contemplating a leap towards him. Lin Ran admitted he felt a bit intimidated. These people were too fervent. Fortunately, he had brought bodyguards with him. Had he been the Lin Ran of the past, those students would have merely called him pretentious for having bodyguards. But now, with Lin Ran as a scion of wealth, their presence was deemed entirely appropriate. Wow. Senior Lin Ran sold his Koenigsegg for the sake of education and now drives a Pagani. I'm in tears. Lin Ran wore a face of exasperation. Sister, do you think you're being humorous? Chapter 85. Lin Ran, have you struck up a relationship with a wealthy woman? What exactly is your connection with the young lady from the Luo group? I love you, Senior Lin Ran. I want to bear your children. What is so impressive about a kept man? Wow, this uncle's breath reeks of jealousy. Ah, I love you, Lin Ran. The cacophony was deafening. Lin Ran never anticipated such popularity at school. Once merely a campus heartthrob, he had now morphed into a super celebrity. With the protection of his bodyguards, Lin Ran finally reached the library construction site. After a brief exchange with Wu's father, he departed swiftly due to the overwhelming crowd. As the bodyguards indicated they were struggling to maintain order, Lin Ran headed directly to the principal's office to explain the situation, prompting the school to issue a statement immediately. We kindly request everyone to maintain civility and refrain from causing disturbances in Lin Ran's life and studies. Otherwise, serious consequences will follow. Following this, the situation began to ease slightly. Once the matter was resolved, Lin Ran approached Principal Tang to discuss serious business. Previously, Lin Ran had asked Principal Tang to introduce him to the leaders of the Education Bureau, and today was the scheduled meeting. Otherwise, Lin Ran would not have come. Subsequently, the two drove directly to the Education Bureau, where Lin Ran was not merely seeking connections, but discussing a matter that the Bureau could not refuse. Upon arriving at the Kyoto Education Bureau's office, Lin Ran encountered the director, a figure he had only seen on television. The elderly director, over 60 years old, remained steadfast in his position, unwilling to retire until many of his goals were achieved. He was dedicated to serving the educational cause for a lifetime. Old Tang, is this the young man you mentioned? Principal Tang nodded and said, indeed, his name is Lin Ran. The former director scrutinized Lin Ran from head to toe and inquired, please take a seat. I hear you wish to undertake the project for Jingda Affiliated Primary School. Have you brought along the proposal? Lin Ran stepped forward at a measured pace, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect from a student to an elder. Director Chun, I am not here to discuss business. Rather, I aspire to contribute to the educational cause without charge. As for the capabilities of our company, it suffices to say that matters easily resolved with money are hardly matters at all. You possess the land, and I have the manpower. Thus, I intend to take on the construction project. You would only need to cover the cost of materials, while I shall bear the expenses for labor, decoration, and the procurement of educational supplies. What do you think? Lin Ran had calculated that should this endeavor succeed, the profits would be substantial, though not for the Education Bureau, but for the Surin Group. Director Chun gazed at Lin Ran in shock, his mind swirling with confusion as he failed to comprehend Lin Ran's motives. State your terms. I find it hard to believe that anything comes without strings attached. As Lin Ran took his seat, he fell into a contemplative silence, recalling his family and the humiliations he had endured. The image of his biological mother, a fleeting vision only ever glimpsed in dreams, surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, 2 tears cascaded down his cheeks. Both Principal Tang and Director Chun were taken aback and hurried to assist Lin Ran in wiping away his tears. Child, why do you weep? I'm hardly a beast, Chen Xiao said gently. Lin Ran replied, I possess a family shrouded in secrecy, a source of eternal pain. As Lin Ran recounted his tale, Director Chen's expression morphed from confusion to mounting rage, culminating in a resounding slap on the table. How can such a father exist? He is unworthy of the title. And your stepmother, your brother, what are they? Principal Tang, equally astonished and pained, was aware that Lin Ran was the son of Lin Tianba. Yet he had not fathomed the depths of Lin Ran's suffering. Sometimes, it is not death but prejudice that kills. Lin Tianba's biases could harm any child's delicate heart. Lin Ran's accomplishments were truly remarkable. At over 60 years of age, Director Chen still possessed the vigor to scold. It took him a while to regain his composure. Old Tang, you permitted that Lin Jian to study at your institution merely because Lin Tianba donated a dormitory building? This is an absolute disgrace to Jingda. Principal Tang offered no rebuttal. Yet Lin Ran interjected. One cannot fault the principal. After all, his aim is to enhance the school's stature. And the students hold him in high regard. Principal Tang felt a surge of gratitude for Lin Ran's magnanimity, convinced that this young man's future was boundless. With a sigh, Director Chen seemed to recollect something and continued, Student, did you just mention that you are the husband of the heiress of the Luo group? Is that how you extricated yourself from Lin Tianba's grasp? Lin Ran thought of Luo Yao, a smile of happiness gracing his face as he nodded. He still had Luo Yao by his side. Director Chen, astonished, glanced at Principal Tang for confirmation, who solemnly nodded. Enduring hardships leads to sweet rewards. Speak. What do you wish to do? Director Chen inquired. Even considering Luo Yao, he would not make things difficult for Lin Ran. Moreover, he felt a deep sympathy for him, coupled with admiration. Lin Ran, though merely a university student, exuded an indomitable spirit and the courage to unveil his scars. He stood apart from the naive and unworldly individuals outside. Such a person was destined for greatness. Wiping his nose, Lin Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment for shedding tears. He had not intended to engage in a display of pity. His goal was simply to secure the construction rights. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to confide in this stern-looking elder, sensing a peculiar kinship. After sharing his burdens, Lin Ran found a measure of relief. Even if he usually masked his emotions, certain matters remained a festering wound within. Director Chen, I genuinely wish to contribute to the educational cause. The new library at our school is a project I undertook, and I am confident that I can construct it to the delight of every student. The same applies to Jingda Affiliated Primary School. However, before commencing construction, I wish to utilize this parcel of land for certain purposes, specifically to confront my father and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. As Lin Ran spoke, Director Chen's expression transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ultimately settling into a look of approval as he decisively sanctioned the proposal. Upon departing from the Education Bureau, Lin Ran felt an unusual calmness envelop him. This success would expedite his plans, yet he was unperturbed by the prospect of failure, for he had contingency plans. The Lin family must face their demise. In this new life, Lin Ran felt that avenging past grievances was tantamount to validating his existence. Principal Tang patted Lin Ran's shoulder with profound significance. Lin Ran, I believe in you. Forge ahead. As for Lin Jian, thank you, Principal. I shall handle Lin Jian myself. He merely relies on the Lin family name and possesses no other talents. Chapter 86. At this moment, Lin Jian had gained notoriety at school, emerging as the new heartthrob. He was undoubtedly brimming with confidence, for the pre-sale of the Lin Yuan Shengjing project, under the auspices of the Surin Group, had reached a staggering 800 million. His status as a scion of the Lin family was no longer a secret, and countless sycophants now sought to curry favor with him. Lin Yuan Shengjing represented the most significant and heavily invested project by Surin. Indeed, over the past year, all company endeavors have been directed towards this singular pursuit. Acquiring this land had required a hefty financial outlay, and they were still indebted to the bank for billions, not to mention Lin Tianba's personal debts. Yet, such concerns were trivial. In the realm of substantial enterprises, it was strange to find one without liabilities. People seldom cared about the extent of a company's debts. They focused instead on one's wealth. To owe substantial sums to the bank was, in itself, a testament to one's prowess. As the heir to the Surin Group, sycophants paid no heed to whether his family was currently impoverished, their eyes only gleaming with the pre-sale figure of 800 million. Not only sycophants but also radiant beauties surrounded Lin Jian, who now stood on the precipice of a glorious ascent. The sole source of his dissatisfaction lay in Lin Ran's remarkable success, which overshadowed him. However, he remained convinced that this was but a fleeting phase. What sort of person was Luo Yao? How could she possibly maintain her affection for Lin Ran indefinitely? Once her interest waned, Lin Jian would seize his opportunity to advance. The Lin Jian of today was no longer the same as before. As the heir of the Surin Group and the sole child on the family register, he was destined to become a billionaire. He now felt worthy of Luo Yao, bolstering his confidence. That day, Lin Ran finally acquired the qualifications he sought, the construction rights to the land adjacent to Lin Yuan Shengjing. Why did Lin Ran wish to establish this primary school? Naturally, It was part of a larger scheme, with the central figure being his biological father. Lying in bed that night, he envisioned Lin Tianba's disgrace, his family's downfall. Lin Jian's frantic despair, Lu Yume's breakdown as she was forced into the depths of despair, and Lu Rugu's regret leading to her untimely demise. The image of himself and Luo Yao living a blissful life filled him with exhilaration. "Aran, what brings you such joy?" Turning, he found Luo Yao gazing at him with warmth in her eyes. There were indeed many reasons for joy, but the greatest was the knowledge that she saw him, and he was right there beside her. "Aran." The bullet slid into the chamber. On October 10th, under a brilliant sun and a cloudless sky, the sales plaza in front of Lin Yuan Shengjing bustled with activity. Lin Tianba had invited all homeowners who had purchased properties and many prospective clients. With over 200 units available for pre-sale, Lin Tianba had arranged generous prizes for a lottery, and over 100 households had already attended, filling the plaza with eager potential buyers. The design of the Lingyuan Shengjing residential complex comprises a total of 10 buildings, 5 of which are nearing completion, while construction has commenced on the remaining 5, standing at a towering 32 stories. These edifices seem to serve as a staircase leading toward a more prosperous life. The thoughtfully planned one-lift, two-household layout accommodates a diverse range of options, from exquisitely crafted 60-square-meter units to lavish 300-square-meter residences. The prime units in the 5 buildings that have already begun pre-sales were rapidly snatched up, particularly those with ample natural light, expansive views, and sensible layouts, which have become highly sought after by prospective buyers. Presently, only a handful of properties remain available for sale, resembling precious gems waiting to be discovered by fortunate individuals. The construction of the other 5 buildings has also commenced smoothly, with the site exhibiting an orderly atmosphere and steady progress, as if a beautiful painting is gradually unfolding before our eyes. Standing at the center of the square, Lin Tianba exudes confidence and vitality, his posture erect and his gaze resolute, as though the entire world lies beneath his feet. He envisions a promising blueprint for the project's completion. Once he settles his debts with the earnings, he will acquire a 51% stake in the Surin Group. At that juncture, he will ascend to a position of leadership within the group, wielding significant influence over its trajectory. Those who had previously belittled him within the organization will no longer dare to do so, as he will possess absolute authority in decision-making. Contemplating this, a subtle smile of self-assurance graces his lips. Today marks the project's appreciation event, coinciding with the final day of the pre-sale activities. Lin Tianba is determined to ignite a surge in sales, aiming to reach the billion mark. With Lin Jian at his side, this is Lin Tianba's first occasion presenting his son to the public. Under the protection of bodyguards, he leads Lin Jian with steady strides onto the stage. "Greetings, family members. Thank you for attending today's appreciation event. I have indeed prepared a script, as I wish to share some heartfelt words." His voice resonates with clarity and confidence, imbued with an infectious energy that seems to penetrate the very souls of his audience. "In Kyoto, can you truly acquire such an excellent educational district property for 50,000? It can be said that everyone stands to gain. Our company has made considerable sacrifices to ensure that those of you who have toiled for years can afford to place your children at the starting line of success." Some in the audience nod in agreement, their eyes shimmering with visions of a brighter future, moved by Lin Tianba's words, most of whom are individuals who have already completed their purchases. However, several others were expressions of hesitance, primarily those still weighing their options. Do they not wish to buy a home? Do they not long to establish themselves in Kyoto? For the majority, acquiring a residence in this city may require exhausting the cumulative efforts of 3 generations. Is that truly worth it? Mr. Lin, the prices are still somewhat steep. Although there are rumors of a school being planned here, it is, after all, not in the city center. Before the speaker could finish, Lin Tianba interjected, "Or is it overpriced? Please refrain from making baseless claims. I am fully aware that this is not the main urban area. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to purchase anything for 100,000 per square meter. I nearly sacrificed the entire group for you. Perhaps consider your own circumstances. Has your salary increased over the years? Have you been diligent in your work? Do you believe everyone has the privilege of being treated as family by Surin Group? You still find 50,000 per square meter for an educational district property too expensive? It's utterly maddening." Lin Tianba's words, though somewhat brash, undeniably stem from a place of confidence. His retorts left those who hesitated speechless. Yet at that moment, a voice erupted with startling clarity. "Oh my heavens, the construction next door is not a school, but a municipal waste transfer station?" This exclamation struck the crowd like a bombshell, instantly freezing the smiles on their faces, replaced by shock and confusion. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to locate the source of the voice, quickly spotting a young man named Shun Jingbing, who held a pair of binoculars with an expression of relief. I had planned to view properties today. What a fortunate escape. Lin Ba, infuriated, felt an urge to confront the rumor-monger and promptly instructed security to intervene. While some of the crowd displayed confusion, others began to inquire, how do you know they are building a waste transfer station next door? Shun Jingbing pointed towards a distant billboard under construction. Look for yourselves. The crowd turned toward the direction he indicated, indeed, noticing a billboard being erected, though its content remained unclear. Lin Ba, however, appeared pleased. Everyone, it seems that the project for the Jingda affiliated primary school has commenced. This is your opportunity. Seize the moment to view properties and sign contracts, especially those who had shown interest in the past few days. If you hesitate, you may lose your chance. As he spoke, a dozen attractive sales representatives stepped forward, creating an appealing display. Shun Jingbing immediately countered, nonsense. I can see clearly that it is a waste transfer station. Lin Ba and Shun Jingbing maintained their opposing stances, leaving the crowd divided in their thoughts. This area is not within the city, and establishing a waste transfer station is not entirely unreasonable. Yet, why did the young man assert this so definitively? Lin Ba retorted, do you think you possess extraordinary vision? How can you discern anything from that distance? Shun Jingbing raised his binoculars, regarding Lin Ba as if he were a fool, leaving Lin Ba momentarily speechless. Who brings binoculars to view properties? Everyone, do not be deceived by unscrupulous developers. I clearly see the billboard stating Municipal Waste Transfer Station. If you don't believe me, let us all go take a look. With Shun Jingbing as fervent claims, many began to doubt, and some rushed out to investigate, particularly those who had already purchased properties. After all, if they had spent a lifetime as savings only to find themselves next to a waste station, who could accept that? Lin Ba and Lin Jian felt a rising sense of unease, yet after some contemplation, they relaxed slightly. If a waste station were indeed being built next door, there would surely have been some whispers about it. Moreover, the project for the Jingda affiliated primary school had long since begun its bidding process, a fact Lin Ba was aware of. Security finally reached Shun Jingbing, swiftly attempting to restrain him. Without warning, Shun Jingbing collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, startling the security personnel who had yet to lay a finger on him. It's not our fault. Everyone saw he fell on his own, they insisted. Onlookers were equally astonished, murmuring among themselves. The Surin group is quite formidable. Merely stating a few words has caused someone to collapse? Can we ensure our safety when purchasing from such developers? It seems they fear exposure and resort to violence. The security team was frantic, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They understood that if anything serious occurred, they would swiftly transition from official security to temporary workers, potentially losing their jobs and facing financial repercussions. At that moment, the first group of individuals who had rushed out returned, some with ashen faces, others with expressions of relief. Good grief. It truly is a waste transfer station. I saw it with my own eyes. The words Municipal Waste Transfer Station were clearly visible, accompanied by a slogan stating, Waste Management. Guaranteed satisfaction. Shun Jingbing immediately ceased his convulsions, standing upright to shout, exactly. Lin Ba is nothing but a heartless developer, deceitfully marketing waste-laden properties as educational district homes. It's utterly disgusting. The security personnel stared at Shun Jingbing in disbelief, who declared proudly, what are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a lunatic? Those who had already purchased homes widened their eyes in disbelief. Slowly, Lin Ba began to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. Mr. Lin, you claim these are educational district properties, yet are selling us homes adjacent to a waste station. What are your true intentions? It appears that you were already aware of the news, which is why you hastily initiated the pre-sale. I thought to myself, how could a property in the school district be purchased for over $50,000? The Su Ran group is exploiting our hard-earned money to further their own success, inciting outrage among the masses. Fortunately, I had not yet taken action. One cannot trust a capitalist's words, not even a single syllable. Refund. Money. Refund. House. Lin Ba was instantly plunged into a state of disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and fear, his mouth agape as if to utter something. Suddenly, a truck barreled into the square, coming to a halt at the edge of the crowd, leaving everyone in astonishment. The driver opened the door and, with a foolish grin, announced, my apologies. I've been asked to deliver a truckload of rotten eggs for everyone, said to be free of charge. Shun Jingbing was the first to rush forward, seizing several foul eggs and hurling them at Lin Ba and his son on the stage, who at that moment had their mouths wide open and caught them with precision. Immediately after, a pungent aroma surged toward Lin Tianba's consciousness. The egg yolk sliding down his throat, his pupils constricted as if he had swallowed it. With Shun Jingbing leading the charge, others soon followed suit, picking up rotten eggs and flinging them toward the stage. A yellow rain fell upon the platform, leaving Lin Tianba and his son in a state of utter disarray. Though the eggs were fragile, the impact was painful, especially in such numbers. Lin Jian, having just recovered from his injuries, was now forced to endure yet another. The bodyguards, diligent in their duty, did their utmost to escort the father and son away, but how could the frenzied customers allow them to escape so easily? Amidst the barrage, they shouted for refunds, plunging the scene into chaos. The ground was awash with egg yolk, and Lin Tianba, caught off guard, slipped and fell. The crowd quickly surrounded him, and he shouted helplessly, "Do not speak nonsense. We are indeed selling properties in the school district. Are you still trying to fool us? Beat him up. Then make him refund our money. We must leave him a breath, or else he will refund us. Damn it, is this what you meant by treating us like family?" It is no wonder these individuals were so agitated. A property bought for over 50,000 per square meter had suddenly plummeted in value, potentially halving in price. With the added misfortune of being situated next to a garbage station, and the school district was no longer a consideration. Most importantly, even if such properties were to be sold at a discount, it was highly likely no one would take them off their hands in the future. Who could bear the thought of such an outcome? Everyone's money does not come easily. Cease this at once. Violence is against the law. Lin Jian shouted. You are the ones being assaulted. You have swindled our money. If you do not refund us today, I will ensure you face dire consequences. I might as well serve a few years in prison. If I lose my money and become a slave to the mortgage, what meaning does life hold? Lin Tianba was also infuriated. Although reason dictated that this was not the time for anger, he could not restrain himself. You deserve this. Damn it. When you came to purchase the property, did you not say you would not become slaves to the mortgage? Now that you regret it, it's too late. A refund is impossible. The contract is signed, the money paid in full, and now the house is yours. Shun Jingbing produced a loudspeaker from somewhere, declaring, "Do not listen to him. They have yet to deliver the property. According to relevant regulations, you can indeed request a refund. All you need to do is pay the developer a small penalty for breach of contract, along with any penalties for the bank loan. In comparison to the price of a house, what is more significant?" Lin Tianba nearly spat blood. He truly wished to silence Shun Jingbing's incessant chatter. For what had started as a good day was now ruined by this individual. Refund. Refund. If you do not refund, I will personally deal with this unscrupulous owner. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Officer Hat, being quite responsible, attempted to quell the chaos. But due to the overwhelming number of people and limited law enforcement, it took a considerable time to see any effect. The cries of the Lin family grew weaker. Left with no option, Officer Hat had to fire a warning shot to bring an end to the tumult. As for Lin Tianba and his son, they were in a pitiful state, on the verge of collapse, their eyes lacking the previous spark. After merely a cursory investigation into the riot, Officer Hat took the like-minded Lin family away in a police car, prompting Lin Tianba to erupt in fury once more. "We are the victims. Why take us away?" Officer Hat replied with disdain, "This riot was incited by you, so naturally, we must take you back for questioning. However, out of humane considerations, we will first take you to the hospital." Lin Tianba protested, "What law have I broken? This is unjust. Firstly, you organized such a large gathering without filing the necessary paperwork, which constitutes a violation of the law. The rest can be discussed later." Lin Tianba was taken aback. Is it possible to play it this way? While he had indeed erred in not filing, such gatherings were customary, were they not? In a city bustling with meetings and team-building events daily, why were they not apprehending others, realizing that his interlocutor was a government official? Lin Tianba suppressed his anger to avoid conflict. Officer Hat sighed repeatedly, wondering why he had not acted yet. Lin Tianba was not foolish. He knew that failing to file would at most incur a fine, but resistance could lead to charges of assaulting an officer. What plagued him most was the city's garbage transfer station. He could not fathom how a respectable school could suddenly become a dumping ground. Hadn't the previous news made everything abundantly clear? If the school truly became a garbage station, then Su Ran Group's investment would suffer tremendously, potentially leading to a total loss. If properties could not be sold, funds would not be recovered, and, compounded with various bank loans, it could easily lead to the collapse of the entire group. Thus, the house could not be refunded under any circumstances. Relying on the current cash flow was their only means of survival. Should they refund the property, bankruptcy liquidation would likely ensue, and the current market value of Lin Yuan Shengjing would be unmanageable, potentially leading to a forced low-price auction. At that point, Any funds acquired would hardly suffice to cover the bank loans, let alone what would be distributed. As a major shareholder, Lin Tianba stood to gain the most in profits. But conversely, he would also incur the most significant losses. Coupled with his debts to the bank and the substantial liabilities owed to the Gu, the situation was dire. He dare not contemplate further. A prosperous billionaire could swiftly become a destitute bankrupt. All this turmoil stemmed from a mere incident earlier. It was a chain reaction. Dad, what do we do now? Lin Tianba hesitated to reveal the truth to his son, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's all right. Daddy will handle it." Refusing to refund the house was non-negotiable. Lin Jian, overwhelmed by the stench, felt disdain for Lin Tianba, yet maintained a facade of innocence. "I believe Dad will manage this situation." Yet internally, he pondered whether he should consider his own escape route. But what could be done in the current predicament? As the police car gradually cruised down the street, Lin Tianba caught sight of a row of conspicuous billboards. Meanwhile, on his way to the police station, Lin Ran received news of the unfolding events. In the office of Luo Yao Media, Shen Jingbing reported to Lin Ran with a goofy grin. "Shen Jingbing, well done. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed no ordinary errand boy. I hereby formally invite you to join my team. Thank you for your recognition, boss. From today, I am at your service. I will face fire and water without hesitation." Lin Ran, with a stern expression, replied, "That won't be necessary. You can simply collect your salary." As he retrieved a stack of cash from the safe and handed it over, he added, "This is your reward. You are like my second parent." "I have an idea," Shen Jingbing said as he took the money, preparing to kneel. Lin Ran quickly pushed Wu Zhi's hangout, saying, "I must be off. If you wish to take on a godfather, seek him out. You two share a certain kinship." Soon, the news spread like wildfire, and everyone at Kyoto University became aware of the Lin family's real estate debacle. Lin Jian, having sustained injuries, took a leave of absence. While hospitalization was one reason, the primary motive was his embarrassment at facing his peers. He feared becoming the subject of gossip and did not wish to endure the same fate as Lin Ran in the past. There is no other option. Lin Jian has recently garnered such attention that any slight disturbance draws countless eyes, leading to the swift dissemination of news regarding the troubles facing the Su Ran group throughout the campus. Naturally, Lu Rugyu has become aware of the situation, as her father has insisted on personally accompanying her to the hospital to visit Lin Tianba and his son. Presently, the entire Lu family has begun to harbor doubts about Lin Tianba, fearful that the money they once lent may be rendered worthless. In the hospital, Lin Tianba and Lin Jian lie feebly in their beds, under the care of Lu Yuma. The door to the ward swings open, and Lu Rishan arrives with the elder members of the Lu family and Lu Rugyu to pay their respects. "Oh dear brother-in-law, what has happened to you?" Lu's parents regard Lin Tianba with expressions of disdain, a sentiment that would have been inconceivable in the past, yet now reflects the passage of time. Lin Tianba sighs, "Is it not all due to that little beast, Lin Ran? Ever since he departed from the Lin family, my fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. This once promising district has inexplicably transformed into a garbage dump, and I have just incurred a fine at the hat shop." Lu's mother furrows her brow. "Is it truly a garbage dump?" Lin Tianba nods, though I loathe to admit it. "It is indeed so. I had someone check. The billboards and projects have already been plastered with slogans, proclaiming it to be a garbage station that will receive applause from all of Kyoto. Absurd, indeed." Lin Tianba feels a flicker of gratitude, recognizing that, in such dire straits, it is his kin who have come to see him. However, Lu's mother, upon confirming the situation, swiftly alters her demeanor. "In that case, you should repay the money you owe us. As a prominent businessman, you surely aren't reduced to owing us such a trifling amount?" Her words strike Lin Tianba like a thunderbolt, leaving him bewildered. "Mother, what are you saying? I am not your mother. You are on the brink of bankruptcy and still wish to implicate the Lu family?" She retorts, insisting he repay her before others vacate their premises. Lin Tianba, already on the verge of collapse, nearly loses consciousness. At that moment, Lin Jian speaks up, "Grandmother, my father is indeed in a difficult position. Please give him some time." Lu's mother narrows her eyes at Lin Jian. "Difficult? Does he truly find our modesty burdensome?" Lu Yuma, feeling a tightening in her chest, hastily interjects, "Mother, what are you doing? This is a hospital. Can we not discuss matters at home?" She had not anticipated her mother's visit to the hospital, nor her insistence on demanding money at this juncture. If Lin Tianba were to learn that the Lu family had only lent a few million, he would surely have a different reaction. Lin Tianba casts a grateful glance at his wife, reflecting on the loyalty of one who shares his bed. Yet Lu's mother erupts in fury. "You were the one who assured me this money would be returned swiftly. I'm not even asking for interest. I merely wish to recover the principal. Is that too much to ask?" Lu Yuma, fearing her mother might inadvertently reveal too much, quickly pulls her away. Mother, come with me. Don't drag me. I demand repayment today, you ungrateful daughter. Luo Yao, unable to bear it any longer, shouts, if you do not leave now, you can forget about your money. Lu's mother is taken aback, unable to believe her daughter would dare speak to her in such a manner. Her face a mask of sorrow. You dare to raise your voice at me? You unfilial child. At that moment, Lin Ran can no longer remain silent. His wife stands up for him while her mother maliciously bullies her. As a husband, he must take action or risk losing his masculinity. Enough. Let's not quarrel over money. I, Lin Ran, would sooner starve than be reduced to begging for a paltry sum from you. Return home. I will settle the debt once I am discharged, and we shall part ways amicably. In truth, he has no means to repay the money, for it remains in the company account, and the shareholders would never permit him to use it for personal matters. He merely seeks to intimidate the Luo family, and indeed, his words have struck a chord, silencing Lu's parents. Seeing her mother momentarily dazed, Luo Yao hastily drags her outside. Once they're outside, she says, Mother, even if Lin Ran goes bankrupt, the wealth he leaves behind is still considerable. Are you not afraid that he will turn against you later? Lu's father adds, Indeed. My dear, this situation is only just unfolding. There is no need to escalate matters to such hostility, as it makes us seem unfeeling. Lu's mother ponders this. Realizing she may have acted impulsively, she tends to lose her rationality when it comes to matters of profit. What should we do now? Luo Yao suggests. You should go back in and speak calmly with Tianba, explaining that you were hasty, but do not mention money again. Understand? Lu's mother seizes Luo Yao's hand. Good daughter. I understand. I did not realize how considerate you were being. You truly are my good daughter. Returning to the ward, Lu's mother performs a swift transformation, adopting a benevolent demeanor. Good son-in-law, I was merely impulsive earlier. I am concerned that Yao may suffer alongside you. Can you forgive me? Lin Ran furrows his brow, feeling an aversion towards the Luo family for their volatility. However, for Luo Yao's sake, he suppresses his distaste. What can I say? I understand your concern. It is quite all right. Luo Rugu, who has been attending to Lin Jian, expresses her feelings of gratitude. Sister Rugu, do not worry about me. You should return home to rest. Luo Rugu, with tears in her eyes, replies sorrowfully, I wish to stay by your side. Lin Jian glances at her. Sister Rugu, it is my lack of ability that brings us to this situation. Unlike brother Lin Ran, I cannot assist the family. Seeing Lin Jian's expression, Luo Rugu feels a pang of sorrow. Between the two Lins, her heart still leans towards Lin Jian. Although reality offers no possibility for such a choice, she can only harbor her feelings in secret. Having overheard enough from the conversation, she interjects, I shall seek brother Lin Ran. He has the means to resolve the Luo family's crisis. Lin Ran is taken aback. Rug, you believe you can find that ungrateful child? Even if you do, what can he do? He will not concern himself with me. Luo Yao nudges Lin Ran, signaling him to remain silent. Lu's mother, however, beams with a knowing smile. Our little Rugyu is quite capable, unlike your ungrateful son. With a sharp crack, Lu's father slaps Lu's mother across the face. Be silent, you insufferable woman. Lu's mother quickly realizes her misstep and hastily adds, Rug, you should go. Your grandmother supports you. Lu's father, though typically reserved, holds authority in the household, and when angered, commands respect that his wife cannot challenge. Luo Rugju, puzzled, cannot comprehend why her grandfather struck her grandmother, but dares not question it further. After the Luo family departs, Lin Ran remains in a state of confusion. Luo Yao speaks up, Husband, did you not notice? Xiao Ran harbors feelings for Rugju. What? Lin Ran is utterly astonished. This ungrateful child has feelings for his own cousin? Suddenly, it dawns on him that Lin Jian wore a face of exasperation. The last time someone was gnashing their teeth and speaking about him, they claimed, You are my father? Chapter 90 in the office of Nuanyeo Media. Not long after Shun Jingbing departed, Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang prepared to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wu Zhizhang went to scan a shared bicycle. No way. I say, old Wu, you're the CEO of 2 companies, and yet you still ride a shared bike? Wu Zhizhang scratched his head and chuckled. Though he had begun to exhibit the air of someone in a higher position when interacting with others, he still treated Lin Ran as a friend, as Lin Ran had always remained brother Lin in his heart. Isn't it just convenient and avoids traffic? He said, pointing to the red Ferrari he had parked nearby. Brother Lin, that car is quite handsome, but it attracts too much attention from women. It's rather ostentatious. I've been feeling overwhelmed lately. Lin Ran was taken aback. Well, old Wu, you've become the very image of what you once despised. Wu Zhizhang retorted, I maintain my integrity, so don't speak nonsense. Watch out, or I might sue you for defamation. Just then, a voice rang out. Oh, I knew it. How could this poor wretch afford a Ferrari? That car is clearly rented. Didn't I tell you? Just look at how adept he is at riding a bike. Both turned to see the meticulously dressed Zhao Miao Miao and the disdainful Lu Jian. Upon seeing these two, Lin Ran frowned while Wu Zhizhang felt despondent. Zhao Miao Miao approached Wu Zhizhang and gently took his hand. Zhizhang, we haven't seen each other in half a month. Have you missed me? Wu Zhizhang desperately wanted to say he had, but he didn't dare to show weakness. He could only feign nonchalance and respond. Not really. Lu Jian interjected. Wu Zhizhang, Miao Miao loves you so much. Why can't you be a bit magnanimous? There's really nothing between us. If you're concerned about this, I'll disappear from your lives. Wu Zhizhang remained silent. Lin Ran refrained from offering counsel. He had already said all that needed to be said. No matter what choice Wu Zhizhang made, Lin Ran would support him. Miao Miao, I made myself very clear. We've broken up. If you didn't hear me the first time, I'll say it again. I don't want you anymore. As he spoke, Wu Zhizhang attempted to leave, but Zhao Miao Miao gripped his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Zhizhang, give me another chance. Let's not break up, okay? You're the only one I've ever loved. Lu Jian is just a friend. Zhao Miao Miao had contemplated a great deal over the past few days and couldn't understand why Wu Zhizhang wanted to break up with her. Thus, she had mustered the courage to explain herself today. A girl who lowers herself to seek you out, doesn't that prove she cares? The last time at the hotel, her interaction with Lu Jian had been completely innocent, merely mutual comfort between friends. She couldn't grasp why Wu Zhizhang was so upset. Before Wu Zhizhang could respond, Lu Jian's eyes reddened first. Wu Zhizhang, Miao Miao, you two should be together. I swear I want to show my face again from today onward. Zhao Miao Miao was taken aback. Where are you going? Lu Jian replied, wherever I go, may there be a place that welcomes me home. A place where I want to drift for the rest of my life. With that, he began to sob and departed. Zhao Miao Miao instantly released Wu Zhizhang's hand. Glancing at the direction Lu Jian had gone before lowering her head and saying to Wu Zhizhang, I'll go. You'd better hurry. No need to come looking for me again, Wu Zhizhang thought to himself, cursing his naivete for almost being deceived. Zhao Miao Miao exclaimed, I'm just afraid he'll do something foolish. He suffers from depression. I'll be back soon. Wu Zhizhang retorted, so if you and I get together, will you run to him every time he has an episode? Zhao Miao Miao was rendered speechless. She hadn't considered that question. Can you stop messing around, Wu Zhizhang? We're just friends, right? I know, go ahead. Zhao Miao Miao wanted to say more, but upon seeing Lu Jian's gradually fading figure, she dashed after him. In his eyes, I truly am inferior to that man. Wu Zhizhang laughed bitterly. Lin Ran remarked, you deserve better, like that Chen Qingtian. I can't even pursue Zhao Miao Miao, let alone Chen Qingtian. Wu Zhizhang shook his head in self-deprecation. Not necessarily. I sense she is quite interested in you. She is just a casual friend, and her intentions in befriending me aren't entirely pure. What do you mean? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. Wu Zhizhang hesitated momentarily, then said, Brother Lin, I don't want to hide this from you, but this matter is somewhat peculiar. I'll definitely tell you when the time is right. All right? Good? Lin Ran expressed his trust in his brother. Wu Zhizhang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he needed to be vigilant regarding Lin Ran, especially concerning potential threats. Although Chen Qingtian appeared to be approaching him, her inquiries were all about Lin Ran, raising red flags in Wu Zhizhang's mind. No matter how impressive Chen Qingtian may be, it pales in comparison to my brother's original happiness. As the two prepared to part ways, Zhao Miao Miao unexpectedly returned, grasping Lu Jian's hand. What is going on here? Lin Ran was the first question. Zhao Miao Miao held Lu Jian's hand and declared, Lu Jian, you come prove what our relationship really is. Zhao Miao Miao was infuriated, her emotions flaring as she had just pursued Lu Jian, intending to encourage him to adopt a more positive outlook. However, Lu Jian had bluntly stated that Zhao Miao Miao didn't care for him at all, igniting her rage. How can you say that when your own boyfriend is on the verge of breaking up with you? She had pulled Lu Jian back, and though he attempted to break free, he found himself unable to do so. He was baffled as to why Zhao Miao Miao was so fixated on Wu Zhizhang. Just as Lu Jian was about to speak, Wu Zhizhang interrupted, you don't need to prove anything about your relationship to me. I couldn't care less. You two continue to play your roles as good friends in bed. It's quite amusing. Faced with such blatant provocation, Lu Jian became furious. You two pretentious paupers. Last time, you deliberately rented a car to deceive us, and that time at the steakhouse? Later, when I inquired, I was told you were merely putting on show. You didn't even spend $1 million. And the Panga Hotel? I investigated. The owner is quite mysterious. How could it possibly be this fool beside you? To put it plainly, you just want to flaunt your wealth in front of Miao Miao. Lin Ran exclaimed. If you're going to insult someone, at least keep it relevant. I can't tolerate this anymore. He pulled out his phone and sent a message. Zhao Miao Miao was utterly shocked. Turning to Wu Zhizhang and Lin Ran. Is what he said true? Wu Zhizhang shrugged. What you believe is what it is. Zhao Miao Miao fell silent for a long time before slowly breaking into a smile. So you really are just ordinary people. Wu Zhizhang. I didn't even mind coming back to reconcile with you. And yet you treat me like this? That car you rented last time must have cost quite a bit. And to think you were such a person. Upon hearing Wu Zhizhang's admission, Zhao Miao Miao's hopes were thoroughly shattered, revealing her true nature. While she had previously been somewhat satisfied with Wu Zhizhang's performance, granting him another chance was no longer an option. Chapter 91. Wu Zhizhang was truly weary of wasting time with Zhao Miao Miao. Just moments ago, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, only to realize how foolish he had been. Even if he didn't harbor feelings for her, there was no reason to speak to someone he had once cherished in such a manner. He had held her in high regard, yet she had repeatedly crossed boundaries to hurt him. The sight of Zhao Miao Miao left him feeling deeply pained. Well said, I am indeed a poor wretch, incapable of providing you with the life you desire. Therefore, let's not meet again. Go seek out your Lu Jian. Brother Lin. At that moment, Lu Rugyu and Hua Haney appeared, leaving Lin Ran wondering what kind of day it was. Had these two heartless women returned to inflict more emotional turmoil after being absent for nearly 20 chapters? Two notorious women and two close friends competing on the same stage? Were they forming a group? Brother Lin, I finally found you. To locate you, I had to inquire with numerous classmates. Please save the Lin family. An unforeseen turn of events transformed Lin Ran, who had initially been a mere spectator to the commotion, into the very center of it. Wu Zhizhang sat gleefully upon the stone stool by the doorway, extracting a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. Lin Ran exhaled deeply. Are you so desperate for a scolding that going 3 days without one makes you feel uneasy? Lu Rugyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother Lin Ran, it's been so long since we last met. When you rejected me at the welcome party, I didn't blame you. It was my fault for not considering your feelings. Lin Ran quickly interrupted. Enough with the nonsense. If you want a scolding, say so outright. If you want a beating, be straightforward. Lu Rugyu's eyes reddened further. I know you're wealthy, and that you're still angry with me. But can we set aside personal grievances for a moment and discuss the Lin family's affairs? Our uncle is in dire straits, and needs 1 billion yuan to save the city. Only you can provide such a sum. I beg you, save our family. I'm willing to be your pet from now on, never to leave your side again. With that, she lunged forward. But Lin Ran deftly evaded her with a Pan Zhou Dan maneuver. Don't move, I'm full. Lu Rugyu was perplexed. Don't move at all. Your left brain is full of water, your right brain filled with flour. Staying still might be fine, but if you move, it'll all turn to mush. In this vast world, no one is as scheming as you. You're not even fit to be a pet, better off seeking out a stray dog for companionship. Though Lin Ran's words bore a sting, no one could pinpoint any outright vulgarity. Even Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao quietly indulged in the spectacle. Lu Rugyu pleaded, Brother Lin Ran, why must you speak so harshly? Have you truly ceased to love me? Lin Ran snapped. May I borrow a few sheets of your thick skin? Yours is layered inside and out, losing a few 1T matter. And you dare question whether I love you? Do I look like a fool to you? Holding back tears, Lu Rugyu whispered, even if you're still angry with me, you can't abandon the Lin family. After all, you and our uncle share a paternal bond. Lin Ran's swift slap cut her off. Enough. You disgust me. Lu Rugyu, tears streaming like pear blossoms in rain, asked Brother Lin Ran, who disgusts whom? Lin Ran sighed. I once had 2 hearts, one good, one evil. Since meeting you, only the good remains, because the evil part has died of disgust. Hearing this, Lu Rugyu collapsed to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. At that moment, a hand steadied her. Not Ho Haney, nor Lin Ran, but Lu Jian. Everyone was stunned. Don't be fooled by this gentleman. He is a pauper. Lu Jian bore the guise of a gentleman, but to Lu Rug, he appeared lecherous. She looked up at his outstretched orchid-like finger, shivering. Let go of me, you effeminate fool. Brother Lin Ran owns 2 companies and donated 1 billion yuan library project to our school. He just cashed out over 1 billion from stock dividends. And you call him a pauper? Pray, what is your net worth? Though Lu Rugyu was no saint, her style differed markedly from Zhao Miao Miao's. Lu Rugyu coveted wealth. Zhao Miao Miao desired both emotional value and money. Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao were both shocked. When Wu Zhizhang had claimed Lin Ran owned the Su Ran Hotel, they hadn't believed it. But if Lin Ran truly possessed billions in cash, their previous mockery rendered them the true jesters. Lu Jian muttered, this guy is such a poser. Zhao Miao Miao glared at Lu Jian. You're quite practiced at consoling young ladies. Did you just say all of this was false? Lu Jian, a man who bore grudges, had previously slandered Lin Ran and Wu Zhizhang indiscriminately, never expecting this turn of events. Flustered, he frowned and said, "Even if Lin Ran is wealthy, it has nothing to do with Wu Zhizhang." Zhao Miao Miao fell silent, sensing Lu Jian's newfound disdain. She then turned to Wu Zhizhang and asked, "Zhizhang, will you reconcile with me?" Wu Zhizhang replied, "Lin, what is your opinion?" Lin Ran said, "Feed a dog for 3 days, and it'll remember you for 3 years. Be a dog for 3 years, and it'll remember you for 3 days. Humans are inferior to dogs." Wu Zhizhang rose from the stone stool, radiating even more sunshine. "Did you hear that? Be gone, and never bow your proud head." Zhao Miao Miao's nose nearly twisted in anger as she dragged Lu Jian away. Lin Ran advised Wu Zhizhang, "See, a man can pretend to be poor, but he must not truly be poor. Keep it up, young man." Wu Zhizhang shook his head. "Not necessarily. You can truly be poor." Lin Ran was rarely silenced by Wu Zhizhang's retorts, but this time he had no argument. He resolved to humiliate Lu Rugyu once more before taking his leave. "Brother Lin Ran, don't go," Lu Rugyu implored. "Honestly, I quite admire your versatility," Lin Ran said with a playful smirk. Lu Rugyu was baffled. Wu Zhizhang chipped in. "Your skin's thick when it suits you, thin when it doesn't tea. Your expressions shift from sweet to bitter. People call you scoundrel or fool as they please." Lin Ran continued, "If I were still the old Lin Ran, I'd have been trampled to death by you and the Lin family long ago." Lu Rugyu insisted. "Brother Lin Ran, I don't love your money. I love you." Lin Ran retorted, "You must be skilled at chess." Lu Rugyu was puzzled. Wu Zhizhang added, "Great at playing the post move." Lin Ran glanced at Wu Zhizhang in surprise, thinking, "You seem to understand everything. Why aren't you so decisive when dealing with Zhao Miao Miao?" Just then, a luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up. Lin Ran had intended to flaunt his wealth before Zhao Miao Miao, but failed to impress. What a pity. Lu Rugyu attempted to follow but was blocked by bodyguards. As she screamed, a figure suddenly rushed forward and slapped her to the ground. "Well, you little thief. Daring to show your face again? This time, I'll make sure you suffer." Chapter 92, Lu Rugyu shouted, "You madman. I'll call the police and have you arrested." Ho Haney watched silently, wide-eyed since the ordeal began. "Whatever. If I have to serve time, I'll do it. If there are fines, my boss will pay. What do you do to me?" He grabbed Lu Rugyu's hair and slapped her mercilessly. He bore a grudge against her from a previous near-job loss. Naturally, enemies meet with fiery hostility. Lu Rugyu tried to escape but couldn't, enduring the pain as she called the police. Shun Jingbing did nothing to stop her. Lin Ran smiled, ignoring them, and got into the Rolls-Royce. Though the engine remained off, the spectacle was yet to conclude. Because of this incident, Wu Zhizhang lost interest in riding shared bicycles and instead climbed into his Ferrari parked nearby. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Miao Miao and another as they glanced back around the corner, stunned, petrified, and speechless. Zhao Miao Miao realized Lin Ran's immense wealth, and that his companions could not be mere bystanders. She hastily tried calling Wu Zhizhang, only to be met with unreachable lines. Sniffling, she thought, Wu Zhizhang seemed quite good. Inside the car, Wu Zhizhang mused, Lin's right. A man can feign poverty, but must not truly be poor. Shun Jingbing's unilateral assault continued. By the time Uncle had arrived, Lu Rugyu was already bruised and battered. Lu Rugyu and Shun Jingbing were restrained. Lin Ran exited the car and slowly approached a Pagani by the roadside, not sparing Lu Rugyu a glance, but gave Shun Jingbing a thumbs up. Shun Jingbing knelt in obeisance. As Lin Ran settled in, the passenger door opened, and Ho Haney climbed in. Lin Ran's face darkened. "Get out." Ho Haney, feigning shyness, said Lin Ran. "I've liked you for a long time. I wanted to confess, but because you were pursuing Rug Eye." Lin Ran interrupted. "Oh, then tell me, why do you like me?" "Because you're handsome, hardworking, and an excellent student, qualities that are truly rare." Lin Ran responded, "But I remember someone once said, what use is being handsome? This world is a society governed by wealth, where diligent study seems futile in achieving social mobility. Does it not?" Ho Haney wore an awkward expression, unable to recall if she had ever uttered such words, yet the tone and rhetoric felt strikingly familiar. Lin Ran, that was merely the jealousy of unrequited love speaking. I have always held affection for you. I possess everything that Lu Rugyu has. I can do what she does, and even what she cannot. With that, she adjusted her legs to reveal their graceful length. I would undoubtedly make a far better girlfriend than Lu Rugyu, 1,000 times over. Lin Ran, what? Have you ceased to be sisters with Lu Rugyu? I became her sister to get closer to you. My love for you is immense. Just allow me to be your girlfriend, and I promise to comply with anything you ask of me. Ho Haney blushed shyly. Lin Ran, oh, is that so? Well, in that case, I need you to get out right now. Ho Haney, all right. As she opened the car door, Lin Ran swiftly kicked her out, the roar of the engine abruptly silencing. Ho Haney stared blankly at the desolate street. Lu Rugu had not yet been taken away. Just before being escorted into the police car, she witnessed Ho Haney being kicked out by Lin Ran, her expression one of shock. And you? Ho Haney hastily composed herself, exclaiming, "That bastard Lin Ran. I went to persuade him to treat you well, and he kicked me out of the car." "Really?" "Of course. It's true. No chatting, get in the car quickly," urged the uncle in the hat from behind, and Lu Rugu had no choice but to comply. Lin Ran soon arrived at the Luo Corporation, the distance merely a turn away. In the office, Luo Yao was still engrossed in paperwork, and Lin Ran chose not to disturb her, merely observing quietly from the side. Luo Yao's brow was furrowed, clearly indicating her less than pleasant mood. She worked through the documents with astonishing speed, yet remained silent, the office enveloped in an eerie, quiet save for the rustling of papers. Lin Ran watched her in silence until she ceased her actions. "Have you seen enough?" Lin Ran offered her a glass of water. "Not nearly. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime and still want more." Luo Yao turned her head and accepted the water cup Lin Ran had once given her. Taking a gentle sip, "Ran, do you know? Sometimes I truly wish to keep you by my side for eternity." "Lin Ran, I am immensely honored." He understood that Luo Yao was merely expressing her sentiments. Suddenly, Luo Yao stood up, gripping Lin Ran's neck with a cold glare. Lin Ran felt a sense of suffocation, slowly reaching to caress the back of Luo Yao's head. At such a moment, the reason was irrelevant. Soothing her was the right course of action. Luo Yao displayed a hint of panic, retracting her hand and nervously saying, Ran, I don't even know why, I'm sorry." Lin Ran regained his breath, feeling that this love was not suffocating but rather heart-wrenching. Luo Yao's current state was a result of her own making. With a gentlemanly gesture, he extended his hand. "My dear wife, your man wishes to invite you home." Staring blankly at Lin Ran's outstretched hand, Lin Ran added, "We can discuss matters at home." Luo Yao finally placed her hand elegantly upon his, and they departed at a measured pace. Once they were in the car, Luo Yao suddenly spoke. "Ran, what do you think of Haney?" Lin Ran chuckled. Just by her name, one could discern her character. "Do you like her?" Lin Ran hastily shook his head, only to hear Luo Yao continue to inquire. "Ran, who is more capricious, me or Lu Rugu?" Lin Ran paused, responding with a hint of confusion. "Lu Rugu is fickle, yet I prefer the unchanging." Luo Yao was no fool. She understood the implication behind Lin Ran's words. "In truth, I can be capricious as well, for instance." Lin Ran immediately interrupted her. "You little minx, choose your words carefully." Luo Yao nodded, then posed a question that sent a chill down Lin Ran's spine. "Do you like pets?" Lin Ran jolted, turning to glance through the rear window at Wang Bao in the car behind them, then shook his head, feeling uncertain. Could it be that Luo Yao had concealed a radio nearby? Or was it that lip reader she had mentioned earlier? That would be quite the revelation. He finally comprehended Luo Yao's earlier unusual behavior. For a wife with such insecurities, excessive imagination could be perilous. This was a lesson Lin Ran had learned in a past life. Luo Yao still occasionally lacked a sense of security. Pets, well, that depends on the type. If it's the obedient and adorable kind, who could possibly refuse? Luo Yao leaned closer, her breath intoxicating. "What about a pet like me, who is occasionally a little rebellious? Do you like that?" Lin Ran gently pressed a finger to her lips, softly saying, "Be quiet, you beautiful woman, or you might find yourself locked away." Chapter 93. Humans share a common trait with other animals. Once their basic needs are met, they begin to indulge in desires. The distinction lies in the higher intelligence of humans, granting them greater capabilities. For instance, Lin Ran never anticipated that he would suddenly acquire a pet. In this mad world filled with mad people, the feline cries outside serve as constant reminders for those within to exercise moderation. Until the soft rays of morning light illuminated the balcony, Luo Yao savored the autumn chill while sipping her coffee, the gentle breeze lifting her long hair, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. Upon awakening, Lin Ran beheld this scene, feeling that happiness lingered nearby. Noticing Lin Ran stir, Luo Yao approached and planted a deep kiss. "I must leave now. You must behave." "Lin Ran, do you really not know if I'll be good or not?" Luo Yao, filled with reluctance, often wished to take a break from everything, to be free of all responsibilities save for being with Lin Ran, to grow old together in harmony. Perhaps one day, that dream would indeed come to fruition. It surely will. Luo Yao tossed Lin Ran a USB drive, which he caught flawlessly. "Remember, do not expose yourself to danger. Contact me immediately if anything arises." Lin Ran nodded at the USB drive in his hand, not wishing to find himself in peril. "And do not forget about Luo Wu. She's a temptress, and you must not. Luo Yao, you underestimate yourself. Aside from you, I could hardly spare a glance at any other woman. Lin Ran asserted with sincerity. Luo Yao departed with satisfaction, increasingly fond of the current Lin Ran. Should he betray her now, she would undoubtedly execute a swift act of retribution against love. After Luo Yao left, Lin Ran retrieved his phone and found the number. It's in hand. Moments later, a message arrived from the other side. Same place. Lin Ran was well aware that Luo Yao was still at the Panga Hotel, as he had previously instructed that should she leave, he must be informed at once. Upon arriving at the hotel, he ensured no one followed him. After all, the bodyguards were Luo Yao's, and if Luo Yao discovered that Luo Yao's men were tailing him, trust would be irrevocably shattered. Upon returning to room 1801, the ominous sense of danger crept upon him once more. He knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened from within. Lin Ran expected to witness the alluring scenes from last time, but was instead met with the sight of only Luo Yao. An alarm rang in his mind. He was not afraid of someone being inside, but rather of there being no one, for he knew Luo Yao to be unhinged. What's wrong? Handsome, aren't you coming in? Lin Ran, remaining at the threshold, extended the USB drive in his hand. A 1 TB entering. This contains what you desire. Luo Yao did not take the USB, instead flashing a languid smile. But right now, I desire you even more. What to do? With that, Luo Yao began to reveal her suggestive allure. Lin Ran, do you want a USB or not? If not, I'm leaving. Luo Yao's expression instantly turned cold. Her face devoid of emotion as she accepted the USB, her fingers lightly grazing Lin Ran's palm. Lin Ran quickly withdrew his hand, though he was not overwhelmed with desire. He merely felt apprehensive. Yet this gesture was perceived by Luo Yao as a sign of the young man's nervousness, and she prepared to pounce. In a moment of clumsiness, she twisted her ankle, tumbling directly toward Lin Ran. If he were an ordinary man, he would undoubtedly extend a hand to support Luo Yao in such a situation. However, Lin Ran, rather ironically, skillfully evaded her. If I do not descend shortly, my bodyguard will alert the authorities and notify Luo Yao. Luo Yao's expression faltered. Her repeated advances had not garnered any appreciation from Lin Ran. It appeared she harbored an obsession with men who could win over Luo Yao. Casting Lin Ran a resentful glance, she regained her composure and gestured for him to proceed. Upon her yielding, Lin Ran departed without a word. As the door clicked shut, Luo Yao's demeanor turned frigid, and she swiftly typed a message on her phone. 100,000. Capture him, and ensure no one discovers it. Received. Understood. You brat. Just wait. Exiting the hotel room, Lin Ran exhaled deeply, sensing a fleeting aura of danger. This woman was indeed perilous. Luo Yao's concerns were justified. Wang Bao, as his personal bodyguard, detected Lin Ran's tension and realized that Lin Ran's decision to go alone must involve some deeply clandestine matters. Lin Xiao, is there anything you require of me? Lin Ran glanced at Wang Bao and then at the concealed bodyguard team nearby, feeling slightly reassured. After all, he was the protagonist. Surely, he would not meet with an untimely demise. Currently, Lin Ran found himself devoid of obligations. He did not need to attend school, nor did he dare to. The company was managed by others, so he had no need to worry. What if the company incurred losses? So be it. As a man living off his benefactor's resources, bolstered by his wealthy partner's strength, he felt no trepidation even if he ventured into entrepreneurship. Lin Ran was acutely aware of his own position. His entrepreneurial endeavors were merely a playful pastime intended to earn a little money to amuse Luo Yao and exact a measure of revenge on the Lin family. When it came to genuine expenses, he would not hesitate to utilize Luo Yao's funds, indulging in this soft dependence without a shred of guilt. He had no desire to emulate other men in similar situations, juggling responsibilities and appearing foolish. Of course, Lin Ran differed from those men in one significant regard. His affections for Luo Yao were sincere, while he could not speak for others. In a society where gender roles were reversed, Lin Ran and Luo Yao would represent a perfectly normal marital dynamic, with one partner earning a living and the other gracing the world with beauty. As long as Lin Ran remained faithful, his affluent wife would cherish him beyond measure. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran continued to prepare porridge and meticulously crafted a balanced meal featuring 4 dishes. He had no intention of squandering time on Luo Yao, for she was merely a pawn. How could she possibly compare to the needs of his beloved? The loss of Luo Yao would amount to little more than a single life, whereas neglecting his cherished companion would surely lead to her distress. Old Fu observed Lin Ran's unwavering dedication in preparing lunch for Luo Yao and approached with a sense of satisfaction. Young master, you treat the young lady exceptionally well. It's been ages since I've seen her eat with such earnestness. Old Fu, you've arrived? Lin Ran replied. Indeed, if I don't make an appearance. Readers may soon forget about this old housekeeper. Old Fu chuckled. Lin Ran, puzzled, inquired, did Luo Yao not used to eat seriously? Not exactly, Old Fu clarified. She used to eat with some seriousness, but regrettably, she suffers from anorexia, so her intake is minimal and highly selective. Lin Ran paused, taken aback by this revelation. Wait. Every time I see her, she seems to eat adequately. Old Fu smiled knowingly. That is because you feed her, young master. It's not an exaggeration. Even if you offered her poison, she would consume it without hesitation. Chapter 94. Lin Ran fell silent, realizing that even after all this time, his understanding of Luo Yao remained incomplete. Did she have other issues beyond her eating disorder? Old Fu nodded gravely. Indeed, there are significant concerns. Her sleep quality is poor as well. However, it has improved compared to the past. There were times she would stay locked in her study all night, and I often noticed the light on inside, which worried me greatly. This situation persisted for many years, and even tranquilizers proved ineffective. At one point, to help her sleep, her private doctor even resorted to injections, but such medications are detrimental to one's health. Fortunately, Old Fu continued, ever since you and the young lady became involved, I have noticed a marked improvement in her complexion. I even asked her about it, and she said that lying beside you brings her comfort and peace, allowing her to achieve more than 5 hours of sleep each night, which was previously unimaginable. Lin Ran was utterly astounded. He finally understood why Luo Yao, despite going to bed later than him, always awoke before him. 5 hours of sleep? Is that even sufficient? That is already a significant improvement. Previously, if she managed 2 hours of sleep, it was considered fortunate. However, that is not the main issue. Her greatest concern is you. Me? Yes, precisely you. To put it simply, she is quite infatuated with you. Because of this affection, she exhibits behaviors that others might find perplexing and becomes gentler, all due to her deep concern for you. Young master, as long as you remain by her side, I believe she will gradually improve. Old Fu refrained from revealing the more alarming behaviors Luo Yao might exhibit. He did not wish to burden Lin Ran with pressure or fear that he might withdraw from her, although Lin Ran had been displaying commendable behavior of late. Who could ascertain if it was genuine? Lin Ran inhaled deeply, coming to a realization. So that's how it is. I thought that providing her with love to the best of my ability was sufficient, but I had no idea there were so many underlying issues. I love her, yet I do not know her well enough. It seems Luo Yao has many challenges, but I will strive to embrace every facet of her, including her sensitive stomach. So I shall prepare her nourishing porridge. Old Fu. She has a sensitive stomach? I was unaware. Suddenly enlightened, Old Fu smiled broadly. Indeed, I believe with your meticulous care, young master, her stomach troubles will surely improve. In his heart, he silently applauded his young mistress. By feigning a stomach ailment, she not only garnered Lin Ran's attention, but also secured his daily culinary efforts. It was a masterstroke indeed. Lin Ran assured, rest assured, I shall not only remedy Luo Yao's stomach issues, but also stand by her side for a lifetime, cherishing her with all my heart. Should you require anything, young master, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Lin Ran smiled and said, there's indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you. I wonder if you could assist me? Speak, young master. I would like the readers to grant me a 5-star rating. Can you facilitate this? Old Fu wiped his brow. That may prove challenging. You know how discerning readers can be. Some do not even last 30 minutes before leaving hasty assessments. This task would require them to reach this chapter first. If you cannot manage this, then you may as well resign as my housekeeper. I shall do my utmost. Ah, such demanding patrons. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lin Ran had finished preparing all the meals and departed with the thermal container in hand. Old Fu waved goodbye and sent out a message. Young master is off to deliver a heartfelt lunch. At the Luo Corporation, as the lunch break approached, employees began to prepare for their meals. Lin Ran's arrival sparked considerable discussion, especially among the assistants, who were thoroughly impressed by his attentiveness. Lately, whenever Luo Zong reported to work, Lin Ran had been delivering lunch almost daily, apparently having prepared it himself. Initially, they had harbored some disdain, viewing him as a young man who had begun living off a woman. Gradually, however, they recognized their misjudgment. Their initial contempt transformed into envy. What was wrong with having such a considerate partner? At that moment, they were fueled with motivation, eager to earn more to attract their future boyfriends. Woof, woof, woof. Young master, here to deliver lunch for Luo Zong again? Lin Ran smiled and nodded, of course. The food outside is unclean and tastes terrible. How could Luo Yao possibly eat such things? The assistant team was bewildered. So, do we not deserve to eat well? Lin Ran deliberately made this remark. fully aware that it would eventually reach Luo Yao's ears, bringing her joy. This is what one might call emotional value. As for the workers, he could only offer his apologies. He realized that he was becoming increasingly cunning. After knocking on the door, he stepped into the office, only to be greeted by a warm embrace from Luo Yao. "Ran, you don't have to work so hard. My stomach feels much better." Lin Ran replied, "Regardless of how your stomach feels, it cannot deter me from pampering my wife." Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. After indulging the little demon, the two took a break in the office, continuing until 2 p.m. It was at this moment that Lu Meng could no longer restrain herself and knocked on the office door. Otherwise, the senior executives would surely grow anxious. "President Luo, you are already late for the 2 p.m. meeting." Luo Yao stretched lazily, grabbing her clothes to put on. "Ran, I'm off to the meeting. I'll wait here for you to finish work together," Lin Ran stated firmly, indicating he had no intention of leaving. "All right," Luo Yao said, departing with Lu Meng. Lin Ran decided to continue resting, awaiting Luo Yao's return. Unintentionally or not, his gaze frequently wandered to the small vial on the desk, and his mind began to spiral into chaotic thoughts, though he wished to avoid it. The sensation felt akin to having one's cherished toy coveted by others. He loathed this feeling. Perhaps, in the past, he had evoked a similar sentiment within Luo Yao. Would there come a day when he would love Luo Yao as she loved him? To understand Luo Yao, to become Luo Yao? The thought was somewhat terrifying. Shaking his head, he dismissed the strange notions, turned, and gave the bookshelf 3 firm pats before entering the secret chamber once the door opened. With Luo Yao absent, Lin Ran inspected the surroundings with greater scrutiny this time, wishing to peruse each photograph and document. As time passed, a sense of relief washed over him. Regardless of the meaning behind the notes in the vial, or whether Luo Yao harbored a white moonlight, his presence dominated the secret chamber. While the vial occupied merely a few square centimeters, could this not signify his greater importance? He realized he had been overly fixated when it came to matters of the heart. He had once been infatuated with Lu Yu. Chapter 95 Love is inherently unfair. The sequence of events holds little significance compared to who ultimately stands by your side. There's a saying, isn't there? The unloved are the third parties, sitting at the simple table in the secret chamber. Lin Ran picked up a stack of documents and began to read. Upon reaching the last page, his heart trembled. It was an ordinary photograph of him, smiling brightly, likely taken the first time he met Luo Yao, captured from a perfectly flattering angle. At that moment, Lin Ran had no inkling of Luo Yao's intentions. He merely felt astonished by the attention of such a beautiful woman. Little did he know, her first words would be a proposal of marriage. Lin Ran had thought she was joking, hence his bashful and somewhat naive smile. Reflecting on that meeting, he realized he had not disliked Luo Yao. On the contrary, he admired her. Therefore, when he declined her, he did so with considerable tact. For such a stunning woman, regardless of whether her affections were genuine or feigned, he found no reason to resent her boldness. It was only later, upon realizing Luo Yao was serious, that he began to distance himself. Her obsession was too intense, bordering on pathological, and this frightened him. Yet, the more he fled, the closer she pursued, ultimately leading to a form of soft imprisonment. The photograph before him held no remarkable attributes, yet the blurred water stains upon it tugged at Lin Ran's heartstrings. He understood these were remnants of Luo Yao's countless moments of unrequited love, sorrowfully contemplating the photograph. How much pain had Luo Yao endured during that time? He felt utterly wretched, flipping the photo to reveal a blank space inscribed with the words, "One day, he will love you." His heart ached. It felt as though he could scarcely breathe. At last, Lin Ran succumbed to despair. He had never felt such anguish, and it was all for Luo Yao. Love can be sweet, yet can also inflict pain. Lin Ran conceded, he had fallen, even if it meant shattering into 1,000 pieces. He vowed to shield Luo Yao from any further harm. He now yearned to see her as swiftly as possible. Rushing out, he frantically inquired of the assistant team. "Luo Yao, where is she? I must see her now." Sister Wang from the assistant team was taken aback, noticing the redness in Lin Ran's eyes, which made her tense up. If anything were to happen to Lin Ran at the company, Luo Yao would surely unleash her wrath upon them. "President Luo is in the 36th floor conference room, but Mr. Lin, you cannot go. She is still in a meeting." Lin Ran paid her no mind. He was consumed by the desire to see Luo Yao, teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. As the elevator ascended to the 88th floor, Lin Ran charged inside. Watching the floors whiz by, feeling as though centuries were passing. So this is what it feels like to be in love, where every second stretches on interminably. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Ran bolted out, colliding with Luo Yao as she exited the conference room. "A Ran?" Luo Yao exclaimed, noticing Lin Ran's tear-streaked face, instantly filled with concern. Lin Ran's vision of Luo Yao began to blur. Yet he was unequivocally certain that the figure before him was his Luo Yao. "Luo Yao, I." He rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. His voice breaking. Why are you so foolish? Is loving me truly worth it?" Luo Yao returned his embrace, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. "Because you are a Ran, and you are worth it." Their embrace at the conference room door obstructed the senior executives exiting the meeting. "Luo Yao, I'm so sorry for being late," Lin Ran repeated, uttering incomprehensible words. As Luo Yao felt the warmth radiating from Lin Ran, she suddenly perceived the world around her in vibrant hues. When Lin Ran glanced up, he noticed a crowd behind Luo Yao, all staring in astonishment, unsure whether to exit or enter. Locking eyes with Lin Ran, they fidgeted, some glancing at the ceiling, whispering about whether they should change the decor. This time, Lin Ran felt no embarrassment or shame. He was far more composed than during the previous video conference. Although he hadn't sought confirmation from Luo Yao, he was utterly convinced that she would never reject his affection, regardless of the time or place. Before all assembled, Lin Ran unabashedly fed them a morsel of their love. As the kiss came to an end, Luo Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, declaring, "Carry me back." Lin Ran obliged, lifting her in a princess carry. Luo Yao cast a cold glance over the executives, who, akin to having entered a mortuary, were rendered eerily silent. The moment Lin Ran disappeared, the chatter resumed, though it had shifted from work-related topics. "I've heard Mr. Lin is quite handsome. Today, I finally see it for myself. Hadn't we already seen him during the video conference? Those fleeting glimpses were hardly clear. I've heard Mr. Lin often comes to deliver meals to President Luo. I once encountered Mr. Lin but didn't dare speak. After all, I'm a woman and fear President Luo's ire. Did you see President Luo's expression just now? She looked like a love-struck girl. I always thought President Luo's little puppy was the passive one, but it seems that is not the case. Lo, surprisingly, nestled like a delicate woman in another's embrace, has truly reshaped my understanding. Lin Xiao is remarkable. Lin Xiao, if you exert yourself a bit more, we shall endure less hardship." Upon returning to the 88th floor, Luo Yao observed Lin Ran's reluctance to release her. Her heart filled with perplexity. "Ran, what is truly troubling you? Has someone bullied you?" Lin Ran replied, "Yes." "Who?" "You." Lin Ran continued, "You have bullied me. It seems you have never uttered the words, 'I love you.'" In Lin Ran's arms, Luo Yao's eyes were entirely filled with his image. "I love you. But do you love me?" Lin Ran gazed deeply into her eyes and declared, "Luo Yao, I love you. You may confirm this with me at any time." These words struck Luo Yao's heart like a bullet, utterly shattering her. "Very well. I shall continually seek confirmation. After all, I intend to support you for a lifetime." Lin Ran was truly moved to tears. It seemed she remembered every word he had ever spoken. "Now, can you tell me what exactly is wrong?" Lin Ran stated, "I visited your secret room and saw the photograph from our first meeting." Luo Yao fell silent. She was uncertain how Lin Ran felt upon seeing that photograph, but she indeed harbored unpleasant memories. That recollection was etched in her mind like a knife, yet fortunately, Ran now belonged to her. Lin Ran noticed a shift in Luo Yao's emotions. "If you had told Luo Yao earlier, forget the past. I am hopelessly in love with you and cannot extricate myself. You must take responsibility for me." He had intended to say that if he had known sooner, they would have been together long ago. However, it suddenly dawned on him that Luo Yao had already made her love known, while he foolishly pursued Lu Rug, so he refrained from voicing it. To speak such words would be akin to slapping his own face and might plunge Luo Yao into deeper sorrow. "Very well, I shall take responsibility for you. For a lifetime," Luo Yao promised. Observing her charming demeanor, Lin Ran was resolute in ensuring she would feel not an ounce of discomfort in their relationship. Not even the slightest. Luo Yao, many misunderstandings in novels arise from a lack of clear communication. I hope we can always remain this way, devoid of unnecessary misunderstandings. I despise causing pain. Luo Yao replied, "It is a promise. You are solely mine, and I shall conceal nothing from you." Lin Ran nodded. Having lost interest in inquiring about the small bottle, the past should be left to the winds. The future was what mattered most. To dwell in the past would render him the most despicable of individuals. "Let us return home." Luo Yao clung to Lin Ran, who graciously carried her out of the company building, astonishing many passers-by. Were it not for company regulations, their photographs might have already circulated within internal groups. After dinner, Lin Ran asked Luo Yao to rest in her room while he sought out Uncle Fu. Have you taken care of the matters I entrusted you with yesterday? Uncle Fu replied, many readers have left messages, expressing concern about your slow updates. Some even mentioned they were hesitant to continue reading, fearing abrupt endings or sudden plot twists. Yet they kindly left 5-star reviews. Lin Ran retorted, slow updates? 3 chapters a day without fail, updated precisely at midnight without a minute's delay. Tell them to rest assured. There will be no abrupt endings. If I ever stop updating, may my entire family perish. Uncle Fu nodded enthusiastically. Understood. Additionally, many have commented that your title is too whimsical, making it hard to find previously read content. Lin Ran, exasperated, replied, click the directory. Then the search icon in the top right corner, input the desired keyword, and voila. How can these handsome and beautiful readers be so troublesome? Uncle Fu assured him, I will communicate this. They simply need to understand. Lin Ran emphasized, Uncle Fu, remember, those lovely readers are also my dearest ones. You must ensure they prosper. Rest assured. Young Master Lin. By the way, I noticed Miss has smiled several times today. What is your secret? Lin Ran responded, you need not concern yourself with that. Prepare a nourishing soup, plenty of it. My back has been bothering me lately. Understood. The night passed without incident, save for the calls of a black cat, accompanied by the melodies of joy. The next afternoon, while returning from delivering lunch, trouble arose. As soon as he entered the vehicle, an ominous sensation washed over him. Lin Ran knew something awaited him. Just as he was about to start the engine, a glint of cold steel appeared behind him. Don't move, drive, Lin Ran remarked. You guys are quite impressive. How did you manage to hide in such a small space? I admire your skills. I would pay to learn your techniques. Less chatter. Just drive, one of the masked assailants impatiently urged. With no choice, Lin Ran started the car, pondering the identities of his captors. The likelihood of it being Luo Yao was considerable, but Lin Tianba or Lin Jian were also plausible suspects, and even Lu Rugyu could be behind this. Despite being a woman, her ruthlessness in the past had been unrestrained and merciless. He would never forget the expression on her face when she pushed him off the platform, gleeful, mocking, liberated. In this lifetime, Lin Ran intended to crush Lu Rugyu's dignity underfoot. It was only natural for her to seek revenge. As Lin Ran drove further from the city, his security team quickly realized something was amiss. Wang Bao messaged Lin Ran, who did not reply, and his calls went unanswered. Recognizing the urgency, Wang Bao contacted Luo Yao, his heart heavy with concern. If anything were to happen to young Master Lin, he would be doomed. Under the threat of a dagger, Lin Ran accelerated, driving faster and faster until he reached an alley. He assumed it was their destination and turned in, contemplating crashing into an obstacle to create an opportunity for escape. Little did he know, as soon as he entered the alley, one of the kidnappers ordered him to stop. Lin Ran hit the brakes, bewildered as he glanced into the rearview mirror at the 2 kidnappers. One of them exited the vehicle and approached the driver's side. You, go over there. Under the duress of the dagger, Lin Ran reluctantly switched seats, unwilling to risk his life. The kidnapper took the driver's seat, restarted the car, and executed a drift to exit the alley, seamlessly maneuvering through the narrow passages. To be fair, the kidnapper was quite familiar with the terrain. Several turns allowed them to easily lose the pursuing security team. Lin Ran sighed, realizing he would need to rely on his own resourcefulness to escape. The other kidnapper wasn't idle either. One hand threatened Lin Ran while the other began to search him, thoroughly patting him down and discarding his phone out of the window. My foldable phone. Damn it, if you're going to kidnap me, why toss my phone? It was a gift from my wife. The kidnapper smirked coldly. Even facing death, you still think of your phone? Lin Ran retorted. What if my browsing history hasn't been cleared? Are you trying to ruin me? The searching kidnapper hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was indeed quite mortifying. Sorry, brother. I was just afraid you had a tracker on you. Lin Ran took a deep breath. Forget it. I understand. It's a tough job. But I do like to know how much you're being paid. I can offer you double. Tin, shut up, you fool. The driver kidnapper interrupted, unable to contain himself. Lin Xiao, I know you are clever, but we have professional ethics. We wouldn't engage in such actions. Lin Ran replied, 10,000? Am I really worth that little? Release me, and I'll give you $1 billion. How does that sound? The driver nearly lost control of the vehicle, almost crashing into the greenery as Lin Ran's offer shattered his psychological defenses. Lin Xiao, stop struggling. It's futile. While we do love money, we value our lives even more. Lin Ran understood that someone who could not be swayed by $1 billion would not be convinced by 10 billion. Kidnapper driver. Damn it, you fool. Hurry and gag him. I'm afraid I'll lose my life for the sake of money. All right, Lin Ran. No, don't do this. Can I just not raise the price? No, you talk too much. The kidnapper made up his mind. Lin Ran, we give you. Foolish kidnapper. He seems to be cursing us. Driver kidnapper, quite filthy. Soon, the vehicle arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. and Lin Ran was dragged out of the car. Pushed by the kidnapper, he walked step by step into the warehouse of the factory, which was dark and damp, clearly showing that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Lin Ran began to survey the surroundings. And it seemed that a woman was standing in the shadows. "Little handsome, I told you, you'll be mine sooner or later. How about it? Are you happy?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Ran thought to himself. As expected, the one capable of such actions is most likely Luo Yao. If he had not been with Luo Yao, then Luo Yao would be the one to do this. Now that he was with Luo Yao, it was Luo Yao taking over. Lin Ran began to doubt the genetic issues within the Luo family. Were they all inherently perverse? One after another, they all seemed so insane. "Why did you kidnap me? Haven't I already given you what you wanted?" Luo Yao. "Indeed, I have seen it, and it is undeniably what I wanted, and I'm quite pleased. However, I have also stated that I must have you." "Why?" "Because you are the man Luo Yao likes." Lin Ran simply sat down on the ground, spreading his hands. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but he wasn't overly worried either. He knew Luo Yao would surely send someone to rescue him. Although the kidnappers had searched him, how could an ordinary person possibly think that a locator was hidden within his body? His wife was indeed proactive, having anticipated that he might be kidnapped and had installed a locator in advance. How clever. "You've kidnapped me just to possess me? There is no need for that. You could have waited until you helped me leave Luo Yao first before tying me up. Now that you have me, aren't you afraid Luo Yao will find out?" Luo Yao, with a face full of excitement. "But I can't wait. Kidnapping you today has been planned for a long time. That dead girl Luo Yao could never figure out that it was me, because I should still be at the Panga Hotel. Let me tell you, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Panga Hotel is Luo Yao. I deliberately concealed myself under her surveillance. She wouldn't suspect that I'm no longer at the hotel. However, what puzzles me is that she clearly knows you've met with me, yet she has no defenses against you, allowing you to access the company's data. This shows how much she trusts you. I'm utterly astonished. She loves you so much. I must have you. Then, after I bring her down, I'll send her the video of me having you, and she will definitely crumble. Haha." Lin Ran imagined for a moment if that was the case. Luo Yao would surely be devastated. Fortunately, he had never truly collaborated with Luo Yao, and Luo Yao's South USB drive had not shown any problems. However, this woman was indeed formidable, daring to engage in such antics right under Luo Yao's nose. He had previously thought highly of Luo Yao, but now realized he had underestimated her. He had no idea how Luo Yao managed to evade so many watchful eyes at the hotel, but that was irrelevant. Fortunately, she was unaware that the Pango Hotel was already his. Otherwise, it would certainly cause trouble. How perilous. "Don't be delusional. I'm merely a toy for Luo Yao. When she is happy, she naturally dotes on me, but if I pose any threat to her, she wouldn't hesitate to abandon me." Luo Yao nodded. "I can agree with that, but little brother, none of that matters. What truly matters is that I can genuinely possess you. Using you to annoy that dead girl is also worthwhile." As she spoke, Luo Yao stepped closer to Lin Ran, directly prying open his mouth and inserting a small blue pill. Lin Ran's eyes widened. "What did you make me swallow?" Luo Yao. "Yin Yang powder. Are you out of your mind?" Luo Yao chuckled. Hee hee. "Don't blame me, little brother. It's your fault for not cooperating." Damn. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. To insult someone, one must start with their mother. Lin Ran targeted Luo Yao's mother as the center, with relatives and organs as the radius and ancestors as the goal, drawing a circle to her face. Yet Luo Yao showed no sign of disgust. Instead, she chuckled. "Little brother, you're quite amusing. Keep cursing, curse even harder." Lin Ran, tired from cursing, swallowed hard. "Give me some water." "What? Tired of cursing? Curse a bit longer. I haven't had enough yet." Damn, this woman is indeed a pervert, actively seeking insults. Thus, Lin Ran launched a second wave of attack, this time focusing on Luo Yao's appearance as the center, her figure as the radius, and her personality and emotions as the goal, and finally, Luo Yao broke down. Of course, every impressive individual has their untouchable pain points. It seems that Luo Yao's sensitive spots lie in her looks, physique, or emotional aspects. In reality, what angered Luo Yao was Lin Ran's remark. "A perverted woman like you will never receive love from others." Indeed, Luo Yao had merely been a tool throughout her life, having struggled to gain respect and carve out her own existence, only to have Luo Yao appear shortly thereafter. The path she had walked for so many years was completed by Luo Yao in just a decade, and even more successfully. If memory serves correctly, Luo Yao was only 18 when she returned, while what had Lin Ran done at 18? She was forced to kill the man she loved most. Sad, laughable, detestable. Why should Luo Yao have everything while she herself lost the right to love and be loved? Shut up. You're talking nonsense. No one in this world deserves my love. Lin Ran was taken aback. He and T expected that Luo Yu's fury stemmed from love. Did someone like her also have a story? Huh, what? Did the one you love betray you? Or did you betray the one you love? Luo Yu was utterly enraged. I want to tear your mouth off. After I play with you to death. I'll tear your mouth and then kill your family after you die. Lin Ran. And if you kill my family, I would suffer greatly. Wouldn't it be a better punishment to let me live and endure this pain? Luo Yu gritted her teeth. You talk too much. As she spoke, she commanded the kidnapper who had brought Lin Ran, strip him and take him to the storage room above. The kidnapper nodded, and Lin Ran immediately panicked. Hey. Why are you suddenly going crazy? I haven't finished speaking yet. Watching the kidnapper approach, Lin Ran was already prepared for a fight. Although he knew he might not be a match for the kidnapper, he had to try. However, even if he managed to overcome the kidnapper, what about Luo Yu? This woman was no simpleton. He was likely to be doomed. Luo Yao, oh Luo Yao, if you don't come, your husband will be done for. Bang! Just then, the warehouse door was forcefully smashed open, dust flying everywhere. Luo Yu immediately grabbed Lin Ran, a cold glint appearing in her hand. Lin Ran felt a chill. Luo Yu's movements were strikingly similar to those of Luo Yao in the past, almost as if they were cast from the same mold. Even the weapon she wielded was quite alike. As the dust settled, a row of headlights illuminated a group of people, and in the center stood a refined woman clad in a black bodysuit, her hair styled in a bun, holding a submachine gun in one hand and a gleaming dagger at her waist. The imposing Luo Yao appeared right in the center of the scene. Luo Yu, are you seeking death? Luo Yao had her limits. She could tolerate anything, but Lin Ran was her bottom line, the kind of person who would die if touched. Luo Yu's eyes widened. Luo Yao, how could you possibly find this place? The two kidnappers beside Luo Yu were equally astonished. They had ensured no one was tailing them before arriving at this secluded location, devoid of surveillance cameras. How had Luo Yao discovered this place? With one hand gripping Lin Ran and the other brandishing a dagger, Luo Yu signaled to the kidnappers, though her heart raced with anxiety. She understood Luo Yao. Her niece was no ordinary adversary, and even she felt no confidence in facing her. Just as the kidnappers were about to make a move, 2 gunshots rang out. Precise and unerring. Luo Yao, do you dare to harm others? Luo Yu exclaimed incredulously, yet soon reconciled herself to the reality. What was there that Luo Yao would not dare? She had not spared even her own family. Luo Yao holstered her firearm and retorted, what era are we in? Resorting to hand-to-hand combat. You dare to kidnap. So what do I have to fear? If I take them out, it would simply be self-defense. Do you want me to show you my firearm permit? As the head of the foremost financial conglomerate, Luo Yao's status naturally afforded her certain privileges, such as the right to bear arms. Lin Ran was captivated by Luo Yao's demeanor. His wife never failed to stir his heart. Let it be reiterated, a husband embodies a feeling. Cold sweat trickled down Luo Yu's forehead. The earlier thrill had vanished, replaced by dread. Stay back, or I'll kill your little man. Lin Ran felt discomfort at the term little man. Why the diminutive? Was she mistaken in her categorization? Luo Yu began to suspect that Lin Ran was somewhat of a chatterbox, his incessant prattle provoking a desire to curse. She was trained, capable of maneuvering even against formidable opponents. Yet Lin Ran was not a master of physical combat. He wielded magical attacks, which were precisely the chink in Luo Yu's armor. Shut up. Is this the time for semantics? She snapped. It's not like you can lecture me on word choice now. Let me go. And perhaps I might spare your life. After all, we're not enemies, right? Your enemy is Luo Yao. Luo Yu froze, contemplating Lin Ran's words with newfound clarity. Perhaps he was correct. Luo Yao's animosity was directed at her, having captured Lin Ran merely as an act of vengeance without ulterior motives. If she released Lin Ran, there might still be hope. As long as she could breathe, it was better than the alternative. At the right moment, she could return and exact her revenge. There was no need to squander her life here. Having settled on this, Luo Yu regained her composure and calmly inquired, Dear niece, do you wish for your man to live or die? Alive, of course. If he dies, I will avenge him, and then go join Iran, Luo Yao declared, leaving the latter part unspoken. In that moment, Luo Yu realized that Lin Ran might not pose a threat to Luo Yao after all. The notion of using him to control her was rather fanciful. Indeed, she had no romantic attachments, so what threat could he possibly represent? Very well, I shall release him, but you must allow me to leave. Agreed. I don't trust you. Prepare a helicopter for me. Understood. Luo Yao sent out a message, and shortly thereafter, Uncle Fu arrived piloting a helicopter. The aircraft is ready, now be gone. If you ever appear before me again, you won't leave in one piece. Luo Yao's gaze remained fixed on the dagger in Luo Weiyu's hand, her vigilance unwavering, for Lin Ran's safety was paramount. Luo Weiyu cautiously led Lin Ran toward the helicopter, pausing momentarily to regard the machine in silence. Ah, dear niece, how splendid it is to have wealth. A helicopter appears at your beck and call. Leave? I have no time for your meaningless chatter, Luo Yao interrupted, her singular focus on rescuing Lin Ran. Without further ado, Luo Weiyu pushed Lin Ran onto the helicopter and took off without hesitation, Luo Yao refraining from interference. As Luo Weiyu piloted the helicopter with familiar ease, Lin Ran wore a blank expression. She certainly possesses a myriad of skills. Are you satisfied now? Luo Yao approached Lin Ran, meticulously checking for any injuries. Is she truly gone? Lin Ran questioned, astonished. Rest assured, the aircraft has been tampered with. She will not survive. Lin Ran's pupils dilated in realization. No wonder you let her go so easily. I did not permit her departure out of desire. Rather, I feared for your safety. Ran, remember, nothing is more important than your well-being. Lin Ran felt a swell of emotion. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Yao always prioritized him, a love uniquely his. Ah, just like that, you allowed her to go. Are you distressed? Luo Yao asked. Lin Ran quickly shook his head. How could I be? It's just that the USB drive remains with her, rendering my previous efforts futile. The USB drive is authentic, Luo Yao revealed, surprising Lin Ran. What? You gave me the real data? He asked incredulously. Not to worry. Sometimes the genuine article proves more useful than the counterfeit. However, she will no longer need it, as she will vanish along with the USB. Luo Yao's expression turned icy, a sensation of survival washing over her. Ran, you must not engage in such perilous endeavors again. Do not mistake my seriousness for jest. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his gaze shifting in a manner that betrayed his transformation. Chapter 99. Lin Ran observed Luo Yao's impressive attire, swallowing hard. This was the first time he had encountered such equipment in reality. Wife, let us discuss this inside. Lin Ran felt a profound change within him, the heat intensifying. As he beheld Luo Yao's striking figure, he swept her into his arms. Luo Yao's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly understood his motivations. The effects of the drug had begun to take hold. Even in her final moments, Luo Weiyu had managed to accomplish a good deed. She deserved some credit for that. The warehouse doors slowly closed as Uncle Fu and the bodyguard awaited outside, and gradually, darkness enveloped the scene. The following morning, the warehouse doors opened once more, revealing two figures. Those outside had long since succumbed to yawns, yet because it was the weekend, they need not provide constant protection for Lin Ran, allowing everyone to return to rest. Lin Ran generously retained Wang Bao, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, while he was spared, punishment was still necessary. Wang Bao was docked a year's bonus, to which he bore no resentment. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Ran immediately set about replenishing his health with medicinal soup, then lay back on the familiar large bed, marveling at the potency of the medicine. Even Luo Yao felt the weight of sleepiness wash over her, an unprecedented desire to rest taking hold. It was more exhausting than her time spent in that dark, cold, and violent place. As Lin Ran and Luo Yao embraced in slumber, the Lin family was undergoing a tumultuous transformation. The Lin family still resided in a warehouse repurposed by the company, which, despite some rudimentary renovations, remained a dim and damp space, lacking sunlight and merely spanning a few dozen square meters. Lin Tianba, though the company's owner, had no authority to arbitrarily access corporate funds, as the shareholders would not permit such actions. Furthermore, with the Linyuan scenic area transformed into a dumping ground, Su Ran Group found itself on the brink of crisis, only the remaining balance in the account preventing an immediate collapse. Those who had purchased homes began to protest, brandishing placards and causing a ruckus at the company headquarters, while concerned citizens inundated the hotline with complaints. Authorities mandated that Su Ran Group rectify the situation within a month, or face criminal charges. Should it reach that point, the company's accounts would inevitably be frozen once more. The deadline for loan repayments loomed, and Lin Tianba's anxiety manifested as blisters on his lips. Most critically, he still owed money to Brother Dao, while debts to the bank could be postponed, at worst, leading to auctioning off assets for repayment. Debts to Brother Dao were not to be trifled with. Lin Jian and Lu Yume shared his concerns. Darling, what shall we do now? Lin Tianba sighed. There's no choice. We must find a way to repay Brother Dao. Lu Yume anxiously exclaimed. Brother Dao is merely involved in private lending. Whether he is repaid or not matters little. The worst that can happen is a lawsuit. However, if we fail to repay the bank's money, I fear it may jeopardize the entire company. Lin Tianba gazed at her as though she were a fool. How had I never realized your naivete before? Not repaying Brother Dao is the real issue. At that point, they could easily take you in for teaching foreign languages, and that would be a light consequence. Lu Yumei shuddered. Then what should we do? I do not wish to teach foreign languages. Lin Tianba replied. I will find a way to withdraw some funds from the company to repay Brother Dao first. Do not worry. Lu Yumei felt slightly reassured. Yet a deeper anxiety washed over her. But dear husband, even if we repay Brother Dao, what will happen afterwards? Didn't you say that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse? Lin Tianba, already irritated, found it difficult to explain many matters to a woman. And with Lu Yumei's incessant chatter, his frustration grew. What to do? What to do? All you do is ask what to do. If I had an answer, I wouldn't be hiding here, afraid to face anyone. Lin Tianba was not only evading those frenzied homeowners, but also the company's shareholders. At that moment, Lin Jian timidly spoke up. Perhaps Sister Ru Shui will have good news. Brother adores her. He will surely lend us money, as he's a member of the Lin family. Yes, yes. Let Xiao Ran provide the funds. I am his mother. I will go speak with him. Lin Tianba furrowed his brow. But the last time you two had a falling out, it was quite severe. Lu Yumei retorted, it's like breaking a bone. We are still connected by sinew. Besides, I didn't treat him poorly. Lin Tianba did not wish to dishearten Lu Yumei. Instead, he pondered that had it not been for Luo Yao, Lin Ran would have certainly been brought back last time. Luo Yao? Indeed. She must have taken a liking to Lin Ran. For a conglomerate like Su Ran Group, if Luo Yao were to intervene, it would not only resolve our current crisis, but could also elevate Su Ran Group to new heights. Lin Ran is his son. It seems rather inappropriate for Luo Yao to claim him without offering anything in return. However, Lin Tianba did not dare approach Luo Yao directly. He understood her temperament. If she were to become angry, even 10 Su Ran groups would be reduced to nothing in an instant. This situation required a careful search for a breakthrough. And that breakthrough hinged on Lin Ran. Ultimately, the resolution to the crisis lay entirely in Lin Ran's hands. Whether Lin Ran provided the funds himself or Luo Yao intervened, the crisis could be averted. Damn it, must I truly beg that ungrateful child? How has Ru Shui handled matters? Lin Jian said, I will call and ask. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jian dialed Ru Shui's number. After a brief exchange, Lin Jian's frown deepened. Sister Ru Shui says that Lin Ran is still upset with her and refuses to see her. Lin Tianba instructed, ask Ru Shui where Lin Ran usually appears. I will go personally. He realized that relying on others was utterly unreliable. It was time for him, as the father, to step forward. This time, if Lin Ran were willing to kneel and apologize, Lin Tianba was prepared to reluctantly accept him back as his son. After hanging up, Lin Jian reported, Sister Ru Shui says she will come to find you, and then we can search for brother together. Lin Tianba contemplated for a moment before responding, very well. It is better to go together. Before long, Ru Shui arrived, and while she was aware that the Lin family was not in a good situation, she was still taken aback by the true environment, which resembled a pigsty. It was no wonder that Ru Shui was disdainful, without a maid to clean. The Lin family members merely ate and slept, showing no desire to tidy up. Previously, the cleaning staff and employees would assist, but now, amidst the company's crisis, they were uncertain if they would even receive their wages, and thus no one was available for free labor. Ru Shui had not gained anything from Lin Ran, leading Lin Jian to regard her with a hint of displeasure, although he did not express it. Let us go, Lin Tianba observed Ru Shui's disdain, remaining silent, yet feeling a strong aversion. Once, Ru Shui adored staying with the Lin family. Now, without the grand house, even his niece looked down upon them. It is true that one cannot survive without money. Without wealth, love fades, and even family slowly dissipates. Chapter 100. Before long, Ru Shui led the Lin family to Lin Ran's real estate company. Upon discovering it was deserted, they then proceeded to the media company, only to find Lin Ran absent, yet encountering Wu Zhishang instead. Wu Zhishang harbored a strong dislike for the Lin family and an even greater aversion to Ru Shui. Seeing her was more revolting to him than encountering Zhao Miao Miao. I do not know where Brother Lin is. He has not shown his face for 10 days to half a month. If you wish to wait, go ahead, but I warn you not to cause any trouble. Otherwise, the security of Nuanyeo Media is not to be trifled with. He then instructed security to escort them to the lounge. Lin Tianba's nostrils flared in anger. A mere child dares speak to me this way. I am your boss's father, and you have the audacity to address me like this? Once I see Lin Ran, I will have you fired. Wu Zhishang shrugged. Suit yourself. If Brother Lin fires me because of you, I will walk away without hesitation. But unfortunately, in Brother Lin's eyes, you are nothing, father? He might as well be your father. Lin Tianba nearly choked in rage, preparing to explode when Liu Mei intervened. Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Young Wu, please help me contact my son and tell him his father, mother, and the brother have come to see him. Wu Zhishang felt nauseated and rolled his eyes, disregarding the family. Yet he still sent a message to Lin Ran to inform him of the situation. Unfortunately, Lin Ran did not see it at all. He was still lost in a dreamland. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Ran finally stirred awake and saw the message, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Ran, your smile looks rather cunning. Is something afoot? Lin Ran kissed Luo Yao and said, Indeed, I'm going out to handle something enjoyable. Would you like to accompany me? Midway through, Lin Ran abruptly altered his tone. Perhaps you should not come with me. I fear they may disgust you. The Lin family? Luo Yao inquired. Lin Ran nodded. I will go with you, Luo Yao declared. After some contemplation, Lin Ran agreed. The real show was about to begin. After a lengthy wait, just as Lin Tianba was about to lose patience, Lin Ran made his appearance, flanked by several bodyguards. With Wang Bao being the second closest to him, Luo Yao tightly clung to Lin Ran's arm. Upon seeing Lin Ran arrive, Wu Zhishang hurriedly exited his office. All staff, drop what you are doing immediately and take the afternoon off. The employees were bewildered but complied. Within a minute, the entire floor, whether hosts, short video creators, or post-production staff, even the cleaning ladies, vanished without a trace. The only ones remaining in the company were Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaonuan. Zhang Xiaolong's live stream had a decent viewership at present, and Wu Zhishang did not order him to stop working. Zhang Xiaonuan was accompanying Zhang Xiaolong because it was the weekend. Media companies do not observe weekends. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolong's streaming room was special with excellent soundproofing, so it did not interfere. Luo Yao looked at Wu Zhishang in surprise. This kid was rather astute. Brother Lin, sister-in-law. Wu Zhishang greeted politely. Luo Yao replied with an expressionless reward. Wow. Wu Zhishang thought to himself how utterly absurd the situation was. Fu Bo stepped forward, handing Wu Zhishang a check. Do you know the rules? Wu Zhishang nodded. I understand. I am experienced. Internally, he was elated. The hard work he put in could not compare to a simple greeting of sister-in-law, proving that choices outweigh effort. Lin Ran found the situation amusing, nudging the grinning Wu Zhishang playfully as they exchanged glances. Wu Zhishang's eyes communicated. Brother, they're shameless. I just insulted them. Lin Ran's eyes replied. Well done. What did you say? Wu Zhishang's eyes conveyed. I told them there are nothing in your eyes, and I even mentioned that you were your father's father. Lin Ran's eyes retorted. Is that the best you can do? Next time, just curse them out. Wu Zhishang's eyes responded. Okay. Upon entering the lounge, Lin Ran launched his verbal assault. Oh, you old scoundrel. Come to find your real father? Lin Tianba. What did you say, you little brat? Are you itching for a beating? Don't you feel any urge to kneel and apologize before me? Lin Tianba was consumed with fury, while Liu Yue wore an expression of exasperation, and Lin Jian stealthily gazed at Luo Yao, displaying a bashful demeanor and fidgeting about. Upon seeing Luo Yao, Lu Rugyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Every encounter with Luo Yao had resulted in a slap, leaving her nearly traumatized. During the last welcome party, she had attempted to feign unconsciousness, only to be genuinely knocked out by Luo Yao's slap. Following that incident, the school had remained silent, and when she sought answers, she was met with a warning, which was utterly absurd. In response to Lin Tianba's arrogant remarks, Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Control him. Without hesitation, the bodyguards sprang into action, and memories of the past surged back to Lin Tianba. You ungrateful wretch. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Lin Ran commanded. Kneel. What did you say? You dare to speak to me, your father, in such a manner? Lin Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ran swiftly delivered a kick, yanking Lin Tianba by the hair and pulling him close. Old man, have I not told you that every time we meet, you must kneel and bow? Otherwise, I shall punish you. You think my words are mere whispers, do you? As he spoke, Lin Ran brandished his belt, striking Lin Tianba. Ah, damn it, you ungrateful child. How dare you hit me? Lin Ran's subordinates showed no mercy, targeting the foolish Lin Tianba. Scream. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I feel. With my new book ranking, I have this pent-up energy, and your cries are music to my ears. Lin Ran continued his onslaught, and not a single soul in the room dared to intervene, including Lin Jian and his mother. They were taken aback by Lin Ran's audacity. He was willing to do anything. Ah, stop hitting me. Lin Ran continued to strike, taunting Where's your spirit? If you have guts, don't scream. Father was wrong. Spare me. Lin Ran replied. What did I do wrong? My fault was coming to find you. Incorrect. Let us rephrase that. Lin Tianba struggled, but the bodyguard's strength was overwhelming, and he ultimately had to relent. Father, I was wrong, Father. Spare me. Tears streamed down Lin Tianba's face, filled with resentment. Lin Ran, feeling somewhat fatigued, finally withdrew his belt. That's more like it. Now tell me, why did you come looking for your father? The bodyguards did not release Lin Tianba, as Lin Ran had not given the order. Luo Yao witnessed Lin Ran's treatment of Lin Tianba and felt a sense of satisfaction with his actions. Her man must not be bullied by anyone, even if that person was his biological father. Lin Tianba trembled as he said, the Surin group is in crisis. You must lend us money to save it. Lin Ran replied, the crisis of the Surin group has nothing to do with me. Lin Ran. Lin Tianba retorted, but it's your mother's legacy. How can you bear to watch it decline? Lin Ran shot back. Do you even have the right to mention my mother? What audacity! If my mother were to witness how you treated me, do you think she would not want to see you suffer? Lin Tianba lamented. I raised you for so many years. Do you not care about our father-son bond? Lin Ran brandished his belt once more. Father, I won't say it anymore. We are not father and son. Lin Ran's expression turned icy as he glared at Lin Tianba. Do you know why the Surin group is called the Surin group and not Lin Surin group? Because Su is my mother's surname and Ran is my name. From the very beginning, the Surin group was a legacy left to me by my mother. Now, under your stewardship, is heading towards ruin. Should you not pay for your sins with your life? Lin Tianba, feeling somewhat cornered, protested. This cannot entirely be my fault. It's the fault of that damn district, suddenly transforming into a garbage transfer station. What could I do when our valuable real estate turned into a dump? Father, you are wealthy, aren't you? You have beaten and scolded me today, so just save the Surin group. Lin Ran replied, I cannot be bothered to waste my breath. I came here solely to give you a beating. His cold gaze swept over Lin Jian and his mother, as well as Lu Rugged. Lin Jian implored, brother, father is truly in a dire situation. Please kneel and admit your fault to help the Lin family. Lu Rugged, trembling, dared not speak, occasionally glancing at Luo Yao. Had she known Luo Yao would be present, she would never have come. Lu Yue gathered her courage. Yes, Xiao Ran, please help your father. She continued, and Miss Luo, I was wrong last time. I should not have clashed with you. Since you are supporting Xiao Ran, you should contribute to resolving the Lin family's crisis. After all, Xiao Ran still bears the Lin surname. Just 10 billion should suffice. That should be an easy task for you. Lu Yue was aware of Luo Yao's true identity, and her eyes sparkled with the anticipation of acquiring the 10 billion. Lin Tianba suddenly recalled this matter as well. Yes, Miss Luo, since you are now supporting my son, you must pay. Once you do, he becomes yours. Even Luo Yao was momentarily taken aback by the Lin family's audacity. It was more shocking than anything her grandfather had ever said. 10 billion was not a large sum, and she could produce it at any moment. If it were for Aaron, she would not hesitate to part with 100 billion or even 1,000 billion. But for the Lin family, who had once bullied Aaron, Lin Ran looked helplessly at Luo Yao. I warned you it might be nauseating. Do you believe me now? Luo Yao replied, it's somewhat shocking. She walked over to Lu Yue and the others. Aaron, do you want them to disappear? Lin Ran paused. He wished to say yes, but he preferred to see them suffer slowly in this world, to become beggars and disabled individuals, rather than to simply vanish. Let us wait a bit longer. I'm not done having fun yet. Luo Yao revealed a sinister smile, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Very well, if Aaron wishes to play. I will make them your toys until they suffer to the point of death. Lin Tianba's eyes widened in horror. How had the situation unfolded so differently from his expectations? Luo Yao's ruthlessness was notorious within their circle, and he was terrified. Perhaps coming here today had been a grave mistake. Miss Luo, you cannot do this. Luo Yao replied. Oh, and why not? You bullied Aaron, so he must seek revenge. In my eyes, the Lin family is no better than a pile of dog excrement. Do you not understand? If it were not for Aaron's sake, you would have been dead countless times over. However, now I am eager to see Aaron slowly torment you. This exhilarating feeling is truly delightful. Luo Yao felt genuinely pleased. She was satisfied with Lin Ran's transformation, a sensation both familiar and thrilling. Perhaps Lin Ran and she were the same ilk. Regardless of how Lin Ran changed, she would love him. If he became a saint, she would protect him. If he became a demon, she would slay the saint. As long as Lin Ran was happy, that was enough. Lin Tianba collapsed onto the floor, appearing utterly defeated. It's over, it's all over. I have completely offended Luo Yao. He realized that Lin Ran was not being supported by Luo Yao. Rather, Luo Yao had been brainwashed by Lin Ran. He had not anticipated that this ungrateful wretch would possess such capabilities. If one were to speak of excellence, his youngest son Lin Jian was his pride. How could Lin Ran have won over the enchantress Luo Yao? Lin Ran frowned, sensing Lin Tianba's descent into despair, which was unacceptable. You must resist. You must continue to dig your own grave. You cannot be frightened into losing your willpower by a few words from Luo Yao. Yao Yao, don't concern yourself with this matter. Lin Ran's words suddenly shifted the tide of the situation, leaving Lin Tianba incredulous as he stared at Lin Ran. Luo Yao replied, "All right, I will listen to Aaron." Luo Yao was astute. She quickly grasped that Lin Ran intended to provide the Lin family with a glimmer of hope, only to plunge them back into despair. This cycle would continue until he decided to cease his game. Such a method of vengeance was indeed intriguing. Lin Ran sighed deeply and addressed Lin Tianba with a cold edge. "You despicable brute, take your men and leave at once. Never darken my doorstep again. Consider this a merciful reprieve." Gradually, Lin Tianba's gaze grew clearer, revealing a trace of familial affection beneath his hardened exterior. Despite his grievous injuries, Lin Tianba staggered to his feet, intent on departing with his family. Yet his exemplary son, Lin Jian, chose this moment to act insolently. "Shall we go, Xiao Jian? Shall we?" Lin Tianba queried, perplexed by Lin Jian's sudden stillness. Lin Jian cast a shy glance at Luo Yao. "Yao Yao, please spare my brother. I'm the rightful heir of the Lin family. I can bear the burden in his stead, and in the future, I can assist you," he pleaded. His voice faltered as he caught sight of Luo Yao's terrifying glare, so fearsome it sent chills down his spine and nearly caused him to lose control. "What did you just call me?" Luo Yao's voice was ice-cold and merciless. Lin Jian's heart pounded under the crushing pressure. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage. "Yao!" Suddenly, a glint of steel flashed in Luo Yao's hand. A dagger plunged swiftly into Lin Jian's mouth, twisting violently, as if to shred his tongue. "Yao Yao, you dare address me so?" she hissed. Lin Jian clutched his mouth and staggered back 3 paces, blood oozing between his fingers. His agonized cries mingling with tears, his intentions lost in the pain, but his suffering unmistakable. "You mad woman! What have you done to my son? I will kill you!" Luo Yao screamed in terror. Chapter 102. An unforeseen turn of events. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Lu Rugu covered her mouth in horror, fearful of uttering a sound. Lin Tianba's face darkened profoundly, yet his impulse to retaliate was subdued by reason. Though pained, he valued his life more. Only Luo Yao continued to shout hysterically, rushing forward to clutch Lin Jian, whose blood spattered upon her. Seeing this, she nearly fainted on the spot. "My son," she snarled venomously at Luo Yao. "I will kill you." Though her desire burned fiercely, she was powerless to act. Before she could advance, Luo Yao delivered a vicious kick, sending Luo Yao flying 3 meters, convulsing upon the ground. Lin Jian had truly provoked her. Such intimate familiarity ignited her fuse. It must be known that Luo Yao harbored a deep misandry, except for Lin Ran. All other men were no better than dogs in her eyes, including the stunned Wu Zhizhang nearby. Luo Yao tolerated Wu Zhizhang only because his dog's bark was somewhat pleasant, lifting her spirits momentarily. Fundamentally, she detested every man save Lin Ran. Seeking death, Luo Yao spat, leaving the words hanging as she caught Lin Ran's astonished gaze. She suddenly froze. Had she truly revealed her ruthless, violent nature so blatantly before Lin Ran? Would he fear her? Would he flee? Her mind raced wildly, suddenly off balance. She nearly toppled, but Lin Ran swiftly caught her. "Husband, it wasn't me. It was him who bullied me. See? I'm hurt," she whimpered, extending her delicate hand, stained with a vivid red smear. Though it was Lin Jian's blood, she claimed it as her own to garner sympathy. Wu Zhizhang was utterly speechless. "Sister-in-law, do you take my Lin brother for a fool?" Yet to his astonishment, Lin Ran gently embraced Luo Yao and murmured, "If he dares to hurt you, he deserves it." Wu Zhizhang's pupils dilated in disbelief. Had he just witnessed a husband and wife rewrite reality? Well, Lin Jian was indeed contemptible. "Luo Yao, they wronged me. I didn't mean it," she whispered. "I know, Yao Yao, you've suffered," Lin Ran soothed, stroking her back tenderly. Lin Ran harbored no fear of Luo Yao. Having witnessed her previous, even more unhinged episodes, he knew well her capacity for ferocity. In fact, the 4 individuals before them had all been mercilessly torn apart by Luo Yao's blade, each agonized scream still vivid in his memory. Luo Yao writhed on the ground, bitterly vowing, "I'll see you all behind bars." Lin Ran replied indifferently, "Do as you please. My wife acted in self-defense." Lin Jian assaulted her maliciously. We all saw it clearly. Wu Zhizhang was at a loss. You came to our company to provoke trouble and even assaulted our chairman's wife. Should we call the police? He faltered, unsure how to proceed. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. The dog had pleased her again. She signaled to Uncle Fu, who promptly slipped Wu Zhizhang a check and whispered praise. Well said, Madam Chairman's wife. Speak more like that in future. Wu Zhizhang stared blankly at the check, tongue-tied. Lin Ran couldn't help but grin wryly. Indeed, money afforded one considerable liberties. Yao, let us go. Lin Ran gazed tenderly at the injured Luo Yao, his heart aching. She nodded, nestling like a tender bird in his arms. My legs feel weak from fright. I want you to carry me, Aaron. Lin Ran's heart melted utterly. Who could refuse such a capricious little feline? Lifting Luo Yao, he prepared to leave when Luo Yao shouted once more, stop. Lin Ran turned with a questioning look. Though partially regaining composure, Luo Yao gritted her teeth through the pain. You're not going anywhere. You hurt my son. You owe us compensation. Oh, even a most severe treatment at a pet hospital costs only a few tens of thousands. Your Lin family, so grand and prosperous, can't spare that much? Before Luo Yao could retort, Lin Jian, tears and snot streaming, whimpered, Grandpa, 1,500 million. Lin Ran laughed. Even if I were your grandfather, you can't scam me. Lin Tianba, now fully alert, dared not confront Luo Yao, but could still challenge Lin Ran. Xiao Jian means 1,500 million. Lin Ran was stunned, exclaiming, good heavens, is there no justice? My son and grandson want to extort 1,500 million from me. What kind of pet hospital charges that much? He glanced at Wu Zhizhang. Old Wu, what is your take on this unique logic? Wu Zhizhang responded. Such a style leaves me speechless. If my judgment isn't mistaken, this is extortion. We should call the police. Lin Ran asked Luo Yao, your thoughts? Clinging tightly to Lin Ran, indifferent to their exchange, Luo Yao murmured, I trust you, Aaron. Lin Ran sighed in resignation. You heard that. My wife says no compensation. Take it or leave it. Luo Yao blinked in confusion. Did I say that? Lin Tianba sneered. Lin Ran. Don't think you can do as you please just because you have Mrs. Luo's backing. Lin Ran scoffed. I relish leaning on my wife's authority. If you're unhappy, fight me. Luo Yao hugged him tighter, utterly enamored with the present Lin Ran. Lin Tianba fell silent. Then have her bodyguards release me and provide funds to save Su Ran Group. Then I want to pursue this further. Lin Ran retorted. Your demands are like a kite with a broken string, fleeting, aimless, and meaningless. Luo Yao batted her enchanting eyes. Shall we deal with them? Lin Tianba shuddered. Lin Ran declared. No, they're mere maggots in the toilet. I wouldn't want to soil your hands. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Ran glanced toward Lu Rugg. You brought them here, didn't you? Has your swelling gone down? Lu Rugg, who shook her head frantically, too frightened to speak. Wary of following the Lin family's grim fate. A sly smile crept across Lin Ran's face as he carried Luo Yao away step by step. Those inside attempted resistance, but were swiftly subdued by his bodyguards. This excursion had been quite satisfying. Old Wu, what has Shun Jingbing been up to lately? Find him some work. Wu Zhizhang nodded. Indeed, he was detained for striking Lu Rugju last time. I have paid the fine and arranged for his medical parole. He should be released early this afternoon. I will speak with him then. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. He has endured quite a bit. We must not neglect his well-being. Oh, no. He is quite elated, Wu Zhizhang replied.